Chapter 1. Traversing to Namek. On the planet Namek, within a cocoon-like dwelling. Dandi, hide quickly. Upon hearing the hushed urging from outside, Dandi stood bewildered, fixated on his hands. Before him lay a pair of green palms, each possessing only 4 fingers. Have I traversed dimensions? In disbelief, Dandi reached up to touch his head, only to find it devoid of hair, crowned instead with a pair of protruding antennae. Dandi? Could it be that I've entered the realm of Dragon Ball? Am I now a Namekian? Realizing the voices outside were directed at him, Dandi pondered deeply. Based on his recollections of Dragon Ball, he surmised he had become the deity of Earth in this world. While I've always dreamt of transcending into a divine being, the Earth deity in Dragon Ball seems rather feeble, doesn't it? Moreover, the crux of the matter is, Dandi contemplated unfastening his trousers to investigate further. Yet before he could, an alien clad in battle attire entered the room. Brat, if you wish to live, come out immediately. With a gun aimed threateningly at him, Dandi had no time for examination and reluctantly stepped outside. As he crossed the threshold, his gaze fell upon the first figure before him, and his face turned pallid with fear. Anyone who had seen Dragon Ball would instantly recognize the being before him. What is happening? Is it truly Frieza I encounter right from the outset? This is undoubtedly a hellishly difficult beginning. The overwhelming aura of Frieza bore down upon him, causing Dandi to tremble uncontrollably. He never anticipated that facing Frieza would evoke such terror. The chilling smile upon that sinister visage radiated an icy dread that left him shivering. The elder, Muley, witnessing the scene, quickly shielded Dandi with his own presence. Soon after, Muley's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball, clutched in his hands, and a cold sweat trickled down his brow, realizing that other villages had already suffered misfortunes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Dandi's mind, startling him from his daze. Detected a dimensional traveler. The 10,000-fold return system is preparing to activate. Please select a system type. Type 1. Disciple return system, whereby skills imparted to disciples yield returns, with a maximum multiplier of 10,000. Dandi shook his head at the absurdity of this option. In the world of Dragon Ball, with his meager strength, how could he possibly take on disciples? Type 2. Healing return system, where saving those on the brink of death grants returns, with a maximum multiplier of 10,000. This one looks promising. A 10,000-fold return. That's ample strength. My baldness shall not be in vain. Dandi's spirits soared upon hearing this, for he distinctly remembered that his ultimate skill was saving lives. Moreover, it was akin to the Senzu Bean level of healing. This was right up his alley. Given the circumstances, it seemed plausible that he would end up saving figures like Vegeta or Gohan, who had at one time been in need of his aid. I shall choose Type 2, he resolutely declared in his mind. With the activation of this 10,000-fold return system, what did Frieza matter? Choice received, system activating. Healing return system is now online. Current system level, 1. You may obtain a 10-fold return of the strength of those you save. Cooldown period, 1 year. Is this a joke? What a wretched system this is. It promised a 1,000-fold return, yet in reality, it offers a mere 10-fold, and I can only utilize it once a year. Is this not a blatant case of false advertising? However, what does the first level of this system signify? Can it be upgraded? Before me stands Frieza. If memory serves me correctly, this cosmic overlord possesses a power level exceeding 100 million. Meanwhile, I, Dandi, am grateful if I possess a meager 50. Moreover, even the highest combat-capable Namekian, Naru, barely surpasses a power level of 50,000. With the current system, should I manage to rescue Naru, I would only receive a return of a few 100,000 empowered. A paltry few 100,000 in power would likely be nothing more than a single strike before Frieza. Is this pitiful system mocking me? It appears relying on it is futile. I must devise my own means of survival. With Frieza looming ahead, the priority is clear: survival. Dandi begins to meticulously recall the plot of Dragon Ball. If I recall correctly, I should not meet my demise here. Even if I do, it should only occur during the climactic battle. Dandi remembers why he has not perished and discreetly glances towards a mountainside, where he spots 2 partially exposed heads. Indeed, it's Gohan and Krillin. They will come to my rescue. With this thought, Dandi finally regains his composure. Although this system seems rather inadequate, it is still better than having none at all. There must certainly be a way to upgrade it. If I adhere to the original plot, I can undoubtedly survive. Dandi strains to recollect the progression of events. How could I possibly remember everything? Despair washes over him, as the saying goes. While one may study diligently, when it comes to examinations, one can only recall the main character's trajectories. How could he possibly remember what transpired at this very location? As Dandy struggles to recollect, Frieza has already taken action due to Mulis' refusal to surrender the Dragon Balls. Ho ho ho, Sabo, let them witness how to behave. At Frieza's command, Dandy's heart races. Sabo vanishes in an instant, and a sickening sound follows. Dandy's breath catches in his throat as he turns to see an elderly Namekian hurled away, his neck grotesquely twisted, clearly lifeless. You monster! Another Namekian, witnessing this horror, erupts in fury, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Sabo. Ho ho ho! Do you now understand how to behave? Frieza's chilling voice echoes ominously. Seeing this, Muley tightly shields Dandy and another child, forcing down his voice as he attempts to negotiate with Frieza. What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? For a mere wish, I seek immortality. You wicked fiend, I would rather die than grant you the Dragon Balls. The elder replies through gritted teeth. Namekians, by nature benevolent, refuse to aid the malevolent Frieza, even in the face of death. Oh, how unexpected it is that everyone on this planet speaks in such a manner. So, what if I were to slay these two children? Frieza maintained his icy smile, having previously devised a method to coerce the Namekians into surrendering the Dragon Balls. Dandy and Muley were simultaneously taken aback by his words. Upon hearing the ominous implication, Dandy could not help but tremble. After all, he was one of the two children present. If I die here, will I have a chance to be resurrected? Faced with Frieza's lethal threat, Dandy felt his mind turn to a blank slate. Muley, equally tense, silently calculated the passage of time. Beast, how can you lay your hands on children? No sooner had Muley spoken than Dodoria, one of Frieza's subordinates, suddenly activated his scouter with a series of beeps. Lord Frieza, it seems that a formidable power is approaching. Is a savior arriving? Dandy's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed skyward, anticipating the arrival of Gohan and his companions. Three figures swiftly descended from the sky. It was none other than the three robust Namekians who had ventured out. Muli's face immediately lit up with joy. Wonderful, we are saved. In stark contrast to Muli's excitement, Dandy lowered his head in disappointment, fully aware that these three were no match for Frieza and his ilk. The three of them possess only a power level of around 1,000. Dodoria quickly assessed their combat strength with his scouter, a mocking expression forming on his face. A mere 1,000 power level is nothing but fodder in my presence. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the three Namekian warriors were consumed with rage and immediately retaliated, their strength surging as they swiftly dispatched several minions. However, Muley had realized from the earlier events that Frieza's group relied on their scouters to detect the presence of others. Children, quickly leave this place. With a sudden insight, Muley urged the two children to escape. Dandy remained motionless, knowing the grim fate that awaited those who fled. The most prudent course of action for survival was to await Gohan's rescue. Dandy hesitated to act, fearful of altering the course of events. But at that moment, he observed Muley suddenly spring into action. Muley leapt into action, taking advantage of Dodoria's negligence to unleash a burst of energy that shattered his scouter, then soared high into the air, systematically destroying the scouters of the fallen minions. Trouble. He intends to destroy our scouters. Sabo finally grasped the situation. Curse you. I will annihilate you all. Dodoria erupted with fury. Having underestimated the Namekians, he had just let his guard down. Muli's expression turned to one of elation with all the scouters destroyed. The other villages were momentarily safe. However, he would likely find himself in deep trouble next. Dodoria, now furious and desperate, realized the implications of the destroyed scouters and knew Frieza would not easily forgive him. In a fit of rage, he charged recklessly toward Muley in the sky. Dodoria, first eliminate those three young ones, Frieza coldly commanded, fully aware that acquiring the Dragon Balls necessitated threatening Elder Muley. Thus, Muli's demise must be postponed. Upon hearing Frieza's directive, Dodoria dared not disobey, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He forcibly turned and swiftly lunged towards the trio of youthful targets. Do you truly believe that three of us cannot prevail against you? The three Namekians confidently exclaimed in unison. Dodoria, however, wore a scornful expression, sneering, dealing with you will take less than 10 seconds. Dandy, unable to endure the sight, silently closed his eyes, fully aware that the outcome of this confrontation had long been predetermined. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Indeed, within mere exchanges, the trio of Namekians was effortlessly annihilated by Dodoria. Muley stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom that the sole hope of his village had been so easily extinguished by Dodoria. Who were these individuals, possessing such unfathomable might? The fate of Namek seemed dire. Observing Elder Muli's expression of despair, Frieza's face broke into a triumphant grin as he continued to coerce. Oh ho ho. Do you comprehend now? You cannot escape. Surrender the Dragon Balls as compensation for our device. You should be familiar with our methods. Should you resist, those two children shall perish. Muley, drenched in cold sweat, glanced anxiously at Dandi and his companion. He understood that while his own life mattered little, the children were the hope of this planet, especially Dandi, the most exceptional of the Dragon Clan. Very well, I concede, but you must guarantee their safety. Muley reluctantly acquiesced. Ho ho ho. That is only natural. Frieza donned an innocuous smile, as if embodying a trustworthy figure. Had you done so earlier, we could have avoided this ordeal. Chapter 2. Breach of Contract. Dandi, witnessing Elder Muley's attempt to negotiate with Frieza, was filled with helplessness and trepidation. He knew Frieza was untrustworthy. Yet he also realized that he was merely a powerless pawn should he speak out. He would likely be dispatched as easily as one would crush an ant. Muley had no choice but to gamble on a dying horse with resistance leading only to death. It was better to take a chance. Reluctantly, he retrieved the concealed Dragon Balls, his heart heavy, yet compelled to relinquish them. Here are the Dragon Balls. Please leave quickly. Oh ho, you have worked hard. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. I shall honor my word. However, there is one more matter. You must inform me of the locations of the other two Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Muley's previously dim eyes ignited with fury. He glared fiercely and shouted, You despicable fiend! You expect me to betray other villages? Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. Frieza's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he coldly replied, Ha ha ha, you have only yourself to blame for the destruction of our probe. If I cannot locate another village, obtaining your Dragon Ball will be in vain. Therefore, you must understand that if my objectives remain unfulfilled, I shall not permit you to live. Muley trembled with rage, yet found himself powerless, shouting in vain, We had an agreement. You promised to leave after acquiring the Dragon Ball. Frieza erupted into a boisterous laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Ha ha ha, how all the inhabitants of your planet are so predictably virtuous and naive. Regardless, it matters not, for all of you adults and children alike must perish. What did you say? Although Muley had entertained the possibility of Frieza failing to honor his word, he never anticipated such brazen candor. You are utterly devoid of integrity, a truly shameless beast. Dandi, hiding behind Muley, found Frieza's mocking laughter unbearable. With that incessant laughter, do you fancy yourself a hero? Alas, I cannot die here. Dandi realized that, with his current capabilities, he was unable to rescue the others. At that moment, his singular thought was survival. Even if it was not for the sake of testing the meager system he had acquired, he could not perish according to the original plot. For without Dandi's presence, even if they gathered the Dragon Balls, they would be unable to make a wish. Frieza, unfazed by Muley's accusations, merely wore a chilling smile. After all, in the face of unarmed Namekians, the concept of honor was entirely absent from his lexicon. Dodoria, eliminate them all. At the command, Dodoria displayed a sinister grin, eagerly preparing for action. It's over. Children, run. Muley stepped forward, recklessly charging at Dodoria, determined to buy time at any cost. Damn you. Allow me to show you the might of the Namekians. As Dandi witnessed Dodoria about to strike, panic enveloped him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Just as he prepared to flee, he saw his companion rush forward, only for Frieza's fingertip to suddenly glow ominously. Cock! Muley turned back in alarm, only to be struck dumb. Cock lay dead at Frieza's hands. Am I truly to die here? Is this really how it ends? This cannot be the original plot. In the grip of despair, Dandi glanced toward the mountain, the sole beacon of hope for his survival. In that moment, he locked eyes with Gohan. Please, save me. With Frieza taking action, the terror of death rendered Dandi's mind a blank slate. Without a second thought, he dashed towards Gohan. Dodoria, noticing this, leaped contemptuously into his path, blocking Dandi's escape. Dahaha, little brat. Think you can run? Killing you would be simpler than squashing a bug. If you beg me, I might consider granting you a quicker demise. Gazing upon the pockmarked visage of Dodoria, a sense of oppression enveloped Dandi, rendering his heart nearly still. Stop it. In that critical moment, Son Gohan could no longer bear the sight. His sense of justice surged within him, and without hesitation, he charged forth, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dodoria soaring away. Bald-headed Krillin, witnessing this, couldn't help but lament, Gohan, you truly are foolish. Krillin had never anticipated that Gohan would expose their presence to save these Namekians. After all, with their combined strength, they were woefully inadequate against the likes of Frieza and his ilk. Who are you? At this moment, Dodoria, having lost his scouter, found it difficult to gauge son Gohan's true power. You vile scoundrel, I shall obliterate you. The kind-hearted Gohan had never encountered someone as wicked as Dodoria, and in his fury, his strength surged dramatically. Is that all you've got? Such audacity! As a henchman of the Frieza force, renowned for its unparalleled strength, Dodoria held immense confidence in his abilities. However, before he could finish his taunt, Krillin seized the opportunity to launch a side attack, landing a kick squarely against Dodoria's side, propelling him away once more. Foolish Gohan, you must flee at once. If you do not, you shall lose your life, Krillin exclaimed, swiftly lifting Dend into his arms and soaring into the distance. Frieza, observing this scene, wore a countenance as dark as a storm cloud, issuing a chilling command. Dodoria, pursue them immediately and capture those wretches. Dodoria, daunted by the prospect of defying his superior, reluctantly gave chase. Internally, he lamented the numerous failures of this mission, first the destruction of the scanner, followed by Gohan's interference. Lord Frieza would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. In midair, Krillin noticed Gohan's panic and, recognizing that he was still merely a child, urged him fervently. Gohan, fly with all your might. Otherwise, we are doomed. Dandi was cradled in Klin's arms. Feeling the rush of wind whispering past his ears as he clutched tightly to Klin's garment, exhaling a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed as though the narrative unfolded as he remembered. For the moment, they were safe. However, the situation was far from the simplicity Dandi had envisioned. Hot on their heels was Doria, whose speed surpassed that of Klin, rapidly closing the distance between them. Klin sensed the formidable presence approaching from behind. A wave of unease washing over him. This is bad. They were about to be caught. Perhaps it was time to confront him head-on. Gohan, noticing only one individual pursuing them, felt his anger flare anew. After all, Gohan was still young and, in his initial impulsive strike, he had given little thought to the consequences, and now he remained equally reckless. Silly Gohan, we are no match for him. We must devise a means of escape. Catch this. Klin, clearly aware of Doria's true strength, furrowed his brow in determination and decisively tossed Dandi to Gohan. Gohan, quickly close your eyes. Dandi was tossed to son Gohan from the air, feeling dizzy due to the weightlessness. However, upon witnessing Krillin's stance, he instantly comprehended the situation and quickly shut his eyes. Solar flare. Even with his eyes closed in advance, Dandi still perceived a blinding flash before him, followed by another wave of weightlessness as the two of them swiftly descended together. Observing Krillin stealthily preparing to hide with Gohan, Dandi urgently whispered a warning. No. If he cannot locate us, he will undoubtedly destroy this entire area. I hadn't considered that, Krillin quietly replied, but your reminder has sparked an idea. In midair, Dodoria was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light. Upon reopening his eyes, he realized he had lost sight of his targets and, overwhelmed by rage for having botched the mission for the third time, he seethed. After all, despite Frieza's leniency towards his subordinates, he would not be spared from retribution for repeated failures. Circling the area 4 or 5 times proved futile. He could not find a single trace of them. You scoundrels! Do not think you can evade me. I will unearth you and shatter your bodies into pieces. I shall see where you hide. With that proclamation, Dodoria swiftly ascended to the heights, gathering his energy, and then suddenly descended with tremendous force. Just as you said, Krillin, with a myriad of emotions, felt a deep admiration for Dandi, thankful that he had foreseen this scenario and had prepared adequately. As the colossal impact approached, Krillin seized the moment of chaos, hastily pulling Gohan and Dandi upwards, positioning themselves high in the air, safely behind Dodoria. Ha ha ha, you brought this upon yourselves. Now there will be nothing left but ash, Dodoria exclaimed as he beheld the obliterated area below, stroking his hefty head, already devising a report to deliver to Frieza. Watching Dodoria depart, Krillin finally exhaled in relief, contemplating how, on this unfamiliar planet, he had managed to survive amidst formidable foes while safeguarding 2 children. Gohan, let us head back. By the way, that little fellow from Namek, can you fly? After such an extensive flight, Dandi had grown accustomed to the sensation of soaring through the skies. At this moment, he attempted to release his grip, only to discover that he instinctively knew how to fly. Thank you for saving me. Dandi expressed his gratitude profusely. The recent series of events had been nothing short of exhilarating, as he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. It is Gohan you should thank, for it was he who was prepared to rush out and save you. Upon hearing this, Dandi nodded appreciatively at son Gohan, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Finally, I am following the original storyline, free from Frieza's menace. However, Frieza and his cohorts will still be active on Namek. And I recall that Vegeta is also present on Namek at this time. They are formidable adversaries indeed. The impending crisis looms large. Nevertheless, I possess this return system. Perhaps it will provide a means to counter them. By the calculations of the tenfold return, to confront Frieza directly, I would need to save individuals with combat power exceeding 10 million. Yet, it seems that until the very end, before transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku never reached that level of power. To surpass Frieza, I must upgrade this system. I remember it indicated that the current system is level 1. I wonder how I can elevate it. Perhaps merely healing others will accumulate experience? With this thought in mind, Dandi promptly prepared to test it out. Is anyone injured? Krillin, assuming Dandi was expressing concern for them, smiled and replied, "We're fine. That was a piece of cake for us." Hearing Krillin's words, Dandi turned to Gohan. "Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine." Son Gohan beamed, appearing to believe that the Namekian he had rescued was not a villain, unlike Frieza and his gang. Noticing that both of them were unscathed, Dandi shrugged, realizing he could not practice his healing skills just yet. He needed to find someone injured to experiment, otherwise he would remain oblivious to how the skill functions. Unaware of Dandi's intentions, Krillin and Gohan, concerned for Bulma's safety, hurriedly led Dandi towards Bulma's temporary base. Along the way, Dandi endeavored to recall the forthcoming developments in the storyline, seeking a strategy to address the looming crisis. Next, I must ponder where I might find someone injured. Meanwhile, Dodoria was hastily returning to report to Frieza. As he flew, he contemplated how to rectify his mistakes, but unexpectedly, a shadow struck him from the side, sending him crashing into a lake. Struggling to emerge from the water, he wiped his face and looked up, only to see a figure standing on the shore. Dodoria. Long time no see. The newcomer, arms crossed and wearing a smug expression, mocked Dodoria. Vegeta. Chapter 3. Target. Dodoria as Dandi soared through the sky. His mind frantically rummaged through memories. He recalled that the unfortunate Doria was likely on his way back, having just encountered Vegeta and suffered a severe thrashing. At this thought, his eyes widened like saucers, and he nearly somersaulted in midair with excitement. Doria's strength was commendable, and if he were to revive the gravely injured Doria, it might just be sufficient to accumulate some experience for the upgrade system. Glancing at his current self, he was disheartened by his own weakness. In the entirety of Namek, he surmised that aside from Bulma, he was the least formidable. With the tenfold returns, he realized that he had no hope of confronting Frieza. Thus, the path to true strength lay in first enhancing his own abilities. Dandi is acutely aware that if he were to replicate the original storyline in its entirety, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of Frieza. Although I would eventually be resurrected by the Dragon Balls of Earth, I have no desire to taste the bitterness of death. Dandi was aware that Dodoria's strength had reached approximately 20,000. If he were to receive a tenfold return, that would amount to around 200,000. This would surpass the prowess of Captain Jinyu, enough to ensure his own safety, provided he did not encounter Frieza. Moreover, if the system upgrades according to the strength of the rescuer, Dodoria's power would certainly rank among the top on the current planet Namek. I must return and take a look. Dandi Fei lingered behind the two, and after a moment of resolve, suddenly spoke up. What? However, upon hearing this, Klin immediately halted, frozen in place. Though unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he couldn't help but express his disbelief. Surely, the members of your village must have been slaughtered by that gang. Dandi nodded, feeling no surprise at this revelation. As Sun Wukong paused, preparing to speak, he suddenly sensed two formidable energies clashing not far away. The intensity of their presence was extraordinary. Krillin also felt the overwhelming force of those energies, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Who could it be? Could anyone dare to confront Frieza and his comrades? Krillin was filled with trepidation as he contemplated. Who possesses such audacity? Is there truly someone brave enough to oppose Frieza and his allies? Dandi was acutely aware that Vegeta and Dodoria were engaged in battle and immediately soared towards the fray. Alas, danger loomed. Before Krillin could intervene, he noticed that Gohan, filled with curiosity, eagerly followed suit. Understanding the insatiable curiosity of children, Krillin could only shake his head in resignation and join them. Caring for a child was indeed a formidable task. The trio stealthily approached the battleground, landing discreetly on the ground and concealing their energy with utmost caution, akin to thieves creeping forward. It was Vegeta, Krillin recognized him from a distance, his legs trembling and cold sweat suddenly cascading down his brow. The psychological shadow Vegeta had cast upon him back on Earth loomed large. He vividly recalled the moment he prepared to deliver the final blow to Vegeta, only to be met with that icy gaze. Had it not been for Goku's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have eliminated Vegeta. After all, that fiend was as cold-blooded as Frieza, capable of ruthlessly slaying his own Saiyan comrades without a flicker of emotion. Krillin understood all too well that if Vegeta were to discover his presence, he would undoubtedly exact the vengeance he had previously vowed. We should make a hasty retreat. Overwhelmed by fear, Krillin attempted to take flight, but Dandi quickly restrained him. He can sense energy. What? It was then that Krillin realized Vegeta was not wearing a scouter. What now? How could that man have arrived on Namek? It must be for the Dragon Balls. Dandi spoke with a grave expression. Dragon Balls? How could they possibly know that there are Dragon Balls here? Krillin looked on in confusion. Dandi cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking to himself, isn't this information merely something you heard on your Earth? However, he remained silent, for he was currently assuming the identity of a Namekian and shouldn't be privy to such matters. Dandi recognized that the two individuals before him were inherently good and had no reason to blame them for drawing the villains to Namek. Although the blood coursing through his veins was that of a Namekian, his heart remained tied to the essence of Earth, albeit a different Earth from that of Krillin and the others. Yet, gazing at the two, Dandi felt a warm sense of camaraderie akin to encountering fellow countrymen from a distant land. That durian-headed foe was no match for Vegeta. Gohan had been intently observing the clash between Dodoria and Vegeta, and as he noticed Dodoria nearing his limits, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It seemed that Vegeta's strength had indeed grown even more formidable. Krillin, watching the scene unfold, was drenched in cold sweat in his current state. Even if Goku were to arrive, they would face considerable difficulty. Dandi could hardly discern the movements of the two combatants. Upon hearing this, he immediately focused all his attention on Doriath, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. If he could revive the near-death Doriath and acquire his tenfold strength, he would effortlessly dispatch him once more. Dandi contemplated that when the time came to vanquish Madara, he would not harbor a shred of hesitation. Yet, he knew he must first rescue him. Moreover, by then, the prospect of receiving a tenfold return would render dealing with the current Vegeta a mere trifle. Although Dandi was aware that greater opportunities for even higher returns would arise in the future, he could no longer afford to wait. The notions of delayed gratification and lofty returns paled in comparison to the urgency of shedding his novice status. Dandi understood clearly that at this stage, no matter whom he chose to rescue, it was impossible to attain a battle power exceeding 100 million. Thus, the ultimate resolution against Frieza would inevitably hinge upon Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, even if he could not upgrade his system. Waiting another year might allow his skills to cool down, perhaps affording him an opportunity to assist the Super Saiyan. Strengthening himself was now of utmost urgency. As he watched Dodoria flee in disarray from Vegeta, heading in their direction, Dandi's anxiety mounted, his hands clenched into fists. Once Vegeta had rendered him nearly lifeless, he would dash forth to revive him. Dandi fixed his gaze intently upon Dodoria, who was desperately attempting to flee. Vegeta, relentless in his pursuit, exerted all his strength to unleash a formidable energy wave, which seemed to possess a mind of its own as it relentlessly chased after Dodoria. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave caught up with Dodoria, and its overwhelming force obliterated him into mere fragments. The three witnesses stood in sheer astonishment, their jaws nearly unhinged, their eyes wide with disbelief, etched with shock. Such a powerful adversary had been reduced to nothingness. Krillin, witnessing Dodoria's annihilation at the hands of Vegeta, was struck with even greater terror. Dandi, filled with frustration, struck his thigh and exclaimed, I only remembered that Dodoria would be defeated by Vegeta. I never anticipated he would be utterly obliterated. How can we possibly save him now that he has been reduced to nothingness? Vegeta, reveling in his triumph after delivering a decisive blow, stood proudly, basking in the might of his newfound strength, murmuring to himself, I have succeeded. Not only is Chio-E no match for me, but even Dodoria is beneath my prowess. Indeed, the battle on Earth has significantly enhanced my abilities. Previously, Vegeta was hardly a match for Dodoria, and even Chio-E regarded him with disdain. However, following the harrowing encounter on Earth, he emerged from the brink of death with a remarkable surge in power, making the task of dispatching Dodoria seem effortless. Yet, what was Dodoria's cryptic remark about those two little brats being Earthlings? Which two youngsters was he referring to? Could it be the several energy signatures he sensed moments ago? Vegeta pondered, abruptly shifting his gaze toward Dandi and his companions. During the battle, he had detected several auras nearby. This could spell disaster. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's attention directed their way, felt a surge of panic. If Vegeta discovered their presence, death would be the only outcome awaiting them. Could it be that Vegeta was so attuned to their energies even amidst such a tense confrontation? Krillin found it incredulous. Vegeta, during his time on Earth, had been incapable of sensing energy signatures, yet he now exhibited such proficiency. What an extraordinary talent he possessed. Dandi remained remarkably composed, pulling the two others into the crevice between the rocks. Lacking a detector, he believed that if they concealed their energy, they would remain undetected. Indeed, as Vegeta circled overhead, he found nothing despite his thorough search. Krillin and Gohan sensed Vegeta's formidable presence, hovering in the air, their hearts racing with trepidation at the thought of being discovered. Frustration gripped them. Was their inability to sense energy due to their recent mastery of the technique? Perhaps they should not have destroyed the detector so hastily. Yet, what was the source of the energy they had sensed earlier? Surely there must be someone below. As Vegeta descended closer, the three of them held their breath, too terrified to make a sound. Just at that critical moment, a large fish leaped from the water, momentarily startling Vegeta, who displayed a look of exasperation. Oh, so it was just this creature. At least my senses were not deceived. With that thought, Vegeta soared upwards to locate the energy signatures of the Namekians. It seemed that Frieza and his cohorts no longer had their detectors. Thus, he resolved to find the remaining Dragon Balls and hide them away, ensuring that Frieza's group would be unable to locate them. Ha ha ha, a band of fools reliant solely on detectors, now they were no different from the blind. Fortune was finally on my side. With this in mind, Vegeta sped towards the gathering of individuals. Once he had departed, Dandi, Krillin, and Gohan cautiously emerged from their rocky refuge. Sweaty and weakened, Krillin and Gohan collapsed onto a stone, gasping for breath. We made it. I thought we were done for. Krillin exclaimed. Oh right, I owe you my gratitude. He extended his hand toward Dandi. If it weren't for your warning, we would have been flying around, exposing ourselves to Vegeta. I'm Krillin, and this is Gohan. Hello. Gohan politely offered his hand as well. Upon witnessing this, Dandi amicably extended his hand, shaking theirs in turn. I am Dandi, he said. No need for gratitude, for you have saved my life as well. Dandi sincerely expresses his gratitude to Sun Wukong and Krillin. After all, in the face of such perilous circumstances, their courage to rescue a stranger like him from the clutches of Frieza is a debt of kindness that Dandi will forever cherish. One day, when he becomes powerful, he will surely seek an opportunity to repay their benevolence. Dandi silently contemplated. Dandi, we hail from Earth. You have nowhere else to go, do you? Why not accompany us? We shall safeguard you, suggested Clint, to which Sun Wukong enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Dandi pondered for a moment and realized that accompanying them before he acquired strength was indeed safer. Thus he nodded in agreement. Let us hasten back to Aunt Bulma. She remains oblivious to the current situation. Son Gohan, with his inherently kind heart, began to worry about Bulma being alone. The trio, fearful of being discovered by Vegeta, had to conceal their energy and walked for a considerable time before reaching their destination. I find myself regretting coming here. Although uttering such sentiments felt somewhat disloyal to Yamcha and the others, he mused that had he known of the dangers, he would certainly not have sought the Dragon Balls. After all, he had already faced death once and could not be revived using the Dragon Balls again. Just as they approached the entrance, Krillin recalled the perilous scene they had just endured and, with a furrowed brow, lamented. Son Gohan, however, was not as troubled, cheerfully entering the cave. Aunt Bulma. We have returned. Inside, Bulma had constructed a house using capsules and, upon opening the door, began to scold them. How can you have the leisure to go for a stroll? Do you really trust me, a delicate girl, to be left alone in these desolate mountains? Krillin could only chuckle helplessly. Ha ha ha. Gohan, she dares to say we're idle. Son Gohan also wore a look of resignation. In comparison to risking their lives outside, they preferred to remain here and sip tea. Who is this fellow? At that moment, Bulma noticed Dandi, remarking on his striking resemblance to Piccolo. What on earth has transpired? Just as Krillin was about to step inside, removing his shoes with a weary sigh, he suggested. Let us discuss this inside. Observing Krillin's despondent demeanor, Bulma promptly announced, I have good news. My father just called and said that Goku has set off. He should arrive here in a few days. Goku? Upon hearing the name, Dandi's eyes sparkled with excitement. nearly forgetting that the most reliable source of power would undoubtedly come from the protagonist. Chapter 4. Dandy's new plan. My father has modified the spaceship that transported Goku to Earth during his childhood, and he is currently on his way here while training. Upon hearing this news, Krillin and Gohan were immediately filled with exhilaration, their hearts ignited with hope. After all, Goku represents their ultimate fighting strength. Gohan was so overjoyed that he took Dandy's hand and began to dance. However, as Dandy observed the jubilant faces before him, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow. No, I recall that Goku's current strength largely relies on the Kaioken technique to amplify his power. His inherent abilities do not seem particularly formidable. Dandy recalled that the system had explicitly stated that it would return the strength of the near-dead individuals who had been treated. However, the power that Sun Wukong derived from the King Kai Fist, enhanced as it may be, could not be regarded as his inherent strength. Dandy came to a realization, understanding that the notion of regaining combat power through Sun Wukong must be relinquished. After all, at present, Sun Wukong's own strength may even be inferior to that of Dodoria. Upon entering the room, Krillin and Gohan were seated on the sofa, sipping beverages as they recounted the unfolding events to Bulma. Meanwhile, Dandy remained silent, quietly lost in thought, contemplating his next course of action. According to his recollections, Frieza possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million and would soon unleash his wrath upon the world for failing to fulfill his wish through the Dragon Balls, leading to the annihilation of all and the destruction of the entire planet Namek. Under no circumstances must Frieza be allowed to attain his wish for immortality. Dandy understands that the foremost task ahead is to revive Bick, for only then can the Dragon Balls on Earth be restored. To make a wish using the Dragon Balls, one must gather all 7 of them. Moreover, having lost all his scouters, Frieza will summon the Ginyu Force. For the sake of safety, I must first attain power that surpasses Captain Ginyu. Once I possess strength greater than that of Captain Ginyu, no one, save for Frieza, will pose a threat to me. Indeed, there lies a chance for me to defeat Captain Ginyu and seize the 7 Dragon Balls while Frieza is absent. Dandy understood that with only a level 1 system at his disposal, he stood no chance against Frieza. Therefore, his sole objective was to ensure that he was stronger than Frieza's most formidable subordinate. After contemplating these circumstances, Dandy resolved to collaborate with others, simultaneously enhancing his combat prowess while ensuring that the narrative unfolded in such a manner that would allow Son Goku to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, Dandy, casting a glance at Klin, perceived that the fate of the bald man seemed inescapable. As Dandy's gaze fell upon him, Klin hastily remarked, "Do not hold back, Dandy. Please partake in some food." Having witnessed the brutal slaughter of the villagers, it was likely that he had little appetite. Bulma, observing Dandy, wore a look of sympathy and subsequently sighed. "I never anticipated that you would encounter such peril." Dandy, however, harbored no concerns for the villagers. Firstly, they were incapable of escaping the clutches of Frieza. Secondly, he was aware that the villagers would eventually be resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Lastly, having just traversed through time, his acquaintance with the villagers was but a fleeting one. Nonetheless, Dandy vividly recalled the image of Elder Muley shielding him with unwavering resolve, and his heart brimmed with gratitude for Muley's selflessness. Gazing at the food before him, Dandy found himself lacking in appetite, merely feeling a hint of thirst. He lifted the cup and consumed the beverage within, feeling as though he had already satiated his hunger. Ah, indeed, the Namekians required no sustenance, merely the hydration of water. Dandy suddenly recalled the characteristics of the Namekians and couldn't help but murmur, "Ah, is that so?" Klin and Bulma, upon hearing this, were filled with disbelief. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo does not consume food either. It seems they can photosynthesize. Son Gohan added thoughtfully from the side. Dandy extended his hand to examine his verdant skin, contemplating whether he should venture outside to bask in the sun for a spell. At that moment, both Krillin and Son Gohan were suddenly taken aback, their expressions betraying an unsettling change. The two swiftly flung open the door and dashed outside. The air was thick with tension. It was Vegeta, mercilessly slaughtering the Namekians. Upon hearing this, Bulma also emerged. That Vegeta truly is a brutal individual. Does such a man not fear the prospect of remaining single? Dandi gazed expressionlessly at the sky, acutely aware that at this very moment, Vegeta, taking advantage of Frieza's absence of a scouter, had located the last village of Namekians and orchestrated a massacre, seizing a Dragon Ball and concealing it. It appeared that events were unfolding in accordance with his understanding. Given this, he could anticipate the forthcoming occurrences. After Vegeta secured the Dragon Ball, he sensed the presence of the isolated Sabo, only to be mercilessly beaten due to his ignorance of Sabo's transformation abilities. This presented an opportune moment. Dandi recalled that initially, Sabo had not noticed the gravely weakened Vegeta. Perhaps he could seize this chance to revive Vegeta. The prince's strength should be formidable indeed. With this thought, Dandi felt a surge of excitement. After all, acquiring power was of utmost urgency for him at this juncture. Vegeta's combat prowess must have exceeded 20,000 by now. Thus, a tenfold increase would approximate 200,000, ample enough to contend with Captain Ginyu. Dandi understood that this was a prime opportunity to achieve his first strategic goal of surpassing Captain Ginyu's strength. However, if he were to save Vegeta, he would no longer be able to infiltrate Frieza's spaceship, thus hindering his quest to gather the Dragon Balls. Dandi is aware that, thus far, events have been unfolding according to the original narrative, and he can foresee the trajectory of happenings. However, once he rescues Vegeta, the original storyline will be irrevocably altered, rendering the subsequent developments unpredictable. In any case, during this forthcoming period, it matters not whose hands the Dragon Balls fall into. As long as the Namekian language is not spoken, no one will be able to successfully make a wish. Dandi was aware that after the last village was annihilated by Vegeta, only he, Nail, and the Grand Elder remained as the sole Namekians on this planet. The initiative lies with me. After much contemplation, Dandi resolved to seize the moment and save Vegeta. Although he understood that if he could endure until the final showdown and unleash his healing abilities, he would have the opportunity to acquire even greater power. This would not alter the fact that he would still be no match for Frieza. Ultimately, it would be Goku who would confront Frieza. Therefore, he reasoned, why not savor the experience of being strong in the meantime? From the moment Dandi acquired the system, an insatiable excitement coursed through him. After all, how many could remain composed in the face of such an extraordinary event, patiently awaiting the opportunity to harness power for several days? Especially since Dandi had already experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the skies, an experience he could never have fathomed prior to his traversal. While a combat power of 200,000 may seem modest, it holds significant weight across the vast expanse of the universe. It is worth noting that before his journey, Dandi was not even close to the top ranks in his class, let alone in the cosmic hierarchy. Filled with anticipation, he resolved to take action. Yet he found himself in a quandary. Lacking the ability to sense energy, he was uncertain of where Vegeta might encounter Sabo. He needed to devise a means to enlist the assistance of Krillin and Son Gohan. Speaking of which, I must take the two of them to seek the Elder. Dandi recalled that, according to the narrative, he was to escort Krillin in search of the Grand Elder. Seizing the opportunity during this journey, he could conveniently detour to find Vegeta, thereby simplifying matters. With this thought in mind, Dandi promptly inquired, "What brings you to Namek?" Although he was well aware of the circumstances, it was necessary to adhere to the established protocol to avoid raising any suspicions. Krillin immediately elucidated that they had come to resurrect the god of Earth, which would in turn enable the revival of the Dragon Balls, thus bringing back their fallen comrade who had perished in the battle against Vegeta. So that was the case. Upon hearing these revelations, which he had long been aware of, Dandi appeared suddenly enlightened and promptly declared, "Come, follow me. I shall lead you to the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder? Who might that be? Currently, all Namekians owe their existence to the Grand Elder. The villains who attacked the village have obtained 5 Dragon Balls, and just now, Vegeta has acquired another. The final Dragon Ball resides with the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Krillin was the first to grasp the gravity of the situation. This is dire. If all the Dragon Balls fall into the hands of Frieza and Vegeta, and we cannot wait for Goku's arrival, our wish will be utterly lost. Indeed. Therefore, we must hasten to the Grand Elder without delay. Dandi pondered briefly. Without further ado, let us embark. Krillin urged immediately, then suddenly recalled their previous encounter. Indeed. In order to avoid detection by Vegeta, we must travel on foot. Dandi, how far is the Grand Elder's location from here? Dandi was momentarily taken aback. Walk there? It would take 33 days. What? 33 days? Krillin exclaimed, utterly astonished. By that time, the Dragon Balls would have already been snatched away. Very well. Let us fly there instead. As long as we can sense any energy approaching, we shall conceal ourselves. Gohan, you remain here to safeguard Bulma. With that, Krillin took to the skies, bringing Dandi along with him. Dandi remained unaware of where Vegeta would soon confront Sabo, so he decided to lead Krillin in the direction of the Grand Elder. Throughout their journey, Krillin wore a furrowed brow, despite his diminutive stature. His intellect was anything but small. Vegeta had grown even stronger than before, and there was an even more formidable Frieza to contend with. It was uncertain whether Goku could withstand this challenge. We must secure the final Dragon Ball. Only by acquiring it can we buy time for Goku's arrival. At that moment, Krillin hoped for a miracle from Goku. As Krillin pondered these thoughts, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching. It turned out that Vegeta had annihilated the Namekian village and was now concentrating on sensing other villages, inadvertently detecting their presence. Quick, stop! Vegeta is coming, Krillin exclaimed, and immediately pulled Dandi down to land. How peculiar. Just as Krillin touched down, he noticed that Vegeta, in pursuit, had abruptly changed direction. What is happening? Dandi had just posed his question when a sudden realization struck him. It must be that Vegeta has discovered Sabo. He made his way towards Sabo's direction. As Dandi had just conjectured, he suddenly heard Krillin's voice exclaiming, Vegeta has changed direction and is heading that way. Krillin, perplexed, indicated the direction of Vegeta. It turned out that was indeed the case. Dandi took off immediately, heading towards the direction of Vegeta. Huh, where are you going, Dandi? Krillin was taken aback by Dandi's sudden flight towards Vegeta, and the thought of Vegeta's formidable power made his legs feel weak. Why was Dandi in such a rush? Had the Grand Elder been discovered? Chapter 5. Reviving Vegeta Boom. A tremendous shockwave swept towards them from the front. Even from a distance, they could feel the ground shaking violently, with rocks tumbling into the water. What incredible energy! Who could Vegeta possibly be battling? Could it be the Grand Elder? Such strength. This is unbearable. I could never stand up to them. As Krillin sensed the fierce battle in the distance, unease washed over him. Even though Dandi could not sense the energy, he was acutely aware of the fierce battle ahead and thus quickened his pace to soar forward. Observing Dandi's eagerness, Krillin surmised that the Great Elder must be situated at the center of the conflict. Truly, the Great Elder is formidable, given that both sides are evenly matched. We must hasten to provide support. With this thought in mind, Krillin promptly embraced Dandi, urging, Hurry, Dandi, hold on tightly to me. The two accelerated, propelling themselves forward with utmost speed. Vegeta had engaged in combat with Sabo, becoming increasingly exhilarated with each clash. You're too slow, Sabo. You're just like Dodoria, prepare to meet your end. As he taunted, Vegeta displayed his enhanced strength and speed, effortlessly toying with Sabo. Vegeta, I must admit, you have made considerable progress. However, you have successfully awakened the dormant power within me. Sabo, clearly at a disadvantage, appeared disheveled as he spoke in a low tone. In response, Vegeta's confidence radiated as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Dormant power? Sabo, you are utterly ridiculous. Sabo, anticipating Vegeta's disbelief, merely fixated on the arrogant scion. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is painfully clear. If it weren't for my monstrous appearance post-transformation, I would not conceal my true strength. Vegeta continued to mock Sabo. Transform. Ha ha ha. Do you think you are a scion? There is no moon here. I didn't expect you to become so foolish so quickly. As Vegeta gawked at the self-assured scion, Sabo's expression contorted into a menacing grimace. This is not the foolish and convoluted transformation of a scion. Watch closely. Oh? Then do transform before my eyes. Vegeta was caught off guard, as before he could finish his sentence, Sabo's visage morphed into that of a fearsome crocodile, his body swelling rapidly. What? Before Vegeta could comprehend, Sabo had darted to his front, gripping his head with both hands and subsequently slamming it down with ferocious force. Vegeta cried out in excruciating pain, emitting a wretched scream. He was taken aback to discover that Sabo could indeed transform, and in doing so, had acquired a power that was nearly insurmountable. Yet the ordeal was far from over. After delivering the brutal blow, Sabo hurled Vegeta into the air, gathering energy to unleash a powerful attack. As Vegeta soared, his instincts compelled him to disregard the pain. The bloodline and pride of the Scion Prince ignited a fierce determination within him. Damn it! I cannot afford to lose. I must gather the Dragon Balls and attain invincibility. I shall defeat Frieza, avenging my father and restoring the honor of the Scions. I am the Scion Prince. There is no way I shall fail so easily. With this resolve, Vegeta clenched his teeth, unleashing his full power and accelerating towards Sabo. Vegeta roared, unleashing all his power. Sabo, witnessing this, merely sneered and hurled his fist towards Vegeta. The impact was thunderous. Both warriors collided, striking each other in the face and being propelled backward. While Sabo felt a sharp pain in his cheek, Vegeta suffered to the point where he could barely open his eyes, gritting his teeth against the agony. He forced his eyes open, warily observing Sabo before him. What is the matter, Vegeta? Surprised by my strength? Did you believe what you witnessed before was our true power? How naive. Let me inform you, Not only I, but Lord Frieza can also transform. What? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm. Even Frieza in his current state emanated an unfathomable might. The thought of him being able to transform was unimaginable. Sabo, having anticipated Vegeta's reaction, seized the moment of his distraction to launch a wave of energy towards him. Yet, Vegeta had foreseen this maneuver, swiftly dodging the attack, only to be caught off guard as Sabo appeared beside him in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta felt his insides churn violently, his body curling up in response. Humph! It's over. Sabo seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms tightly around Vegeta from behind and diving towards the ground with incredible speed. Only as they neared the earth did Sabo release his grip, allowing Vegeta to plummet like a brilliant meteor. Boom! Vegeta crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, with water swiftly flooding in. Sabo observed, waiting until the pit was filled, forming a small lake, and not spotting Vegeta's figure. He concluded that the Scion was likely drowned. Phew! Finally dealt with him. I must hasten to report to Lord Frieza. With his handsome visage restored and wary of getting wet, Sabo flew directly towards Frieza's spaceship. Beneath the water, severely injured, Vegeta waited until Sabo had departed before struggling to surface, gasping for air. I won't die so easily. I must become stronger. With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, two figures appeared in the sky. What is happening here? Krillin furrowed his brow as he surveyed the devastation. He sensed a powerful force departing, while another presence had vanished entirely. Could it be that the Elder had failed? Krillin began to search meticulously. Dandi was also intently searching. And soon he spotted a figure, promptly diving down. Is that Vegeta? Upon seeing Vegeta, Krillin was instantly filled with fear, pausing in midair, too terrified to move. It wasn't until Dandi landed beside Vegeta, observing him utterly motionless, that Krillin dared to descend. If even Vegeta had been defeated, what a formidable adversary this must be. Could it be that just moments ago, Vegeta had been engaged in battle with Frieza's minions? A wave of despair washed over Krillin. If Frieza's subordinates were so difficult to contend with, would Goku truly make a difference upon his arrival? Were they not allies? Dandi was well aware that Vegeta and Frieza were not allies. He gently lifted Vegeta, confirming that he still had a heartbeat. Excellent. This fellow was indeed on the brink of death. Dandi's heart surged with excitement. Hey, Dandi, what are you planning to do? Krillin was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the seemingly timid Dandi would possess such audacity to dare to reach out and touch Vegeta. Dandi chose to disregard Krillin, finding himself at a loss to articulate his actions, and instead placed his hand before Vegeta, determined to heal Vegeta. Dandi immediately sensed a surge of energy coursing through his hand and into Vegeta's body. Dandi, are you saving him? Are you out of your mind? Krillin exclaimed, stepping back in fright, barely able to complete his sentence. In less than a breath, Vegeta opened his eyes, instantly alert, springing away in disbelief as he surveyed his own body. You saved me? Vegeta gazed at Dandi with incredulity, and upon sensing his own condition, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Haha, my power has ascended once more. Foolish Namekian, you likely do not know who I am. Ecstatic over his newfound strength, Vegeta then noticed Krillin standing nearby. You are that Earthling? So the little brat Dodoria referred to was you. I never imagined that with your primitive technology, you would possess the capability to reach Namek. You seek the Dragon Balls as well, do you? Alas, with me here, you shall be left disappointed. Haha. In this moment, Vegeta reveled in the joy of his power's elevation, while Dandi discreetly concealed one hand behind his back, gathering strength in secret. Dandi still could not ascertain what Vegeta would do next, yet one must always remain vigilant. Considering that this young man saved my life, I shall temporarily spare you. Now, hasten back to Earth. Once I have dealt with Frieza and ascended to dominion over the universe, I will seek you out on Earth to settle our accounts. Convey this message to Kakarot. When the time comes, I shall crush him and his son like mere insects. Seeing that Vegeta intended to let him go, Krillin finally relaxed his tense heart. At this moment, Krillin was drenched in cold sweat and could not help but glance at Dandi, who, to his surprise, wore an expression of sheer excitement, as if he had stumbled upon some fortuitous event. Chapter 6. System Upgrading. The system has detected that the host has revived a dying individual and has returned tenfold the strength to the rescuer. In the fleeting moment when Dandi revived Vegeta, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming surge of power, a force 10 times that of Vegeta. Although Vegeta, as a Scion, experiences a doubling of strength upon revival from the brink of death, Dandi's newfound power far exceeded that. granting him an impressive fivefold strength relative to Vegeta. This placed Dandi's battle prowess at approximately 200,000. In contrast, Vegeta's power merely escalated from over 20,000 to a little above 40,000. Thus, Dandi no longer regarded Vegeta as a significant threat. He could effortlessly extinguish Vegeta's existence at will. Finally endowed with such power, Dandi felt liberated from the need for concealment. However, the notifications from the system within Dandi's mind had yet to conclude. Ding! Due to the acquisition of immense strength, the healing return system's level has been upgraded. It is now at level 2, with a reset cooldown period. Please select the type of system upgrade. Type 1. Acquire a 100-fold return of the saved individual strength, with a cooldown of 1 year. Type 2. A 10% chance to attain a 1,000-fold return of the saved individual strength, with a successful attempt also incurring a 1-year cooldown. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Dandi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system had indeed upgraded. This meant he had another opportunity for a return. Although the cooldown period remained a year, the reset was a source of great satisfaction for Dandi. Wait a moment. Since he now had a chance for another return, perhaps he could find a way to defeat Frieza? Contemplating the system's options, Dandi calculated. Type 1 offers a 100-fold return? This implies that if he saves someone with a battle power exceeding 1 million, he could potentially triumph over Frieza. However, he could not choose when to trigger the system, so he must refrain from using his healing abilities carelessly to avoid inadvertently activating the return. Dandi meticulously calculated. And based on his understanding, it seemed that only 3 individuals could potentially possess a combat power nearing 1 million. Piccolo, merged with Nail, Goku. Prior to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and Vegeta, moments before his demise. Among these, only Vegeta truly hovered on the brink of death. After all, while both Goku and Piccolo sustained grievous injuries, they managed to remain standing until the very end. However, all 3 must endure until the final showdown. For if any were to be injured during this interim, I would be unable to provide medical assistance. Dandi meticulously recalled the events that could transpire between the present and the climactic battle, and suddenly a pivotal thought struck him. Gohan. Dandi realized that if he were to reserve this opportunity for return until the very end, he would have to abandon the gravely injured Sun Wukong. This simply could not be. Sun Wukong had risked his life to save him. How could he turn a blind eye to his plight and still consider himself a decent human being? Upon contemplating this, Dandi immediately dismissed Type 1. However, Type 2, despite having merely a 1 in 10 chance of triggering a return, offers a 1,000-fold reimbursement. This implies that if I managed to rescue a dying individual with combat prowess exceeding 100,000, I would stand a chance to confront Frieza. Dandi comprehended this matter and promptly made a decision. He chose option 2. Dandi is aware that on this planet, individuals possessing a battle power exceeding 100,000 are relatively easy to find. Moreover, Dandi himself currently boasts a battle power exceeding 200,000. This figure, in the context of the current Namek, places him in a position of considerable superiority, ranking just below the very best. In the worst-case scenario, when Captain Ginyu arrives, he could simply subdue the captain, who possesses a battle power of 120,000, and then revive him afterward. As long as he does not encounter Frieza, Dandi is more than capable of safeguarding himself. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for him to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Dandi pondered that if he drew too much attention to himself, it would surely attract Frieza's gaze. He resolved that if he were to strike, it must be in such a manner that his opponent would be rendered speechless. He could not allow Frieza to perceive him as a threat. Dandi pondered over this matter and resolved to refrain from confronting Vegeta for the time being. This fellow, Vegeta, might yet surpass my current strength. It would be unwise to cultivate enmity with him at this juncture. Keeping him around could potentially serve as a springboard for my own enhancement in the future. With this thought in mind, Dandi subtly tugged at Krillin's side. Let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. We must take our leave swiftly. Vegeta, taken aback by the apparent disregard from the diminutive Namekian before him, ultimately decided that uncovering Frieza's whereabouts was of greater urgency. Dandi departed with Klin, and it was only after they had flown a considerable distance that Klin became exasperated. Dandi, what is the nature of your healing abilities? They feel akin to the legendary Senza beans. Furthermore, why did you choose to save that scoundrel, Vegeta? Dandi had already devised his response. Did you not notice that Vegeta was engaged in combat with Frieza's minions? His strength is formidable. Allowing him to create discord among Frieza's ranks could be advantageous for us. However, Vegeta has just slain everyone in your village. Do you not harbor hatred towards him? At this moment, Krillin realized that Dandi, despite appearing as a mere child, possessed a mindset far beyond his years. Hatred does exist, yet the villagers can be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. What matters most now is ensuring that the Dragon Balls remain usable. The Grand Elder has little time left. We must hasten our search for him. Dandi quickened his pace, leaving Krillin momentarily stunned in his tracks, struggling to keep up. What was happening? Had Dandi's strength truly reached such impressive heights? Meanwhile, on another front, Frieza's subordinate, April, had discovered the village that had been ravaged by Vegeta. How could this be? It must have been that rascal Vegeta. April hastily returned to the spaceship to inform Frieza, who was inside, pacing restlessly. At that moment, both Sabo and April returned almost simultaneously. Lord Frieza, I could not locate the village, but I encountered Vegeta, and he has been defeated by me, declared Sabo. My Lord Frieza, I found the village, but it has already been destroyed. The Dragon Balls are also missing. Likely the work of Vegeta. The arrival of these two pieces of news caused Frieza to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Sabo, is Vegeta dead? I did not confirm, but he should be, although there is a possibility he may still be alive. However, when I engaged him, he did not possess the Dragon Balls. Sabo, taken aback, realized that he could have claimed credit for defeating Vegeta, yet now it felt as though he had stirred up trouble. Sabo, you must find Vegeta immediately. Remember, if he is alive, spare him, Frieza commanded. April, contact the Ginyu Force at once and have them bring the scouters. Maintaining his composure, Frieza swiftly orchestrated his plans. Yes, April responded as he hurried out, while Sabo stood frozen in place. My Lord Frieza, why mobilize the Ginyu Force? Sabo sensed that perhaps Frieza had lost all faith in him and Dodoria due to their repeated failures. A foreboding feeling washed over him. Was a formidable foe about to emerge? The Scions had always been a lingering concern for him. Initially, he believed Vegeta posed the greatest threat, but now he sensed a different adversary loomed. Lord Frieza, you must be overthinking it. You are so powerful, no one could possibly rival you. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Sabo felt a wave of relief and hastily began to flatter him. Are you questioning my intuition? Frieza's voice turned cold. Go find Vegeta. Yes. Sabo, reassured, sprang into action. The Scions, each time they fought with desperation, grew stronger. Though they were still far from his equal, it was prudent to eradicate the threat entirely. If they transformed into Super Scions, dealing with them would become exceedingly difficult. Apart from the Scions, no other race posed a significant threat. Frieza gazed out of the spaceship, deep in thought. Following Dandi for an hour, Krillin felt on the brink of exhaustion when he finally spotted a towering peak in the distance. At the summit stood a distinctive Namekian structure resembling a chrysalis. Was this the home of the Grand Elder? It appeared untouched by the chaos. Dandi has already descended, while Klin slowly follows behind, exhausted as he lands on the mountaintop. Upon touching down, Klin collapses onto the ground, unable to steady himself. Dandi, however, remained unfazed, striding directly towards the entrance. As the grand door swung open, a Namekian emerged. Neru, Dandi greeted with a smile. Dandi, you have arrived. The Elder has already been informed of the situation. The Elder knows? Upon hearing this, Dandi's heart tightened with apprehension. Could it be that the Grand Elder was already aware of his circumstances? As he stepped into the room, Krillin curiously surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood Neru and Piccolo, who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, yet Neru exuded a remarkably benevolent aura. In contrast, the Grand Elder loomed large, his face etched with deep wrinkles, a testament to his advanced age. Earthlings, I am grateful for your salvation of Dandi. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude towards Krillin before turning his gaze to Dandi. Dandi, I'm astonished that you have awakened your inner power on your own. Awakened inner power? Krillin glanced at Dandi, sensing that his strength had indeed surged moments before. Chapter 7. The Grand Elder's ability. The malevolent fiends seek to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. They are on the verge of annihilating my children. The Grand Elder lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. Seeing that the Grand Elder was already informed of everything, Krillin decided to be forthright. Grand Elder, since you are aware of the situation, I shall speak candidly. Might I request the Dragon Ball that resides behind you? I assure you, I shall fight with all my might to prevent those ruffians from obtaining it. As Krillin entered the room, he immediately spotted the Dragon Ball resting against the back of the Grand Elder's chair. Upon witnessing the situation, Dandi approached. Great Elder, I implore you, grant their wishes. Once their desires are fulfilled, the Dragon Balls on Earth will also be restored, and our people on Namek shall be revived. What? You mean to say there are Dragon Balls on Earth? The Great Elder, initially unaware, pondered for a moment before realizing. It must be the child of Catus, who had safely arrived on Earth all those years ago. The Great Elder continued to inquire, has the Namekian who created the Dragon Balls on Earth passed away? Krillin nodded in affirmation. Did that child perish by misfortune, or did he simply succumb to old age? Krillin, puzzled by the Elder's inquiries, responded earnestly. He was slain by a scion. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder displayed a look of confusion. A scion was able to kill that Namekian prodigy? Was that scion a super scion? What do you mean? Krillin asked, bewildered. Was the power of the scions not formidable enough? Perceiving Krillin's confusion, the Great Elder realized he could not explain everything at once and instructed, Earthling, step forward. Though uncertain, Krillin moved closer to the Great Elder. The Elder then placed his wrinkled hands upon Krillin's bald head, and in an instant, all of Krillin's memories were transmitted to him. Ah, I understand now. He had split into two beings. Although one had awakened the powers of the former demon realm, it is no wonder he was defeated by the Scions. The Dragon Clan of Namek, capable of creating Dragon Balls, possesses immense strength. Had he not split, he would surely have triumphed over the Scions. At this juncture, the Great Elder turned to Dandi, saying, Dandi, you are among my finest offspring, and it brings me great joy to see you liberate your inner power. Your future is boundless. Earthling, your heart is inherently kind. Though you may occasionally harbor some lewd thoughts, your nature is not wicked. I am willing to assist you. Take this Dragon Ball. As the Great Elder spoke, he handed over the Dragon Ball, which Krillin promptly accepted. Dandi, however, remained deeply troubled by the words of the Grand Elder, sensing that something was amiss. Dandi could not help but furrow his brow. It was evident that the Grand Elder was aware of my enhanced abilities. From his words, it seemed he believed I had awakened an inner strength. Or perhaps he was privy to my true capabilities. His incessant remarks might be an attempt to shield me from Krillin. Dandi understood that since the Elder had touched Krillin's head, he was aware of all that Krillin had witnessed since their encounter. Moreover, he could comprehend that Dandi's sudden surge in strength came after he had healed Vegeta. It was quite reasonable, as his use of the Dragon Clan's healing abilities had awakened his latent power. Dandi chuckled quietly to himself, then recalled the second peculiar detail. The Grand Elder had mentioned something about a split into two individuals, one of whom awakened the powers of the underworld, which seemingly referred to Piccolo as a member of the demon race. However, I distinctly remember the celestial being stating that those slain by the demon race could not descend to the underworld. Yet, Raditz' descent into the underworld suggests that Piccolo is no longer part of the demon race. No, that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly significant is whether such a statement was ever uttered before. Dandi found this statement rather peculiar, particularly the term Great Demon Realm, of which he had never heard before. Before Dandi could delve deeper into his thoughts, the Elder let out a melancholic sigh. I hope you can fulfill your wishes. Fulfill? What does that mean? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. The Elder's lifespan is dwindling. If he passes away, the Dragon Ball will revert to a mere stone. Nuru elucidated. I see, Krillin reassured. Elder, please rest assured. I will do everything in my power to protect this Dragon Ball. I entrust it to you. The Elder managed to smile with a semblance of trust. Elder, it is highly likely that Frieza and his cohorts will discover this place. You should find a way to avoid them, Krillin suggested with concern. However, the Elder gazed helplessly at the ceiling. I am too old to move. If Frieza truly finds this place, there is nothing that can be done. By the way, Earthling, I sensed a powerful latent energy within you when I touched your head. It has yet to be awakened. I have latent power too, just like Dandi. Krillin was momentarily stunned, then shook his head in disbelief. That's impossible, Elder. I have trained under Master Roshi since childhood, and my strength has long surpassed human limits. My potential is nearly exhausted. How could there possibly be any latent power left unawakened? The Elder smiled silently, his hand resting on Krillin's head emanating a strange energy. Ah, power is surging forth. Krillin suddenly felt a formidable force coursing through his body. Haha, my strength has increased dramatically. Just as he finished speaking, concern washed over him as he looked at the Elder. Elder, will this assistance diminish your own strength? What a kind-hearted child. Rest assured, I am merely awakening your latent power. It will have no adverse effects on me, nor will it shorten my life. I understand. Krillin was immediately filled with excitement. Speaking of latent power, he recalled someone, Gohan. Long ago, during their battle against Raditz, everyone knew of the immense power within Gohan that could be unleashed when he became angry. If the Elder could awaken this power in Gohan, they would gain a formidable ally. It might even surpass Goku. Elder, may I bring someone with me? He possesses immense latent power. Certainly. The more benevolent warriors, the better. I shall go find him at once. With that, Krillin grasped the Dragon Ball and flew away in excitement. Observing Krillin's departure, Dandi hesitated and glanced at the Elder. Elder, I must take my leave as well. The Grand Elder gazed at Dandi with a face full of satisfaction before slowly speaking. Dandi, you are the hope of the Namekians, with Nera by your side. You need not worry about me. Go forth with confidence. Dandi nodded vigorously and promptly soared into the sky. He was acutely aware that Krillin would undoubtedly encounter Vegeta on his return journey, and in his current state, Krillin was no match for the formidable Saiyan. The circumstances had shifted dramatically, and all he could do was hope for Krillin's safety. Pursuing Krillin's figure, Dandi followed closely behind. Dandi was acutely aware that Krillin still had a pivotal role to play. He could not afford any missteps. Meanwhile, Vegeta rested and sensed the energy around him. Before long, he detected a familiar aura approaching, realizing that Sabo had returned. Transform. You are no match for me now, Vegeta mused as he submerged himself in the water. Sabo soared above, scrutinizing the depths, when suddenly, a wave of energy surged through the surface towards him. What? Sabo swiftly dodged, only to find Vegeta erupting from the water in hot pursuit. With a resounding crash, Sabo managed to block Vegeta's assault, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Vegeta, I did not expect you to survive. How fortunate for you. You must have hidden the Dragon Ball, haven't you? If you wish to avoid being slain by me once more, you would do well to accompany me to Lord Frieza. To Sabo's surprise, a sense of relief washed over him. As long as Vegeta was alive, he could fulfill Frieza's command. Haha. Vegeta laughed heartily. Kill me? You may as well try. I must say, I did not foresee that I might have rattled your brain. I hope you still remember where you concealed the Dragon Ball. As he spoke, Sabo transformed and charged at Vegeta. Did you think I was not your equal? You are gravely mistaken. Vegeta scoffed inwardly, unleashing an energy wave aimed directly at Sabo's eyes. Child's play. Sabo sneered, attempting to swat the attack away, unaware that Vegeta's strike was not intended to inflict harm. Under Vegeta's command, the energy blast detonated before making contact, blinding Sabo momentarily. What is happening? Sabo frantically rubbed his eyes, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to unleash his full strength, swiftly maneuvering behind Sabo. Channeling all his power. Vegeta struck down hard upon Sabo's spine, shattering his battle armor. Sabo gasped, momentarily speechless. As Vegeta's displayed speed and strength surpassed anything he had encountered in their previous encounter. This was beyond Sabo's comprehension. Before he could react, Vegeta charged forward once more, delivering a decisive blow that sent Sabo crashing down. Vegeta did not relent. He relentlessly unleashed the prince's combat techniques, furiously bombarding Sabo with energy blasts. The concentrated energy rained down like a torrential storm, reducing the mountains beneath Sabo to deep craters. Despite this, Sabo, with his formidable physique, managed to withstand Vegeta's onslaught and soared into the air. Observing this, Vegeta sneered contemptuously, then gestured to the side before descending to the ground. The disheveled Sabo, seething with rage, landed not far from Vegeta and erupted in curses. Vegeta, you scoundrel. Strike first to gain the upper hand. You've certainly expended considerable power now. Although Vegeta remained confident, he held back a portion of his strength, intent not only on defeating Sabo, but also on reclaiming his lost dignity. Sabo, racked with pain, felt a surge of intense hatred. So what? You are no match for me. That was proven moments ago. Nevertheless, Sabo examined his body, perplexed as to why he felt at a disadvantage. Had he forgotten to transform? Gazing at his rough arms, he realized that he had indeed completed his transformation. What is happening? Oh, you might not be aware. Saiyans gain tremendous power upon clawing their way back from the brink of death. Vegeta's words dripped with mockery. He understood that Sabo's previous victory over him, post-transformation, indicated he possessed a battle power exceeding 30,000. Now, having returned from near death, Vegeta boasted a battle power nearing 50,000, making it a trivial task to defeat Sabo, even with his transformation. What? Sabo was taken aback by Vegeta's proclamation, his expression swiftly shifting to one of disbelief. Stop bluffing. I intend to beat you half to death before presenting you to Lord Frieza. In response, Vegeta laughed boisterously. Do you mean to suggest that you are afraid of killing me and thus have not unleashed your full strength? Sabo, filled with uncertainty, gazed sternly at Vegeta, unable to fathom how Vegeta's power could have surged so dramatically in such a short span. I will find out for myself. Sabo reassured himself. Chapter 8. A Personal Vendetta. You are no match for me in my transformed state. I have proven that. Sabo continually motivated himself and then charged madly towards Vegeta. Sabo, remember this. Never underestimate the Scion warrior. We are a race of fighters. Vegeta roared as he withstood the ferocious onslaught of Sabo. The moment Sabo realized that Vegeta could endure his full power assault, panic began to overtake him. Yet, he had no choice but to unleash all his might and recklessly charged at Vegeta. Sabo's fists fell like rain in the face of Sabo's relentless barrage. Vegeta's eyes flickered with intensity as he discerned the storm of attacks and countered them one by one. Moreover, seizing the opportune moment, Vegeta struck fiercely at Sabo's abdomen. Bang! The powerful blow shattered Sabo's battle armor like brittle tiles, and his abdominal muscles crumbled as if made of paper under Vegeta's formidable strike, leaving a gaping wound. An overwhelming agony engulfed Sabo, instilling within him a chilling sense of impending doom. Vegeta, spare me. I was merely carrying out Frieza's orders. Humph. Do you not think it is too late for please? Vegeta retorted, his face contorted with disdain as he regarded Sabo. Let us join forces. Together. We can surely defeat Frieza. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Vegeta exclaimed, unleashing a powerful energy blast that detonated within Sabo's body, sending him soaring into the sky. As Sabo helplessly plummeted through the air, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. He summoned his energy, preparing to obliterate Sabo into nothingness. Just then, a figure darted through the sky, swiftly seizing the injured Sabo and whisking him away. Who is that? Vegeta thought, astonished that someone could move with such incredible speed, eluding even his keen perception. Initially intending to hurl his energy blast, Vegeta hesitated, realizing that the figure was faster than he could react. Follow, he commanded, curiosity compelling him to pursue. However, even with all his might, Vegeta could only watch as the figure receded into the distance, prompting him to halt in uncertainty. Who is that? The individual carrying the injured Sabo is faster than me. Their power vastly exceeds my own. Vegeta gazed intently at the retreating silhouette. In midair, it was Dandi who had taken Sabo away, having recently acquired his strength. He had refrained from intervening until now. Remembering Sabo's previous actions against the people of his village, Dandi resolved to deal with him personally. At that moment, as Dandi soared through the skies, he hesitated, contemplating whether to heal Sabo. This guy is beyond saving. Should I attempt to rescue him? Perhaps it won't trigger the system's return after all. There's only a 1 in 10 chance. Dandi hesitated within, pondering whether a mere 10% chance of success was truly so easily attainable. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the thought altogether. Though driven by a fervent desire for vengeance, Dandi remained hesitant to take the gamble. Sabo, his body pierced and racked with agony, had mentally prepared himself for death. Struggling to open his eyes, he was overwhelmed with joy upon realizing that he had been rescued. As Sabo's eyes fluttered open, he was astonished to discover that his savior was none other than a Namekian. Who are you? He inquired. Sabo noticed that this Namekian bore a striking resemblance to the young Namekian he had seen taken away previously, albeit with a noticeable increase in height. It turned out that Dandi had disguised himself out of fear of being recognized by Vegeta. Dandi recalled the technique used by Piccolo, which involved extending limbs. And to his astonishment, he succeeded effortlessly. Consequently, as he elongated his arms and legs, he bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo in stature. From a distance, Vegeta must have perceived him as an unfamiliar Namekian. Now that I've transformed, even those Namekians who have encountered me before are unlikely to recognize me, he mused. Sabo, too, was deep in thought, and upon grasping this notion, he spoke up. Hero, please help me reach that spaceship over there. Sabo uttered weakly, unaware that Dandi was watching him with a cold smirk. Hey, Sabo, it was you who annihilated our village when Dodoria came after us, wasn't it? Dandi inquired, adopting an accusatory tone while accurately calling out Sabo's name, causing Sabo's heart to tighten with anxiety. How could he know me? Could he possibly be that fledgling who escaped? How has he suddenly grown so tall? Is it possible that Namekians can transform as well? While Sabo pondered these questions, he pleaded, please save me. I assure you wealth and prosperity in return. I can take you back to the Frieza force and secure a position for you. At that moment, due to his transformation and the agony from his pierced body, Sabo's expression was a grotesque mask of pain. Humph. Dandi scoffed disdainfully upon hearing Sabo's words. What do you intend to do? Sabo stammered in response to Dandi's mocking demeanor. What do I intend to do? Of course, it's revenge. Remember, you were destined to perish at the hands of a Namekian. Die, Dandi declared. Sabo felt a chill run through him at Dandi's words. Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope. He's merely a Namekian brat. How dare he speak to me like that? Even a mature Namekian possesses only a battle power of 1,000. A starving camel is larger than a horse. Even in my wounded state, I cannot fall to this child's hands. Sabo thought, dismissing Dandi entirely as he clutched his chest and slowly made his way toward Frieza's spaceship. Were it not for his desire to suppress his anger, he might have considered eliminating Dandi on the spot. If he could just return to King Frieza, there would be a healing pod awaiting him. Sabo forced himself to breathe steadily as he drifted toward the spaceship. Don't underestimate me. With a smile, Dandi extended his hand and unleashed a ki blast. This marked Dandi's inaugural strike, and he was filled with anticipation regarding the potency of this blow. Even though one is gravely injured, the strength of the body remains. Allow me to witness the magnitude of my strike. Sabo sensed an unsettling presence behind him. As he turned, he beheld a colossal wave of ki hurtling towards him. Boom. Before he could react, Sabo was engulfed by the ki. In the wake of the tremendous explosion, not a trace of Sabo remained. Sensing the immense force that had shattered Sabo in an instant, Dandi nodded in satisfaction. Truly, with a combat power of 200,000, a mere flick of the wrist could obliterate Sabo. As Dandi contemplated, he glanced back at the distant Vegeta, observing the incredulous expression upon his face, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Without further hesitation, he swiftly departed. Vegeta should be unable to recognize me. For now, I must keep my true power concealed from him. Dandi understood that in order to survive, it was best to avoid drawing Frieza's attention. The fewer individuals who were aware of his true strength, the better. However, the sensation of avenging himself with his own hands was indeed quite gratifying. Dandi silently pondered within himself. The reason for taking action against Sabo was not only to exact personal revenge, but also to test the limits of his newfound strength. Having acquired such formidable power, it was only fitting to indulge in its use. As he observed the mysterious figure that swiftly dispatched Sabo, Vegeta found himself momentarily frozen in place. Who was this individual? They appear to be a Namekian, though Vegeta could not clearly discern Dandi's silhouette. He sensed the overwhelming power emanating from him, causing a ripple of apprehension to wash over him. Where did this formidable being emerge from? Such strength is astonishing. It seems I must tread carefully. As Dandi departed, Vegeta prepared to turn away when he suddenly sensed another powerful aura nearby. Glancing back, he was astonished to see a peculiar creature soaring through the air, sporting two bald heads. No, upon closer inspection, it was not two heads, but rather a bald figure cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a head. It was that Earthling. Vegeta was initially taken aback, but then erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, fortune has come effortlessly. The second Dragon Ball has presented itself on a silver platter. Exuberantly, Vegeta pursued him. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Krillin unleashed his full speed, covering a distance that would typically take several hours in less than half an hour. As he carefully surveyed the landscape below, his mind was filled with visions of how immensely powerful Gohan would become after receiving the Elder's enhancement. He might even surpass Goku. In his excitement, Krillin was oblivious to Vegeta trailing behind him. Upon recognizing familiar terrain, Krillin quickly landed and was startled to see Bulma outside, engrossed in a magazine. He hurriedly admonished her. Bulma, how could you be out here reading? It's dangerous. Bulma set down her magazine, her eyes widening at the sight of the massive Dragon Ball in Krillin's hands. Oh, Krillin, is this the Dragon Ball from Namek? It's enormous. Reaching out to take the Dragon Ball, Bulma realized she could hardly lift the hefty sphere. Gohan had previously encountered the Dragon Ball in Dandi's village and was unfazed. Yet seeing Krillin now filled him with dread. What's wrong? Krillin was momentarily taken aback by Gohan's expression, but then a chill of realization swept over him, prompting a rush of cold sweat. Vegeta? As he witnessed Vegeta gracefully descending with a menacing grin, Krillin instinctively clutched the Dragon Ball tighter. Curse it. Encountering Vegeta at this moment is disastrous. If only I had delayed a little longer, Gohan would have received the Elder's empowerment, significantly boosting his strength. Although my power has increased, I am still no match for Vegeta. This is dire. What should I do? Behind them, Dandi quietly materialized, slowly approaching Krillin's side. Dandi? Why have you returned as well? I am concerned for your safety, and all those who followed you have returned. Ah, I truly thank you. However, look at the good deed you have done. You have brought Vegeta back to life, and now he has come knocking at our door. Listening to Krillin's complaints, Dandi remained untroubled. Ha ha ha, Vegeta gazed upon the feeble group before him and laughed with delight. I must say, you are indeed my lucky stars. First, this little one saved me, and now you have brought me the Dragon Balls. Has Kakarot's son also arrived? Where is Kakarot? Did that fool not accompany you? I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. How about this? If you willingly hand over the Dragon Balls, I shall spare your lives. How does that sound? Vegeta was in high spirits at that moment. Krillin clutched the Dragon Balls tightly, contemplating whether he should relinquish them. He was aware that Frieza had already acquired 5 Dragon Balls. If he surrendered the one he possessed, Vegeta would then have 2. Consequently, all 7 Dragon Balls would be in the hands of others. The critical question now was whether Vegeta and Frieza were indeed allies. Based on the earlier confrontation between Vegeta and Sabo, it seemed that Vegeta was not aligned with Frieza. Vegeta, are you not working with Frieza? What is your purpose in gathering the Dragon Balls? You dare to ask me such a foolish question? Of course, it is to obtain the ability to achieve immortality. As long as I am immortal, I will have the opportunity to take down that scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. I see, in that case. Even if I were to give you this Dragon Ball, you would still need to find a way to acquire Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls to gather all 7. Why not join forces? Together, we can confront Frieza. Join forces? Ha 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 ha. Vegeta burst into loud laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. I do not know what means you have employed, but it appears your strength has increased significantly. However, do you truly believe you are worthy of teaming up with me? Not only us, but Goku will soon arrive on this planet as well. When that time comes, we can unite our strengths and have a chance against Frieza. Kakarot? You dare to place your hopes on that waste? Humph. Vegeta scoffed derisively. There is no need for that garbage to intervene. As long as I obtain the power of immortality, I shall become the unstoppable Vegeta. None shall stand against me. Before I change my mind. Hurry and hand over the Dragon Balls. I may still spare your lives. Chapter 9. The gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls faced with Vegeta's threat, Krillin remained in hesitation. Yet Dandi, from the side, reached out and snatched the Dragon Ball, directly handing it to Vegeta. Ha ha ha, it seems you are quite perceptive, little one. Vegeta exclaimed with laughter as he accepted the Dragon Ball. Though you are small, you exhibit more wisdom than most on this planet. Dandi gazed at Vegeta's triumphant demeanor, secretly mocking him. What does it matter that you all possess the Dragon Balls without understanding the Namekian language? It is simply that I choose to conceal my true strength, preferring not to be the one to stand out. As for Frieza, you must devise your own strategies to confront him. When I have amassed sufficient power to contend with Frieza, I shall intervene. The most pressing matter at hand is to await the arrival of the Ginyu Force. At that juncture, Frieza will forsake the Dragon Balls, presenting me with the opportunity to make my wish. Until then, perhaps I should assist Frieza in gathering the 7 Dragon Balls? Dandi understood that Frieza had already acquired several Dragon Balls and would not easily part with them. Thus, he realized he had no opportunity to make a wish. The only time Frieza might abandon the Dragon Balls to seek out the Grand Elder would be if he discovered that even gathering all 7 would not lead to their use. It seemed that Frieza's decision to personally seek out the Grand Elder stemmed from a lack of trust in the Ginyu Force. Dandi secretly contemplated. Vegeta had already acquired the Dragon Balls and was too preoccupied to notice the others. He immediately soared into the air, heading straight for the Dragon Ball he had previously secured. Haha, although Frieza possesses 5 Dragon Balls, the remaining 2 are firmly in my grasp. I merely need to devise a plan to obtain Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta was similarly calculating in his mind. Witnessing Vegeta's exuberant departure, Krillin was filled with dismay. Dandi, we clearly promised the Elder to safeguard this Dragon Ball with all our might. How could you so readily hand it over to Vegeta? Dandi, seemingly indifferent, remarked. It matters not. Even if Vegeta were to acquire the Dragon Balls now, it would be of no consequence. We must hasten to the Grand Elder. We need to empower Gohan post-haste. Krillin was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the brilliance of Dandi's strategy. Ah, I see. How ingenious. Dandi, you are exceedingly clever. If we withhold the Dragon Balls from Vegeta, our lives may yet be spared, although we have misplaced the Dragon Balls. If we take Gohan to seek the Grand Elder and enhance his strength, we shall have an opportunity to reclaim the Dragon Balls from Vegeta. It was then that Krillin fully comprehended Dandi's plan. Dandi let out a cold snort and nodded slightly. Among this group, it seemed that only Krillin possessed a modicum of intellect, capable of discerning the superficial strategy at play. Yet, the ultimate objective must remain known solely to himself. What are you all discussing? What enhancement of strength? Gohan was perplexed by Krillin's words. Gohan, do not concern yourself with such matters. Come with me at once. Without further ado, Krillin seized Gohan and swiftly soared towards the Elder. Bulma, utterly bewildered, watched the two with wide eyes, paralyzed by fear. As she gazed at the receding figures in the sky, Bulma furtively cast a glance at Dandi. The thought of being a young girl, isolated on this alien planet, alone with an extraterrestrial, filled her with trepidation. Hastily, Bulma began to discreetly distance herself from Dandi, inching away with caution. Dandi paid no heed to Buruma, instead contemplating the forthcoming plans. At present, Sun Wukong had yet to arrive at Namek. Thus his immediate task was to ensure the Dragon Balls could be utilized to grant a wish, allowing Piccolo to be resurrected. Currently, Vegeta had acquired 2 Dragon Balls, while Frieza possessed the remaining 5. The situation had deviated significantly from its initial course. Henceforth, it is I who shall steer the progression of events. Dandi understood that since he had rescued Vegeta, the unfolding of future events was beyond his ability to predict. If memory served him correctly, Frieza had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls after the arrival of the Ginyu Force. However, lacking the knowledge to make a wish, he utilized a scouter to locate the Grand Elder. Subsequently, he tasked the Ginyu Force with guarding the Dragon Balls while he ventured alone to seek out the Grand Elder. In order to divert Frieza and lead him away from the Dragon Balls, it was essential to ensure that he collected all 7 Dragon Balls. Upon this realization, Dandi was struck with an idea and turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, may I borrow your Dragon Ball radar?" "Dragon Ball radar? How do you know about it?" Bulma inquired, her expression filled with confusion. "There is no time for explanations. Vegeta cannot carry 2 Dragon Balls at once. I must stealthily retrieve those 2 Dragon Balls." Bulma pondered for a moment and recognized the truth in his words. In all likelihood, she was the only one on this planet possessing a Dragon Ball radar. If she concealed the Dragon Balls that Vegeta had acquired, no one else would be able to locate them. Bulma suddenly grasped the situation. But how could this young boy have thought of so much so quickly? Could he possibly possess a mind sharper than her own, a genius scientist? Was that Namekian truly so astute? "Here," she exclaimed, handing over the radar, as Dandi promptly took off into the sky. Witnessing Dandi abandon her, Bulma felt a surge of trepidation. "Are you truly willing to leave me, a delicate maiden, all alone in this vast expanse?" Dandi didn't even glance back. Just moments ago, she was cowering in fear from me, and now she seems afraid of my departure. What a paradoxical woman she is. Dandi silently contemplated. He understood that on this planet, no one would take an interest in someone as fragile as Bulma, not even Vegeta. It would be best for her to remain here, sipping tea and perusing magazines. There are indeed advantages to being weak. At this moment on Namek, it seemed that only Bulma was truly at ease. Rest assured, once I acquire strength and vanquish Frieza, you may consider this journey to Namek as merely a leisurely expedition. As Dandi contemplated, he pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar. Following the radar's guidance, he trailed behind Vegeta from a distance and soon arrived at the location where the latter had concealed the Dragon Balls. He observed as Vegeta submerged himself in the water, placing 2 Dragon Balls together before resurfacing. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls were with Frieza. Without their detectors, they were unlikely to detect my presence. Deciding to investigate, Vegeta instantly propelled himself towards Frieza's energy signature. Seeing this, Dandi swiftly submerged into the water and soon retrieved the 2 Dragon Balls. They were indeed quite difficult to obtain. Dandi, with great difficulty, extended his arm, carefully clutching 2 Dragon Balls as he soared towards the remaining 5. Inside the spaceship, Frieza, growing increasingly anxious due to the prolonged absence of Sabo, felt a wave of unease wash over him. The Science grew stronger with each battle. When heading to Earth, Vegeta's combat power was even inferior to Chiu-Yi's. To his astonishment, upon returning, Vegeta managed to defeat Chiu-Yi and subsequently vanquished Dodoria. Was it possible that Sabo was no longer a match for him? After all, Sabo had utilized his transformation. Frieza was acutely aware that Chiu-Yi's battle power stood at 18,000, while Dodoria's reached an impressive 22,000. As for Sabo, his transformed strength could soar to 32,000. Hearing the distant roar of battle moments ago, Frieza realized a fierce conflict had recently transpired, and Sabo's delay indicated he must have encountered trouble. The most probable scenario was that he had been defeated by Vegeta. Remarkably, Vegeta had, in such a short span, elevated his power from over 10,000 to a level capable of overcoming Sabo in his transformed state. Indeed, the Scions could not be spared, Frieza concluded. At that moment, Frieza spotted a figure soaring through the air. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be none other than Vegeta. It seemed Sabo had indeed been bested. "You dare approach me so brazenly, Vegeta?" Frieza seethed, questioning whether he truly regarded the universe's supreme overlord with such disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza launched himself into the air, disregarding his infantile vessel as he shattered the glass before him. His face contorted with fury. He burst through the glass and emerged into the void of space. only to witness two projectiles hurtling toward his ship. Vegeta, how dare you ambush my vessel? Frieza's anger intensified as he used his telekinesis to intercept one of the incoming blasts. Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, he realized that the objects hurtling toward him were none other than the coveted Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Frieza turned swiftly, discovering that another was plummeting towards his ship as well. Aha! It became clear. Vegeta had evidently come to a realization. Was he seeking to return to Frieza's ranks and serve him once more? With the last two Dragon Balls practically delivered to his doorstep, Frieza's expression transformed into one of delight as he regarded Vegeta with a facade of amiability. However, he knew that the Scion could not be allowed to remain. Though he harbored dark thoughts, Frieza maintained his smile, gracefully returning to his ship, where he orchestrated the remaining Dragon Balls to float before him. Vegeta, since you have graciously presented the Dragon Balls, I shall overlook the transgressions of Sabo and the others, with visions of his long-held desires on the brink of fulfillment. Frieza beamed with joy, his gaze fixated solely on the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood frozen in disbelief. He had not anticipated being discovered by Frieza so swiftly upon his arrival. To Vegeta's utter astonishment, the Dragon Balls he had just concealed were swiftly discovered and delivered directly to Frieza. What was happening? Who could have orchestrated such a thing? Frieza had obtained all 7 Dragon Balls? What should he do? Should he attempt to seize them? The thought of confronting Frieza sent beads of cold sweat down Vegeta's brow. He had no time to ponder the circumstances surrounding the Dragon Balls, seizing the moment while Frieza was preoccupied counting them. He unleashed his full energy and fled at breakneck speed. Frieza, noticing Vegeta's sudden escape, felt a flicker of confusion. Did he realize I intend to eliminate him? Was my smile insincere? Chapter 10. Gohan's hidden power. Never mind Vegeta for now. Surely he cannot escape. Frieza dismissed thoughts of Vegeta entirely. His gaze fervently fixed on the 7 Dragon Balls before him. He chuckled to himself. My dreams are on the verge of realization. Let the proceedings commence. Oh. Miraculous Dragon Balls. Grant me, Frieza, the gift of eternal strength and everlasting life. Yet, nothing transpired. Why was there no response? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the varying star patterns on the Dragon Balls. Perhaps they must be arranged in a specific order? He thus began to manipulate the Dragon Balls, aligning them before him. 1, 2, 3, for what comes after 4. After finally arranging the Dragon Balls, Frieza once more earnestly made his wish. Oh, wondrous Dragon Balls! Bestow upon me, Frieza, the power of immortality and eternal life. Still, there was no reaction. Could it be that I have already attained the strength of immortality? Frieza clenched his fists, feeling no change. A memory flashed in his mind. A Namekian had once uttered during a massacre, even if you possess all the Dragon Balls, you cannot fulfill your wish. No wonder he said that. The Dragon Balls must have a unique method of use. What could it be? A special incantation? A specific location? Or perhaps a certain sequence? It seemed only the Namekians held the answer. With this thought in mind, Frieza burst forth. Everyone, cease the slaughter of the Namekians. Conduct a thorough search of Namek. We must find a survivor. Hurry and contact the Ginyu Force. Urge them to accelerate their arrival. Once he had arranged everything, Frieza felt a wave of humiliation and anger wash over him. Those wretched Namekians. Not far away, Dandi lay concealed beneath a stone, observing Frieza's every move with keen attention, a smile creeping upon his lips. Fortunately, I managed to hurl the Dragon Ball in time. Otherwise, Vegeta would have met his demise. That audacious Vegeta dared to fly directly before Frieza. Now, although Frieza possesses the 7 Dragon Balls, he is unable to utilize them, leaving him to await the arrival of the Ginyu Force. Krillin and the others should soon reach the Grand Elder, shouldn't they? At this thought, a sudden jolt of anxiety struck Dandi. Oh no, Krillin and the others are flying at full speed. Vegeta will undoubtedly seek them out. Dandi, in frustration, tapped his own head, realizing he had altered the course of events, leading to unforeseen circumstances. I must assist them. Meanwhile, Vegeta swiftly fled and plunged into the water, concealing his energy. As long as Frieza lacked a detector, he would remain undetectable submerged beneath the surface. Once he sensed that Frieza was not pursuing him, Vegeta felt a sense of relief wash over him as he resurfaced, unable to suppress his heavy breaths. To encounter Frieza was indeed perilous. It must have been those Earthlings who were responsible. But why did he relinquish all the Dragon Balls to Frieza? How infuriating. They dared to thwart my plans. I will not let them go unpunished. Regardless, I must find them first. Enraged, Vegeta clenched his fists, sensing that Krillin and Gohan were rapidly approaching. and immediately soared in their direction. As he flew, Vegeta suddenly felt another powerful presence, racing towards the same destination at a speed surpassing his own. What an overwhelming aura! Who could it be? What lies ahead? At that moment, Krillin, alongside Gohan, was flying at full speed, his mind racing with calculations. Gohan possessed immense latent power. Once the Elder activated it, even Vegeta might not stand a chance against him. Goku would soon arrive as well. If the three of us joined forces, we could surely confront Vegeta. While contemplating this, Krillin spotted the distant mountains. Gohan, look ahead at that mountain. We are almost there. To the peak. Just then, both sensed a formidable force surging towards them from behind. It was Vegeta. Gohan, you must seek out the Elder. I will handle this. Krillin's heart sank as he noticed Gohan still frozen in place, prompting him to urge, "Hurry, Gohan." It was only then that Gohan snapped to attention and hurriedly ascended the mountain. Just as Gohan took flight, Vegeta arrived before Krillin, coming to a sudden halt and speaking urgently. "You little brat, you dare to toy with me." "Toy with you?" Krillin, bewildered by Vegeta's furious expression, replied. "How have I toyed with you?" Observing Krillin's innocent demeanor, Vegeta sensed something was amiss. He had flown with all his might from Frieza, and given the strength of these two Earthlings, it seemed impossible for them to have reached this place so swiftly. Therefore, those two Dragon Balls could not have been acquired by these Earthlings. "What brings you here?" Upon reflecting on the situation, Vegeta calmed himself and, upon raising his gaze, discovered that Gohan had entered the Grand Elder's chamber. That was Kakarot's son, who had sought refuge within those walls. And it seemed that the formidable energy he had sensed earlier had also ventured inside. Realizing this, Vegeta felt that the matter was far from simple. "What are you plotting?" he inquired. "And no, nothing," Krillin stammered, but Vegeta was not inclined to believe him. "Stop feigning innocence. Move aside," Vegeta declared, his aura flaring as he swiftly maneuvered around Krillin and ascended towards the peak of the solitary mountain. Meanwhile, inside the room, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Gohan's head. "You possess astonishing power within you. You cannot be an Earthling, can you?" "I am sorry, but could you please hurry? I need to rescue Uncle Krillin," Gohan urged politely. Outside, Nail had sensed Vegeta's approach and, perceiving the hostility, stepped out of the chamber. "I ask you to leave. Your kind is not welcome here," Nail stated with palpable animosity. "Namekian? Ha! You must be tired of living." Vegeta scoffed derisively. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to that fellow on Earth, but we dispatched him without hesitation. Do you wish to experience the taste of death as well? Did you not hear me? Get lost." Nail's tone intensified. As Vegeta prepared to retaliate against Nail's provocation, he suddenly recalled the Namekian who had slain Cyberman, noting the striking resemblance to the figure before him. Furthermore, the powerful energy he had sensed earlier weighed heavily on his mind. Could it be him? Vegeta's demeanor grew serious as he detected yet another formidable presence emanating from within the chamber. What manner of place is this? That energy? It bears the signature of a scion. Is it Kakarot? Before he could finish his thoughts, Gohan emerged from the room. "It's you? How did your strength multiply upon entering that chamber?" Vegeta, filled with curiosity, leaned forward to peer inside. However, he was met with the unexpected sight of Din stepping out as well. Upon seeing Din, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of realization. Of course, if a scion is brought to the brink of death and subsequently healed by this little one, their power can surge exponentially. That explains everything. They must have injured Kakarot's son first, then healed him, resulting in his dramatic increase in strength. In that case, I too have the opportunity to augment my power. If I elevate my strength further, I shall undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan, even without the Dragon Balls. With this thought, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with fervor. This journey has proven most fortuitous. "Hey, little one, you were the one who saved Kakarot's son, weren't you?" Vegeta raised his head, coldly surveying Dend, already crafting his menacing ultimatum. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dandi immediately discerned his thoughts. It seemed he believed that I was the one who saved Gohan, thus enhancing his strength. In that case, why not play along with his assumptions? Dandi nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "What is it, Vegeta? Do you also seek to enhance your strength?" Chapter 11. Nara versus Vegeta. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Nara was taken aback. "Dandi, this individual has annihilated our entire village." Dandi nodded. "I know. Are you still willing to assist him?" In that moment, Nara felt that the Dandi before him was not the familiar figure he once knew. "I merely inquired whether he desired to enhance his abilities." Dandi paid no heed to Neru's words, his eyes brimming with mirth. Upon hearing Dandi's declaration, Vegeta became increasingly convinced that Dandi was the one responsible for Gohan's rise in power. Humph. So it is. I understand now. A triumphant expression adorned Vegeta's face. If you wish to avoid demise, heed my commands. Vegeta's demeanor shifted, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. Seeing this, Krillin immediately adopted a serious tone. Vegeta, do not act recklessly. Gohan's strength is not inferior to yours, and with the support of the rest of us, you stand no chance. Oh, is that so? In an instant, Vegeta soared to Gohan's side, arrogantly lifting him off the ground. Gohan's face was instantly filled with terror, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Gohan. Krillin was taken aback to find Gohan paralyzed by fear. Humph. As a scion, how can he display such a look of fright? Bah. It seems that Kakarot's offspring is indeed a worthless creature. Baldy, you see it too, right? This guy is utterly useless. Do you still hold any hopes for him? If you wish to live, do as I say. Before Vegeta could finish, a pair of green hands rested firmly upon his shoulders. Hey, if memory serves me right. This should be the third time I've said it. You are not welcome here, so be gone. Niru stepped forward, gripping Vegeta's shoulder with a fierce hold. With a slight exertion, Vegeta winced in pain and released Gohan. With Gohan now safe, Niru summoned his strength, casting Vegeta aside, and then removed his outer garment, crossing his arms to unleash his full power. Witnessing Niru's might, Krillin and Gohan were left utterly astonished. Dandi, however, was not surprised. He was aware that Nairo, the foremost warrior of the Namekians, possessed a battle power exceeding 40,000, which should render him no weaker than Vegeta at this moment. Witnessing Nairo's prowess left Vegeta speechless. Astonished that this Namekian before him possessed strength that rivaled his own. Could he be the one who had slain Sabin? If that were indeed the case, he must possess more power than he was currently displaying. Vegeta understood that having once brushed with death, his battle power should have roughly doubled. Upon his arrival on Namek, he had already detected his own power exceeding 20,000 during his confrontation with Chioe. After experiencing a near-death situation that had amplified his strength, Vegeta estimated that he now possessed nearly 50,000 in power. Yet, he sensed that Nairo's strength was not inferior to his own. Moreover, the fact that Nairo had effortlessly snatched Sabin from him indicated that he was indeed stronger. Curse it, I am the Prince of the Scions. I am a prodigy of battle. It is inconceivable that I could be outmatched by a mere Namekian. Though he thought this, Vegeta remained undeterred and unleashed his full strength. Still unwilling to retreat, Nairo, seeing the threat unyielding, prepared to engage in combat. Dandi, and you there, Earthling, please protect the Elder. Nairo's duty was to safeguard the Elder. And with Vegeta's aggression, he had no choice but to act. Leaping before Vegeta, Nairo swiftly struck with a hand knife aimed directly at Vegeta's neck. Vegeta raised his hand to block, while his other hand swiftly struck towards Nairo's abdomen. Nairo likewise defended, firmly grasping Vegeta's fist. The two remained locked in a stalemate in mid-air, simultaneously unleashing formidable auras. The two energies erupted in the air. As both warriors exerted themselves to breach each other's defenses, yet neither could gain the upper hand. How powerful! Krillin observed in astonishment as Nairo was able to match Vegeta blow for blow and immediately exclaimed, calling out to Gohan. Gohan, temper your kindness. You have witnessed Vegeta's malevolence. He has slaughtered an entire village of Namekians for the Dragon Balls. Your current strength should be comparable to Vegeta's. Hurry and assist Nairo. Together, you two can surely overcome Vegeta. Gohan hesitated upon hearing this, and after a moment, spoke up. Wouldn't it be somewhat unfair for two to confront one? Krillin was rendered speechless. Gohan truly was a chip off the old block, just like Goku. Dandi's thoughts on Sun Wukong are not particularly surprising. He is merely engaged in constant calculations within his mind. If memory serves, Nella's combat power should be nearing 50,000. Thus, the current power of Vegeta ought to be around the same figure. This implies that when I rescued him, his combat strength was likely above 20,000. Previously, I had acquired tenfold of Vegeta's combat power at that time, which means my current strength should be approximately 200,000. If I were to experience another near-death resurrection, Vegeta's combat power could potentially surpass 100,000. This should be the only instance thus far of achieving a combat power beyond 100,000. Dandi meticulously contemplated his strategy for defeating Frieza, realizing that a carefully crafted plan was essential. To personally eliminate Frieza, he needed to activate the system's thousandfold return, and the individuals he rescued must possess a minimum combat power of 100,000. Only then could his own combat power potentially surpass 100 million. However, Even upon reaching this formidable level, he would only be able to match Frieza at full power. To secure a definitive victory, he would either need to ally with Goku or attain an even greater combat power. Although Frieza's normal state did not exhibit such elevated combat prowess, no one had ever attempted a surprise attack while he was in his base form. After all, he merely suppressed his own strength in everyday situations. It was not the result of a doubling technique like the Kaioken that inflated his combat power to over 100 million, but rather a tangible force. Dandi understood that facing Frieza was no trivial matter. If his combat power proved insufficient, and he attempted to ambush Frieza in his unevolved state only to find himself unable to vanquish him, the consequences would be dire. He needed to meticulously strategize who would trigger this return opportunity. Currently, the Namekian with the highest combat power, Nail, possessed less than 50,000. To avoid squandering his return chance on him, it was prudent not to attempt his rescue. At present, Vegeta's combat power was also just shy of 50,000. Should he rescue him once more, Vegeta's strength would soar to nearly 100,000, provided that the System S return was not activated during this rescue. Subsequent assistance could be rendered with ease. However, if Vegeta's power surpassed his own, given his nature, Dandi might find himself in peril. Thus, he needed to tread cautiously in seeking a power return from Vegeta. Next was Son Goku, whose combat power was quite the enigma. It was confirmed that upon arriving on Namek, he had reached an astonishing 180,000 through the Kaioken technique. Thus, it was wise to exclude him from the target list. Following that was Captain Jinyu. Incapacitating him and then providing aid was a viable consideration. Lastly, there were Son Gohan and Piccolo. Reflecting on Piccolo, Dandi recalled why he had appeared on Namek. Ah yes, it was to resurrect Earth's Dragon Balls that he had utilized the Namekian Dragon Balls to bring him back. With the power of Shenron, he was then transported to Namek, where he even fused with Nail, acquiring formidable strength capable of contending with Frieza's second form. With this in mind, Dandi resolved to adhere to the original course of events and summon Piccolo. This way, Piccolo would gain the power of fusion. If he could obtain a 1,000-fold return from Piccolo, he would be able to annihilate Frieza. Just as Dandi contemplated his next move, Krillin sprang into action. He raised his hands before him, and a circular energy wave materialized above his head. Kienzan. Seizing the moment, Krillin decisively unleashed the attack, targeting Vegeta. At that instant, Vegeta was locked in battle with Nail, facing Krillin, while Nail remained oblivious, his back turned to the impending Kienzan. Chapter 12. Please, save me. Humph. I knew you would resort to tricks. Vegeta, having previously encountered Krillin's Kienzan on Earth, seemed to anticipate this moment, a smirk gracing his lips. As the Kienzan approached, Vegeta instantly elevated his position. Meanwhile, Nail, unaware of the Kienzan's trajectory, remained defenseless. Just as the Kienzan was about to strike Nail, a wicked grin spread across Vegeta's face. Humph, a failure to steal the chicken leads to losing the rice. Yet, Krillin wore a confident smile. This was precisely the desired effect. With a swift upward motion of his hand, Krillin redirected the Kienzan, accelerating it toward Vegeta instead. What? Vegeta was suddenly taken aback and immediately accelerated once more, sharply elevating his position. Simultaneously, he had already gathered his energy into a powerful attack, hurling it towards Krillin with fervor. Perish. Krillin did not anticipate that Vegeta's agility would be so remarkable, even faced with the sudden change in direction and acceleration of the energy blast. He managed to evade it and still had the strength to retaliate. Vegeta's assault was overwhelmingly swift, placing Krillin at a disadvantage. He simply could not evade in time. As the energy wave approached, Krillin found himself unable to withstand it. In that critical moment, Gohan bravely stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Krillin. Boom. The energy wave was intercepted by Gohan, exploding into a brilliant burst that enveloped Gohan, Krillin, and Dandi in its aftermath. Fortunately, Gohan's enhanced strength at that moment was sufficient to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. Although the three were shrouded in the remnants of the explosion, none sustained any injuries. Vegeta, with a broad smile on his face, realized that although the Namekian before him possessed unexpected strength in actual combat, he found himself still able to maintain the upper hand. It appeared that the Namekian was merely faster. Vegeta's confidence grew even further. At this moment, Dandi found himself shielded by Sun Wukong, having devised a clear plan. The foremost priority, beyond triggering his system's 1,000-fold return, was to devise a method to resurrect Piccolo. To successfully bring Piccolo back to life, it was imperative to utilize the Dragon Balls from Namek. The sole opportunity to use the Dragon Balls arose when Frieza discovered that they could not grant wishes. subsequently abandoning them to seek the Grand Elder. During that critical moment, it was Nail who delayed Frieza, providing the others ample time to make their wishes. Nail's strength must be preserved. With this thought in mind, Dandi remained inconspicuous amidst the chaos, extending a finger as a wave of energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Whoosh! The energy wave sped past, and before Vegeta could react, it pierced through his body. What? A gasp of astonishment echoed among all present as they turned to gaze in the direction from whence the energy wave had come. At this moment, Dandi feigned surprise as he glanced back, as though the energy wave had emanated from behind him. Who could it be? Nairu instinctively became alert, his foremost concern being the safety of the Elder. Upon sensing the mysterious energy wave, he promptly retraced his steps to the Elder's dwelling. Are you all unharmed? Nairu anxiously surveyed the surrounding individuals, relieved to find that no one was injured. Krillin initially speculated that Gohan might have been the one to strike. But upon observing Gohan's bewildered demeanor as he scanned the area, he quickly realized that the assailant must be someone else. Naira continued to survey the vicinity, acutely aware that the one who had just attacked possessed power far beyond his own. It appeared that this enigmatic figure was assisting us. With the revelation that the energy wave had targeted Vegeta, Naira felt a sense of relief. His duty was to protect the Elder, as long as the Elder remained safe. He could rest easy. Meanwhile, Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes darting around. The thought that the formidable Vegeta had been gravely injured by this mysterious individual filled him with dread. Goku had yet to arrive on Namek. Thus this powerful stranger was likely someone he did not recognize. As everyone else was preoccupied with their astonishment, Gohan cast a puzzled glance at Dandi. He had just sensed a sudden surge in Dandi's energy. Surely it must be an illusion. Gohan shook his head. After all, Dandi had been unable to contend with Dodoria, and it was he who had risked everything to save him. Although Vegeta had been watching the group intently, the smoke obscured his view, preventing him from identifying the attacker. He only felt the overwhelming pain as his body was pierced. Clutching his chest tightly, Vegeta struggled to fly toward Dandi. Help me. In his current state, with his body punctured and bleeding profusely, Vegeta felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his consciousness gradually fading. Hey, Dandi, don't fall for his trick. Krillin recalled how, when Vegeta was gravely injured, he had allowed him to leave Earth with his last breath. Had it not been for Goku's intervention at that moment, he would have undoubtedly slain that despicable fiend. Yet, as soon as Vegeta returned to his ship, he had issued threats, vowing to return to Earth for vengeance once he regained his strength. Krillin was convinced that if Dandi were to save Vegeta, the latter would surely turn against him in an instant. Dandi observed the approaching Vegeta, his mind calculating. If the system did not trigger a return this time, reviving him would likely elevate his combat power to approximately 100,000. Rescuing individuals with combat power exceeding 100,000 was his objective, theoretically. The more individuals surpassing this threshold, the greater his chances of activating the system's return. However, presently, Vegeta's strength fell short of even 100,000. Should he proceed to save Vegeta now? Dandi pondered internally. After all, the success rate of the system was merely 1 in 10, rendering the likelihood of failure considerably high. If he chose not to save Vegeta, the latter would undoubtedly perish. Should Vegeta meet his demise, would it then fall upon me to confront the Ginyu Force? Dandi contemplated that, inevitably, he would have to demonstrate his strength in front of Son Gohan and Krillin. Consequently, when Frieza returned, he would be the first to face him. At that moment, if he failed to successfully trigger the system to restore his combat power to 200,000, he would merely be regarded as a plaything in Frieza's eyes. No, he resolved. Until he possessed absolute confidence, he could not confront Frieza. Dandi promptly resolved that in order to confront the Ginyu Force, he must take a risk. This time, he must ensure Vegeta's survival. He must allow him to endure the forthcoming battles. Although he made this decision, Dandi still intended to wait, holding off until Vegeta was on the brink of death. After all, it was only in such a dire state that Vegeta would gain a doubling of his combat prowess. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Vegeta must become the seed contender, transforming into the true target of his rescue, thereby acquiring the strength needed to challenge the Ginyu Force. Observing Dandi's immobility, Vegeta grew frantic. Quick, save me. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Frieza has already collected 7 Dragon Balls. Only I can thwart him. Hurry, I must become a Super Saiyan to stop him. Dandi remained still. I assure you, once I achieve success, I shall not inflict any harm upon you. Dandi remains unmoved. Henceforth, I shall refrain from taking action against Namek and Earth. Dandi remains unmoved. Should anyone threaten the Earth, I shall undoubtedly rise to its defense. Dandi continued to gaze coldly at Vegeta. How infuriating. Vegeta felt as though he might succumb to unconsciousness at any moment, relying solely on his indomitable willpower to stave off the darkness. However, as the bleeding intensified, he could no longer sustain himself in the air, descending to the ground. Vegeta propped himself up with his hand, unable to suppress a spurt of crimson blood. Foolish creature, is he truly prepared to meet his end here? At last, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and Vegeta tilted to one side, collapsing onto the earth. Chapter 13. Do you wish to try again? This wretch is finally nearing his demise. Witnessing Vegeta fall, Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief. Nairu, on the other hand, regarded Vegeta with a frosty stare, contemplating how best to dispose of his lifeless form. Gohan, observing Vegeta's agonized expression, felt a pang of compassion, shutting his eyes and turning his head away. Seeing that Vegeta had succumbed to unconsciousness, Dandi felt that the moment was ripe. He stepped forward and placed his hand upon Vegeta's form. Hey, Dandi, you aren't contemplating saving him again, are you? Before Krillin could finish his sentence, a radiant glow began to emanate from Dandi's hand. What? Are you out of your mind? Krillin exclaimed in a state of panic. As the brilliance faded, the wounds on Vegeta's body began to heal instantaneously. Dandi closed his eyes, awaiting the results from the system. Should he successfully activate the return system this time, he would merely attain a combat power of 40 to 50 million, rendering him far from a match for Frieza. Even so, surviving with such combat power should not prove overly difficult. Dandi contemplated the worst-case scenario, should a return be triggered this time. The next one would not occur until a year hence. At this moment, the unconscious Vegeta, having been revived through Dandi's ministrations, felt a surge of newfound power and was instantly filled with exuberance. Haha, such formidable strength. Have I truly ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta unleashed his might, a powerful aura blazing around his form. This spectacle startled Nelu, Krillin, and the others, as Vegeta's prowess had evidently intensified beyond what it had been moments prior. Gazing at Nelu, who had previously engaged him in battle, Vegeta displayed a look of disdain. Turning his attention to Dandi, it was as if he awaited his judgment, eyes closed in anticipation. Ha ha ha, little one, despite your earlier insolence, I am in a splendid mood today, so I shall spare you for now. Dandi closed his eyes and waited for 3 seconds. When he did not hear the system's prompt and instead heard Vegeta's arrogant voice, he understood that his opponent had indeed come back to life, and his power had truly doubled. It seemed that this time he had made the right bet. With a gentle exhale, Dandi's gaze turned eagerly towards Vegeta. This was the only individual he could currently encounter with a battle power of 100,000, contrary to his previous wish for the system to fail. Dandi now fervently hoped for another chance, and this time, it was imperative that he successfully triggered a return. Would he desire to experience it once more? Dandi's gaze was resolute as he smiled at Vegeta. Shall we try once more? Vegeta, filled with astonishment, felt as though he had misheard. Indeed. Do you possess the strength necessary to confront Frieza? Absolutely. Frieza has already acquired the 7 Dragon Balls and has likely attained immortality. Contemplating this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Even as a Super Saiyan, he feared he would be powerless against Frieza. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin became puzzled. Vegeta, did Frieza take your 2 Dragon Balls as well? Yet, the sky has been clear since before, and the dragon has not appeared. What? The dragon? What does that mean? Vegeta asked, bewildered. Ah, I understand now. Krillin quickly responded. Ha ha ha, Frieza probably has no idea how to use the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's expression turned to one of disbelief. So, you mean Frieza hasn't made his wish yet? That should be the case. When the Dragon of Earth appears, the entire sky darkens. But I wonder if the Dragon Balls on Namek behave similarly, Krillin said, glancing at Dandi and Nail. Indeed, that is correct. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only be activated using the Namekian language, which means Frieza certainly has yet to fulfill his wish. Nail patiently explained to Krillin. Excellent. Vegeta immediately felt a surge of hope, casting a fiery gaze toward Nail. That Namekian, since you harbor such animosity toward me, I offer you a chance. Come forth and unleash your full power to destroy me. Dandi found himself deep in contemplation once more. Should his plan unfold successfully, and he were to eliminate Vegeta again, the latter's power would ascend to nearly 200,000, regardless of whether his system activated a return. With Vegeta's might at his disposal, he would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing the Ginyu Force. Subsequently, he could harness the Dragon Balls of Namek to summon the eternal Dragon Purunga, thereby granting 3 wishes, in addition to the 4 wishes obtainable from the Dragon Balls on Earth. If utilized wisely, the outcomes could be astonishingly different. Naru, witnessing Vegeta's unexpected request for his own demise, was perplexed by the Scion's motives and cast a glance at Dandi. Noticing Dandi's subtle nod of approval, Naru lunged forward, extending his arm with force and plunging it into Vegeta's abdomen. A low grunt escaped Vegeta's lips as a familiar wave of pain washed over him. Yet, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he staggered towards Dandi. Come on, little bean, save me. I will assist you in defeating Frieza. Do not. Dandi abruptly turned his head and sprinted away. What? Do you dare to fool me? Vegeta was instantly filled with rage, his teeth clenched, consumed by hatred. How could he have been outsmarted by this little brat? Naru glanced at Dandi once more, perplexed by his actions. He pondered that perhaps after rescuing Vegeta, Dandi regretted seeing him so arrogant and thus resorted to this tactic to inflict further harm on him. As Naru contemplated this, he nodded in appreciation, admiring Dandi's cleverness. Truly. As an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, this maneuver was quite ingenious. Upon noticing that Vegeta had revived and significantly increased in strength, Naru felt a sense of foreboding. After all, he was no longer a match for Vegeta. If Vegeta chose to do evil, there would be nothing he could do to stop him. To his surprise, Dandi effortlessly resolved this predicament using the wisdom of his lineage. Krillin was also taken aback, unable to comprehend the rationale behind Dandi's actions. One moment he was saving, the next he was withholding assistance. However, Krillin leaned towards the notion of allowing Vegeta to perish. After all, according to his impression of Vegeta, even if Frieza were defeated, Vegeta would still remain a nefarious adversary. Only Gohan cast a complex glance at Dandi. He had not anticipated that this child from Namek would differ from other simple and kind-hearted Namekians, resorting to deceit to achieve his objectives. Although this tactic did lead to Vegeta's defeat once more, Gohan found it completely unacceptable to employ such means. He believed in overcoming adversaries through his own strength, necessitating relentless effort to enhance his abilities to triumph over foes. This was the martial ethos he had learned from his father and Piccolo. It was precisely due to his respect for Piccolo that Gohan held a favorable view of Namekians, compelling him to desperately save Dandi. Yet, he was dismayed to find that in Dandi, he saw neither the simplicity nor the kindness characteristic of his people. Instead, he perceived a being who, much like Earthlings, would lie to serve his own ends. You dare to deceive me. As Vegeta sensed death approaching, his indignation surged, and he extended his hand toward Dandi, energy coalescing in his palm. This is bad. Naru recognized Vegeta's intent to strike Dandi and immediately positioned himself in front of him. Boom. Vegeta's attack lacked the strength it once possessed, and Naru easily thwarted it. You truly are untrustworthy. Die. Chapter 14. The threat of the Ginyu Force. Vegeta expended the last vestiges of his strength to strike at Dandi, only to be intercepted by Naru. In his fury, Naru swung his hand like a blade toward Vegeta. However, at that moment, Vegeta had already lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, narrowly evading the blow. Oh! Naru was taken aback that Vegeta had fallen so easily. He lifted him off the ground, preparing to hurl him away. Naru, don't. Dandi immediately interjected. What is the matter? Naru inquired, puzzled. The elder has something to convey. Upon hearing this, Naru cast aside any thoughts of Vegeta and hastily made his way inside. He informed the group of an immense power approaching Namek. Upon hearing this, Naru was taken aback. The current chaos on Namek was already overwhelming. And now another force was on the way? Once outside, Naru relayed the elder's message to everyone. Wonderful. It must be Goku who is coming. Krillin's first reaction was that Son Goku was nearing. No, it is a sinister presence. Very strong. Gohan replied gravely. What shall we do? None of us can contend with them. Krillin panicked, only to notice Dandi approaching Vegeta's side. Dandi, are you planning to? Dandi nodded and took a deep breath. He hoped that this time the system would successfully activate the return. If that were to occur, everything could finally come to an end. Placing his hands on Vegeta, Dandi once more invoked the healing spell. Vegeta let out a cold snort and then opened his eyes. You saved me again? Vegeta was astonished that, in his moment of utter despair, Dandi had once more come to his rescue. You must be on the brink of death to gain power, right? If it's merely a serious injury, I suppose it would have no effect at all. Dandi's words instantly reminded Vegeta. You little rascal, it seems you deliberately aimed to instill despair in me. At last, Vegeta comprehended the situation. But how did you come to know the secrets of the Scions? Dandi remained silent, yet his pallor was unmistakably poor. To his dismay, the system had once again failed to activate. A mere 1 in 10 chance, indeed, was dishearteningly low. Vegeta, observing the despondent expressions of those around him, was perplexed by the unfolding events. However, in the next moment, he gazed in astonishment at the sky. What an overwhelming power! Could it be the Ginyu Force? Vegeta immediately adopted a serious demeanor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed, 5 distinct energies. Frieza had summoned the Ginyu Force. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's despairing countenance, seemed to grasp the identity of their impending visitors and spoke up. The Ginyu Force? Who are they? Vegeta inhaled deeply before elucidating. They are Frieza's most formidable warriors, and they are undoubtedly equipped with scouters. With those devices, we are utterly exposed. There is no escaping. Frieza will locate us with alarming swiftness. Vegeta's face was etched with hopelessness, yet suddenly a glimmer of hope flickered within him. He urged, "Listen, you must injure me quickly. Little doodling, you must save me. This way, my power can still amplify, and once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I assure you, I will not harm you." Krillin, observing Vegeta's earnest expression, recognized the gravity of his words. Gohan, too, sensed the approach of the 5 energies, their malevolent essence sending chills down his spine. Yet, Gohan was a Saiyan as well. Why not allow him to ascend to Super Saiyan status? Krillin promptly proposed, "It cannot be helped." Dandi spoke at the opportune moment. "If you were aware in your hearts that you would be revived, you would not struggle on the precipice of life and death, and thus would be unable to harness your strength." "We must give it a try," Vegeta hastily replied. "Moreover, my healing powers have been completely expended. It will take some time to replenish them." Dandi did not wait for Vegeta to finish speaking and continued to elaborate. At this moment, he harbored no desire to rescue Gohan, nor did he wish to aid Vegeta. After all, Gohan's current combat power was still below 100,000. Should he attempt to save him and inadvertently trigger the system, there would be no guarantee that his own power would surpass 100 million, thereby forfeiting his chance to defeat Frieza. Furthermore, rescuing Vegeta, who boasted a combat strength approaching 200,000 and was second only to himself, posed a risk. If this opportunity did not trigger a return, Vegeta's strength would inevitably eclipse his own. In such a scenario, he would lose the initiative, especially considering the forthcoming need to utilize the Dragon Balls to make a wish. It is inconceivable that Dandi would leave such a perilous situation unattended. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Vegeta felt a wave of despondency wash over him. At present, my strength may suffice to confront the Ginyu Force, yet Frieza remains an insurmountable adversary. How infuriating! Success is within reach, merely a step away. In his frustration, Vegeta was suddenly interrupted by Dandi's revelation. Frieza has already acquired 7 Dragon Balls, yet he is unable to make a wish. Once he obtains the Scouter, he will undoubtedly seek out the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Dandi's statement, Nail's expression darkened, a look of concern crossing his face as he glanced towards the interior of the dwelling. The prospect of Frieza's imminent arrival instilled a palpable sense of deathly dread among them. Must we simply await our demise here? However, a spark of realization ignited within Vegeta. Frieza cannot possibly bring the Dragon Balls with him. He is certain to assign the Ginyu Force to guard them. We still possess a glimmer of hope. Dandi never anticipated that Vegeta would be so astute, preemptively articulating the very lines he had prepared. To survive, there was but one path. He must attain immortality. Vegeta clenched his fists, fervently striving to persuade the others. But what about our wish? Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. If such a wish were truly granted, the Dragon Balls of Earth would be rendered incapable of resurrection. Had their journey to Namek been for naught? It would have been wiser to lead a tranquil life on Earth. Yet, if Vegeta were not empowered, it was inevitable that they would soon be located and eradicated by Frieza. The Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Nail timely interjected. Hearing the discussion, Nail understood that in light of the newly emerged threat posed by the Ginyu Force, collaboration was essential. 3? I thought it was only 1. Krillin exclaimed with newfound excitement. If there are 3 wishes, our desires can indeed be fulfilled. Let us hasten. Vegeta urged. We must quickly infiltrate Frieza's ranks. Once he departs from the Dragon Balls, we shall ambush the Ginyu Force. Earthlings, accompany me. After all, the Ginyu Force comprises 5 members. And you must also come. You need to wish in the Namekian language. Vegeta hastily organized their efforts, a confident smile creeping upon his face at the thought of soon achieving immortality. Humph. I already know how to utilize the Dragon Balls. Frieza, you have underestimated me. It appears that Lady Luck favors my side. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nail's expression darkened. He was taken aback that Vegeta dared to command him. My duty is to protect the Elder. I shall not accompany you. At Nail's refusal, Vegeta's anger flared. his fists tightening. Enough of this chatter. Otherwise, I shall eliminate this so-called elder right now. Vegeta. Wait. Krillin interjected immediately. If the elder were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. We still have Dandi. Let him join us. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, Krillin immediately allied himself with Vegeta, strategizing their next steps. He realized that now was not the time to dwell on past grievances. The path toward their goal had become singular. They could only cooperate with Vegeta for the time being. Chapter 15. A storm approaches as long as Piccolo could be resurrected. The Dragon Balls of Earth would suffice. In that case, everyone would come back to life. Alas, if I were to perish here, even the Dragon Balls would be powerless to revive me. With this thought, Krillin's spirits sank once more. Let us make haste. Vegeta, weary of engaging in banter with Naru, urged the group to embark on their journey. Vegeta, you must promise us that once we acquire the Dragon Balls, you will grant our wishes. One of them implored. Enough with the chatter. All I desire is immortality. The other 2 wishes are yours to decide. Vegeta's face was alight with eagerness. His mind solely focused on the impending departure. Agreed. It is settled. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. With their pact established, the 4 soared towards Frieza's spaceship. As they departed, Naru returned to the Elder. Naru, my time is running short. I wonder if I will last until they fulfill their wishes. Naru gasped at the Elder's words. Elder, Naru, you must do your utmost to assist them. Particularly that boy Dandi, who is a prodigy of the Dragon Clan. Our lineage will rely on him in the future. Yes, Elder. Meanwhile, Frieza fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls, anxiously scanning the sky. At last, he spotted 5 streaks of fire cutting through the air, and a smile crept onto his face. As the 5 spaceships crashed to the ground, their doors opened in unison. 5 figures emerged almost simultaneously, landing before Frieza in an orderly fashion. Zoom. Rickwum. Snap. Berta. Whoosh. Jeez. Crash. Guldo. Clang. Jinyu. The Jinyu Force. Assemble. Frieza, maintaining his composure, observed as the 5 completed their poses before finally speaking. Humph. Have you kept me waiting for this long? My sincerest apologies. We were too far away. Captain Jinyu inquired, what is the urgent mission, Lord Frieza? Recognizing the trust he placed in the Jinyu Force, Frieza's face gleamed with determination. Quickly, hand me the scouter. We must locate the surviving Namekians. Additionally, it seems Dodoria and Zarbin may have fallen to that brat Vegeta. Find him. And remember, we need him alive. Consider it done, Jinyu replied, promptly handing over a brand new scouter and activating his own to scan the area. Several powerful presences were nearby. Judging by their battle power, one was certainly Vegeta. He was accompanied by 2 formidable fighters. Their identities remained a mystery. Those 2, huh? Humph. It appears those pesky youngsters have joined forces with Vegeta again. Truly laughable. Jinyu. Eliminate those 2. Yes, Lord Frieza. Additionally, we have detected the presence of Namekians from a considerable distance. Oh. Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes gleamed with newfound anticipation. This was indeed the matter of utmost concern to him. Swiftly, Frieza activated his detector to investigate. To his delight, it was revealed that there lay a location yet unexplored by them. How splendid. It seems there truly exists a survivor. I shall personally interrogate them, for I must extract the method of utilizing the Dragon Balls. As he spoke, Frieza excitedly settled into his pod, then turned to Jinyu with a directive. Jinyu, you are in charge of safeguarding the Dragon Balls here. Let the others pursue Vegeta. Yes. Captain Jinyu stood at attention, assuring him, rest assured, my lord. In a flash of light, Frieza soared away at remarkable speed towards the Grand Elder. Ha! I must hurry. My wish is about to be fulfilled. Frieza, nestled within his cradle, sped off towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Krillin led the group to Bulma's hiding place, which was not far from Frieza's spaceship. Everyone, remember to conceal your energy. Krillin descended to the ground and promptly instructed, before knocking on Bulma's door. Bulma, quickly retrieve the dragon radar. Upon hearing Krillin's voice, Bulma opened the door, momentarily taken aback. The dragon radar? Confused, Bulma glanced at Dend, only to notice Vegeta behind the group. Bulma's hair stood on end in fright. Vegeta? Hey, Bulma, don't be afraid. There is no time for explanations. Just hand us the dragon radar, Krillin urged. Didn't I already give it to him? Bulma questioned, pointing towards Dend in confusion. Dandi was at a loss for words, astonished that Krillin's first thought was to return for the dragon radar. He retrieved the radar from his pocket and handed it directly to Krillin. When did you get the radar? Krillin inquired, somewhat perplexed. In his recollection, the group had always been together, as if they had never parted ways. Wait a moment. Krillin sensed something amiss. He suddenly realized that when he had taken Gohan to seek the Grand Elder, Dandi seemed to have remained behind with Bulma. Yet, when he arrived at the Grand Elder's abode with Gohan, Dandi emerged from within the Grand Elder's dwelling. How did Dandi manage to reach the Grand Elder more swiftly than the rest? A thought flickered through Krillin's mind. Could it be that Dandi is a twin? Vegeta, equally perplexed, gazed at the radar in Krillin's hand, surmising that it was a device capable of revealing the locations of the Dragon Balls. Could it be that my hidden Dragon Balls were discovered through this instrument? Vegeta quickly realized that having concealed the Dragon Balls so cleverly, it was implausible for them to be found by mere chance. Someone must have utilized this device to locate the 2 Dragon Balls I had hidden. Initially, this instrument was in the possession of that Earth woman, and later, it was in the hands of that diminutive Namekian. The individual who tossed those 2 Dragon Balls to Frieza must be one of these 2. Vegeta cast a scrutinizing glance at Dandi and Bulma before dismissing the possibility of the small Namekian being the culprit. Although he acknowledged Dandi's extraordinary healing abilities, he could not fathom that this little Namekian possessed the capability or audacity to execute such deeds under his very nose. Moreover, when he had rushed at full speed to the Grand Elder, this small one was busy aiding Goku's son in enhancing his strength. There was no way he could have moved so swiftly. Could it be this woman? Vegeta's gaze lingered on Bulma, filled with uncertainty. Upon noticing that Vegeta was not taking any action, Bulma quickly regained her composure. Upon closer inspection, she found that Vegeta had a certain charm about him. His aloof demeanor was quite appealing, just my type. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bulma noticed that Vegeta was stealing glances at her. Has he taken notice of me? Is he captivated by my beauty? Kiki. How amusing that he is attempting to maintain his stoic facade. Vegeta, observing Bulma's ever-changing expressions, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, thinking, this woman seems rather foolish. It cannot possibly be her. Dreadful, who could it be? The one who killed Sabo and ambushed me must be the same individual. What sort of people are lurking on this planet? My strength has once again increased. Had I encountered him sooner, I would have made him pay dearly. Vegeta's thoughts turned to the mysterious master who had abducted Sabo, as well as the enigmatic figure who had suddenly injured him during his confrontation with Nappa. Once I attain immortality, I shall unearth each and every one of you. At that time, you shall face the consequences. Only Gohan remained relatively innocent, still struggling to comprehend why Krillin had brought them to acquire the Dragon Ball radar. Uncle Krillin, what do we need the Dragon Ball radar for? But the matter at hand is urgent. With the Dragon Ball radar, we will be able to ascertain whether Frieza has abandoned the Dragon Balls. Krillin promptly elucidated that, although his abilities may not stand out significantly among the group, he was confident in his astuteness. The reason he immediately thought of retrieving the Dragon Ball radar was that the 7 Dragon Balls had gathered together. Krillin and the others only needed to launch a surprise attack when Frieza departed with the Dragon Balls, thus presenting an opportunity to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Just as Krillin activated the radar, which revealed the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, a formidable energy surged through the sky. Chapter 16. Vegeta takes action. The group sensed the overwhelming force that swept through the air, and they were momentarily taken aback. Even though their powers had been enhanced, they still appeared insignificant in the presence of such might. It was Frieza. Gohan sensed the energy and immediately adopted a serious expression. That direction is where the Grand Elder is. Krillin quickly realized, vexed that Frieza had discovered the Grand Elder so swiftly. After uttering this, he glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Excellent. The 7 Dragon Balls are untouched. Frieza did not take them. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta's face broke into a smirk. Frieza, you have grown complacent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta prepared to move. Wait, Krillin urgently interjected. Let us wait until Frieza is further away. If they were to be discovered now, it would spell disaster. Vegeta quickly comprehended the situation. Frieza had acquired the Scouter. And if they approached the Dragon Balls now, he might become suspicious and return. There's no need to rush. Vegeta scoffed. Frieza, you surely do not realize that your prideful Ginyu Force is no match for me now. Regardless, as long as Frieza was absent. Even if the Ginyu Force appeared before him, he felt fully capable of handling them with his current strength. Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta sensed 4 powerful presences approaching. The Ginyu Force is arriving so soon? Noting the intensity of those 4 energies, Vegeta sneered and confidently flew towards them. Gohan and Krillin exchanged glances and followed suit. Dandy couldn't help but smile faintly to himself, realizing that he didn't need to exert much effort in orchestrating events, as they were unfolding in the direction he had envisioned. Wait a moment, does this imply that his presence is rather inconspicuous? Well, so be it. A low profile is precisely what is needed. After all, the early bird catches the worm. A master strategist requires only a few deft moves. When I vanquish Frieza, you may all marvel in astonishment. Dandy pondered these thoughts and followed closely behind Krillin and Gohan. In midair, Vegeta intercepted the 4 members of the Ginyu Force. Oh, Vegeta. I didn't expect you to face us without hiding. The one flying at the forefront was the one reputed to be the fastest in the universe, Berta. Vegeta smirked coldly, seemingly unfazed. Observing this, Berta pressed a button on his scouter. I've heard you defeated Dodoria and Zarbon. It seems your power has increased significantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the scouter began to beep incessantly. A battle power of 28,000. Huh? Vegeta, you indeed have the chance to kill Dodoria and Zarbon. But do you really think this level of power can contend with us? And those little brats behind you must be the 2 pests Lord Frieza ordered us to eliminate. How convenient. Krillin and Gohan exchanged astonished glances, feeling the overwhelming strength of the 4 before them, all surpassing their own. They had never anticipated that the task Frieza had assigned them included their own assassination. Leave Vegeta to me. The rest of you can handle it yourselves. Berta declared with a grin. We refuse. They retorted. Why should the credit go to you? Then let us resort to the old method, rock, paper, scissors. Berta replied helplessly, forming a circle with the 4. Just as he was about to call out the game, Vegeta coldly sneered and instantly appeared beside Guldo, swiftly delivering a lethal blow that severed Guldo's head from his body. What? The others were taken aback. How had Vegeta, with only a battle power of 28,000, managed to teleport so close and eliminate Guldo so effortlessly? Vegeta had long been aware of Guldo's peculiar superpowers and had thus acted with alacrity, immediately following up with a swift thrust that pierced Berta's body. How could this be? Berta, known as the fastest in the universe, had not even seen Vegeta's figure clearly. Ha ha ha, you fools who rely solely on scouters. Vegeta roared with laughter, reveling in his triumph. What do you mean? The remaining Jaisis and Rikwum were left stunned, their mouths agape at the swift demise of their comrade. What do you mean? Open your eyes and see clearly, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his full power. Beep, beep, beep. The 2 scouters erupted with noise. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. My goodness, it's still climbing. 170,000? The scouter finally settled at 180,000. How is this possible? Upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable power, the 2 were momentarily rendered speechless. Their own strength barely exceeded 100,000, and even the Captain Ginyu whom they supported possessed a combat power of merely 120,000. Yet, before them stood Vegeta, whose combat prowess astonishingly reached an incredible 180,000. When Jisoo announced Vegeta's battle power, Dandy was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Vegeta's current strength was only 180,000, which implied that during their last encounter when he had saved him, his power was merely 90,000. Fortunately, the system had failed to activate the return function at that time. Otherwise, he would have been left with a paltry combat power of 9 million. 9,020,000 in combat strength still paled in comparison to Frieza's might. Dandy began to feel relieved, having just saved someone for the second time. Fortunately, the system had not successfully activated. It is indeed my own impatience in seeking to enhance my abilities that has led to this. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Dandy reflected. Yet at this juncture, with the final battle impending, it was imperative to swiftly enhance their combat prowess. Flee. Witnessing Vegeta's formidable strength, Jisoo was the first to take flight, followed hesitantly by Riku. Humph. Attempting to escape? Vegeta instantly darted forward, delivering a powerful blow to the retreating Riku's back. Ugh. The battle armor, seemingly mere decoration, was instantly shattered, and under the tremendous impact, Riku coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, poised to strike again. But Riku suddenly erupted into a sinister grin. Opening his mouth wide, Riku unleashed a potent energy wave, targeting none other than Dandy, Krillin, and Gohan. Ah! Krillin gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Riku would turn his aggression towards them. There was no way to evade it. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The lives of Gohan and Krillin were of no consequence to him. However, Dandy was situated right beside them. He was a pivotal figure, capable of healing their wounds and essential for the forthcoming wish. Without a second thought, Vegeta soared forward to shield them from the impending energy wave. Boom. The overwhelming force struck like a meteorite, and as the dust settled, Vegeta's battle armor had been obliterated. Truly a cunning adversary. Vegeta gasped for breath. Although he had not sustained injury, he found himself in a rather disheveled state. Did Vegeta actually defend us from the attack? Krillin stood frozen, bewildered by the disparity between the Vegeta before him and the one etched in his memory. Perhaps he wasn't as malevolent as he had presumed? Thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude politely towards Vegeta. Dandi gazed at Vegeta with a complex expression, seemingly beginning to show signs of improvement. If that is the case, during the impending battle, perhaps he could be saved. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Gohan before surveying Dandi. Fortunately, the little fellow was unharmed. With this thought, Vegeta shot forth at high speed, his target set on Raikou. Come at me with all you've got. Aiming at Raikou ahead, Vegeta extended his hands, gathering energy before unleashing it with full force towards Raikou. The tremendous impact swept across the ground, engulfing Raikou's figure entirely in an instant. Boom. Vegeta did not allow Raikou a moment to react. Only after confirming that Raikou had been reduced to mere fragments did he turn his gaze towards the distant Frieza spaceship. At that moment, Jinyu had already fled without a trace. How could that insect have escaped? Chapter 17, Captain Jinyu's special technique inside Frieza's spaceship. Jinyu had returned and was reporting the situation to Captain Jinyu. What? Goldo, Raikou, and Berta have all been killed? Vegeta's battle power has reached 180,000? This cannot be true. Captain Jinyu, upon hearing Jinyu's account, found it hard to believe his own ears. We did not anticipate this, yet it is indeed the reality. Jinyu was sweating profusely, still haunted by the fact that he had managed to escape. Captain, should we promptly report this to Lord Frieza? Captain Jinyu's face was filled with reluctance and anger. How could that brat Vegeta, who only had a battle power of over 10,000, rise to 180,000 so swiftly? No, we have not accomplished what Lord Frieza commanded. Do you wish to meet your demise? Before Lord Frieza returns, I, Captain Jinyu, shall take matters into my own hands. One Vegeta is not insurmountable. Are you going to use that technique? Jinyu was initially taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. Indeed. It seems you are about to grow stronger. Captain Jinyu, brimming with confidence, began to make arrangements. We must conceal the Dragon Balls. If we lose them, our lives are forfeit as well. Upon hearing this, Jinyu immediately dug a pit to bury the Dragon Balls. All right, let us depart. At Captain Jinyu's command, the two immediately assumed a stance for their mission. Indeed, with only two of them remaining, it was impossible to form an imposing formation. Captain Jinyu trembled, sweating as he surveyed the desolate scene. That detestable Vegeta. He has disrupted my formation. I shall not let this go unpunished. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Captain Jinyu's scouter began to emit a sound. That scoundrel is coming. How dare he? I will not spare you. At this moment, Vegeta soared through the skies. And upon spotting Frieza's spaceship before him, he noticed two figures hurtling towards him. Humph. Sensing the power of Captain Jinyu, Vegeta could not help but let out a disdainful chuckle. Trash. Upon seeing Vegeta, Captain Jinyu's face contorted with rage, his veins bulging. How dare you defy Lord Frieza? What audacity you possess. As he glanced at the numbers on his scouter, Jinyu's face twitched involuntarily. Indeed, it read 180,000. Hearing Jinyu's words, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, that is correct. Jinyu, seeing my power, are you not going to flee? Do you truly wish to sacrifice your life for Frieza here? Jinyu smirked coldly. Vegeta, you possess some power. You are indeed worthy of being my opponent. This battle should prove to be quite intriguing. What? Observing Jinyu's confident demeanor, Vegeta felt a flicker of doubt. Why is he so composed upon sensing my battle power? Is his power not the rumored 120,000? Humph. Captain Jinyu flashed a self-assured smile. My battle power is 180,000. What? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. After sensing again, he realized it was clearly lower than his own, and he burst into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, Jinyu, stop boasting. Even if you possess a battle power of 180,000, you lack the audacity to be arrogant before me. You must understand. I have mastered the art of controlling my ki. In the heat of battle, my strength can soar even higher. Is that so? Then come and try. Jinyu sneered. What? You dare to disregard me, Vegeta? Vegeta was infuriated and then shouted loudly as he charged towards Captain Jinyu. Take this. Vegeta swiftly thrust out his palm. Huh? Vegeta was taken aback when Jinyu did not even attempt to evade, allowing him to pierce through his body. What is happening? Captain Ginyu, impaled by Vegeta, let out a cold snort, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. I admire your physique. Admire my body? You pervert. How disgusting. Vegeta was astonished that, in such a tense moment, Ginyu was still expressing his twisted admiration. Just as he prepared to eliminate this repulsive foe, Ginyu suddenly radiated a blinding light. Change. With a thunderous shout, Captain Ginyu and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed beams of blinding light. As the radiance faded, Vegeta found himself gazing at a figure that had transformed into his likeness. Almost immediately, a searing pain surged through his abdomen, prompting him to look down in disbelief. What was happening? Ha ha ha. Captain Ginyu could not suppress a triumphant grin. Apologies, but your body now belongs to me. How could I have turned into you? Vegeta struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Did I not mention that I find your body quite appealing? Thus, we have exchanged forms. Is such a thing even possible? Witnessing Jinyu's success, Jeez rushed forward. Captain Ginyu, here is your scouter. Ginyu donned the device and, filled with exhilaration, began to cackle. Vegeta, while I would relish the opportunity to end your life, your body was once mine, making it difficult for me to take such action. Let fate decide your outcome. Having said this, Ginyu, brimming with pride, departed with Jeez towards Frieza's spaceship. Ha, this body is indeed formidable. I can fly even faster than before. Upon landing before the ship, Ginyu eagerly unleashed his full power. Jeez, quickly check my battle power. Certainly, Captain. Jeez, filled with excitement, glanced at the scouter. 16, 17, 18. Indeed, it reads 180,000. Excellent. Splendid. Haha. Although we lost 3 members, I am certain we can recruit others in the future. With this powerful body, Lord Frieza will undoubtedly hold me in even greater esteem. Meanwhile, Vegeta, battered and despondent, floated helplessly in the air. It is over. Everything is lost. At that moment, Din finally arrived with Krillin and the others. Seeing the injured alien hovering above, Krillin was first to express fear. Who is this guy? Could he be one of the Ginyu Force? Did Vegeta fail to defeat him? Dandi gazed upon the injured Ginyu before a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Vegeta had swapped bodies? Just as Gohan was poised to strike, Dandi intercepted his movement. Hurry, save me. At the sight of Dandi, Vegeta's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Indeed, if this individual could rescue him, there remained a glimmer of possibility. He could still utilize the Dragon Balls to reclaim his own body. With this notion in mind, Vegeta swiftly soared towards Dandi, exclaiming, I am Vegeta. Hurry, save me. Vegeta? What on earth is happening? Krillin pondered in confusion, unable to comprehend how Vegeta had transformed so drastically in such a short span of time. Dandi has comprehended the unfolding events, yet the moment is not ripe. Firstly, Vegeta is not on the brink of death. After all, he possesses a formidable battle power of 120,000. Dandi must utilize this advantage wisely and fulfill the conditions necessary to activate the system. Secondly, placing blind trust in Vegeta's words would seem rather unnatural. Aware that his current state renders him less credible, Vegeta, enduring his pain, recounted the sequence of events to his companions. If this is indeed the case, we cannot stand against you. Or rather, we cannot contend with Ginyu, who now inhabits your body. Krillin discerned the gravity of the situation and concluded, this is dire. Time is of the essence. Frieza will return shortly. How could this happen? What shall we do? Above all, please save me. Vegeta felt his strength waning. It is entirely my fault for having attacked with such ferocity, inflicting severe injuries on Jinyu's body. With blood continuously seeping from his wounds, Vegeta could scarcely maintain his levitation. Chapter 18. Goku arrives seeing Vegeta on the verge of collapse. His eyes fluttered shut. Krillin hastily reached out to catch him. Dandi, he is not mistaken. At the very least, he currently embodies our battle strength. I implore you to save him. Krillin beseeched. Upon witnessing this, Dandi began to ponder deeply. Frieza should be nearing the Grand Elder by now. If I make my way to the spaceship, I should be able to eliminate Ginyu and Jeez, thereby successfully utilizing the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Considering Vegeta's current condition, he must be on the brink of death. This body possesses a battle power of 120,000, and if I can successfully trigger the 1,000-fold return, that would amount to 12 million. This body will not receive a doubling of strength. It can be saved. I sincerely hope that this time I can successfully obtain the system's return. Dandi resolved to take action, simultaneously reciting in his mind that once he activated the system's 1,000-fold return, he would acquire an astounding combat power of 120 million. This should be more than sufficient to confront Frieza. Dandi, filled with anticipation, commenced the healing of Vegeta. A faint glimmer passed, and the wound on Captain Jinyu's abdomen was instantly healed. Upon witnessing this, Dandi closed his eyes, awaiting a notification from the system, yet an unsettling silence ensued. Alas, had he failed once more? Could it be that this wretched system was developed by penguins? The success rate is abysmally low. Dandi could hardly contain his desire to strike again at Vegeta, wishing to render him half-dead once more, only to heal him afterward. However, upon reflection, he recognized the folly of such an impulse. After all, he lacked the finesse to gauge the proper limits. Should he inadvertently kill Vegeta, he would inevitably expose his own strength before Gohan and the others. The thought of retreating in front of Krillin and Gohan when confronted by Frieza was utterly humiliating. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, the mere idea of abandoning Gohan and the others, especially after Gohan had risked everything to save him from Frieza's clutches, filled him with shame. How could he possibly flee from Frieza, leaving Gohan behind? It was unthinkable. As Vegeta opened his eyes and realized he had survived, knowing that Dandi was responsible for his revival, he felt no joy. The loss of his original body weighed heavily on him. Should he attempt to return? He was no match for the Captain Jinyu while lacking his own body. Waiting here was futile. Frieza would soon return, and death would be inevitable. Despair enveloped him as he comprehended the transient nature of his survival. Escape was beyond his grasp. Krillin understood this grim reality as well. Fighting was futile, and fleeing was impossible. The meticulously crafted plan had crumbled in such an unexpected manner. Perhaps they could try to put Gohan on the brink of death? Krillin suggested tentatively. Yet, Vegeta harbored no hope, believing that Gohan could never grow stronger. That fool lacked the fighting spirit, an utter disgrace to the Saiyan race. Dandi silently shook his head upon hearing Vegeta's words. Son Gohan was far from being worthless, for he had, at the very least, rescued him from the clutches of Dodoria. Dandi firmly believed that, under similar circumstances, Vegeta would undoubtedly lack the courage to charge forth. Observing the growing despondency among his companions, Dandi remained unperturbed. He understood that if he were to strike now, he could effortlessly eliminate both Jinyu and Guise, subsequently acquiring the Dragon Balls to make his wish. However, for the moment, patience was key. Dandi's gaze was fixed upon the heavens. If memory served him correctly, that individual would be arriving shortly after the Jinyu force's arrival. Indeed, with a whistling sound, the sky seemed to herald the descent of a meteor. Wait, was that a spaceship? Could it be that his father was coming? Upon seeing the vessel, Gohan's excitement surged. Hearing Gohan's exclamation, Krillin too reacted with exhilaration. It was Goku. He had finally arrived. Salvation was at hand. Kakarot? Vegeta turned his gaze towards the ship, instinctively displaying a sneer at the mention of Goku's name. Yet, upon deeper reflection, a spark of hope ignited within him. If it truly was Goku, then there was indeed a glimmer of hope. Although Vegeta harbored a strong disdain for Kakarot, he had no choice but to cling to him as a last resort. After all, that fellow possessed the blood of a Saiyan. Meanwhile, Dandi's presence bolstered their chances. The group swiftly made their way to the landing side of the ship, with Vegeta fixated on the craft's entrance. With a mechanical hiss, the spaceship's hatch opened, revealing Goku's silhouette before them. During the days of his flight, he had engaged in rigorous training aboard the ship. Utilizing Bulma's father's advanced technology, he had adjusted the ship's gravity to a staggering 100 times that of Earth. After a period of acclimatization to such extreme gravitational conditions, Goku had been able to move normally and had relentlessly unleashed energy blasts, manipulating them to redirect towards himself, enduring the impact to enhance his own prowess. In this endeavor, he had danced on the brink of death thrice, narrowly escaping with the help of Senzu beans. These near-death experiences had significantly amplified his strength. Hey, Gohan, Krillin, what are you doing here? Are you all right? Oh, is this the Namekian? Quite diminutive indeed. And who is this beside you with horns? He looks rather fearsome. Where is Bulma? Vegeta found himself increasingly vexed by Goku's casual barrage of questions, akin to a crow incessantly cawing in his ear. Hey, Kakarot, fight me, Vegeta exclaimed impatiently. He needed to ascertain whether the Kakarot before him possessed the strength to contend with Captain Jinyu, who had taken on his own form. If he lacked such power, Vegeta would reduce him to the brink of breath, then leave him to Dandi for healing, until his strength could effortlessly contend with his current body. Only then could it be ensured that Kakarot would be capable of facing the Captain Jinyu, who possessed his body. This was the hope that Vegeta clung to. Although the prospect of Kakarot surpassing his own power irked him greatly, it had become the sole option to achieve his aims. As long as Kakarot could inflict substantial damage on the body that Jinyu had stolen from him, after a subsequent healing session, he should once again exceed Kakarot's strength. Thus, what harm was there in temporarily allowing this lower-class warrior to take the lead? Oh, that tone. Could it be Vegeta? Vegeta was taken aback that Goku recognized him from his very first words. It would indeed be strange if Goku did not. For only Vegeta addressed him by this scion name. Ah, Vegeta, your power has increased significantly. But what has happened to your body? Has your training caused some mutation? Vegeta realized that he truly could not tolerate Kakarot. Merely hearing his voice filled him with irritation. Enough with the chatter. Vegeta, wishing to end the exchange, pressed a button on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. 5,000? Why is it the same as on Earth? Hey, Kakarot. You didn't think coming to Namek was a vacation, did you? Haven't you been training diligently these past few days? No, that is not right. Back on Earth. I nearly defeated him. Now that he has recovered, his power must be at least over 10,000. Upon seeing Vegeta fiddling with the scouter, Goku couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Vegeta, you still trust that device? Upon hearing this, Vegeta promptly removed the scouter and crushed it in his hand. Damn it, Kakarot. You dare to conceal your battle power. Stop underestimating me. Come on. Yet, despite his bravado, Vegeta sensed that Kakarot's energy was indeed quite feeble. I didn't expect to have a fight just after disembarking from the spaceship. Goku's excitement was palpable, as he had found the days aboard the ship rather dull. Being confined to combat only with himself. Hey, Goku, now is not the time to fight. Krillin interjected hastily. We are in serious trouble. Although there had been past grievances with Vegeta, the more pressing matter was retrieving the Dragon Balls. Vegeta was taken aback by the foolishness of the bald Krillin and quickly retorted. Little bald one, stop causing trouble. If Kakarot cannot even defeat my body, how can he reclaim the Dragon Balls? Is he seeking death? Although Vegeta harbored hope, he was also filled with confidence regarding the body that had been taken from him. After all, it was his body, possessing the battle power he prided himself on. As a lowly warrior, Kakarot could never be his equal. Upon hearing this, Krillin finally reacted. That's right, Goku, Vegeta's body has been seized by that minion of Frieza. We must defeat him. Goku, do you have any confidence? Chapter 19. The strength of Son Goku. Goku's expression turned serious as he attentively sensed the energies surrounding him. Not far from here, there were two formidable auras. In the distance, there was an immeasurable, overwhelming presence. Could that be Frieza? Such a terrifying energy. Seeing Goku quickly locking onto the enemy's aura, Krillin immediately inquired. How is it, Goku? Are you confident? I should be able to handle those two over there. However, as for Frieza, his power is unfathomable even to me. Yet the thought of confronting such a formidable opponent fills me with exhilaration. What? Krillin panicked at his words. Hey, Goku, this is not the time for your recklessness. We should hurry and gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo. Then we can swiftly return to Earth in your spaceship. Vegeta had been observing Goku closely. And upon hearing him assert that he could deal with the Ginyu Force member who had stolen his body, he couldn't help but scoff. After all, it was his body. Vegeta remained confident. However, witnessing Goku's calm demeanor upon sensing Frieza's presence, coupled with his eagerness to battle him, made Vegeta gasp in astonishment. He is not afraid at all? Has he become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was perplexed by Goku's composure. Impossible. A legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every few centuries. If the legend were true, then it should be I, the Saiyan Prince, who transforms into a Super Saiyan. With that thought, Vegeta became enraged. Kakarot, stop with the nonsense. Let our grudges end here. As he spoke, Vegeta summoned all of his energy and charged towards Goku. Vegeta launched himself at his fastest speed. However, he was taken aback when he realized that Goku had vanished from his sight. Upon focusing, he discovered that Goku had somehow appeared beside Gohan. Vegeta stood frozen, bewildered as he gazed at Goku. What just happened? When did he move over there? How could he be so fast? His energy felt so weak. Vegeta, undeterred, thought to himself that even though he was still unfamiliar with this body, he could still unleash at least 100,000 in battle power. He had held nothing back just moments ago. Has Kakarot's battle power surpassed 100,000? How is that possible? He only had 5,000 battle power back on Earth. What Vegeta remains unaware of is that during their confrontation on Earth, Goku's battle power indeed stood at merely over 5,000. However, following their fierce struggle and subsequent recovery in the hospital, where he consumed the magical Senza bean, Goku's strength surged past the 10,000 mark. After several days of rigorous training aboard the spaceship and experiencing near-death encounters thrice, Goku's combat prowess multiplied eightfold, elevating him to an astonishing 100,000. More crucially, at this moment, Goku, through relentless training, had achieved an extraordinary mastery over his ki. When not in use, he emitted almost no detectable ki, leading any scanner to register only his former battle power of 5,000. Even more fearsome is Goku's ability to momentarily amplify his strength by 2 to 3 times through the Kaioken technique at the instant of attack, resulting in a staggering battle power of 200 to 300,000. Consequently, Vegeta, with his mere 100,000 in battle power, cannot even hope to reach Goku's level. Dandi could sense the formidable strength exhibited by Sun Wukong, a power that was comparable to his own, approximately 20,000 in combat prowess. It seemed that Sun Wukong had only utilized the twofold Kaioken technique. If his capabilities were indeed akin to Dandi's, then his inherent strength ought to reach a formidable 100,000. It appears that Sun Wukong could very well serve as a prime target for my ambitions. Dandi has finally ascertained the prowess of Sun Wukong. Consequently, should Sun Wukong sustain any injuries henceforth, I can tend to his wounds directly, eliminating the need for him to seek treatment at the infirmary. Dandi pondered, suddenly shaking his head in realization. How foolish of me. Events have diverged from their original course. It is now Vegeta who has taken the place, and Jinyu is no longer a match for Goku. Therefore, even if Goku were to sustain injuries, they would solely be inflicted by Frieza. Goku no longer has the opportunity to utilize the healing chamber. Should he be injured, it will fall upon me to rescue him. Dandi understood that before he acquired formidable combat prowess, he must rely on Sun Wukong as his primary source of strength. Although Vegeta had initiated the attack, Sun Wukong did not rush to engage. Instead, he approached Son Gohan, gently ruffled his hair, and said with warmth, "Gohan, your strength has grown." Dandi stood beside Sun Wukong, gazing at him closely, and was instantly filled with a profound sense of awe. Could this truly be the aura of a protagonist? Dandi was enveloped by a warm sensation, the imposing figure of Sun Wukong instilling a profound sense of security. Though his displayed power hovered around 200,000, there was an undeniable aura of limitless potential surrounding him. Most importantly, Sun Wukong's composed demeanor evoked a deep sense of reassurance. How could this be? Impossible. Vegeta could hardly believe that Sun Wukong had managed to surpass him in such a short span of time. Clenching his fists, he summoned an immense energy, which coalesced into a violet energy sphere. Kakarot, unless you abandon your son, you will have to face this attack. With a furious motion, Vegeta launched the energy sphere, crackling with lightning, directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, casually grasping Gohan's hand, while delicately deflecting the energy sphere with the other. The sphere rebounded instantaneously. Wow, what? It came back? Vegeta, eager to witness how Sun Wukong would counter his assault, was taken aback by the ease with which he had deflected the attack. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Vegeta was left with no time to evade. He could only brace himself with both hands, desperately attempting to withstand the full force of his own strike. Boom. The energy sphere detonated, engulfing Vegeta entirely. Without a glance at Vegeta, Sun Wukong guided Gohan to Krillin's side. "Krillin, I appreciate your efforts this time. Gohan has grown significantly under your guidance." "Not at all, Wukong. You've become incredibly strong. With you here, I feel reassured. To be honest, I've always feared for my life, especially since I've died once before. The Dragon Balls couldn't even save me." He chuckled. Sun Wukong smiled briefly before responding, "Leave the rest to me." With that, he turned his serious gaze towards Vegeta, who was now in a pitiful state, his battle attire in tatters, his body riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. Ignoring his injuries, Vegeta gritted his teeth, defiantly staring at Sun Wukong. He was lying. His combat prowess is indeed formidable. How has he trained? Sun Wukong coldly regarded Vegeta and remarked, "Vegeta, I sense a change in you. You seem less malevolent than when you first arrived on Earth." "Stop right there. I have no intention of killing you." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta's fury ignited. "Kill me? Huh. Kakarot, remember this. I am the Prince of the Scions. You, a lowly warrior, cannot simply decide to end my life." With that proclamation, Vegeta unleashed his full battle power and charged at Sun Wukong. With a swift punch, Vegeta again found himself striking at nothing but air. "Damn it," he shouted, frantically searching for Sun Wukong's whereabouts. "I'm right here." Sun Wukong gently tapped the back of Vegeta, who was standing before him. "How infuriating. Prepare yourself. Vegeta immediately pivoted, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour. Ha! Ha! In response to the onslaught, Sun Wukong crossed his arms and effortlessly twisted his body, evading each of Vegeta's attacks with grace. Although you have indeed grown stronger, I have already stated that you are no match for me. Witnessing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor in the face of his efforts, Vegeta felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. Particularly irksome was the ease with which Sun Wukong mocked him, a sensation more unbearable than death itself. Dandi observed the two combatants engaging in battle. Although he sensed that the energy exhibited by Sun Wukong at the moment of his strike was comparable to his own, he couldn't shake the feeling that, should they truly clash, he would likely find himself no match for Sun Wukong. What precisely distinguished him from the legendary figure? Dandi pondered intently, his gaze fixated on Vegeta. Dandi is convinced that Sun Wukong will exercise restraint and will not easily take Vegeta's life. As long as Vegeta is brought to the brink of death, he will have yet another opportunity to enhance his combat power. Kakarot. Vegeta, filled with indignation, roars. Unleash your full strength and face me. I would rather perish in battle than endure such humiliation from you. Come on. Vegeta is acutely aware that Sun Wukong is not exerting his full power. Rather than endure such derision, he would prefer to die beneath Sun Wukong's complete might. Oh? Is that so? In that case, I shall take this seriously. Upon hearing Vegeta's plea, Sun Wukong immediately adopts a grave expression. Chapter 20. A desire for death. At this moment, as Vegeta engages Sun Wukong, he comprehends that he is no match for him. It is not solely due to the body of Captain Ginyu that he occupies. Vegeta understands that even in his own form, he would likely not be able to manipulate Captain Ginyu with such ease as Sun Wukong does. Particularly, throughout their encounter, Vegeta has felt no trace of Sun Wukong's energy. Thus, it is undeniable that Sun Wukong has surpassed him. Even had he not switched bodies, he would still be no match for him. Vegeta had initially contemplated leveraging the Scion trait of gaining power when near death, intending to bring Sun Wukong to the brink before having Dandi heal him. In this way, although temporarily surpassed by Sun Wukong, Vegeta could at least find solace in the fact that it was a choice of his own making. However, upon Sun Wukong's first strike, he displayed overwhelming strength that crushed Vegeta's pride. He had endured a brush with death on Earth, receiving treatment in the Frieza Force's medical chamber, emerging from the gates of death to gain an increase in power. Following that, he had fought with Sabo and nearly perished again. Fortunate that Dandi had pulled him back from the brink, allowing his strength to grow once more. Subsequently, during his battle with Naru, he was pierced by a mysterious foe, once again facing death. Thankfully, Dandi saved Vegeta yet again. It took 3 harrowing encounters with death for him to attain his current level of power. In these days, I have faced countless battles of life and death, teetering on the edge of mortality, combined with my innate talent as a Scion Prince, has enabled me to achieve my present strength. How can a lowly warrior like you surpass me? Vegeta erupts with an overwhelming fury and strikes fiercely at Sun Wukong. Boom. Before his fist can connect with Sun Wukong's fist is already slammed into Vegeta's chest. Ugh. Despair fills Vegeta's eyes as he realizes the vast chasm between them, extinguishing any courage to continue fighting. This is impossible. This cannot be. In his heart, he cries out vehemently, relinquishing all resistance as his body begins to fall. How could that guy Kakarot have transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta has always been unable to perceive the true magnitude of Goku's power. Yet he finds himself effortlessly defeated by him. Coupled with the composure Goku displayed upon sensing Frieza's aura, Vegeta is convinced that Goku must have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Only this scenario could elucidate why he has faced death thrice yet still cannot surpass him. How infuriating. Why is it not I? As Vegeta's gaze gradually dulled, Dandi rushed over and grasped his body. Get away, brat. Do not save me. Vegeta mumbled, at that moment yearning for his own demise. He felt utterly unworthy of existence. As the Prince of Science, to be so publicly humiliated by a lower-class warrior. Though he currently inhabited Captain Ginyu's body, being surpassed by Goku plunged Vegeta into despair. Is this a nightmare? I wish to awaken. Vegeta closed his eyes, wishing fervently that all of this was merely a bad dream. However, Dandi was indifferent to Vegeta's desire to live. To him, Vegeta was a treasure trove, a chance for a system that could yield a 1,000-fold return. As long as one is on the brink of death, one's desire to live is irrelevant. Pulling Vegeta along, and noticing he had shut his eyes, Dandi, fearing for his life, hurriedly began to administer aid. In a flash of light, Vegeta was revived, opening his eyes and gazing at Goku in the distance. His blood pressure soared once more. How infuriating. This is indeed not a dream. Goku, witnessing Dandi effortlessly revive Vegeta, was taken aback. Impressive, he exclaimed in admiration. Yet, Dandi wore a troubled expression. After 3 or 4 seconds of silence, still no system return had been activated. How could the probability of 1 in 10 be so dismally low? Goku, looking at the revived Vegeta, called out to him, "Hey, Vegeta. I don't want to kill you. Just back off." Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth fiercely, then suddenly revealed a cold smile. "Humph. You don't wish to kill me? It seems you have yet to become a Super Saiyan." "Super Saiyan? What is that?" Goku asked, puzzled. "Ha." Observing Goku's bewilderment, Vegeta erupted into a maniacal laugh. "How foolish of me. Kakarot, listen well. Even if you have gained immense power, what does it matter? You are no match for Frieza. Remember this. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can one defeat Frieza. And the one destined to become the ultimate Super Saiyan is none other than me, Prince Vegeta." The onlookers gazed at the deranged Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words. How can you be certain that Goku hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan? He is undeniably far more powerful than you, Krillin declared, clenching his fist in indignation. Humph. Vegeta's face regained a confident smile. Kakarot, indeed. You are destined never to become a Super Saiyan. This is because deep within you lies that foolish kindness. A Super Saiyan is the most combative existence in the universe. One that will never spare any foe. As long as you harbor this foolish kindness, you are fated to remain incapable of achieving Super Saiyan status. Only one who has cast aside all emotions, who is cold and unfeeling like me, has a chance to become a Super Saiyan. Just wait, Kakarot. I will surely surpass you and ascend to Super Saiyan. Vegeta chuckled coldly, realizing that he still had the opportunity to eclipse Goku. As long as he could attain the form of Super Saiyan. At that moment, the most pressing matter was to reclaim his own body. He needed to act swiftly before Frieza returned to locate Captain Ginyu. Vegeta finally regained his composure. Hey, I must remind you. Frieza has likely already found that elder. If you wish to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, you must hurry. Upon hearing Vegeta's warning, Krillin immediately reacted. Right, Goku. We need to rush and find the Dragon Balls. At the elder's location, Frieza had already ascended to the peak of the solitary mountain. Nail emerged, casting a cold gaze at Frieza. Who are you? Frieza stepped out of his pod, standing elegantly. I am Frieza. Here on Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill a modest wish. Although I have gathered the Dragon Balls, my wish remains ungranted. So I came to inquire how one might fulfill a wish. Sensing Frieza's formidable power, Nail couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, yet he maintained an outward calm. You should leave. Having killed so many of our kin, I could never divulge that information. Frieza chuckled menacingly. Do you wish to die? There are more Namekians here than just you. I can simply ask another. Nail felt a wave of unease wash over him as he glanced towards the interior of the house. The Earthlings had likely not fulfilled their wish yet. The Elder must not come to harm. With this thought, Nail quickly spoke up. I must warn you. The Elder inside is the creator of the Dragon Balls on this planet. If he dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish along with him. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. The Elder? Frieza gently unleashed a ki blast, instantly shattering the roof. As he gazed into the room, he beheld a rather extraordinary, aged Namekian. I see now. It seems that you Namekians are not prone to deceit. I shall trust you this once. Frieza did not impose upon the Elder, yet the Elder spoke up willingly. Naru is the only combat-oriented Namekian. He is not easily subdued. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Frieza scoffed disdainfully. Oh ho ho, are you truly unwilling to divulge the truth? It could lead to a fate worse than death. Chapter 21. A desperate delay observing the two Namekians before him, both seemingly unafraid of death, Frieza's frustration escalated. He had journeyed from the distant planet of Frieza to this world, intent on using the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desires. However, it appeared that this endeavor had resulted in significant losses. While the death of his minions did not particularly concern him, the loss of both Dodoria and Zarbon, his trusted subordinates, left Frieza in a state of exasperation. These two had been his loyal attendants, and their demise raised concerns about who would manage affairs in their absence. Fortunately, Frieza had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. He had initially believed that he would smoothly achieve his wishes. If that were indeed the case, the sacrifices of his subordinates would not have been in vain. Yet now, he found himself just one step away from success. Having collected the Dragon Balls, but utterly clueless about how to utilize them, let alone fulfill his desires. His only remaining leverage lay with the 2 individuals before him. Thus, while Frieza threatened them, he too was, in a sense, under threat from them. Well then, since discussion has proven futile. Allow me to demonstrate the most terrifying power in the universe. Frieza's expression morphed into a sinister grin as he observed their indifference. However, Nera remained unfazed and calmly reminded him, "You should recognize that the elder over there has little time left. If we engage in battle here, any misfortune befalling him would serve no benefit to us. Perhaps we should find another locale for our confrontation." Frieza sneered, noting the confidence this Namekian had in his own abilities. "Very well, I shall shatter your confidence and then torment you to the brink of despair. And we shall see if you still have words to speak." Frieza, wary of the elder's potential demise rendering the Dragon Balls ineffective, nodded in agreement. Seeing Frieza acquiesce, Nera took the lead and soared into the sky, with Frieza closely trailing behind. Nera's pace was not particularly swift, and as he glanced back at Frieza, he silently resolved to delay as much as possible, hoping to afford Dandi and the others the opportunity to realize their wishes. Frieza observed that Nera was flying at a leisurely pace, occasionally glancing downward as if deliberating on a suitable battlefield. Unaware of Nera's intentions, Frieza grew impatient after he had traversed a considerable distance and hastily urged him, "Enough. My patience has its limits. Let us settle here." Nera, acutely aware that his reasoning could only delay the inevitable for so long, was compelled to descend onto the nearest island, drenched in cold sweat. Upon landing, he straightened his posture and assumed a combative stance. Noticing Neru's readiness for battle, Frieza let out a derisive chuckle and gently tapped his scouter. To his astonishment, Neru possessed the audacity to confront him. As Neru unleashed his full energy, Frieza glanced at his scouter, impressed by the revelation of over 40,000 in battle power. Indeed, he was unlike any other Namekian, the strongest he had ever encountered. "You certainly have the audacity to be arrogant." With a cold smile, Frieza shifted his tone. "However, let me share this with you. Do not be too astonished. My battle power stands at 530,000. Nera's expression remained unchanged. He understood that if a confrontation were to ensue, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from Frieza. Yet, he surmised that, in pursuit of the Dragon Ball's secrets, Frieza would not kill him outright, but rather torment him into revealing the information. His mission was to buy time and create an opportunity for Dandi and the others to utilize the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, Nera was acutely aware that his chances of survival today were slim. Yet even in death, he intended to possess some semblance of worth. Seeing Nera's unwavering demeanor, resolute in the face of death, Frieza continued his persuasion. "You are no match for me. Why not divulge the method of using the Dragon Balls? Your strength is commendable, and I could grant you a place in my ranks, becoming my second in command." Frieza's primary goal was to extract the secrets of the Dragon Balls, commencing with enticing offers. Naturally, Nera remained unmoved, his expression still betraying no hint of emotion. "Haha, I had forgotten how rigid and obstinate those from your planet are. In that case, let us proceed. Fear not, for I shall not exert my full strength. It would be quite unfortunate to eliminate you immediately. How about this? I shall only use my left hand. What say you?" Being a warrior at heart, Nera felt a surge of anger at Frieza's condescension, veins bulging in indignation. "Damn it, prepare yourself." With that declaration, Nera lunged forward, transforming his hand into a blade, and struck down with all his might. In the face of Nera's full-on assault, Frieza did not even flinch, coldly allowing Nera's hand to strike his neck. "It appears you did not hold back. Indeed, you possess only a battle power of over 40,000. Frieza, witnessing Nera's offensive tactics, chuckled softly, remaining perfectly still. Initially, he was curious about the secrets or extraordinary techniques this individual might possess. To his surprise, Nera had already unveiled his full strength. Such meager combat prowess was insufficient even to breach Frieza's defenses. Since you remain obstinately ignorant, prepare to experience suffering. With that declaration, Frieza swiftly extended his hand, firmly grasping Nera's wrist and applying pressure. Nera, unable to even perceive Frieza's movement, felt his hand ensnared. Almost immediately, a piercing pain coursed through him. Frieza maintained a relaxed demeanor, a subtle yet chilling smirk gracing his lips. Ho ho ho, how does it feel? Are you beginning to comprehend my might? Nera, engulfed in excruciating torment, attempted to withdraw his hand but found himself utterly powerless. In desperation, he seized his restrained right arm with his left hand, exerting all his strength to break free from Frieza's grip, only to discover that even such efforts were futile. Frieza's hand remained unmoved. What incredible power! Nera had not anticipated Frieza's overwhelming strength. Even with all his exertion, he could scarcely shift him an inch. Is this the magnitude of a tenfold disparity? Realizing this, in a bid to escape the agony, Naru decisively used his left hand as a blade and severed his own right arm. With a cry, as blood gushed forth, he finally liberated himself from Frieza's clutches at the cost of his own limb. Now that has some spirit, Frieza couldn't help but commend. However, he disapproved of Naru's audacious initiative. The reins of battle must remain firmly in Frieza's control. With this thought, Frieza subtly shifted his stance and lightly jabbed his elbow into Naru's abdomen. Despite Frieza's attempts to moderate his strength, the blow shattered Naru's internal organs completely. As Naru doubled over in agony, retching violently, Frieza watched with a cold smile. Ho ho ho, my apologies. It seems I still failed to temper my strength. Naru groaned in torment, struggling to rise, tightly clutching the severed arm to staunch the bleeding, rendered speechless by the pain. Be wise. Speak up quickly. Otherwise, I shall only increase your suffering. As blood flowed and his insides lay in ruin, Naru felt the essence of life ebbing away. To stave off the imminent demise, he clenched his fist tightly, every muscle in his body tensing. With a thunderous shout, Naru's severed limb miraculously began to regenerate, and his shattered organs restored themselves. Nevertheless, this revival drained considerable energy from him, leaving his weakened form gasping for breath. Observing this, Frieza's eyes gleamed with intrigue. So you possess the ability to regenerate. So be it. I need not worry about your swift demise. I possess even more ruthless methods, Frieza declared as he approached Naru. You are fully aware that you are no match for me. Why persist in this futile struggle? Naru remained silent, prepared to endure Frieza's torment once more. Every fleeting second counts. Dandi, you must succeed. Goku, accompanied by Krillin and others, soared towards Frieza's spacecraft. As they drew near, two figures emerged from within the vessel. It was none other than Captain Ginyu, now inhabiting Vegeta's body, in the previously escaped Jisoo. Vegeta? How have you recovered? Captain Ginyu was taken aback upon seeing his former body restored. Spare me the chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta had no time to waste with idle talk. He was primed for battle at their first encounter. After all, who could predict when Frieza might return? Yet, Goku appeared somewhat unsettled. He could sense Frieza's energy surging in the distance, seemingly engaged in combat with someone. Could it be that Frieza was battling a Namekian? Goku sensed that the Namekian opposing Frieza was not particularly formidable, yet they had been clashing for some time. What on earth transpired? Chapter 22, The Body Retrieval Plan. Vegeta. What gives you such confidence? Are you not aware of the limitations of your own body's strength? Captain Ginyu was perplexed by Vegeta's audacity. He had exchanged bodies with him, and the combat power of his original form was merely 120,000, far inferior to the might of this current body. Nevertheless, the Vegeta before him radiated confidence. Your pathetic body is indeed no match for mine. However, you shall still fall before a seance. Hearing Vegeta's derision towards his former body, Captain Ginyu felt no anger. After all, that body had once belonged to him. Regardless, he now possessed a far more powerful form. So, the individual beside you is your ally? Noticing Vegeta's unwavering confidence, Captain Ginyu scrutinized Goku. A scion? This must be the scion from Earth. Haha. I can hardly believe you have placed your hopes in him. Captain Ginyu burst into laughter, with Jisoo joining in, having already detected Goku's combat power. Haha. Vegeta. Have you lost your senses? You dare to bring a mere ally with a power level of only 5,000 to his death? How fortuitous that Lord Frieza has ordered the extermination of those little brats. Since you have come to us, we need not go searching. As Guy spoke, he hurled an energy ball towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta deflected the energy sphere and instantly launched himself towards Guys. What? Upon witnessing Vegeta's rapid approach, Guys panicked, realizing that the body Vegeta now possessed belonged to Captain Ginyu, boasting a combat power of 120,000, far beyond Guys' capabilities. Captain, save me, Guys cried out, retreating behind Ginyu. Captain Ginyu, seething with anger, realized he had only one ally left. Should Guys be eliminated, he would be left as a mere figurehead, unable to maintain any semblance of order in future confrontations. Just as Ginyu prepared to act, Son Goku materialized before him. Hey, your opponent is me, he declared, launching a powerful punch. A weakling with a combat power of only 5,000 dares to seek death. Ginyu scoffed, raising his hand dismissively to block the blow. Thud. To his astonishment, after absorbing Goku's punch, Ginyu was sent flying. What is happening? What is this situation? Feeling the pain coursing through him, disbelief washed over Jinyu's face. He glanced at the scouter again. 5,000. The readings had not changed in the slightest. Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Jinyu, now wary, tightened his fists and focused intently on Goku. Meanwhile, guys, seeing that Jinyu was occupied, unleashed his full speed and fled in haste. Vegeta, undeterred, pursued him relentlessly, quickly closing the distance with his superior speed. Slap. Realizing escape was futile, Guys turned and delivered a powerful kick, combining the force of his strike with the momentum of Vegeta's advance. Vegeta raised his arm to block the kick, but simultaneously unleashed a punch of his own. Guys, prepare to meet your end. Guys, instinctively glancing at his scouter, noted that Vegeta's combat power was only 30,000. Surely, he was unable to fully utilize the strength of the captain's body. Guys thought to himself, feeling a surge of confidence. Although he was not a match for the captain, he himself possessed a combat power exceeding 30,000. Faced with a Vegeta who could only unleash 30,000, victory seemed within reach. However, as he braced for Vegeta's punch, Guys felt as if his arm might shatter. What is happening? Vegeta, your combat power far exceeds 30,000. The scouter has failed to detect your true strength. Vegeta, grinning with satisfaction, realized that these fools relied solely on their scouters to gauge the strength of their opponents. Humph. These imbeciles can only judge by their devices. Now, it's time to abandon the numbers and let strength speak for itself. Do you understand? You are no match for me. That wretched Jinyu will not pose a challenge to Kakarot either. Given the current circumstances, your demise is inevitable. Do you comprehend? Observing the incredulity etched upon Guys' face, Vegeta let out a derisive laugh. I have no time to indulge you any longer. Farewell. As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch that shattered Guys' battle armor, driving his fist deep into Guys' chest. Ugh. Guys immediately expelled a mouthful of blood. I am showing you mercy by sending you off early. Vegeta chuckled triumphantly. His fist clenched as a formidable energy blast coalesced in an instant. Boom. Another dazzling display of fireworks erupted in the sky, intermingled with vivid crimson flames. Humph. The Jinyu force is nothing remarkable. Having completed this act, Vegeta swiftly soared towards Son Goku. Perhaps Jinyu would take an interest in Kakarot's body. The thought ignited excitement within Vegeta, prompting him to scan the surroundings eagerly. If he could position himself in front of Kakarot before Jinyu executed his body switch technique, he could reclaim his own form. Not far away, Jinyu was sent flying by a punch from Son Goku, his expression shifting from uncertainty to a sinister grin. You nearly had me fooled. Oh? Son Goku raised an eyebrow in confusion. I almost forgot to unleash the potential of this body. As Jinyu declared this, he unleashed his full power. This is an astonishing combat power of 180,000. It can be said that in the entire universe, besides King Frieza, no one stands a chance against me. Jinyu felt a surge of confidence as he gazed at the numbers displayed on his scouter. Is that so? Son Goku observed Jinyu with keen interest. Then let us engage in a proper battle. With that, Son Goku resolved to utilize only a double Kaioken, compressing his strength to match his opponent's, ready for an exhilarating confrontation. Dandi observed as Vegeta took the initiative, having already vanquished GIs and now fixating on Jinyu. It became evident to him that Vegeta was aware of his intentions. Without any prompting from him, Vegeta was poised to seize the opportunity to reclaim his own body. This was precisely as it should be. A mere nudge was all that was required for events to unfold according to my design. Dandi chuckled, realizing that his most formidable weapons since his arrival were not solely the system, but also his profound understanding of the unfolding events. On the battlefield, he was a soldier and a general. It was only those who strategized from behind the scenes who could truly be considered kings. Dandi was aware that Frieza was currently entangled with Niru and would not return anytime soon. I must meticulously plan the 3 wishes ahead of time. It is imperative to have sufficient pieces on the board. Thus, the Dragon Balls on Earth must be utilized for resurrection. Therefore, Piccolo must be revived and fused with Niru, as only with strength can I ensure his utility in the future. This would consume 2 wishes. For the 3rd wish, I shall attempt to enhance the success rate of my system. A mere 10% probability is far too low. Jinyu unleashed all the energy from his body. Looking down at Goku with a fierce determination, he hurled a ki blast with all his might. Goku deftly swatted the ki blast aside, yet to his astonishment, Jinyu had already appeared before him. As Goku instinctively countered Jinyu's punch, he was surprised to find that Jinyu was able to block it. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in midair. Humph, you are indeed not as formidable as I expected, Jinyu proclaimed with a sense of pride. Goku, however, was reveling in the thrill of the battle. Haha, you are truly a master. Your skills are remarkable. Goku realized that under the influence of his Kaioken ×2, his strength was comparable to that of Captain Ginyu, who possessed Vegeta's body. Thus, their confrontation relied heavily on their respective combat techniques. Despite Goku employing numerous techniques, Captain Ginyu adeptly countered each one, which only fueled Goku's excitement further. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing Goku's performance from the sidelines, was seething with frustration. How could Kakarot still be so eager to play around? If Frieza returned, it would spell disaster. With this thought, Vegeta prepared to assist Goku in overcoming his opponent. However, upon seeing Ginyu wielding his own body, Vegeta hesitated. After all, it was his own body. If it came to blows, it would be rather complicated. As Vegeta contemplated joining the fray, Goku grew anxious. Hey, Vegeta, this is a battle between him and me. Please do not interfere. Vegeta, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth, his rage boiling over. Damn Kakarot, this is not the time for your games. We must swiftly seize the Dragon Balls. Get to it. Upon realizing the urgency of the situation, Goku sheepishly scratched his head. Higi, my apologies. I just got caught up in the moment. Captain Ginyu, overhearing their exchange, was momentarily taken aback. He had exerted every ounce of effort in this battle, utilizing Vegeta's full combat power of 180,000. How could Goku dismiss it as mere play? Ginyu could not contain his outrage. Stop pretending. You, with a power level of only 5,000, believe you can defeat me? I have yet to unleash my full strength. Dandi, feeling a sense of impatience, realized that it was imperative to summon the dragon swiftly. Any further delay could result in a dire situation if Nara were to perish. Summoning Piccolo to Namek would be rendered futile. Chapter 23. Arise, Dragon. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Vegeta could not suppress a laugh. How absurd. Ginyu currently possessed his own body. Surely he could discern whether Ginyu had exerted his full strength or not. What audacity. Kakarot, swiftly deal with him. But do ensure you don't kill him. Vegeta was anxious that Goku might inadvertently destroy his original body, which would spell disaster for him. To Vegeta's astonishment, Goku surprisingly believed Jinyu's claims. So you possess strength yet to be revealed? Ginyu observed Goku's serious demeanor, a smug smile spreading across his face. Indeed, and I know you have yet to unleash your true power. Are you saving it to confront Lord Frieza? Let me be frank. Lord Frieza boasts a battle power of 530,000. Do you truly think you can defeat him? You would be better off joining us. With your strength, you should be able to stand on equal ground with me. Goku regarded Ginyu with disdain, preparing to strike, but Vegeta, noticing Jinyu's expression, suddenly had an epiphany. He called out to Goku, Kakarot, unleash your full power. Let him witness your true strength, and let us see if you can contend with that scoundrel Frieza. Hearing Vegeta's words, Goku nodded. Very well, I shall demonstrate my full prowess. Upon this declaration, Jinyu's face lit up with excitement. If Goku's battle power surpassed that of Vegeta's current form, he would certainly want to switch bodies. Recognizing Jinyu's eager expression, Vegeta grew cautious. Kakarot, show me just how much your strength has risen, and I must reclaim my body. As he spoke, Vegeta discreetly kept a watchful eye on Captain Ginyu. Goku, oblivious to their subtle scheming, focused intently on harnessing his ki. I suspect your battle power may have reached 200,000. Ginyu remarked with a grin. Watch closely. With that, Goku unleashed his energy. Triple Kaioken. Quietly chanting within, a dark red aura erupted, enveloping Goku's body entirely. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter detected the change, its readings fluctuating wildly. 300,000? Ginyu stared aghast at the numbers displayed on the scouter, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore an expression of complete composure. Kakarot, this cannot be your full strength, can it? Goku nodded in response, continuing to amplify his energy. The fivefold Kaioken. As Goku's expression turned grave, the numbers on the scouter continued to rise. 34, 40. What? It keeps climbing? 41, 42, 47, 50,000. How is this possible? This power has reached 50,000? Captain Ginyu felt as though his heart had been shattered in an instant. He had been smug about possessing a body with a battle power of 18,000, yet his opponent effortlessly elevated his strength to 50,000. It appeared he had merely been toying with him. Such combat prowess could even rival that of Frieza. Beside him, Vegeta found himself losing his composure. He had thought he was merely surpassed by Kakarot, but it was evident that he had been utterly crushed. Even if he faced death once more and was revived, he could not attain Kakarot's current might. At this thought, Vegeta clenched his fists, roaring internally. How infuriating. How despicable. What is the reason behind this? Is that guy Kakarot truly more gifted than I? Has he genuinely transformed into a Super Saiyan? Confronted by the formidable Goku, Captain Ginyu could not help but take a step back. Is this truly your full power? Goku, having unleashed the five-fold Kaioken, wore a serious expression. To be honest, my explosive power can be even greater. What? Ginyu was taken aback. Then a barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. This level of power is almost on par with Lord Frieza, if I could obtain it. While contemplating this, Captain Ginyu bellowed, "Change." As he shouted, a burst of white light enveloped him. Now is the moment. Seeing this, Vegeta sprang into action, swiftly interposing himself between Ginyu and Goku with all his might. Goku, noticing the sudden turn of events, reacted instantaneously, unleashing a ki blast without hesitation at Jinyu's ambush. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta had already positioned himself in front of Ginyu, and both were struck by the blast. In the instant of the explosion, Vegeta and Ginyu had completed the body switch. Ginyu returned to his original body, but bore the brunt of the explosion, being obliterated in the process. Behind him, Vegeta also endured the blast. Yet he had absorbed most of the damage thanks to Jinyu's defense, and with his power surpassing Jinyu's, he was merely left gravely injured. Ouch! Vegeta looked at his hand, relieved to see it was no longer the grotesque purple-skinned appendage. Thankfully, he had reverted to his own body. With that final thought, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Captain Ginyu being obliterated into mere fragments, Dandi couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. That was indeed my boundless treasure trove. Dandi initially intended to repeatedly exploit Jinyu's body to enhance his combat prowess, as Ginyu, unlike the Saiyans, did not experience a power increase upon nearing death, thereby allowing for continuous augmentation. However, the intricacies of Jinyu's body-switching technique posed a significant risk. A mere misstep could result in an unwelcome transfer of bodies. Contemplating this, Dandi concluded that Jinyu's demise might not be such a disastrous outcome after all. Fortunately, there was still Vegeta. Dandi could not help but gaze at Vegeta. Although he had yet to succumb to death, he appeared to be on the brink of expiration. After all, that was the result of Goku's five-fold Kaioken attack. It was a miracle he had survived it all. Dandi was preparing to rescue Vegeta when he heard the voices of Krillin and Gohan calling out to him. "Dandi, come quickly." It turned out that while Ginyu and Jisoo were absent, the two had stealthily taken the Dragon Ball radar to search for the Dragon Balls. At that moment, they had unearthed the Dragon Balls that Jisoo had hidden. "Hurry, Dandi. We have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Let us make our wish before Frieza returns." Dandi gazed at the assembled Dragon Balls before him, realizing that this was the matter of utmost importance. "Arise, Shenron." Dandi immediately shouted in the Namekian language. The 7 Dragon Balls began to glow, and at that moment, the entire sky of Namek darkened. The dragon has finally emerged. Krillin, upon witnessing this, became elated. Following this, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the Dragon Balls, spiraling upward and coalescing into the form of the dragon in midair. Wow, is this the dragon of Namek? It is enormous. The dragon has appeared. It is completely different from the one on Earth. Upon seeing the dragon, Sun Wukong could not help but feel exhilarated. "Greetings." The ethereal deity Purunga. As the dragon manifested, Dandi extended his greetings. "Speak your wish. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant you 3 wishes." Purunga's cold voice resonated. Chapter 24. The Choice of Nail Dandi. Wish for the resurrection of all the humans on Earth who were slain by the Saiyans. Hearing Krillin's words, Dandi shook his head and began to explain. He understood that the dragon of Namek, Purunga, could only resurrect one individual at a time. What? Upon hearing Dandi's explanation, everyone was taken aback. If only one person could be revived at a time, then even resurrecting their fallen companions would be impossible. After all, there were already 4 who had perished and traveled along Snake Way to the King of Worlds. The King of Worlds had been closely monitoring the situation on Namek, and upon seeing the dragon's emergence, he promptly informed everyone. Upon receiving this news, Piccolo immediately contemplated a solution. Before Piccolo could speak, Dandi had already proposed an idea. "We can first revive that Namekian on Earth, allowing the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect." Indeed, Krillin quickly grasped the idea. Just as Piccolo was about to contact everyone through the King of Worlds, he was taken aback, not expecting that his little comrade would think of it before him, instantly regarding him with newfound respect. Before anyone could make a decision, Dandi swiftly made his wish to Purunga. Time was of the essence. With this wish granted, The halo above Piccolo's head vanished in an instant. Gohan. As soon as Piccolo was revived, he placed his hand on the King of Worlds, using his power to communicate with Gohan from a distance. Uncle Piccolo? Where are you? Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Gohan immediately looked around in search, while Sun Wukong understood the situation. Hey, King of Worlds. So you have been watching over this place all along? Ahem. The King of Worlds immediately cleared his throat and said, Wukong, listen carefully. Frieza is immensely powerful, and you must not even think about confronting him. Now that the wish has been granted, quickly leave Namek. Do you understand? However, before Sun Wukong could respond, Piccolo interjected, Gohan. My second wish is to transport me to Namek. That villain Frieza has slain so many of my brethren, I must confront him personally. As Piccolo's words echoed, King Kai and those beside him were left in utter astonishment. Hey, Piccolo, have you lost your mind? Should you perish on Namek, the Dragon Balls would vanish once more. In the face of their skepticism, Piccolo remained fiercely confident. After this period of training, my strength has significantly increased. I will personally deal with Frieza. As he spoke, Piccolo firmly pressed his hand against King Kai's back. Gohan, stop hesitating and act swiftly. Ah, yes. Hearing Piccolo's voice, Son Gohan felt a surge of excitement and promptly conveyed his wish to Dandi. Dandi had long anticipated this wish and was patiently awaiting Gohan's utterance. However, before that moment arrived, Dandi posed a question. Is Nera still alive? Dandi has yet to master the art of sensing energy, so he inquires directly. Who is Neru? Asks Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity. He is the Namekian who battled against Frieza. Oh, he fought Frieza? Sun Wukong immediately focused his senses and then remarked. Though his energy is faint, he should still be alive. With that affirmation, Dandi swiftly made his wish. With a whoosh, Piccolo vanished from King Kai's planet. Almost simultaneously, on the Earth's Divine Shrine, the old Kai appeared out of thin air. Piccolo has been revived. The Kai realized this truth and a smile graced his features. I vanished with his death and have been reborn with his revival. Thus, the Dragon Balls of Earth can also resurrect. Piccolo felt a sudden darkness envelop him and instantly found himself on Namek. Surveying the pitch-black surroundings and inhaling the air, he experienced a wave of familiarity. Is this what it feels like to return to one's homeland? There was no time for reflection. He needed to find Gohan and the others. Piccolo scanned his surroundings but could not see Gohan and the others, leading him to realize he likely did not specify a location when making his wish. Where is Gohan's energy? It seems quite distant. Nearby, there is an incredibly powerful energy. Who could it be? As Piccolo concentrated, he discovered a presence nearby. A force so formidable it made his heart race. Having fulfilled his second wish, Dandi realized that only one wish remained. After all, he was the only one who understood the language of Namek. After careful contemplation, he decided that this wish ought to be for himself. With this thought in mind, Dandi swiftly made his wish to Purunga. For my third wish, let the success rate of my system become 100. Meanwhile, Frieza was mercilessly tormenting Nail when he noticed that the sky had suddenly turned pitch black. What was happening? Why had nightfall descended so abruptly? And what was that distant beam of light? The colossal figure of the Dragon Purunga was only vaguely visible to Frieza from afar, marked by a gathering of numerous individuals. It was near his spaceship. A sinister premonition gripped Frieza as he began to panic. Could someone be using the Dragon Balls to make a wish? The thought darkened Frieza's expression. Those cunning individuals. They would pay for this. The wishes could only be granted by me. With this determination, Frieza abandoned Nail, harnessed all his energy, and sped towards the beam of light with utmost haste. Just as Frieza departed, Piccolo arrived at the scene. Glancing down at the nearly lifeless Namekian lying on the ground, Piccolo was struck by the uncanny resemblance between them. Were all Namekians identical? After all, Nail was the first Namekian Piccolo had encountered on Namek. Who are you? Nail stammered, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing Piccolo. It seemed that Dandi and the others had succeeded. The moment the sky turned completely dark, Nail understood that Dandi had successfully summoned Purunga. Upon seeing a Namekian he had never encountered before, Nail realized that he must be the Namekian from Earth. He had indeed been resurrected by Purunga. Hey, who was it that I just fought? Piccolo inquired eagerly. It was Frieza. So it was him. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow at the mention of the name. He had only heard of Frieza's formidable strength and, having trained diligently, believed he had significantly increased his power to the point of being able to confront Frieza. However, upon arriving on Namek and feeling Frieza's aura up close, he understood the vast chasm that separated their strengths. You're the Namekian from Earth. It's astonishing that you possess such strength despite not being a fighter. Listening to Nail's words, Piccolo coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Even though you appear on the brink of death, I cannot assist you. Wait. The elder said that if you were still the same Namekian, you could surely defeat Frieza. The same Namekian? Upon hearing these words, Piccolo furrowed his brow. Indeed, Nero murmured, if you do not divide yourself into two beings. Are you suggesting that I must merge with the deity and revert to my former self? Piccolo was taken aback by such astonishing information. Indeed, although I have been battered by Frieza, I am aware of his strength, and you are no match for him in your current state. Piccolo scoffed. Say what you will. I shall never consent to merging with that deity. Cough, cough. Since I am nearing death, why not merge with me instead? I am a warrior-type Namekian, capable of greatly enhancing your power. Piccolo immediately wore a disdainful expression. Merge with you? I appreciate your kindness, but I wish to remain myself. This was the first time Nero had witnessed such an expression on a Namekian's face. He could not perceive the inherent goodness and simplicity that was characteristic of their kind. So you are indeed the Namekian who has regained the identity of the great demon realm? You are truly different from us. Nero gazed at the sky, aware that to resolve the current predicament, he must persuade Piccolo to merge. Otherwise, Piccolo would merely meet his demise. Cough. Do not hesitate. Place your hand upon me. Piccolo, witnessing this, felt even more contempt. Nero, understanding Piccolo's apprehensions, continued, Fear not. You shall still be yourself. I will merely become your strength. Oh, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Nero vigorously nodded. If you do not trust me, encountering Frieza would only lead to your futile demise. Piccolo was engulfed in inner turmoil, sensing something amiss. Surely, the heavens would not bestow gifts without reason, and he must guard against potential treachery. As his mind wrestled with doubt, cold sweat trickled down his face. Nero also battled internally. He had lived a life of honesty, yet now, on the brink of death, he had learned to weave deceit. If I do not say this, he surely would not agree to merge with me. Yet even if he merges with me, he will remain himself, merely influenced towards goodness and endowed with my knowledge. This cannot be considered a misfortune for him. I deem this a benevolent falsehood. Chapter 25. Frieza's wish. Piccolo engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a prolonged moment, he slowly crouched down, his face a mask of reluctance. I shall trust you this once. If I discover you have deceived me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Tell me, how must I proceed to merge? Nero observed Piccolo's skeptical demeanor with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, yet he spoke earnestly, Place your palm upon my body, then relax your mind. Leave the rest to me. Remember, after merging, you shall possess greater power. I hope you will utilize it wisely. As instructed by Nero, Big placed his hand upon him. Yet his words remained sharp. Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you scoundrel, I am assisting you, and instead of gratitude, you dare to speak thus. Upon finishing, Nero closed his eyes, his body beginning to emanate a brilliant radiance. Observing this, Big furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? What is this madness? Nero offered no reply, summoning all his strength to continue radiating light. Big felt a surge of agitation within him and could not help but curse. Damn it, you wretch. At that moment, Big suddenly sensed a formidable energy flowing from Nero's being, an unceasing tide entering his own body. His eyes widened in astonishment as disbelief washed over him at the unfolding events. What is happening? Big murmured, attempting to break free, only to discover that his body had become immobilized. As the light intensified, Nero ultimately transformed completely into luminescence, swiftly merging into Big's form. With a sudden closure of his eyes, Big felt the last surge of power enter his being. Upon reopening his eyes, Nero had vanished. And Big sensed that his body had undergone a profound transformation. Alien memories now danced in his mind, memories that were not originally his own. This power. Big clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. I never anticipated that I would possess such formidable strength. With his fists tightened, he savored the extraordinary capabilities of his transformed body. This is astounding. Who would have thought that assimilation could yield such immense power? Now, no matter who my opponent is, victory is assured. Recalling the recent encounter with Frieza, which could only be described as a brutal defeat, Big brimmed with confidence at the prospect of vanquishing Frieza. Rest assured, Nero, I will defeat Frieza and rescue planet Namek. With this resolve, Big soared into the sky, exhilarated as he flew towards the distant pillar of light. The silhouettes of Frieza and Big advanced toward the dragon's light, while Shinran Purunga, upon hearing Dandy's wish, shook his head. I am sorry, your wish exceeds my capabilities. Please articulate another desire. As Dandy made his wish, He was already aware that the desire he had expressed to Purunga might remain unfulfilled. However, upon hearing Purunga's unequivocal refusal, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Indeed, it surpassed the capabilities of the eternal dragon. Krillin and Gohan observed Dandi and Purunga conversing in the Namekian language. Utterly unaware of the content of their dialogue and thus proposed, "Why don't we have the eternal dragon transport us back to Earth? That way, we would be safe." Yet, Goku was the first to object. "No, Krillin, I have finally encountered the strongest warrior in the universe, and I yearn to engage in battle with him." Gohan was inspired by his father's words. "Indeed, I cannot abandon the people on Namek and flee." Upon hearing this, Dandi also shook his head. With his presence, he would devise a means to safeguard Namek and vanquish Frieza. Hence, there was no need to destroy Namek. And it was utterly unnecessary for everyone to wish upon the dragon to escape to Earth. At this moment, Dandi suddenly recalled that Frieza must be en route. "I must hasten to draw from the system once more." Dandi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he contemplated the imminent confrontation with Frieza. He then glanced at the unconscious Vegeta beside him and thought, "I almost forgot about this fellow. He must not perish." Dandi, filled with apprehension at the prospect of Vegeta bleeding to death, hastily soared to his side. This time, he believed he could successfully trigger the return. Extending his hand towards Vegeta, a flash of green light enveloped him, and Vegeta instantly awakened from his stupor. Bewildered, he gazed at his own hands, then clenched his fists tightly, savoring the surge of energy coursing through him, a triumphant and arrogant smile spreading across his face. "Ha! My power has grown stronger once more." Vegeta's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the space. Soon after, Vegeta's attention was drawn to Purunga nearby, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. "What is that? Could it be the Dragon Balls?" The thought flickered through his mind, sharpening his gaze instantly. At that moment, he noticed Dandi beside him, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He swiftly reached out and seized Dandi with a fierce grip, growling, "Make a wish for me to become a Super Saiyan." His heart brimmed with anticipation and longing, eager to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire. However, Dandi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated that this time he could activate the system to enhance his own strength, only to discover that the system had still not been triggered. To make matters worse, following his healing, Vegeta's power had surpassed his own. Faced with Vegeta's threat, Dandi found himself in a quandary. After all, Vegeta's current form already possessed a combat power of 180,000, and with this near-death recovery, his strength had skyrocketed to nearly 400,000, captured in Vegeta's grasp. Dandi's combat power of 200,000 was utterly insufficient to break free, leaving him with no choice but to shout, "Purunga can only grant wishes within his capabilities. Your desire exceeds his power and cannot be fulfilled." "What?" Vegeta bellowed in fury, quickly altering his request. "Then wish for me to attain eternal life. Hurry, or I shall kill you." As Vegeta threatened Dandi, he raised his hand menacingly. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could act, his wrist was seized with a firm grip. Vegeta's expression shifted as he turned to confront the audacious individual daring to thwart him, only to hear a familiar voice from behind. "Vegeta, do not act recklessly." It was none other than Son Goku who had arrived. Vegeta's expression darkened immediately as he realized that with his current strength, he could not contend with Goku. Goku had been observing the situation from a distance, and upon witnessing Vegeta's intent to harm Dandi, he rushed forward without hesitation. Seeing Goku come to his rescue, Dandi breathed a sigh of relief. He cast a grateful glance at Goku, silently thinking, "Thank you, Goku. Had you not come to save me, I might have met my demise here." Meanwhile, witnessing the gritted teeth of Vegeta, Dandi inwardly seethed. How infuriating. Have you all somehow gained an unfair advantage? Those who were once no match for me have now surpassed me. This wretched system, it has failed me 3 times already. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the dragon Purunga at an alarming speed, exclaiming loudly, "Grant me an immortal body." As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to see that the newcomer was none other than Frieza, unaware that only wishes made in the Namekian language could be granted. Goku shouted in alarm upon witnessing Frieza making a wish. As Frieza's voice echoed, the figure of Dragon Purunga began to flicker and then vanished into thin air. At that moment, the sky brightened once again, and the original 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 stones, crashing down to the ground. "It's all over," Goku thought. Observing the Dragon Balls turn to stone, resembling the scenario on Earth when the Dragon Balls granted wishes, instantly believing that Frieza had succeeded in his wish. Dandi felt a twinge of sorrow within his heart. Klein and Son Gohan also realized the gravity of the situation, a wave of sadness washing over them. The Dragon Balls had vanished, signifying the demise of the Grand Elder. Observing the despondent expressions of the group, Frieza erupted in gleeful laughter. You fools. You nearly disrupted my plans. As he spoke, Frieza clenched his fists, reveling in the changes brought forth by the Dragon Balls. What's this? Frieza soon discovered that his body seemed unchanged, just as it had been before. What is happening? Has my wish not been granted? Then what was that just now? Vegeta, however, was the first to burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Frieza, do not indulge in your delusions. The Grand Elder is deceased, the Dragon Balls have vanished. No one can fulfill wishes now, not you, nor I. Oh? Frieza immediately recalled the words spoken to him not long ago by Nara. Did that old fool perish? Why did he have to die precisely when I was about to make my wish? How infuriating. With that thought, Frieza's rage surged, causing his facial muscles to twitch. The Ginyu Force's power levels were no longer detectable. Since you have acquired the Dragon Balls, they must have been eliminated by you. How vexing. I was so close to realizing my wish. If it weren't for your interference, I would not have felt such anger for the first time. Frieza slowly descended before the group, his face twisted into a grotesque grin, yet they could all sense the profound fury and chill concealed beneath it. Unforgivable! You wretches! I shall tear you limb from limb to quench my wrath. Frieza could no longer contain himself, roaring loudly. Ha ha ha, Frieza, do not underestimate me. I must confess. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Frieza's descent, Vegeta stepped forward with an air of arrogance, shielding Dandi behind him, confidently addressing Frieza. Chapter 26. Frieza's first transformation. What? Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, Frieza was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Oh ho ho ho! A sharp, mocking laughter erupted. Vegeta, that jest is far from amusing. You dare to boast before me. It seems you have forgotten just how terrifying I truly am. Allow me to refresh your memory. As he spoke, Frieza crossed his arms, an invisible aura enveloping him as he unleashed his power and fury. As Vegeta sensed the formidable aura of Frieza, he acutely recognized his own inferiority, prompting a cold sweat to bead upon his brow as he gritted his teeth. Yet, in pursuit of his ambition to augment his strength, Vegeta clenched his fists and resolutely took a step forward. Upon realizing that he could not attain immortality through the Dragon Balls, he swiftly recalibrated his strategy. Vegeta understood that he must approach the brink of death once more, harnessing the power of Dandi to break through his limits and elevate his prowess. He was convinced that after another brush with death, he would surpass the current Kakarot, transcending the limits of a Saiyan to become a Super Saiyan. Frieza, do you still doubt my transformation into a Super Saiyan? You shall soon discover the truth. Vegeta taunted defiantly. Goku, too, sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from Frieza, a force more potent than his own quintuple Kaioken, which immediately instilled a sense of gravity within him. Concurrently, he felt his blood begin to boil, realizing he faced an equally matched adversary. As for Gohan and Krillin, upon detecting Frieza's might, they stood frozen like statues, paralyzed by anxiety. With their battle power falling below 100,000, they were utterly inconsequential before Frieza. Dandi found himself shielded by Vegeta, and upon witnessing Vegeta's overt provocation, he instantly comprehended the latter's intentions. Following his resurrection, Vegeta was likely endowed with a combat power of 360,000. Should he experience another near-death revival, the potential for his strength to ascend further loomed. Thus, in his quest to surpass Son Goku, Vegeta resolved to strike first, intending to be severely injured by Frieza, thereby leveraging Dandi's strength to augment his own power. Ah, devious Vegeta, what intricate plans you weave. Yet, I shall remember your recent demeanor towards me. Perceiving Vegeta's true motives, Dandi opted not to expose him, for his immediate priority was to save those on the brink of death, thereby activating the system's thousandfold return. Thus, he willingly embraced Vegeta's creation of favorable conditions. Nevertheless, Dandi felt considerable discomfort towards Vegeta's brazen attitude and Frieza's chilling dominance. How detestable you wretched beings are. Just wait until I trigger the system's return and acquire my power. You shall face my wrath. Frieza, taken aback by Vegeta's audacity in the face of his unleashed power, scoffed. Well, a few insignificant ants think they can devour an elephant. His expression darkened abruptly, and he moved with blinding speed. Die, annoying insect. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Vegeta, his fist imbued with overwhelming pressure, crashing down towards him. With a resounding crack, Vegeta had adequately prepared himself. As Frieza's attack approached, he extended his hand, firmly grasping Frieza's wrist. With a triumphant grin, Vegeta locked eyes with Frieza, his malevolence palpable. Simultaneously, Vegeta unleashed his full power. An explosive aura radiating from him, causing his hair to stand on end, veins to bulge from his forehead, and his eyes to ignite with fury. Frieza, witnessing this, unleashed a punch with his other hand, only to have Vegeta swiftly counter it, seizing Frieza's fist with his other hand. Ha! Vegeta bellowed in exhilaration, his aura intensifying. Frieza, you surely do not comprehend that Scions can surpass their limits in the throes of ultimate combat. As if in synchrony with Vegeta's declaration, the scouter Frieza wore began to beep incessantly. Curiously, Frieza glanced at the fluctuating numbers on the device. 400,000? Increasing? How could this be? In the next moment, the scouter succumbed to the pressure, shattering with a loud crack. In disbelief, Frieza retreated several steps, scrutinizing Vegeta closely. It seems you are not merely boasting. Even Dandi, positioned behind Vegeta, was left bewildered. What is happening? Vegeta's combat power should only be 360,000. Dandi distinctly recalls that before his near demise, Vegeta's power level was merely 180,000. After the near-death experience, it should have only doubled to 360,000. However, Frieza's scouter evidently registered a combat power exceeding 400,000. I comprehend now. Suddenly, Dandi comprehended that Scions, when confronted with the utmost challenges, possess the potential to transcend their limits. Meanwhile, Son Goku felt a sense of bewilderment, although Vegeta was not known for employing the Kaioken technique. The power he exhibited at that moment astonishingly surpassed even Goku's five-fold Kaioken strength. What had he undergone? Compared to his time on Earth, Vegeta had become exponentially more formidable. Goku marveled internally, realizing that if he combined his strength with Vegeta's, they indeed stood a chance against Frieza. No, at this point, it seemed likely that Vegeta alone could defeat Frieza. However, Goku still yearned for the opportunity to face Frieza in single combat. This was the fundamental essence and aspiration of a martial artist. Krillin, having witnessed Frieza's might, had initially succumbed to despair, but upon seeing Vegeta withstand Frieza's onslaught, a flicker of hope ignited within him. This is wonderful. We are saved. Vegeta's strength has astonishingly surged once more, breaking through his limits. How did he achieve this? Goku, you must be stronger than them. Otherwise, we are doomed. The others may not matter, for the Dragon Balls on Earth have already resurrected. But if I die again, it will truly be the end for me. As these thoughts crossed Krillin's mind, his face contorted with distress. Vegeta felt a renewed confidence as he sensed his own limits being surpassed once again. Witnessing his ability to withstand Frieza's assault, he became increasingly arrogant. Frieza, your power is merely this. Stop pretending. Transform already. Faced with Vegeta's brazen demeanor and provocative words, Frieza was taken aback. You know my transformation secret? Humph. It was inadvertently revealed to me by Zarbon, so do not think you can catch me off guard. Hurry up and unleash it. Vegeta plotted within himself. Once Frieza transformed, his strength would undoubtedly exceed my current capabilities. Although I am not a match for him in his transformed state, I estimate that if I experience another near-death enhancement, my strength will breach the Scion limits, allowing me to ascend to Super Saiyan. Humph, Kakarot, I apologize, but only I shall become the Super Saiyan. At this moment, Dandi felt a surge of anxiety coursing through him. Although he lacked the ability to sense energy, standing in proximity to Frieza allowed him to perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from the tyrant. The thought of Frieza's impending transformation only intensified his sense of suffocation. Vegeta, please do not perish. Dandi gazed at the imposing figure of Vegeta before him, fervently praying. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently formed a mutual alliance of interests. Vegeta sought to enhance his power through Dandi, while Dandi yearned to elevate his strength by leveraging Vegeta's prowess. Frieza, observing the arrogant Vegeta, pondered the schemes brewing within his mind. Yet, he knew that the Scion's hubris must not be allowed to flourish. He must crush their confidence with overwhelming might. With this thought, a sinister grin spread across Frieza's face. Ah, how amusing it was to witness someone grow impatient with life. A mere taste of power, and their self-assurance skyrockets? Very well. Let death come swiftly for you. Frieza sneered as he spoke. The trio on Earth remained perplexed by Vegeta's mention of transformation, with Krillin being the first to voice his curiosity. Hey, Vegeta, what do you mean by transformation? Vegeta, fixated on Frieza, wore a visage of eager anticipation. To him, Frieza's transformation represented a chance for him to ascend to Super Saiyan. Some species alter their appearance in response to perilous situations, becoming even stronger. Typically, they conserve energy by remaining in their ordinary forms. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza scoffed disdainfully. I am different. I maintain this form because my power is so immense that it is difficult to control. It disrupts my normal existence. The others felt a chill run down their spines at Frieza's declaration. Although Vegeta had managed to withstand one of Frieza's attacks, he still appeared to be at a disadvantage. If Frieza's strength were to increase further, Vegeta would surely be no match for him. Moreover, considering Vegeta's displayed power, he seemed to be on par with Goku. This suggested that if Vegeta could not contend with Frieza in his transformed state, Goku would likely fare no better. Ah, open your eyes wide. Witnessing my transformation is a rare opportunity, one that will soon be lost, Frieza proclaimed with a sinister chuckle. Consider it a retribution for provoking me. Even when I annihilated planet Vegeta and faced the Saiyan King, I did not resort to transformation. Vegeta, your father perished like an insect at my hands. And you shall meet the same fate. Vegeta sneered at this, having long hardened his heart. Though filled with pride as a Saiyan, he bore little affection for his father. I surpassed my father long ago. Do not underestimate me, nor the Saiyans. Frieza paid no heed to Vegeta's retorts. Instead, he clenched his fists and bellowed with fury. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth. Chapter 27. The Horned Frieza. With a furious roar, Frieza unleashed an overwhelming force that shattered his battle armor into countless fragments, scattering them in all directions. Such power. The battle suit, renowned for its resilience, had been effortlessly obliterated. Both Gohan and Krillin stood pale-faced, astonished by the spectacle before them. After all, even at their utmost strength, they could only inflict minimal damage to such formidable attire. Yet, Frieza had merely exerted a slight surge of energy and completely destroyed it. As the onlookers beheld Frieza's unveiled form, they were rendered speechless, particularly upon witnessing the confidence radiating from his countenance. Could this be what transformation entails? It appeared rather unchanged. Vegeta was the first to suppress his inner turmoil. Mockingly addressing Frieza, "Hey, Frieza, what kind of trick is this? Shedding your battle suit is not a transformation." However, despite his taunts, a cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's brow, for he sensed that with the utterance of his words, Frieza's aura began to intensify dramatically. Frieza sneered, his voice sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate the very soul. His entire skeletal structure trembled violently in tandem with his mocking laughter, producing an eerie sound that instilled profound unease. Suddenly, Frieza's expression contorted in agony, as if his body were enduring immense torment. He could no longer restrain his emotions, erupting into deafening roars that echoed through the air. With each bellow, his physique began to expand at an astonishing rate. His formerly slender limbs swelled with newfound muscle, exuding an aura of formidable strength. His torso elongated, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his hands and feet grew thicker and more robust, brimming with power. As the final roar subsided, Frieza had completed his metamorphosis. His height, once a mere 4 feet, now soared to an astounding over 10 feet. At this moment, Frieza appeared as a malevolent deity descended from the heavens, resembling an immovable mountain. His exterior bore the semblance of a tall and robust minotaur, crowned with a pair of sharp horns that exuded a chilling aura. His visage had also transformed, appearing more mature and ferocious. Vegeta, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity, rendered motionless in shock. He had never anticipated that Frieza's metamorphosis would be so vastly different from that of Sabo, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying presence that suffocated him, almost rendering him breathless. Gohan and Krillin, too, were utterly paralyzed by this abrupt change, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to take even a single step forward. In contrast, Goku maintained a semblance of composure, though his expression was laced with gravity. His eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement and astonishment. After all, encountering an adversary as formidable as Frieza was a novel experience for Goku. Even he, a seasoned warrior, could not help but be awed. Dandi stood to the side, fully aware of Frieza's unfathomable strength and having anticipated his transformation. Yet, upon witnessing the towering figure of Frieza, exceeding 3 meters in height, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The oppressive aura emanating from Frieza surpassed all of Dandi's expectations. Frieza stood there, like an insurmountable mountain, reveling in the terror reflected in the eyes of those around him. After a brief moment, a smirk began to curl at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Have you all had your fill of admiration? Let me make one thing clear. Now that I have assumed this form, I will show no mercy." His voice was chilling, as if it emerged from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. After all, even I find it difficult to control my current power. By the way, my combat strength now exceeds 1,500,000. Upon hearing Frieza's self-revelation of his power, Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his teeth tightly, filled with disbelief and rage. How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling involuntarily. He had believed that by breaking through his limits, he would be able to contend with Frieza. He anticipated that after this breakthrough, his power would have reached an impressive 700,000. And even if Frieza were to surpass his original strength of 530,000 through transformation, he would still have sufficient confidence to challenge and defeat Frieza. However, reality dealt a heavy blow to Vegeta. He could never have imagined that Frieza's transformation would propel his power to over 1,500,000. Such a terrifying surge in strength far exceeded Vegeta's expectations and imagination. Faced with such a formidable adversary, even if he were to once again find himself on the brink of death and rely on Dandi's healing to recover, his power would merely reach 1,400,000. It seemed unlikely that he could contend with Frieza. This thought conjured a profound sense of fear within Vegeta. This fear did not stem from a dread of death or failure, but rather from the despair of being unable to surpass Frieza and fulfill his aspirations. For so long, Vegeta had regarded Frieza as his greatest foe, yearning to vanquish him and prove his strength and the pride of the Saiyans. Yet now, Frieza's display of overwhelming power made him realize that all his previous efforts appeared futile. The chasm between him and Frieza remained as insurmountable as ever. What a terrifying opponent! Is this the might of the cosmic overlord, Frieza? As he witnessed the once indomitable Vegeta's expression shift to one of despondency, Frieza smiled with satisfaction. Feeling hopeless, are we? It's too late. As he spoke, Frieza unleashed a tremendous aura, a mere lift of his hand causing a powerful surge to erupt forth. Within a radius of several kilometers centered around him, the land was instantly reduced to dust. The onlookers swiftly ascended into the air, seeking refuge from this cataclysmic disaster. Dandi, Krillin, and Gohan, being the weakest among them, managed to narrowly escape Frieza's indiscriminate assault due to their distance, yet their thoughts were consumed with concern for Dandi. Scanning the surroundings, they were startled to find him suspended in midair, held by Vegeta. Upon seeing that Dandi was unharmed, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. For in their eyes, Dandi was merely a defenseless child from Namek. "Ah, Uncle Krillin, you're bleeding," Gohan exclaimed, noticing the crimson droplets trickling from Krillin's bald head. "Fortunately, it's just a minor injury," Krillin replied in a grave tone. Observing this, Goku hurriedly flew towards Gohan and Krillin, positioning himself protectively in front of them. After all, one was his beloved son, and the other was a lifelong companion. Goku could not allow any harm to befall them, especially Krillin, who had already faced death once. Even the Dragon Balls could not revive him a second time. Frieza stood upon the only small patch of land that remained, hands on his hips, mockingly surveying the crowd. The little ants are quite swift in their escape. However, this is merely a trivial greeting. Even a Saiyan's abilities could achieve this feat with a demeanor that toyed with the spectators. Frieza coldly regarded them. "Vegeta, you must comprehend the sensation of toying with insects. This time, however, you have become the insect. You cannot even fathom the extent of my power. To give you a glimpse into a fraction of my might, allow me to demonstrate." He surveyed the two groups before him, one side with Vegeta and the captured Dandi, the other with Goku shielding Gohan and Krillin. "I'll choose you," Frieza declared, already unleashing his formidable energy and soaring into the sky. His speed had doubled from before, rendering his form nearly invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 28. The Wrath of Gohan. Frieza darted toward the heavens with astonishing velocity, his razor-sharp horns striking like lightning at Goku. Under the immense force, Frieza pierced Goku's chest in an instant. Even one as powerful as Goku could not perceive Frieza's movements, and in the blink of an eye, he suffered a catastrophic blow. Gaping in disbelief at the gaping wound in his body, hot blood cascaded down Frieza's horns. What incredible speed! Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unfolding scene before him. Just moments ago, they had utilized their scouter to assess Goku's power level, which had reached an astounding 50,000. This indicated that, even when compared to his current self, Goku's combat prowess was scarcely inferior. Yet, unexpectedly, in the face of the transformed Frieza, Goku found himself utterly powerless. "Father!" Gohan watched in horror as his father, Goku, was pierced through the body by Frieza, leaving him utterly stunned. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his eyes widening, and disbelief etched across his face. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable surge of fury welled within him, as if it threatened to consume his very being. Beside him, Vegeta had witnessed the event as well, his expression darkening significantly. His hands instinctively formed fists, trembling slightly from the intensity of his grip. Damn it! How dare he strike Kakarot first? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Frieza swiftly pivoted, launching Goku like a projectile with a violent toss. Goku's body soared through the air in an arc before crashing heavily into the water below. Witnessing this, Vegeta grasped Dandi tightly, fearing that he might rush to Goku's aid. I cannot allow that fool Kakarot to transform into a Super Saiyan before me, Vegeta silently admonished himself, fully aware that should Dandi revive Goku, his strength would be greatly augmented, potentially allowing him to ascend to Super Saiyan before Vegeta himself. Thus, he resolved to prevent Dandi from rescuing Goku at all costs. At this moment, Dandi was equally filled with urgency. He had not anticipated that Frieza, transformed into his horned form, would not charge at Krillin as he had expected, but instead direct his assault towards Son Goku. Witnessing Goku grievously wounded, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to his aid. Although Goku's typical battle power was merely 100,000, the thousand-fold return would surely amount to over 1 billion for me, wouldn't it? No, this is not the time to ponder such matters. If I do not rescue Son Goku, who will take on the role of the main force in the coming battle? Dandi understood that if he could not secure a return from the system, he would have to rely on Son Wukong to shoulder the burden. However, Vegeta, consumed by jealousy, now clutched him tightly, rendering him unable to escape. Damn it, Vegeta. Release me at once. Otherwise, I shall certainly not come to your aid in the future. Dandi cried out while struggling fiercely. However, Vegeta remained oblivious, firmly believing that Dandi would not abandon him in the face of Goku's demise. After all, if Goku were to perish, the only chance for survival for these individuals would rest upon him, Vegeta. After a tumultuous struggle, Dandi finally summoned all his strength to break free from Vegeta's iron grip and promptly soared towards Goku. What? Vegeta was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom how the diminutive Dandi could escape his seemingly unyielding grasp. As he felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist, Vegeta glanced down, his mind swirling with confusion and astonishment. How could this little fellow possess such formidable strength? My current fighting power exceeds 700,000, Vegeta muttered, his gaze fixed intently on the swiftly retreating Dandi. After hurling Goku away, Frieza sported a chilling smirk, proclaiming, I apologize, but my power has grown so overwhelming that I can barely contain it. Witnessing the terror etched on everyone's faces, Frieza glared at Vegeta with a menacing expression, brimming with provocation. His decision to strike Goku was a calculated maneuver aimed at shattering Vegeta's psychological defenses, plunging him into despair. With his father being cast aside, Gohan was consumed by urgency, unhesitatingly propelling himself forward in an attempt to rescue him. Whoosh! Yet, Frieza appeared before Gohan in the blink of an eye. A cold smile plastered across his face as he obstructed Gohan's path. This is bad, Gohan. Dandi soared towards the water's surface, his heart racing as he witnessed Son Gohan being confronted by Frieza. A sudden pang of dread seized him, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. He understood that Son Gohan was no match for Frieza, and if any peril befell him, Dandi would undoubtedly rush to his aid without hesitation. After all, without Son Gohan, Dandi would have long since met his demise. Is that man your father? Huh. Worry not, for I shall soon send you to reunite with him. Frieza snarled, his visage contorted with malice upon seeing Son Gohan daring to stand before him. Scoundrel! Son Gohan's fury ignited at Frieza's words, his eyes widening with rage as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon the loathsome adversary. His body trembled involuntarily from the intensity of his anger. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Son Gohan would display the despair and fear typical of others in his presence. Yet here stood a youth brimming with indignation. Begone! Son Gohan roared, launching a powerful kick aimed squarely at Frieza's neck with remarkable speed. The force of the strike caught Frieza entirely off guard, for he had never imagined that the boy would dare to retaliate, let alone possess such formidable strength. In his moment of complacency, he found himself struck. This unexpected blow left Frieza momentarily dazed, for throughout his past, all who encountered him had been rendered motionless by his overwhelming might. Yet today marked the first occasion on which he faced defiance. Before Frieza could recover from his astonishment, Son Gohan pressed his advantage, swiftly raising his right fist and delivering a thunderous uppercut that connected solidly with Frieza's chin. The impact was tremendous, leaving Frieza reeling and disoriented. What on earth is happening? Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of disbelief, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes widened as he fixated on the central battlefield, murmuring to himself, the boy's energy continues to surge. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. Ya 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 ya. Son Gohan, like a tempest, unleashed a flurry of punches upon Frieza's abdomen, each strike imbued with unparalleled strength, forcing Frieza to stagger backward repeatedly. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. In a swift motion, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick that struck Frieza with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Following this, Son Gohan did not relent in his assault. He inhaled deeply, gathering the full extent of his energy. As his breaths grew more frantic, the aura surrounding him intensified in potency. At last, when he deemed himself sufficiently charged, he launched a devastating energy blast forward. This energy orb streaked through the air like a shooting star, embodying a cataclysmic force as it crashed into Frieza. In midair, the energy blast detonated with a resounding explosion, reminiscent of a nuclear bomb unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud. The sheer magnitude of its power caused the very fabric of space to tremble. After several long seconds, a powerful shockwave surged forth, sweeping away countless fragments of debris, which shot outwards like bullets in all directions. Their velocity was astonishing, and their might was overwhelming, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure in all present. What a terrifying force it was! Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. Kakarot's-san, in a fit of fervor, had revealed such formidable strength. Could it be that he had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's mind raced with uncertainty as he scrutinized Son Gohan, contemplating the dreadful consequences should such a fierce assault be directed at himself. Dandi gazed in astonishment at Son Wukong. For at this moment, the power exhibited by Son Wukong had astonishingly surpassed his own capabilities, even nearing that of Son Wukong under the recently unleashed five-fold Kaioken. This signified that Son Wukong's combat prowess had undoubtedly exceeded 400,000. What extraordinary beings the Saiyans are! Dandi couldn't help but marvel in silence. He never anticipated that in such a brief span of time, his combat power of 200,000 would no longer hold any advantage, and he was on the verge of becoming the weakest among them. Reflecting on this, Dandi cast a discreet glance at Klen. Fortunately, this bald-headed ally was present. Otherwise, he would have truly descended to the ranks of the utterly powerless. Nevertheless, what difference did a few thousand in combat power make against 200,000? Dandi let out a bitter laugh. Before Frieza, he and Krillin were likely indistinguishable. After unleashing his full power, Gohan was panting heavily, his breath coming in frantic gasps. A profound worry shone in his eyes as he fixated on the trajectory where Goku had been sent flying. That's right, I must go and rescue Goku. As Dandi realized that Son Gohan was safe, he suddenly remembered that Son Wukong was still submerged in the water, his fate uncertain. Just at that moment, a figure emerged triumphantly from the depths. It was none other than Son Wukong. When Son Gohan beheld his father gradually soaring towards him, a tremendous weight lifted from his heart. "Father!" Son Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, observing that the wound on Son Wukong's chest had miraculously healed. "You scared me to death." "Thankfully, there is still one last Senzu bean." "Senzu bean?" Dandi then realized that when Son Wukong arrived at Namek, he indeed brought several divine beans with him. Although he consumed 3 of them aboard the spacecraft, there remained one. Upon witnessing this, Dandi could not help but feel a surge of regret, realizing that he had squandered the opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. With this thought in mind, he cast a reproachful glare at Vegeta. Had it not been for his interference, he would undoubtedly have arrived in time to rescue Goku. Nevertheless, it stands to reason that after Goku's near-death revival, his fighting capabilities must have ascended to an even higher level. Dandi silently pondered. Son Wukong made a playful face at his son, Son Gohan, before turning serious and fixing his gaze below. Just beneath them, Frieza had risen to his feet, though covered in dust and appearing quite disheveled. He bore not a single injury. This little brat is truly remarkable. He dares to challenge me. However, provoking my wrath will only lead to a more agonizing demise. Son Gohan, witnessing his all-out attack fail to even ruffle a hair on Frieza, stood frozen in shock. It's over. Frieza is even more formidable than we imagined. Son Wukong also sensed the shift in Frieza's demeanor as his gaze turned menacing and his aura intensified. In the distance, Piccolo, racing toward them, felt Frieza's energy escalating. "Hold on, everyone. I'm on my way." Chapter 29. Frieza's counterattack. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly as an overwhelming force emanated from him, steadily rising. How is this possible? His power has grown even stronger. Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Frieza. At that moment, he had exhausted all his strength. And faced with such a terrifying pressure, he felt utterly powerless, rendered motionless. Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. He had believed that by exerting all his effort, he might barely keep pace with Frieza. Yet, as he sensed Frieza effortlessly amplifying his energy once more, a wave of despair washed over him. Frieza's strength appeared to be an abyss, always slipping further away just when he thought he was closing in. Conversely, Sun Wukong experienced a different sensation. He too clenched his fists, but his expression radiated excitement. He keenly perceived that, despite his recent injuries, his own power had surged further. Frieza has grown stronger again. What an incredible aura, Sun Wukong murmured, his blood seemingly boiling in anticipation of an epic clash with Frieza before him. Frieza's cold gaze swept over the crowd before lingering on Son Gohan, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little brat, daring to strike at me. You shall all pay dearly for this. With those words, Frieza vanished, darting towards Son Gohan like a bolt of lightning. Gohan, get out of the way. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong felt an urgent sense of foreboding. However, before Son Gohan could react, Frieza had already appeared before him. With a fierce swipe of his hand, Frieza struck Son Gohan squarely in the face. The blow was immensely powerful, snapping Son Gohan's neck in an instant, and sending his body hurtling backward. Bang! Son Gohan crashed heavily onto a distant mountain, instantly buried beneath a pile of rubble, seemingly rendered immobile. Heh! The true spectacle has only just begun. There are more thrilling moments to come. Frieza coldly remarked to Sun Wukong, will the loss of your beloved son cause you heartache? You inferior scion? Sun Wukong, initially prepared to confront Frieza, now found himself anxiously gazing in the direction of Son Gohan. Regrettably, his senzu beans had already been exhausted. He had no means to rescue Son Gohan. Moreover, Frieza had clearly immobilized his movements. Any slight action on Sun Wukong's part would surely invite Frieza to strike. Vegeta, witnessing the scene, allowed a cruel smile to creep across his lips. He was entirely indifferent to Son Gohan's plight. Seeing Frieza turn his back, Vegeta sensed an opportunity and began to gather his energy. With sufficient power amassed, Vegeta eagerly unleashed a blast of energy toward Frieza's back. Frieza. You have grown too complacent. You've exposed such a significant flaw. As Vegeta launched his attack, he observed Frieza remain utterly unmoved, prompting his laughter to erupt uncontrollably. Endure my full force strike. Even if it doesn't kill you, it will surely strip you of your skin. A tremendous explosion erupted, smoke and dust swirling about. Yet Frieza remained unscathed, hovering in the air, his expression cold and mocking as he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. Vegeta, do not rush. Your turn will come soon enough. Seeing his most potent attack have no effect on Frieza, Vegeta's hopes shattered in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Was this fiend's combat prowess truly without limit? Meanwhile, amid the fierce battle, Dandi had cautiously submerged himself in the water, stealthily swimming towards Son Gohan. He understood that, having been stimulated by the Elder, combined with the rage-fueled power he had just unlocked, Son Gohan's strength must now exceed 100,000. If he could rescue him, there was a chance to trigger the system's return capable of confronting Frieza. Dandi felt an acute sense of urgency. Although he had anticipated Frieza's formidable strength, facing his chilling presence was a wholly different experience. Each time he locked eyes with Frieza, a bone-deep terror coursed through him, as if it pierced directly through his soul. I must activate the system's return swiftly. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Dandi was overwhelmed with anxiety, fearing that any misstep would render him the target of Frieza's wrath. After all, the time he recalled as his impending demise loomed ever closer. Should Frieza uncover his healing abilities, he would undoubtedly strike at him without hesitation. Therefore, it was imperative that he swiftly succeeded in triggering the return. Please, Gohan, create a miracle. Dandi endeavored to approach Sun Wukong discreetly. After all, it was Sun Wukong who had rescued him from the clutches of Frieza upon his arrival in this world. Now, with Wukong's fate hanging in the balance, Dandi was resolute in his determination to render aid swiftly. Vegeta, ensnared in the icy gaze of Frieza, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His only glimmer of hope lay in Dandi's potential intervention, which might enable him to transcend his own limits. Where has that little fellow gone? Vegeta suddenly realized that Dandi was no longer behind him. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted Dandi swimming towards Sun Wukong. This fellow. He can fly yet chooses to swim. Little did Vegeta know that Dandi was deliberately diminishing his presence before Frieza out of sheer fear for his life. With Kakarot's son teetering on the brink of death, if that little one were to save him, he would soon gain a significant power boost. I cannot remain passive any longer. I must approach death myself. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his teeth and let out a fierce roar, preparing to take action. Even though he was acutely aware that he could not contend with Frieza, Vegeta resolutely advanced, ready to embrace his demise. This was a rare opportunity to transform into Super Vegeta. However, before Vegeta could make his move, a disc-shaped energy blast was already hurtling towards Frieza's back. It was only as the attack drew near that Frieza became aware of it. Sensing the lethal potency of the assault, Frieza swiftly elevated his position, only to discover that the bald one was the source of the attack. How infuriating! Frieza had not anticipated that these insignificant insects would dare to strike at him, and he immediately lunged forward to eliminate Krillin. Energy Blade Slash. Krillin, fully aware of his inadequacy against Frieza, preemptively unleashed a series of consecutive energy slashes before Frieza could act. Simultaneously, Krillin extended his arms and shouted with fervor, "Solar Flare!" As Frieza concentrated on evading the energy slashes, he was suddenly blinded by the brilliant light. In that instant, Krillin, brimming with excitement, deftly redirected the energy slashes towards Frieza. The slashes approached from various angles, yet Frieza, sensing the imminent danger, clenched his fists tightly and then unleashed a powerful shockwave centered around himself. A formidable force radiated outward from Frieza, instantly shattering all of Krillin's energy slashes. What a detestable creature! Frieza regained his sight and prepared to strike at Krillin, only to find Vegeta had taken the opportunity to position himself above him. Here comes my attack. Vegeta soared into the air, his leg muscles exerting a tremendous force, propelling him towards Frieza like a cannonball. His leg strength was astonishing, seemingly capable of penetrating anything. However, as his foot struck Frieza, he was met with an immense recoil, akin to kicking a solid steel plate. Frieza's body swayed slightly, yet he remained unscathed. Meanwhile, a sharp pain coursed through Vegeta's leg, causing him to emit a muffled groan. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, his eyes flashing with anger and defiance. He had not anticipated Frieza's defensive prowess to be so formidable. His full-force kick had inflicted no damage whatsoever. He realized that this adversary was more powerful than he had imagined. "Ha!" Frieza laughed triumphantly, his voice laced with mockery and disdain. He glared at Vegeta, his eyes glinting with cruelty. "Do you think that mere insects like you could defeat me? Such naivety." Seizing the moment, Vegeta retorted mockingly, "Ha! Frieza, spare us your arrogant boasts. I will show you the might of a Super Saiyan." His voice dripped with unabashed provocation. "Silence." Upon hearing the words Super Saiyan, Frieza's expression twisted into a snarl, his fury palpable. Clearly enraged by Vegeta's taunt, his anger surged to new heights. He resolved to no longer tolerate the insolence of these insects and vowed that they would pay dearly. "I will make you all regret ever crossing me." Frieza hissed through clenched teeth, his tone brimming with lethal intent. His gaze locked onto Vegeta, poised to unleash his attack. Vegeta sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza, fully aware that he was about to face a deadly confrontation. Yet, understanding that there was no retreat for him, he stood resolute, fist clenched, ready to confront Frieza's assault. "If I am gravely wounded once more, I shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan." With this determination, Vegeta decided to advance against Frieza. Just as Frieza was about to strike, he suddenly noticed a figure racing towards them from the horizon. The figure moved with incredible speed, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, curious to discern the identity of the newcomer. Frieza's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he focused on the man, seemingly recognizing him. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore a puzzled expression, bewildered by the presence of this individual. Chapter 30. Arrival of Piccolo in the sky. A green figure surged toward the battlefield with extraordinary speed. The silhouette darted through the air like a shooting star, so swift that many could scarcely discern what it was. Upon arriving on the battlefield, the figure did not immediately engage in the fray. Instead, it came to a sudden halt before Son Gohan. At that moment, everyone finally recognized the newcomer as Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo, Son Gohan's excitement surged, and he called out to him, "Uncle Piccolo." After all, over the past year, Son Gohan had spent countless hours training alongside Piccolo, who had imparted numerous survival skills to him, guiding him through his growth. It was Piccolo who had selflessly shielded him during the confrontation with Vegeta, sacrificing his own life to save Gohan. Thus, Piccolo held immense significance in Son Gohan's life. Upon hearing Gohan's call, Piccolo quickly responded, "Gohan, are you all right? What just transpired?" Although concern weighed heavily on his heart, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. He had sensed Gohan's energy spike dramatically in an instant, only to wane after clashing with Frieza. Piccolo feared that Gohan might have sustained severe injuries. However, seeing Gohan standing unharmed before him brought a flicker of relief and confusion to his heart. It was only when he noticed Dandi behind Gohan that Piccolo comprehended the situation. "Dandi, you saved Gohan, didn't you?" "Yes." Dandi nodded, feeling no surprise that the unfamiliar Bick was able to recognize him. He understood that Bick had now merged with Naru, thus possessing Naru's memories, which undoubtedly included knowledge of his healing abilities. Dandi was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Piccolo at that moment. According to his recollections, the fusion with Nail had bestowed upon Piccolo a battle power exceeding 1 million. Now that the combatants on his side were assembled, Dandi noticed that Frieza had directed his attention towards Piccolo, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He began to contemplate the situation in his mind. Just moments ago, he had successfully revived Gohan, yet the malfunctioning system had failed to activate the return. What could possibly be the reason? Had he misjudged the situation? Or did the system require a year-long cooldown to take effect? Dandi recalled with great clarity that during the system upgrade, it had been explicitly stated that the cooldown period had been reset. Could it truly be that a mere 10% probability is so minuscule? Perhaps it is best to observe the situation for now and only take action should a dire circumstance arise. After all, I have yet to utilize it 10 times. Statistically speaking, I should be highly likely to trigger the system's return after 10 uses. With Piccolo now in the fray, it would be most advantageous to wait until he is gravely injured before attempting to rescue him to activate the system. I surmise that Piccolo's power level must exceed 1 million at this point. Should a 1,000-fold return be activated, it could yield a battle power exceeding 1 billion. The mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Piccolo, do your best. Dandi suddenly realized that since Piccolo had also arrived, it seemed that Frieza was on the verge of transforming once again. This time, it must succeed. Otherwise, no one would stand a chance against Frieza in his second transformation. Unaware of Dandi's thoughts, Piccolo, seeing that everyone was unharmed, finally felt relieved, folding his arms in front of him while scrutinizing Frieza. Is this creature truly Frieza? Through Nail's memories, Piccolo had witnessed Frieza's power, yet at that time, Frieza was merely a diminutive figure, standing only at 1 meter 40. What could explain the monstrous being before him, towering over 3 meters? Had he transformed? The current strength was indeed extraordinary. Piccolo was secretly astonished, yet his expression grew grave. He sensed that the Frieza before him was several times stronger than when he had fought Nail. This overwhelming aura made Piccolo furrow his brow, as he became acutely alert. Vegeta, upon spotting Piccolo, smirked disdainfully. "Humph, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's that worthless being I easily defeated on Earth." Vegeta's gaze was filled with scorn and contempt. Now that he had come here alive, did you use the Dragon Balls to wish for the resurrection of such a waste? Anger surged within Vegeta as he contemplated this. He could not accept that these Earthlings had secretly used the Dragon Balls without him, squandering their precious wish on reviving a deceased failure. Damn it, if only the wish had been for my immortality. Upon hearing Vegeta's mockery, Piccolo's eyes sharpened. But he did not divert his gaze from Frieza. "Vegeta dares to call me worthless. I shall remember your words. After dealing with Frieza, I will certainly settle this score with you." Vegeta's expression of ridicule deepened upon hearing Piccolo's threat. "Huh, such bravado. You think you can take down Frieza? Is this the kind of humor exclusive to Namekians?" His laughter was laced with overt disdain and mockery. "Very well, let you go meet your demise first. Once you are gone, it will be my turn to strike." Initially, Vegeta intended to rush forward to confront Frieza, but upon seeing Piccolo approach, he hesitated, not wanting to be defeated in front of him. He thought it best to wait for Piccolo to be vanquished by Frieza before he himself made his move. However, Piccolo ignored Vegeta's provocation, remaining fully focused on the enemy before him, Frieza. At that moment, Krillin, witnessing Piccolo, was overtaken by a grave expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is hopeless. Even if Piccolo trained with King Kai, he could never be Frieza's match. Goku only increased his power by less than 10,000 after a year of training with King Kai. "Piccolo, please do not act recklessly. If you perish, the Dragon Balls we painstakingly revived will vanish once more." Krillin incessantly lamented in his heart. After all, this journey to Namek was solely to resurrect the Dragon Balls on Earth. If Piccolo were to die here, then all their efforts would be in vain. Krillin couldn't help but regret using the precious wish from the Dragon Balls to transport Piccolo to Namek. At this moment, Goku's gaze remained fixed on Piccolo, his eyes glimmering with perplexity. What on earth has Piccolo experienced? Why has his energy undergone such a tremendous transformation? Goku pondered silently. The Piccolo before him seemed to exude a different aura, as if he were an entirely different adversary. While he was aware that Piccolo had trained under the KO, he couldn't shake the feeling that the current Piccolo possessed an indescribable mystique. Moreover, Goku could sense the immense power contained within Piccolo. Frieza, upon seeing yet another opponent join the fray, felt a heaviness in his heart, and his expression grew grave. He scrutinized the newly arrived Namekian, furrowing his brow. This fellow. Why does he seem so familiar? Frieza examined him closely, attempting to recall the identity of this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a silhouette flashed through his mind. Nail. It's him. Frieza whispered in astonishment, but then shook his head, muttering to himself. Impossible. That wretch was tortured to the brink of death by me. How could he still be alive? At this realization, Frieza recalled that the little scion had also been dispatched by him. How could he be resurrected? Full of vigor. And that scion from Earth, who had been pierced through by him, was now completely unscathed and revived. What secrets do these beings possess? Frieza surveyed the assembly. However, upon further examination of the Namekian before him, he noticed distinct differences from Nail. His energy, demeanor, and strength imparted an entirely new sensation. This left Frieza puzzled. Could it be merely a matter of resemblance? Regardless, he was certain that this individual was no match for him. As this thought took root in his mind, the gravity of Frieza's expression gradually dissipated, replaced by a confident smile. No matter what tricks you employ, you shall not stand against me. He was resolute in his belief that his formidable power was sufficient to conquer any foe. And even in the face of this mysterious Namekian, he felt no fear. After all, in the universe, no one could truly challenge the majesty of Lord Frieza. At this moment, however, Piccolo appeared extraordinarily calm, standing resolutely, emanating a chilling aura. Frieza, you wretched creature, today marks your demise. Bik's gaze grew icy as he fiercely addressed Frieza. As Dandi observed that Bik was on the verge of action, he felt a surge of anxiety and subtly adjusted his position, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice to provide aid to Bik. Chapter 31. Bik's power. Upon hearing Bik's words, Frieza erupted into a boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Oh ho ho ho, you pitiful insect. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me?" In response, Bik's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. "Oh no!" Krillin exclaimed, realizing that Bik was genuinely intent on confronting Frieza. Panic surged within him. This was sheer folly. Bik had no comprehension of the terrifying power Frieza possessed. His actions were tantamount to courting death. After all the effort they had expended to resurrect the Dragon Balls on Earth, Vegeta, observing the unfolding battle with a cold gaze, reassured himself that soon Bik would come to understand Frieza's might. Yet by then, it would be too late. Only Gohan harbored unwavering faith in Bik. His uncle Bik was not an impulsive individual. His calm demeanor indicated he must possess confidence in his abilities. Dandi was another who shared this conviction. Dandi understood that if Frieza did not continue to transform, he would likely be unable to pose a threat to the current Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo's figure had already appeared before Frieza. He extended one hand and fiercely slashed towards Frieza. "Die, Frieza!" Piccolo roared as he launched his attack. Frieza was taken aback, astonished that Piccolo's speed could be so extraordinary. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he immediately unleashed a formidable energy to counter Piccolo's assault. A resounding crash echoed as their elbows collided, generating a tremendous wave of energy. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, creating visible ripples. What is happening? How can that guy be so powerful? Vegeta muttered, his eyes betraying his astonishment as he witnessed Piccolo's strike. He had not anticipated that Piccolo could unleash such speed. And it seemed that he was not at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Frieza. That guy has truly grown significantly stronger. How has he achieved this? Vegeta marveled at Piccolo's prowess. It appeared that Piccolo was not merely putting on a facade. Could this be the power of the Dragon Balls? Vegeta pondered, casting a glance towards Krillin and the others. At that moment, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. How is this possible? When did Piccolo become so formidable? Krillin stammered. I don't know, but judging by Piccolo's aura just now, he is indeed different from before. Sun Wukong seemed to have anticipated that Piccolo would not falter. It appears that Piccolo has experienced some remarkable transformation while training with the King Kai. Perhaps we can trust him this time. Krillin responded excitedly, surprised by the King Kai's extraordinary abilities. Tangent and Yamcha had also trained with the King Kai. Could it be that they had grown stronger as well? Krillin thought, realizing that among them, he was the only one who had not visited the King Kai for training. However, Sun Wukong shook his head. He knew that Piccolo's strength was clearly not derived from the King Kai, especially since he could easily discern that Piccolo was not employing the Kaioken technique. Aside from the Kaioken, the King Kai lacked the ability to elevate Piccolo's power to such an extent in a short period. Listening to the conversation among Krillin and the others, Vegeta grasped the situation. Piccolo's strength was not something they had wished for through the Dragon Balls. Damn it, this guy's power on Earth was only a few thousand. Yet now he has reached such a level. How did he accomplish this? Vegeta seethed with rage. He had fought tirelessly, narrowly escaping death multiple times and defeating one formidable opponent after another to attain his current strength. In a brief span of time, those whom he could have effortlessly vanquished, be it Kakarot or the Namekian, have astonishingly surpassed him in power. How infuriating. I am the prince of the Science. I am the elite of a warrior race. It is utterly unreasonable that I should be outmatched by these individuals. Observing Vegeta's frantic demeanor, Dandi bore a look of profound understanding. I comprehend, I truly do. I once believed that a battle power of 200,000 would allow me to stride confidently. Yet within mere days, I find myself at the bottom. Without a formidable system to support me, I would truly struggle to navigate the world of Dragon Ball. As Vegeta grappled with his existential crisis, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted. After being intercepted by Frieza, Piccolo suddenly unleashed his energy, remarkably enhancing his speed once more. With a resounding thud, he landed a punch squarely on Frieza's face. As Frieza was sent reeling, Piccolo accelerated again, his form swiftly appearing behind Frieza, fist clenched. And he struck down with ferocity. Frieza, seeing this, executed a backflip, retaliating with a kick aimed at Piccolo's fist, and unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a powerful counterattack. Soaring towards Piccolo. With a cold smile, Piccolo deftly bent low, evading Frieza's punch, then launched his head upward, colliding forcefully with Frieza's chin. How infuriating, you scoundrel. Frieza bellowed in rage, realizing he was at a disadvantage. He had not anticipated Piccolo to be such a formidable opponent. Despite employing various techniques, he found himself thwarted. Humph. Frieza, your power is rather lackluster. Prepare to witness my true strength, Piccolo declared with a mocking grin, having discerned Frieza's capabilities. Without delay, Piccolo clasped his hands together and began to chant incantations. As he did so, a tremendous energy gradually coalesced in his palms. This is bad. Frieza, sensing the energy emanating from Piccolo, turned pale and hastily leaped back. In that instant, Piccolo hurled the energy sphere toward Frieza. A thunderous explosion resounded, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Following a blinding flash of light, a colossal crater formed at the site where Frieza had stood, thick smoke billowing from within. Have we succeeded? Krillin inquired anxiously, everyone's gaze fixated on the gaping pit, eagerly anticipating the sight of Frieza's lifeless body. However, as the smoke dissipated, they were astounded to see Frieza standing at the bottom of the crater, completely unscathed. Ha ha ha. To be honest, your meager power is utterly ineffective against me. Although Frieza was struck, he laughed triumphantly. Despite having taken a solid hit from Piccolo, he emerged virtually unscathed, save for some dust on his form. How infuriating, Piccolo thought, gritting his teeth, a flicker of frustration flashing in his eyes. He had believed that his full-force strike would at least severely wound Frieza, but he was astounded by his opponent's formidable strength. However, it is commendable that you have compelled me to exert a fraction of my power. Regrettably, you remain unworthy of being my adversary, Frieza continued coolly. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from Frieza, enveloping Piccolo in an instant. This is bad. Piccolo's heart sank as he sensed Frieza's overwhelming presence. He realized he had underestimated Frieza's might. The truth was, Frieza had not even fought at full strength during their encounter. What should we do? Is Piccolo in danger? Krillin inquired anxiously. Do not worry. Uncle Piccolo will find a way, Gohan reassured. Though he too could not suppress his concern for Piccolo, Dandi observed the fierce battle between the two with a cold gaze. Fully aware that if Frieza were to earnestly transform once more, Piccolo would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. At that moment, his next opportunity for a reward would arise. Just then, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once again. Under Frieza's confident stare, Piccolo removed his cloak and hat, casting them aside with a resonating thud. He twisted his neck and calmly declared, in that case, I shall unleash my full power to engage you. Chapter 32, Frieza in a detrimental position, ha ha ha. Frieza laughed mockingly upon witnessing this. His icy gaze was filled with disdain, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he arrogantly proclaimed, "You believe that merely shedding your garments will elevate your strength? How utterly laughable." He returned Piccolo's own words, previously used by Vegeta to taunt him, without alteration. In the face of Frieza's derision, Piccolo's expression remained unchanged. However, Goku and the others understood that Piccolo had been diligently engaged in daily weighted training, and the garments he wore bore an astonishing weight of over 1,000 pounds. Now, having cast off this heavy burden, Piccolo's weight had been significantly reduced, allowing for a remarkable enhancement in his speed. Unaware of this secret, Frieza merely sneered, extending his arms wide as an unceasing flow of power began to coalesce before him, forming a formidable energy wave. With a swift motion, he propelled this massive energy wave forward at an astonishing velocity, its fierce momentum directed straight towards Piccolo and the others behind him. At that very moment, Piccolo exhibited an unprecedented swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The individuals behind him were at a safe distance, easily evading Frieza's assault. Meanwhile, fearing Dandi's speed might falter, Gohan tightly grasped Dandi's hand as they sought refuge. "Dandi, be careful. I am fine." Upon witnessing Gohan's deep concern for him, Dandi felt a warmth spread through his heart. Piccolo swiftly maneuvered, effortlessly evading Frieza's energy wave, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared before Frieza like a phantom. "What?" Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. Shock etched across his face. He had never anticipated that Piccolo's speed had escalated to such an extent. Even he found it difficult to track Piccolo's movements. In a desperate attempt, Frieza performed several rolls, barely managing to create some distance from Piccolo, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on him. "Ha, Frieza. Weren't you supposed to be formidable? Why do you hesitate to strike again?" A mocking smile graced the corners of Piccolo's mouth as he provocatively laughed aloud. At these words, Frieza's fury surged, his eyes igniting with flames of rage. He abruptly swung his arm, unleashing a barrage of fierce energy waves, aiming to strike Piccolo. Yet, no matter how desperately he exerted himself, Piccolo always managed to deftly evade his onslaught. "Damn it! What a cunning pest!" Frieza seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. He was utterly perplexed as to why Piccolo's strength had transformed so dramatically simply by shedding his clothing, becoming so terrifying. His speed was now utterly unlike what it had been before. Frieza knew full well that, under normal circumstances, Piccolo would never have been able to dodge his energy waves. Yet, at this moment, not only could he not hit Piccolo, but he was also consistently on the receiving end of the assault. If this continued, it would be nearly impossible for him to vent his pent-up rage. With this thought in mind, Frieza resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Death Beam. Suddenly, he extended his finger, and a powerful beam of energy shot forth from his fingertip, racing toward Piccolo. This was the fastest offensive maneuver in Frieza's arsenal. "Piccolo, watch out!" cried Krillin and the others in alarm. However, this time, Piccolo did not evade. He took a deep breath, his fingers coming together as he concentrated a brilliant sphere of light in his palm, striking back at the death beam. With Piccolo's fierce roar, Frieza's attack was unexpectedly deflected. At the same moment, as Piccolo forcefully waved his hand, the light intensified after repelling Frieza's assault, morphing into a colossal energy wave that surged forward, enveloping Frieza within its embrace. Boom! In the wake of a tremendous explosion, Frieza remained rooted in place. Although he had successfully deflected the assault, he was now enveloped in smoke, appearing utterly disheveled. "How dare you?" Observing Piccolo's relaxed demeanor, Frieza could no longer maintain his composure. Veins bulged upon his forehead as his fury intensified. Krillin, taken aback, had not anticipated that Piccolo could dominate Frieza throughout the battle, leaving him utterly astonished. Vegeta's expression was grave, realizing that Piccolo's strength surpassed even Frieza's. Meanwhile, Goku wore a serious countenance. The observer's clarity revealed that although Piccolo had the upper hand, Goku sensed that Frieza still had some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Only Gohan, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Uncle Piccolo, you're amazing." Dandi appeared somewhat anxious. He was acutely aware of Frieza's formidable power and feared that Piccolo might inadvertently provoke Frieza into a furious rage, leading to his swift demise. Should that occur, all of Dandi's previous efforts would be rendered futile, and the Dragon Balls on Earth would vanish once more. Frieza glared at Piccolo with a murderous glint in his eyes. But soon a sinister smile crept across his face. "I must concede, I have indeed underestimated you. I did not anticipate that not all Namekians are worthless. You possess some skill." Frieza's tone dripped with mockery and disdain, yet it exuded a sense of confidence. Piccolo coldly retorted, "Humph, is this when you finally realize it?" Frieza's lips curled into a smirk as he coldly declared, "In that case, I shall grant you the opportunity to witness my true power." As his words fell, Frieza's aura began to swell, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this, Vegeta was suddenly engulfed by a wave of terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "What? This fiend still has the strength to augment his power? Does he possess no limits?" Vegeta understood all too well that should Frieza's strength escalate once more, he would stand no chance against him. Even if he were to face death again, he could not hope to match Frieza's might. Contemplating this, Vegeta felt his legs weaken, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that his previous thoughts had been excessively naive. He once believed he could contend with Frieza, but now it seemed a gross miscalculation. How could I possibly stand against him? Vegeta was filled with regret. If Frieza's power could indeed increase further, he would be utterly powerless before him. Forget about serious injury. With a mere strike, he might be reduced to ashes, not to mention transforming into a Super Saiyan. Damn it! Vegeta roared in a fit of rage. He couldn't help but lament his earlier decision. Had Piccolo not suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans, he might have been gravely wounded and subsequently healed by Dandi. In that scenario, even if he were not Frieza's equal, he could have bided his time for another chance at death. However, now it was too late. Engaging Frieza again would likely leave him without even a chance at near death. Even if he were to face death again, could he truly defeat Frieza? As this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta hesitated once more. His current fighting power hovered around 700,000. Even if it were to double, it would barely exceed 1,000,000. The Namekian before him already possessed a combat power exceeding 1,000,000. Even if he were to receive healing once, could he genuinely triumph over them? With that, Vegeta cast a glance at Goku. Why was Kakarot so composed? Did he feel no fear? Wait, that guy had nearly perished just moments ago. But how did he come back to life? Little doubting never attempted to rescue him. Could it be that he relied on those beings from Earth? How infuriating. He must have harnessed them to enhance his power. Previously, he already possessed a combat strength exceeding 500,000, and now, on the brink of death once more. Could it be that Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan? With this thought, Vegeta's gaze towards Son Goku turned envious, and the initial fear dissipated entirely. No, I must become a Super Saiyan. Dandi observed Vegeta's expression, knowing that he must be feeling an intense sense of indignation. Turning his gaze towards Frieza, it appeared that he was poised to enter the next phase of his transformation. Excellent, Frieza, proceed to utterly decimate Piccolo. I eagerly anticipate the expression that will grace your face once I trigger the system's return. Chapter 33, Frieza's second transformation. Frieza regarded Piccolo with a cold, mocking smile, his eyes brimming with derision. The corners of his mouth curled upward as a sharp, taunting laughter escaped him. Ha. Upon witnessing Frieza's sudden shift in demeanor, Piccolo was instantly enraged. His eyes widened, flames of fury igniting within him. Frieza, cease your grandiloquence. I shall defeat you and make you feel the wrath of the Namekians you have slaughtered. Gohan, hearing Piccolo's declaration, chimed in with fervor. Clenching his fists, he asserted with unwavering resolve, "Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, let him witness your might. You must prevail." Yet, Frieza remained utterly unconcerned. He continued to sneer, the mockery in his expression intensifying. "What a fool you are. Do you truly believe I possess only this level of power?" His voice dripped with confidence and disdain. Oh? Piccolo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Is the reality not evident before you? Ha. Frieza's piercing laughter echoed, slicing through the air like a dagger. You are likely unaware of my ability to transform, are you? Frieza declared with an air of superiority. Transform? Piccolo was momentarily stunned, his face a canvas of astonishment. Have you not already transitioned from a diminutive figure to your current form? Frieza was momentarily at a loss for words. Have you encountered me before? Never mind. It matters not. After you witness my transformation, you will soon resemble Vegeta and the others, frozen in terror. Frieza's gaze swept over Vegeta and the others with a hint of amusement, and he laughed boisterously. I shall plunge you into despair, a despair that renders you utterly immobile. His voice was laced with an icy chill. Listen closely. With each transformation, I unleash an even greater power. Frieza continued, his eyes sparkling with confidence and boundless derision. I still have 2 transformations left. Do you comprehend what that entails? Frieza's words struck Piccolo like a heavy hammer, causing his countenance to shift to one of grave seriousness. 2 more? Piccolo's eyes widened as he fixed an intense gaze upon Frieza, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. Not only Piccolo, but Vegeta, Krillin, and the others were also taken aback by Frieza's proclamation, retreating in disbelief. What did he say? He still has 2 transformations left? A flicker of panic flashed across Vegeta's eyes as he sensed the weight of the air around him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Meanwhile, Piccolo, facing Frieza directly, was engulfed in astonishment. Ah, yes. This is precisely the expression I was hoping for. Open your eyes wide and behold. Frieza exclaimed, a triumphant laugh resonating throughout the space. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Never before has anyone witnessed my second transformation. His tone dripped with arrogance and vanity. As he spoke, Frieza's aura surged dramatically, and his form began to morph. His muscles swelled once more, his body expanding, and the intensity of his presence grew ever more formidable. Piccolo and the others gazed in horror at Frieza's transformation, their unease intensifying. They understood that the forthcoming battle would be exceedingly arduous, and Frieza's might evidently surpass their wildest imaginations. If Frieza was already so challenging to contend with, what would happen after 2 more transformations? At that moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded as Frieza's body began to contort again. A row of sharp bony spikes erupted from his back, and his head rapidly enlarged, jutting backward until he assumed a terrifying form reminiscent of an alien creature. Having completed his transformation, Frieza grinned menacingly. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting. I trust one haven't frightened you too much. His voice had transformed, becoming deep and hoarse, imbued with malevolence and an oppressive aura. Now, let us commence the first round of our battle. Confronted with this sudden change, Piccolo's eyes widened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could no longer maintain his composure, inwardly pondering, what manner of monster is this? Though Vegeta did not face Frieza directly, the terrifying aura emanating from him sent a chill down his spine. He furrowed his brow tightly and murmured, Frieza's power has increased by more than double. This is utterly terrifying. Beside them, Goku's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Frieza, his expression grave. Clenching his fists, he mused, this guy has grown stronger yet again. I wonder if I will be able to handle him this time. Despite his concerns, an uncontrollable thrill coursed through Goku's heart. Frieza, observing the fluctuating expressions on Piccolo's face, wore a disdainful and mocking smile. What is this? Have you shed that heavy attire and now consider yourself invincible? How utterly laughable. He paused before continuing, by the way. You seem quite confident in your speed. Shall I test just how swift you truly are? Upon finishing his words, Frieza suddenly lunged toward Piccolo with a fierce expression. Piccolo, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza, felt a jolt of alarm. He realized that with his current strength, he could not possibly confront Frieza head-on. Thus, he dared not engage directly and swiftly employed his instant transmission technique, maximizing his speed in an attempt to evade Frieza's onslaught. Mere trifles. Think you can escape? It won't be that simple. Frieza scoffed, his form flickering as he pursued Piccolo like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of Piccolo. The latter's countenance shifted to one of disbelief as he saw how rapidly Frieza had caught up. Yet he gritted his teeth and intensified his speed, soaring upwards with all his might. As he ascended, he inwardly cursed, Damn Frieza, even if your power has surged, my speed will never be outmatched. You shan't lay a finger on me. However, just as Piccolo believed he could elude Frieza, the latter let out a cold chuckle. You Navi fool, do you truly believe your speed can rival mine? As the last word escaped his lips, Frieza's body trembled violently, a dreadful aura erupting from him. In an instant, his speed surged, surpassing Piccolo in the blink of an eye, positioning himself ahead of him. Piccolo gazed at Frieza in utter disbelief, his heart swelling with despair and dread. He could not fathom that Frieza's transformed speed could be so astonishingly swift, far beyond his imagination. At that moment, he fully grasped the vast chasm of power that lay between them. Ah, we meet again, Namekian, Frieza remarked, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Allow me to present you with a parting gift. As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers, their tips glowing with a violet luminescence. Whoosh! An invisible force sliced through the air, and before Piccolo could react, he felt an excruciating pain. Looking down, he discovered a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth incessantly. It seems you are unsatisfied. Shall I gift you a few more? Frieza chuckled softly, a glint of cunning and cruelty flickering in his eyes. He raised his arm once more, unleashing several more invisible blasts toward Piccolo. With widened eyes, Piccolo was consumed by rage and fear. He understood that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. No longer hesitating, he clenched his teeth and unleashed his full speed, desperately evading Frieza's relentless attacks. He maneuvered swiftly through the air, seeking a safe haven. Yet, Frieza's assault shadowed him persistently, never relenting. Do you wish to flee? Is your resolve already faltering? Frieza chuckled softly, his face alight with mockery. In order to instill profound fear in Piccolo, he maintained an unyielding position directly in front of him, regardless of how swiftly Piccolo attempted to flee or maneuver. Like a cat toying with a feeble insect, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his fingertips, raining down upon Piccolo. If memory serves me right, you Namekians possess regenerative abilities, do you not? Surely, these trivial wounds are of no consequence to you? A cruel glimmer danced in Frieza's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward. With his words still lingering in the air, Frieza summoned his energy with both hands, instantly doubling the number of energy waves he launched, which surged forth at an astonishing velocity. This time, the frequency of his attacks intensified, coalescing into a dense barrage that enveloped Piccolo entirely. On the other side, Piccolo found himself assailed as if by a hail of gunfire, his body trembling violently as blood poured forth, forming crimson mist around him. Each energy wave etched a deep wound into his form, inflicting excruciating pain. Despair clouded Piccolo's visage. Yet he clenched his teeth, striving to protect his vital areas. Nevertheless, the disparity in power between him and Frieza was insurmountable. He could not withstand such a ferocious onslaught. Frieza's laughter erupted, a chilling sound that reverberated throughout the space, instilling dread in all who heard it. He reveled in the torment he inflicted upon his opponent, deriving immense satisfaction from witnessing Piccolo's anguished struggle. Dandi finally awaited this moment, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo's figure, contemplating the precise moment to intervene and rescue him. Acting too soon would be futile. If Piccolo was not on the brink of death, any attempt to save him would fail to activate the system's return. Conversely, if he delayed too long and Piccolo were to perish, it would spell disaster. The current situation resembled the original storyline. Surely, Piccolo could not be so easily defeated. Chapter 34. Vegeta's planned such astonishing speed. It was utterly terrifying. Vegeta stared in shock as he witnessed Frieza effortlessly toying with Piccolo, a chill coursing through him. At that moment, Gohan could no longer remain seated. Witnessing his uncle Piccolo being battered by Frieza ignited a burning urgency within him, prompting him to leap to his feet and charge forward. Stop it! The furious Gohan unleashed a powerful aura, his strength surging anew. No, if Piccolo dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish. Krillin exclaimed anxiously, preparing to rush to the rescue as well. Upon noticing this, Vegeta swiftly stepped forward and grasped Krillin's arm. Hey, bald guy. Krillin turned in surprise upon hearing a voice behind him, only to find Vegeta, which heightened his distress. What are you doing, Vegeta? Krillin questioned in confusion. Bald guy, listen carefully. Right now, immediately, inflict a serious injury upon me. Vegeta spoke with a grave expression. Huh? What? Krillin was taken aback, flustered and unsure of how to respond to the bizarre request. Listen, don't you want to save that guy? If I can pull back from the brink of death once more, I will undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. At that moment, I will rescue him. We must act swiftly. Vegeta declared earnestly to both Krillin and Dandi, fully aware of the battle's significance and the necessity of achieving Super Saiyan status to defeat Frieza. Hey, little squirt. Remember to save me later. Vegeta instructed Krillin before turning to Dandi, his tone imbued with determination and resolve. Krillin and Dandi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep concern. But even if we need to grow stronger, why not let Goku do it? Krillin was clearly reluctant to see Vegeta ascend in power. However, Vegeta shook his head, shouting, there isn't time. He cast his gaze towards Goku, who was closely following Gohan as they charged forward, silently vowing to break through his limits. That Kakarot is far too kind-hearted. He will never become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta shouted fervently, convinced that only he could transcend the limits of the Saiyans and become a true Super Saiyan. At that moment, Gohan had already soared in front of Frieza, unhesitatingly launching a powerful kick towards him. However, Frieza, having anticipated the attack, effortlessly elevated his position to evade the strike. Gohan had meticulously devised his next move. Without hesitation, he unleashed his energy and shot upwards like a rocket, positioning himself above Frieza. Then, summoning all his strength, he unleashed a colossal energy wave aimed directly at Frieza. Die! Gohan bellowed in fury. Frieza, initially dismissive of Gohan, was suddenly taken aback as he sensed the surge in Gohan's power. Just as he was struck by astonishment, the energy wave surged towards him. Frieza quickly spread his arms, attempting to withstand this lethal blow. Gohan continued to pour forth energy, his body radiating an immense aura, feeding the energy wave with relentless vigor. The wave rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. Gohan gritted his teeth, exerting the last vestiges of his strength. In that moment, he felt as though his very essence was being drained, yet he persevered, channeling every ounce of energy into the wave. As the final breath of energy infused the wave, it grew extraordinarily vast and powerful. Not a chance. Just as Gohan ceased his energy transfer, Frieza immediately sensed the waning thrust of the energy wave. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he summoned all his might, forcefully pushing back against the formidable energy wave. Danger! Goku's heart raced as he witnessed Gohan preparing to detonate the energy sphere, only to see it unexpectedly pushed back by Frieza. The situation was dire, and without hesitation, Goku intervened. Simultaneously, Piccolo unleashed his full power to strike. Two brilliant energy waves shot forth like lightning, colliding with the energy sphere from opposite directions. Boom! The energy sphere, struck by these two powerful forces, abruptly changed course and soared into the sky. After a brief moment, it could no longer maintain its form and finally erupted. The overwhelming explosion unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Kaboom! The energy sphere detonated high in the air, its tremendous aura instantly sweeping across the sky, rendering it clear and cloudless. Phew! We made it just in time. Goku and Piccolo exhaled in relief. They understood that had they been even a second later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. At this moment, Sun Wukong had exhausted all his strength, yet it seemed in vain. Piccolo, burdened by his heavy form, barely floated in the air, his body dripping with blood. Yet he managed a smile of satisfaction. Wukong, you did well. Although you were thwarted, you have made tremendous progress. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I gave it my all. But I still couldn't harm Frieza. That's all right. You are already quite formidable. Now, let me take over, Sun Wukong reassured him, gazing at his father. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dad, you can do it. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to Piccolo. Thank you, Piccolo, for looking after Wukong. With that, he soared towards Frieza. Frieza's face registered shock as he stared incredulously at Sun Wukong. What is happening? This child can unleash such formidable power. How is this possible? He is merely a scion. He could not comprehend how Sun Wukong possessed such extraordinary strength. Frieza's mind was awash with confusion and fury, brooding silently. How infuriating. I have never encountered such powerful scions before. Now they all seem remarkably strong. Have these scions evolved? He sneered, how surprising. However, if that is the case, then I shall eliminate you all. A glint of malice flickered in Frieza's eyes. The potential of the scions was unfathomable. He pondered how these individuals had enhanced their powers. His gaze shifted to the distant Vegeta, who was doing his utmost to persuade Krillin, his tone resolute. Kakarot is too easily swayed by emotions. He cannot be ruthless. With his temperament, he will never become a true Super Saiyan. Only I have the opportunity to ascend to that level. Krillin, you must understand. If we do not seize this chance, we will all perish here. Vegeta's eyes bore into Krillin's. I can no longer contend with Frieza. I cannot withstand even a single exchange with him. It's up to you now. Thankfully, this little one is still here. We still have a chance. Dandi has always been referred to as Little Bean by Vegeta, but he never took it to heart. At this moment, he felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, who knows if saving Piccolo might activate the system's return? Vegeta's power is formidable, and every opportunity is a welcome one. However, Krillin, overwhelmed with anxiety, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his voice trembling as he spoke. No more hesitations, hurry up, Vegeta urged. But with my strength, there's no way I could inflict serious harm on you. Krillin finally managed to voice his concern. Chapter 35, Mini Keyblade, rest assured. I will reduce my battle power to the bare minimum. When I am on the brink of death, your task will be deemed complete, Vegeta declared confidently. Having already devised a plan, well, I suppose I'll give it a try. Krillin reluctantly acquiesced, fully aware that Piccolo must not perish. If Frieza continued his rampage, Piccolo would likely meet his demise once more. The precious Dragon Balls, which had only just revived him, would vanish again. That's the spirit. Upon hearing Krillin's agreement, a triumphant smile adorned Vegeta's face. Come on. Vegeta puffed out his chest, presenting himself unreservedly to Krillin. After a moment's hesitation, Krillin steeled himself, stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, and summoned all his strength to strike Vegeta. Boom. The energy wave erupted, compelling Krillin to open his eyes. Is this truly all your power? Vegeta regarded his unscathed chest, unable to suppress his urge to unleash a barrage upon Krillin. This guy's strength is utterly pathetic. He stood there, allowing the attack to land without flinching, yet Krillin couldn't even injure him. In the distance, Frieza observed the scene unfold. What is happening? Are they turning against each other? Vegeta, feeling the remnants of the impact on his battle suit, realized he was unharmed. Just as he was about to explode in frustration, he recalled Krillin's technique. You have a powerful move. The one with the circles. That's the key blade. It harnesses sharp energy to slice through opponents. Krillin explained. Yes, that's it. Use that technique. Vegeta's hope reignited. Are you sure? What if it slices you in half? Can Dandi still save you then? Krillin's concern surfaced. Vegeta too envisioned that grim scenario, causing him to hesitate. I'm not certain. Upon hearing this, Dandi immediately remarked. For he had never attempted such a thing before and could not afford to speak recklessly now. What if Vegeta were to be cleaved in two? And his healing technique proved ineffective? He would be left to watch him perish. It is said that dying by being bisected is excruciating. Hey, Baldy, you aren't playing tricks on me, are you? If you reduce that circle in size, it should penetrate me just fine. Vegeta swiftly conceived a solution. Very well. I shall endeavor to try. Krillin, feeling the weight of the situation, became serious. Logically, he should be able to minimize the shape of his energy blade. Frieza fixed his gaze on Vegeta, while Goku had already approached him. Frieza, allow me to be your opponent. Oh, you? Frieza scrutinized the individual before him, who had just moments ago been pierced by his attack, yet now stood before him unscathed. This fellow is also a scion. How on earth did he manage to survive? Wait, he seems remarkably familiar. As Frieza pondered, a sudden realization struck him. It is that fellow. Indeed, when I annihilated planet Vegeta, there was a scion who resisted until the very end, and this one bears an uncanny resemblance to him. With this thought, Frieza's smirk returned. A scion. Do you wish to challenge me? Hehehe. How curious it is that you all seem devoid of fear. Is it merely because of the legend of the Super Saiyan? Just a collection of absurd tales. Although with my current strength, it would be effortless to eliminate you. I shall allow you to witness my ultimate power, to deepen your despair. Observing Frieza's confident demeanor, Goku felt a twinge of caution. This will be your privilege. After this final transformation, you shall see my true self. Upon hearing Frieza's words, a collective gasp escaped the onlookers, their fear of him intensifying. After witnessing his two previous transformations, they understood that with each metamorphosis, Frieza's power escalated. Having already undergone two transformations, he was already a formidable opponent. Let alone the final form. What a terrifying force it would be. Behold, my ultimate transformation. Frieza proclaimed with pride, and then began to change. Vegeta, unable to contain himself any longer, recognized the urgency to elevate his power. Thus, he swiftly lifted Krillin before him. Hurry, we are running out of time. Krillin, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly raised his hand, gathering a small energy blade in his palm. Though modest in size, this energy blade contained formidable power. Yaha! Krillin expended all his strength and unleashed the Chi Yuan slash. The disc-sized energy projectile soared towards Vegeta with astonishing speed, instantly piercing through his chest. With a splatter, the Chi Yuan slash exited his body, and Vegeta immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, and his body began to tremble. Hurry, save me. Vegeta uttered with great difficulty, acutely aware that his heart had been severed and time was slipping away. Without prompt medical intervention, his life would be in jeopardy. At that moment, a surge of excruciating pain engulfed him, eliciting a desperate scream. Following that, an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over him, plunging his vision into darkness. This cannot be. Frieza still has the ability to transform. Seeing this, Dandi panicked and exclaimed to Vegeta, even if your strength has increased, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat him. We are doomed this time. Beside him, Vegeta's expression became increasingly despondent upon hearing these words. To his astonishment, after he had barely managed to bring himself to the brink of death, Dandi was no longer inclined to save him. Instead, he revealed a profound despair, as if he had lost the will to live. What nonsense! Vegeta roared in fury, gripping Dandi's collar tightly. There is still hope. Trust me, as long as I can transform into a Super Saiyan, I will surely defeat Frieza. You cannot possibly become a Super Saiyan, Dandi retorted without hesitation. The so-called Super Saiyan is merely a legend. You. Vegeta trembled with rage, spewing another mouthful of blood. Are you mocking me? Deliberately plunging me into despair? No, it is not like that. Dandi calmly elucidated that his healing abilities were nearly exhausted, should he extend further treatment to you. it would deplete all his remaining energy. The last vestiges of his strength must be devoted to rescuing that Namekian over there. After Dandi uttered those words, his body transformed into a streak of luminous energy, soaring towards the location of Piccolo. That wretched little creature. Vegeta seethed with barely contained fury. At that moment, a profound anger surged within him, rendering him momentarily dizzy. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed involuntarily. Witnessing Vegeta's fall, Dandi hastily returned, extending his hands to invoke a healing spell. "Hey, Dandi, must you always resort to this trick beforehand?" Krillin inquired, observing Vegeta once again spewing blood in his rage. "Only in this way can his strength be augmented. I have no other choice," Dandi helplessly explained. Fortunately, although each of his performances was utterly clumsy, the bloodied Vegeta always seemed to take them seriously. Without waiting for Vegeta's reaction, he once again soared to Piccolo's side. At that moment, Piccolo, having lost too much blood, was on the brink of death, unable even to activate his regenerative abilities. Dandi continued to wield the healing arts. As a radiant light flashed, Piccolo's injuries were instantaneously restored to their former state. "Thank you, Dandi," Piccolo exclaimed, feeling entirely healed, a smile breaking across his face in gratitude. Upon hearing Piccolo's words of appreciation, Dandi offered a slight smile. Reflecting inwardly, the fusion of Naru and Piccolo not only enhanced their power, but also rendered Piccolo considerably more courteous. At this moment, Frieza was undergoing a transformation. Yet his eyes were keenly observant, taking in the scene of Dandi healing the two. Witnessing their restoration following Dandi's intervention, Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. So it is. That little fellow possesses such remarkable abilities. He must not be allowed to remain. This thought flickered through Frieza's mind, and with it, a colossal and terrifying power erupted from within him as he completed his final transformation. Sensing Frieza's overwhelming aura, the faces of all present changed dramatically. "It's over. We are truly doomed. This power is insurmountable. We must flee. It's futile. Such strength could utterly annihilate Namek, and wherever we escape, we would meet our demise." Piccolo observed the scene, despair flooding his eyes as he drew this conclusion. Chapter 36, Frieza's Ultimate Form. Even though Piccolo had regained his strength upon sensing Frieza's presence, he could not help but grit his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. All he could do was curse vehemently. What a monster! As the crowd found themselves in a state of bewilderment, Frieza's figure appeared before them like a specter. At this moment, Frieza exuded an icy aura of malevolence, coldly surveying those before him as though they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. His appearance had undergone a significant transformation compared to his previous form. His physique had become more streamlined, resembling that of a human, and he stood at approximately 160 centimeters, considerably shorter than before his metamorphosis. However, this alteration did not render him endearing or gentle. On the contrary, he appeared more akin to a formidable warrior. His muscular build was neither exaggerated nor bulky, yet it bore defined lines, emanating a terrifying strength. Furthermore, his skin had taken on a smooth texture, and the horns atop his head, along with the various spikes adorning his body, had vanished, presenting a more polished and refined visage. Nevertheless, despite these external changes, Frieza's gaze remained steeped in wickedness. Cold and oppressive, his eyes glimmered with a merciless light, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul, instilling a chilling dread. Upon witnessing Frieza's ultimate form, Piccolo was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. He recognized that there was no retreat left for him. He could only brace himself to confront this terrifying foe. "I apologize, for you have exerted yourselves to bring me back to life, but I may perish alongside you here," Piccolo murmured, his voice tinged with resignation and sorrow. At that moment, Frieza, devoid of any expression, did not even cast a glance at Goku standing before him. Instead, he extended a hand. Whoosh! A blinding beam of light shot forth from his palm, traveling at an astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking through the crowd. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to react in time. The beam surged past them, striking the distant Dandi with a resounding crash. Boom! In the wake of the tremendous impact, Dandi's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a cloud of dust swirling in the air. "Dandi!" Gohan exclaimed in horror, a sharp pain piercing his heart, accompanied by a wave of regret and guilt. He could hardly fathom that Frieza had recognized Dandi's healing abilities and had attacked him without hesitation. The entire event transpired with such swiftness that there was no opportunity for response. At this moment, given Dandi's strength, he had likely been obliterated by Frieza's overwhelming might. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with anguish and remorse. How could he allow such a tragedy to unfold? Why had he failed to protect Dandi? At that juncture, Piccolo too felt a profound sense of hopelessness through Frieza's assault. He widened his eyes, murmuring, "How terrifying. I could only glimpse a flash of light before it was over." I had no time to react. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within him. Dandi was merely the first to perish. It seems that one by one, the others will meet the same fate at the hands of Frieza. Ha ha ha. Now, you are beyond salvation. Frieza's chilling voice echoed, laced with a hint of pride and mockery. He appeared to revel in the horror and despair etched on the faces of the crowd. A twisted sense of pleasure swelling within him. In the face of such dire circumstances, how would these despicable insects respond? They could only succumb to their fate in despair. This is the inevitable outcome of incurring the wrath of the universe's supreme emperor, Frieza. Gohan turned around, only to discover that Frieza had vanished from sight. No, he has disappeared. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter another word, Frieza materialized beside them. Infuriating. Though aware of their disadvantage, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo gritted their teeth and launched their attacks at Frieza. "Yeah!" Gohan shouted in fury, raising his right fist to strike at Frieza. "Huh!" Krillin, refusing to back down, delivered a fierce kick towards Frieza. "Take this." Piccolo unleashed both hands towards Frieza in unison. However, in the face of their combined assault, Frieza merely chuckled, effortlessly evading their strikes with a slight shift of his form. Kaioken. Krillin roared once more, bringing his hands together to emit a blue energy wave. Special beam cannon. Piccolo followed suit, releasing a green energy wave. Gohan too, unwilling to yield, unleashed a white energy wave. The three beams converged from different angles, forming a formidable flow of energy that encircled Frieza. Yet, in an instant, Frieza vanished once more. Where has he gone? The trio scanned their surroundings in confusion. "Behind you." Vegeta keenly alerted them. Indeed, Frieza's voice resonated as two beams of light shot forth, aimed directly at Gohan. It was the same technique used against Dandi. "Fool, move." Seeing Gohan remain unresponsive, Vegeta, in a fit of urgency, soared forward and kicked Gohan away. As the energy blast detonated in the distance, Piccolo was taken aback. Such overwhelming destructive power. Simultaneously, Piccolo realized that while he could not discern the trajectory of Frieza's attacks, Vegeta appeared to perceive them with clarity. Moreover, his body could keep pace. How has his strength surged to such heights? Piccolo pondered in astonishment. The Vegeta who was once no match for him now seemed to surpass him in power, upon witnessing the desperate struggles of the crowd to escape. Frieza once again revealed a sinister smile. After his final transformation, he could finally toy with these fools at will. "Thank you for saving me." Though Son Gohan had been kicked by Vegeta, he understood that it was Vegeta who had come to his aid. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed coldly, "Do not misunderstand. I have no desire to rescue you. I merely wish to have an additional spectator to witness my triumph over Frieza." With a confident grin, Vegeta declared, "Do you truly believe you can defeat Frieza?" Piccolo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Ha. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo with arrogant disdain. "Does my power warrant your doubt?" With that remark, he fixed his gaze firmly upon Frieza. Seeing Vegeta's arrogance reemerge, Frieza chuckled coldly. "Oh, Vegeta, you dare to be confident once again? Surely you haven't become delirious from overwhelming fear?" Unfazed, Vegeta clenched his fist, brimming with self-assurance. "Enough of your arrogance, Frieza. Prepare yourself to meet your end. I have transformed into the very Super Saiyan you dread." Frieza, taken aback by his words, could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. Even at this juncture, you dare to jest. Humph. Watch closely. Soon, you shall no longer find amusement in this." With that, Vegeta unleashed all his energy, charging towards Frieza. Chapter 37. Vegeta in despair. As Vegeta poured every ounce of his strength into his fists, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, Frieza remained unmoved. His expression was devoid of emotion, coldly observing Vegeta as one might watch an ant struggle. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to strike Frieza, a mocking smile crept across Frieza's face. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Vegeta in a state of shock. However, it did not take long for Vegeta to discern Frieza's location, excitement illuminating his features. Without hesitation, he launched another punch in that direction, the wind howling with ferocity. "Found you," Vegeta shouted, but upon his fist meeting the target, he discovered it was merely an illusion. Frieza had anticipated his movements, leaving behind a phantasmal shadow to confound him. "Damn it," Vegeta roared, turning to continue his search for Frieza's true form. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are far too naive. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of Vegeta, Frieza's laughter echoed from a distance, laced with mockery and derision. Vegeta, taken aback, turned around, his expression dark and beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated Frieza's swiftness, finding himself utterly unable to perceive his opponent's presence. What filled him with even greater dread was the realization that Frieza still possessed untapped strength. Even now, he had yet to unleash his true power. How could this be? Vegeta murmured to himself, a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. Had all his efforts been in vain? Was he truly incapable of vanquishing this demon known as Frieza? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Vegeta's breath quickened, causing his body to tremble slightly. How could this happen? I should have transformed into a Super Saiyan by now. Observing the renewed uncertainty etched on Vegeta's face, Frieza's expression morphed into one of satisfaction. It was this transition from confidence to self-doubt that Frieza found most exquisite. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Vegeta, do you truly believe you can become a Super Saiyan? Frieza's laughter resonated, brimming with scorn and derision. Let me be frank with you. To this moment, I have not even utilized 1/10 of my power. With your meager strength, you stand no chance against me. I suggest you refrain from embarrassing yourself by believing in the absurd legend of the Super Saiyan. As Frieza's words sank in, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of shame, coupled with a deep-seated fear rising from within. If Frieza's assertions held any truth, it would mean that he had no hope of defeating him. This realization plunged Vegeta into despair. Was this the fate of all Saiyans? To strive desperately, only to remain forever crushed beneath Frieza's heel, unable to rise? No. He refused to accept this. He would not surrender so easily. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta silently vowed to conquer Frieza, even in the face of an opponent clearly superior. He resolved to fight with every ounce of his being. Impossible. I have already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta understood fully that with Dandi's strength, enduring the assault of a Frieza who had undergone 3 transformations was no longer an option. This signifies that he can no longer rely on the brink of death to transcend his limits and enhance his strength as he once did. Presently, Vegeta finds himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, as if he were ensconced in an abyss of despair, utterly bereft of hope or an escape route. The only recourse now is to fight with his life on the line, unleashing every ounce of his power in a desperate bid for survival. With this thought, Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, his jaw clenched tight, his muscles taut, every vein in his body prominently visible, exuding an overwhelming aura of formidable intensity. I am a Super Saiyan. I am a Super Saiyan. Vegeta silently affirmed to himself, instilling a measure of confidence within. Frieza, today marks your doom. You shall experience the true might of a Super Saiyan. Prepare to perish. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Vegeta's energy rapidly coalesced in his right hand, forming a resplendent golden radiance. This brilliance shone as brilliantly as the sun, harboring a terrifying power capable of annihilating worlds. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a fierce punch, hurling that radiant energy towards Frieza with tremendous force. The light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, imbued with an insatiable intent to kill. Humph. A mere parlor trick. In response to Vegeta's all-out assault, Frieza's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze rife with contempt. Hey, Vegeta, have you lost your mind? You'll destroy this planet. Piccolo shouted in sheer terror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. At this moment, Vegeta had completely lost his reason, recklessly attacking Frieza below, heedless of the consequences. Piccolo understood all too well that if Frieza evaded the strike and it impacted Namek, the planet would be doomed. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Frieza felt a jolt of alarm. He was acutely aware that should this planet be obliterated, he too would find himself in considerable peril. Although he could survive in the cosmos, traversing to another planet was no trivial matter. It required significant time and effort. With this in mind, Frieza unhesitatingly charged towards Vegeta's attack, effortlessly kicking Vegeta's full force strike away with a single motion. How was this possible? To be sent flying so easily? Krillin and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality before them. Vegeta's utmost effort had been so effortlessly dismissed by Frieza's kick, revealing the monumental disparity in power between them, plunging Krillin and the others into despair. Meanwhile, Vegeta himself felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He was acutely aware of the immense power behind his previous attack. Yet, Frieza had merely dispatched it with a single kick. This was a realization that Vegeta comprehended all too well. Frieza's earlier assertion of employing merely a fraction of his strength was by no means a fabrication. Heavy. Labored breaths escaped Vegeta's lips, his body trembling involuntarily in the throes of fear. It was over, utterly over, he murmured to himself, his voice laden with despair and helplessness. A tidal wave of the most profound fear surged within him, rendering him defenseless. Although Frieza had yet to truly engage, the mere aura he exuded bore down on Vegeta with unprecedented pressure. It felt as if an insurmountable mountain had crushed him, extinguishing the flame of his fighting spirit in an instant. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, are you not planning to make a move? Then I shall commence my assault. Frieza's shrill, piercing laughter echoed through the air, tinged with mockery and derision. However, when his gaze fell upon Vegeta, he was taken aback to find the latter in tears. These were tears mingled with despair and humiliation, cascading down his cheeks. Each droplet was a manifestation of Vegeta's inner torment and unwillingness to accept his fate. How peculiar. It is my first time witnessing a scion weep. Even when planet Vegeta was annihilated, your father shed not a single tear. It appears you are even weaker than he. Frieza taunted coldly. With that, he swiftly soared to stand before Vegeta. The latter's eyes widened in terror, utterly devoid of the will to fight. He had succumbed to despair, drowning in an abyss of hopelessness. Ho ho ho, have you surrendered so swiftly? I have yet to indulge in my amusement. Chapter 38. Goku's intervention. As Frieza continued to mock and laugh, he wielded his long tail like a whip, striking Vegeta with merciless precision. Each lash produced a sharp crack, accompanied by Vegeta's pained cries. Indeed, scream, beg for mercy. What a delightful sound. Frieza danced in the air, his movements fluid, while Vegeta was tossed about like a mere plaything. In agony, Vegeta could muster no resistance, rendered entirely at Frieza's mercy. Finally, as he heard Vegeta's cries grow faint, Frieza's amusement began to wane. He resolved to conclude this farce, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta crashing heavily to the ground. What a worthless creature, unable even to retaliate. Frieza jeered with satisfaction. He reveled in the pleasure of inflicting torment upon others, casting a taunting glance at Piccolo and the others nearby. What? Are you not going to save him? He is on the brink of being beaten to death. Frieza's lips curled into a slight smirk, accompanied by a mocking grin. Yet, confronted by such an overwhelming adversary, Piccolo and the others stood frozen in place, their faces drenched in cold sweat and their eyes filled with dread. At that moment, an endless terror enveloped their hearts, rendering them immobile, as the sheer might of Frieza instilled a profound fear within them. Enough. At that juncture, a voice erupted like thunder, causing everyone to flinch. They turned in unison to behold a figure soaring from the distance. It was Son Goku. Goku's expression was grave as he surveyed the scene before him, his heart brimming with fury and compassion. He witnessed Vegeta, on the brink of collapse, tormented by Frieza, unable to move a muscle. Meanwhile, Frieza reveled in sadistic delight, seemingly eager to continue his humiliation of Vegeta. Goku descended beside Vegeta, his gaze locked onto Frieza, eyes ablaze with wrath, as if ready to unleash fire. Clenching his fists, he addressed Frieza with a chilling demeanor. The outcome has already been determined. There is no need for you to continue this. Determined outcome? Ha ha. Frieza erupted into a cacophony of laughter, his voice echoing across the battlefield. A cruel glint sparkled in his eyes, as if he had already envisioned the dawn of victory. I almost forgot about you, you lowly scion. Frieza's expression shifted abruptly, his voice dripping with disdain as he spat at Goku. You, like your father, stand before me without a trace of fear. Memories of annihilating planet Vegeta flooded his mind, igniting a surge of fury. This father-son duo is utterly insufferable. Merely gazing upon them is vexing. A grim determination settled within Frieza. He vowed silently to not only defeat Goku, but also to make him acutely aware of their disparity, plunging him into profound despair. Your fates will mirror one another. Watch closely. I shall slay Vegeta and your son before your very eyes, and then you will follow suit. The Scions will be eradicated from this universe. Frieza threatened malevolently, his eyes betraying a frenzied bloodlust. However, Goku remained impervious to Frieza's taunts, coldly observing him with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. He felt an immense power stirring deep within him, as if something monumental was on the verge of emergence. At that moment, Goku sensed a breakthrough in his energy, a formidable force erupting from within. His body began to radiate a blinding brilliance, warping the air around him with his escalating aura. Could this power signify? Sun Wukong murmured to himself, a look of astonishment gracing his face. He finally comprehended the source of his earlier exhilaration. It was due to an elevation in his strength. Vegeta and I had a pact to engage in a duel. Therefore, you must not slay him, Sun Wukong asserted loudly to Frieza, feeling the surge of his newfound power. Upon hearing this, Frieza was momentarily rendered speechless. Pondering internally, has this fool truly not been listening to me? Were my words merely a fleeting breeze to him? At this moment, Vegeta also took note of the expression on Sun Wukong's face. Observing his composure, he widened his eyes in surprise. Kakarot, Vegeta murmured, sensing an unprecedented transformation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Kakarot, your aura has changed. It appears you have once again transcended your limits. Haha. Indeed, this is the potential of a Scion. When confronted with formidable foes, our bodies instinctively awaken latent abilities, granting us greater power. He turned to Frieza, his eyes filled with a mix of exhaustion and defiance. What do you think, Frieza? Did you not anticipate this? He's the legendary Super Saiyan you dread. However, Frieza merely responded with a cold chuckle. With a sudden and forceful kick, he struck Vegeta, causing the latter to spit out blood once more. Enough. Cease your foolish jesting. Frieza bellowed, then shifted his gaze to Sun Wukong. You, on the other hand, possess a certain uniqueness. Compared to other Saiyans, there seems to be something distinctly different about you. Frieza scrutinized Sun Wukong, attempting to uncover the secrets within him. However, should you insist on being the first to fall by my hand, I can certainly oblige. As he spoke, Frieza launched a kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Bang! Unfazed, Sun Wukong supported himself with his hands, evading Frieza's attack while delivering a swift kick to Frieza's face. As Frieza lightly landed, he rubbed his cheek. The blow was not particularly forceful, yet it was laden with humiliation. Infuriated by the insult, Frieza sneered. Die! He exclaimed, extending his finger towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! A flurry of energy blasts surged forth, reminiscent of those he had unleashed against Dandi. Watch out, Wukong! Quickly, evade! Krillin urged anxiously. Yet, Sun Wukong remained steadfast, merely extending a hand and swiftly waving it before him. Clap, clap, clap. The energy blast scattered in all directions, entirely deflected by Sun Wukong. Frieza was taken aback. You can actually fend off my attacks with just one hand? He understood that if one could merely withstand a single blow, it could be attributed to sheer luck. However, to effortlessly deflect a barrage of his continuous assaults clearly indicated that this individual possessed formidable strength. It seems I have underestimated you. Frieza mused inwardly, resolutely vowing to himself, I must not allow a single Scion to survive. The entity before him, who had previously been unable to withstand even his first form and was easily pierced by him, now exhibited such terrifying power. If this trend continued, these Scions would inevitably attain powers that rivaled his own. At this juncture, Vegeta, observing the situation, struggled to lift his head. A triumphant smile graced his face as he provocatively addressed Frieza. Frieza, I suggest you unleash your full strength. Kakarot has already transformed into the Super Saiyan you fear most. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened instantly. Damn it! You insufferable fool, dare you speak such nonsense? Die. Before he finished speaking, Frieza unleashed another death ray aimed directly at Vegeta's heart. With a swift motion, a beam of light shot from Frieza's hand. But Son Goku appeared in front of the ray in an instant, kicking it away with ease. Hey, Frieza, I told you, your opponent is now me. He is on the brink of death. Why do you insist on finishing him off? Son Goku stated earnestly, looking at Frieza. Frieza, however, responded with a cold smirk. Who cares? He has been incessantly babbling about some Super Saiyan joke. A loquacious fool like him deserves to perish. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Vegeta was taken aback by Goku's words. Kakarot, how can you harbor such foolish thoughts? Vegeta struggled to rise, shouting at Son Goku, you must become ruthless. Become heartless. Abandon your laughable kindness. Only then can you transform into a Super Saiyan. You must achieve it. Do not let our Saiyan race be looked down upon. Turned into a mere joke. Vegeta's voice was filled with sorrow, as if he were entrusting the heavy burden of the Saiyan legacy to Son Goku. Yet, upon hearing these words, Son Goku frowned, clearly troubled. I do not understand what a Super Saiyan is, nor can I be as cold-blooded as you. I simply wish to engage Frieza in an honorable battle. In Sun Wukong's eyes flickered a glimmer of resolve as he clenched his fists and replied through gritted teeth, Kakarot. Vegeta has endured a cruel torment from Frieza, his body battered and broken, numerous wounds bleeding profusely. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Remember the Scion planet, Planet Vegeta, which was annihilated by Frieza? Your parents, your kin, your fellow Scions all perished at Frieza's hands. The very reason he destroyed Planet Vegeta was his fear of the Scion's potential. Vegeta, enduring the agony, continued, you must defeat him. Avenge all Scions. He exerted the last vestiges of his strength to impart his hatred for Frieza to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong tightened his fists, his gaze sharpening. He focused intently on Frieza, a fierce battle spirit surging within him. I am a Scion raised on Earth. Perhaps it is the Scion blood that fuels my desire to confront the strong. Revenge matters not to me, Frieza. Your power exhilarates me. Let us engage in a fair fight. Sun Wukong declared, his voice brimming with determination and courage. Vegeta felt a surge of bitterness and despair, realizing that his impassioned plea seemed to fall on deaf ears with Sun Wukong. Humph, an arrogant fool. Frieza scoffed coldly, his eyes glinting with disdain. He regarded Sun Wukong with a slight smirk, a look of contempt gracing his lips. You? A mere Scion, thinking you can challenge my authority? How utterly laughable. Observing Sun Wukong assume a battle stance, Frieza did not regard him as a threat. Meanwhile, Piccolo, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm and immediately signaled to Krillin and Gohan. In a hushed tone, he warned, Hey, Gohan, we must leave at once. We cannot become a hindrance to Wukong. He understood the vast disparity in strength between them and Frieza, and remaining would only distract Sun Wukong. Piccolo feared that Frieza might suddenly turn his attention towards them, for while Sun Wukong sought an honorable battle, Frieza was known to be cunning, and one could never guarantee he would play fair. At that moment, excitement flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he sensed the formidable, oppressive aura emanating from Frieza. A confident smile spread across his face, radiating powerful energy as he prepared for the impending confrontation. Noticing the vulnerabilities in Frieza's stance, Sun Wukong darted forward like a shooting star, his speed astonishing as he reached Frieza in the blink of an eye. With fists raised, Sun Wukong unleashed a fierce attack directed at Frieza. Bang! As Sun Wukong faced the oncoming fist of Frieza, the latter extended his hand and effortlessly intercepted the attack. A slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Frieza's lips. Without hesitation, he launched a swift kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Reacting quickly, Sun Wukong sidestepped the blow, but Frieza pursued him relentlessly, moving with the speed of lightning. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from sight, prompting a light chuckle from Frieza, who too disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he reappeared behind Sun Wukong, conjuring a sphere of energy to hurl at him. Take this. Sun Wukong appeared to anticipate Frieza's move, pivoting to strike behind him. Yet, his attack met only an illusion, as Frieza had already evaded. Frieza flickered in midair, swiftly positioning himself above Sun Wukong. Drawing in a deep breath, he once again formed an energy ball, launching it fiercely towards Sun Wukong. A triumphant grin adorned Frieza's face, but it swiftly morphed into shock the very next second. To his astonishment, though he had clearly seen Sun Wukong, upon unleashing the energy ball, he found only a phantom beneath him, with Sun Wukong having vanished entirely. Ah, there he is. Frieza soon spotted Sun Wukong's silhouette, yet he refrained from attacking immediately, opting instead to observe his movements in search of the perfect moment. Indeed, as Sun Wukong landed once more, Frieza seized the opportunity, unleashing a wave of ki energy. This time, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade. He braced himself, arms outstretched, attempting to shield against the assault. The formidable ki wave propelled Sun Wukong backward, and he gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into resisting Frieza's force. Observing Sun Wukong's desperate struggle, Frieza erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You fool. Do you really think you can block my ki wave with your hands? Such arrogance. With all his might, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to the ki wave, managing to redirect it skyward. Phew. Phew. So hot. Only after his hands were freed from the searing energy did Sun Wukong gulp for breath, blowing on his hands in a futile attempt to soothe the burning pain. Far away on King Kai's planet, the king watched the unfolding events on Namek with a grave expression. Behind him stood Tien and the others, puzzled by the serious demeanor of their leader. What is happening on Namek? They could not help but inquire. Is Piccolo still alive? Has Goku already engaged Frieza? The king of the worlds remained silent, continuously sensing the situation on Namek, searching for Dandi's presence. Chapter 40. The Tenfold King Fist. The king was in pursuit of Dandi, but soon turned his attention to the fierce battle between Goku and Frieza. Piccolo had not yet succumbed, however. His fusion with the Namekians had not rendered him stronger than Frieza. Despite his power having increased exponentially, he still found himself unable to defeat Frieza. The onlookers, upon hearing this, were nearly propelled into a state of disbelief. Their eyes widened as they gazed at the king in incredulity. How could Piccolo, with such a tremendous increase in strength, still fall short against Frieza? In unison, they questioned, their hearts brimming with shock and trepidation. They could not help but ponder the implications. If even Piccolo could not best Frieza, what hope did they possess? After all, their prowess paled in comparison to Piccolo's. Now, with Piccolo's power augmented several times over, yet still unable to dislodge Frieza, the sheer magnitude of Frieza's strength was unfathomable. This staggering disparity in power instilled a sense of despair among the gathered. But what of Goku? How was he faring? Yamcha could no longer restrain his curiosity and posed the question. He was already engaged with Frieza. The king's expression grew somber as he replied. What? Yamcha and the others' faces shifted dramatically, their recent knowledge of Frieza's terrifying capabilities flooding their minds. The fact that Goku had already entered combat with him was shocking and alarming. Frieza's formidable nature left them fearing for Goku's safety. Would he? Fear not. Goku is not in immediate danger, the king reassured. Though he appears to be at a disadvantage, he is holding his own against Frieza. As the king watched the clash between Goku and Frieza, he recognized that Goku had surpassed him in strength. Yet, despite this, Goku was still being pressured by Frieza, causing the king to break into a sweat. The potential of the Science was indeed immense. Goku's power had multiplied many times since his training here. Truth be told, I can hardly discern his current level, the king lamented. Upon hearing his words, Yamcha and the others were filled with disbelief. Incredible. Goku's strength had indeed escalated by several magnitudes. Tien's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. It seems we cannot afford to slack off during this time. We must train diligently to prevent Goku from further widening the gap between us, Yamcha declared with determination. The group felt at a loss. It became evident that Goku's rate of progress was something they could not hope to match. But did Goku stand a chance of defeating Frieza? Jiaozi, visibly anxious, gazed at the King of Worlds and inquired. The king, upon hearing the question, revealed a hint of regret on his face and slowly shook his head. It is difficult to say. Frieza's power is exceedingly formidable. Even Goku may not emerge victorious against him. Nevertheless, Goku has exerted all his efforts. We can only hope for a miracle. Upon hearing the king's words, Jiaozi and the others fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that if Piccolo was not a match for Frieza, the outcome of the battle hinged solely on Goku's ability to triumph over him. However, at that moment, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, and the situation appeared grim. Suddenly, Yamcha recalled something significant and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't Goku wearing that heavy training outfit? If he were to remove it, he might enhance his chances." The King of Worlds sighed and replied, "Goku has long since shed that battle suit. What he currently wears, though sturdy, is not particularly heavy. Thus, he cannot bolster his combat power like Piccolo by discarding cumbersome clothing." What? Yamcha and the others gasped, feeling a wave of suffocation. They had hoped Goku still possessed a glimmer of hope, only to realize he had already expended all his strength. Is Goku going to be all right? Jiaozi asked anxiously. Yet, amidst their concerns, Tianjin displayed a confident smile. Fixing his gaze upon them, he asserted, "Everyone, do not worry. Goku will surely win." His words astonished those present, prompting them to turn and look at Tianjin, eager to understand the source of his unwavering confidence. Taking a deep breath, Tianjin continued, "Have you all forgotten? Goku still possesses the Kaioken technique. With his current strength, he can certainly withstand at least 10 times the Kaioken." Upon hearing this, realization dawned upon them. Indeed, Yamcha exclaimed. His spirits lifted. It seems Goku is destined to win. Yet, the King of Worlds shook his head once more. Regrettably, Goku is currently employing the tenfold Kaioken. What? The group felt their recently ignited hope extinguished in an instant. Goku, already formidable in strength, was now utilizing the tenfold Kaioken and still being suppressed by Frieza. Yet, there remained a sliver of hope. Just as despair enveloped them, the King of Worlds suddenly shifted his tone. "Oh, what is this?" Tianjin and Yamcha perked up. Their spirits rekindled as they turned their attention to the king. The king averted his gaze towards a corner of Namek, where a young Namekian child stood. It was Dandi. As Dandi beheld Frieza's terrifying aura during his third transformation, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He recalled that at this moment, Frieza had already discerned his healing abilities and would undoubtedly strike at him without hesitation. With a battle power of nearly 200,000, he was utterly powerless against the fully realized Frieza. Dandi thus directed all his attention towards Frieza. Indeed, at the very moment Frieza completed his transformation, Dandi witnessed Frieza launching an assault against him. Dandi yearned to escape, yet it was patently too late. Dandi could only spread his arms wide, aiming towards Frieza's direction, and with all his might unleashed a powerful energy wave. However, that beam of light was too swift, darting past him and exploding directly in the palm of his hand. Dandi was struck by Frieza's attack, feeling an immense force explode in the palm of his hand. The overwhelming power surged through his body, as if it sought to tear him apart. With a piercing scream, Dandi felt the rush of wind by his ear, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that he had not succumbed to death, but rather sustained grave injuries. It turned out that Frieza's strike, despite its astonishing speed, lacked overwhelming force. Although Dandi had managed to defend against the blow, it still left him severely wounded. Dandi, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, struggled to cast a healing spell upon himself. A radiant light enveloped him, and he felt a warm energy cocooning his entire being. His wounds swiftly healed, and his body gradually regained vitality and vigor. Dandi finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort as all his bodily pain dissipated. As he regained his composure, he released a deep breath, his heart brimming with gratitude and trepidation. He understood that had it not been for his healing abilities, he might have already met a grim fate. Yet, he could not restrain himself from cursing aloud. "Curse system, how is it possible that you remain unactivated even now? Is there some sort of error?" Dandi understood that theoretically, healing his near-fatal self could potentially trigger the system's return. However, it appeared that the system's return had yet to be activated. Just moments ago, he had successfully pulled both Vegeta and Piccolo back from the brink of death, and with his own revival. How could it be that the return had not yet been initiated? Though he lamented this fact, Dandi quickly regained his composure. Frieza had already begun to launch his assault. Henceforth, he could not afford to approach the battlefield recklessly. Dandi pondered quietly to himself, resolving to find a place to conceal himself, waiting for the moment when Frieza would engage in battle with others, at which point he would seize the opportunity. With Son Goku present, having just consumed the sacred bean and transcended his limits once more, coupled with the Kaioken technique, he should possess a combat power reaching several million. It would not be an insurmountable task to temporarily hold off Frieza. With this thought, Dandi felt a slight sense of relief. He believed that Son Goku would undoubtedly be able to withstand Frieza for a while, and during this interval, he could seek the opportune moment to save those on the brink of death. Dandi meticulously reflected on the circumstances of the battlefield. According to the data obtained from the detector, Sun Wukong's battle power upon his arrival at Namek was estimated to be 100,000. Following the ambush by Frieza, after consuming a Senzu bean to revive, his battle power should reach 200,000. At this juncture, if Sun Wukong were to employ the Kaioken technique, his battle power could potentially soar to a staggering 20-fold. That amounts to 4 million in battle power. It should be feasible, shouldn't it? Dandi, after careful calculation, could not help but break into a cold sweat. After all, Frieza's full power exceeded 100 million, even without exerting his utmost strength. His battle power should still be in the tens of millions. By any means, it was inconceivable that Son Goku could withstand even a single blow from Frieza. However, unbeknownst to Dandi, when faced with Frieza's final transformation, Son Goku had experienced an overwhelming surge of pressure, causing his own strength to once again transcend the limits of his body, reaching an astounding 3 million. Thus, under the influence of the tenfold Kaioken, Son Goku's power could soar to 30 million. This is the terrifying trait of a scion growing stronger in the face of formidable opponents, a phenomenon that defies mathematical explanation. This was the key to Son Goku's ability to contend with Frieza at this moment. Yet, it was merely a temporary measure, 30 million in transient battle power. When confronted with Frieza's over 1 billion strength, was akin to a mere insect attempting to halt a chariot. Should Frieza become serious, Son Goku would still possess no means of resistance. Observing Son Goku's expression, Frieza's demeanor began to grow grave, a sense of delight swelling within him as he spoke once more. "You truly astonish me. Until now, the mightiest adversaries I have encountered could not stand against Captain Jinyu. You surpass him by many folds. Yet, you cannot hope to defeat me." Son Goku, upon hearing this, clenched his fists. "Is that so? How can we know without engaging in battle?" Chapter 41. A test of skill. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Frieza's playful spirit was reignited. "Haha. Since you were so eager to play, I shall indulge you." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in surprise. An invisible pressure surged towards Son Goku instantaneously. Son Goku, with keen perception, sensed this impending attack and leapt into the air. As his feet left the ground, the boulders beneath him exploded into dust. "I can do that too," Son Goku exclaimed mid-air, replicating Frieza's technique. Frieza was struck abruptly, plummeting downwards. No. Son Goku realized that a powerful aura was moving at high speed, and he understood that the figure he had hit was merely an illusion. You fell for it. Before Son Goku could react, Frieza had already materialized behind him, a cold smirk adorning his face as he delivered a powerful kick. Bang. Although Son Goku had sensed something amiss, he was unable to respond in time to Frieza's lightning-fast assault. Frieza's kick sent Son Goku crashing into the water with tremendous force, creating a massive splash. Hovering in the air, Frieza gazed intently at the water's surface, awaiting Son Goku's emergence. Come out quickly. That minor attack should be nothing for you. Frieza mockingly shouted, as Goku struggled underwater, holding his breath and vigorously rubbing his aching back, grimacing in pain. It hurts, he thought, enduring the agony while contemplating a strategy. Damn it, Frieza's speed is too swift. I can hardly discern his movements. Goku lamented internally. What am I to do now? Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden idea flickered through his mind. That's right. He seems unable to sense energy and relies solely on his eyesight to track his opponent. With this realization, a glimmer of hope sparked in Goku's eyes. Yes, I shall act. Without delay, Goku extended his hands, unleashing two formidable energy waves. I'll use this to confuse him, he resolved. Simultaneously, he cautiously distanced himself from the energy waves, striving to avoid raising any ripples. Hey, if you don't come out soon, I'll have to commence indiscriminate attacks. Frieza, noticing the surface of the water had returned to calm while Goku remained hidden, began to feel anxious. He threatened, Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Frieza prepared to strike. At that moment, Goku had retreated to a safe distance, silently urging himself on, and swiftly directed one of the energy waves to breach the water's surface. Is he coming? Upon seeing the water erupt, Frieza immediately focused, preparing to counter. No. That is not him. Realizing it was merely an energy wave, Frieza quickly understood the ruse. Just then, another energy wave broke through the surface from a different direction. Over here, Frieza spun around, ready to engage. No, not that either. He comprehended once more that it was yet another feint. Damn it, I've been tricked. Frieza realized too late. Meanwhile, Goku had concealed his energy and soared above Frieza. Take this. Goku clasped his fists together, aiming them at Frieza and delivering a powerful strike that sent him hurtling away. Boom. Frieza's body flew through the air, crashing heavily onto an island, shattering it entirely. Did I succeed? Goku watched eagerly as the dust settled, only to find Frieza unscathed, twisting his arms in warm-up exercises. What? Not even a scratch? This is truly vexing. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat defeated. The Frieza before him was more formidable than he had anticipated, rendering his attack utterly ineffective. Honestly, I didn't expect you to reach such a level. As Frieza gently brushed off the dust from his attire, he coldly remarked, aside from my father. You are the first to tarnish my perfect form. A flicker of surprise and fury danced in his eyes. You should take pride in that. However, for this, you shall pay a grievous price. As Frieza spoke, his teeth clenched in a display of murderous intent. I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift death. Instead, you will endure endless torment before meeting your tragic demise. Upon hearing Frieza's ominous threat, Goku felt a weight in his heart, yet he maintained an outward calm. He understood that in the face of such a formidable adversary, any hint of retreat was impermissible. There is no way to inflict harm upon him. This is truly dire. Goku pondered to himself, his brow furrowed tightly. The opponent's defenses were insurmountably robust, rendering his attacks seemingly futile. A strategy must be devised. At that moment, Frieza suddenly extended his palm towards Goku. Let me offer you a taste of some sweets. As he spoke, the massive boulders surrounding him began to levitate, propelled by his telekinetic prowess. Go. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed the boulders, sending them hurtling towards Goku like meteors. How fast? Goku's eyes widened as he attempted to discern their trajectory, employing his agility to evade the incoming projectiles. However, the sheer speed and multitude of the boulders made it nearly impossible to avoid them entirely. In a desperate effort to twist his body and evade the barrage, Goku failed to notice that Frieza had already positioned himself directly above him. You have grown careless. Frieza's triumphant voice echoed as an immense aura erupted from his hand, enveloping Goku entirely in an instant. It's over. Goku's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Frieza's speed to be so extraordinary, leaving him no time to react. Heh, let it explode. Frieza chuckled with delight, forcefully propelling the energy wave towards the distance, commanding its detonation. Boom. A resounding explosion filled the air as the energy wave detonated, forming a colossal mushroom cloud while generating a powerful shockwave. This shockwave not only obliterated nearby mountains but also flattened everything in its wake. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan had already retreated to a safe distance. Yet even against such a violent shockwave, they were compelled to raise their arms in defense. What a formidable force! Piccolo exclaimed, his face displaying disbelief as he struggled against the aftermath of the explosion. How astonishingly powerful this opponent is! Krillin and Gohan, taking shelter behind Piccolo, narrowly escaped the calamity. We're in trouble. Goku. Krillin gazed towards the direction of the explosion, his heart heavy with despair. He understood that this attack could potentially be a fatal blow for Son Wukong. Father. Son Gohan, too, was engulfed in worry. His forehead glistening with cold sweat as he stared into the distance, silently praying for his father's safety. Only Piccolo wore a smile, his eyes gleaming with a knowing expression, as if he possessed a unique understanding of the unfolding events. Do not worry, that fellow Wukong will be just fine, Piccolo stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face displayed a look of confusion. He gazed at Piccolo, his mind brimming with questions. How could Son Wukong, at the epicenter of such a formidable attack, possibly emerge unscathed? Chapter 42. The Resurrection of Vegeta. Look behind you. Piccolo's voice carried a note of confidence as he gestured towards the back, urging Krillin to take a glance. Krillin and Son Gohan followed Piccolo's direction, their gazes locking onto a figure behind them. There stood Son Wukong, unharmed and intact, showing no signs of injury. Phew, that was truly perilous. Son Wukong exhaled deeply, the recent scene having been nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, his tone bore no hint of fear or anxiety. Rather, it exuded a sense of relaxation and relief. I'm glad you are both safe. Son Wukong smiled, his eyes reflecting concern for Krillin and Son Gohan. After uttering this brief yet heartfelt remark, he unleashed a formidable aura once more, his figure shooting towards Frieza's location like a bolt of lightning. What is that? At that moment, Krillin suddenly noticed a figure not far away. He squinted slightly, attempting to discern who it was. Dandi. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, instantly recognizing the owner of that silhouette. Son Gohan followed Krillin's gaze and spotted Dandi, his face instantly lighting up with excitement. He rushed forward, tightly grasping Dandi's hand, elated as a child. Wonderful! Dandi, you're alive! Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy. Fortunately, I was almost dead just now. Upon reuniting with the others, Dandi promptly inquired about the current circumstances. What is the situation now? Dandi understood that since Frieza had completed his final transformation, only Son Wukong remained capable of confronting him. He pondered whether he would have the opportunity to save Son Wukong. If he failed to trigger the return, it would spell disaster. Dandi was acutely aware that, according to the original course of events, he should have perished by now. If he were to recklessly rescue Son Wukong and still fail to trigger the return, thus hindering his transformation into a Super Saiyan, it would spell disaster. Truly, he had devised countless schemes, yet he had not anticipated that this wretched system would prove so challenging to activate the return. Dandi silently shook his head. Upon hearing Dandi's inquiry, Son Wukong's expression grew heavy as he replied, Father is currently engaged in battle with Frieza. Vegeta has been gravely injured by Frieza and is on the brink of death. Upon receiving this news, a glimmer of hope suddenly sparked within Dandi, prompting him to exclaim, What? Vegeta is still alive? He pondered internally, believing that, according to the previous course of events, Vegeta should have perished by now. However, Krillin contemplated a significant question, a flicker of hope illuminating his gaze as he excitedly said to Dandi, Right? Dandi, we must return swiftly. If we can save Vegeta, with Goku and Vegeta joining forces, there is indeed hope of overcoming Frieza. This proposal astonished everyone, for Dandi's arrival had certainly introduced a variable into the current situation. If they could revive Vegeta, it might truly provide Goku with additional support. On the other side, upon seeing Goku flying from afar, Frieza's expression was one of shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You are still alive? Goku, with a serious demeanor, responded, Hey, if we're going to fight, let us do it properly and not recklessly destroy other planets. Meanwhile, Piccolo appeared disinterested in rescuing Vegeta. He remained fixated on the distant Frieza and Goku, deep in thought. The fact that Goku could escape just as the explosion occurred was nothing short of miraculous. It seemed he had suddenly augmented his strength in that fleeting moment. Piccolo marveled, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Both of them are monsters. This battle is beyond my comprehension. Piccolo couldn't help but feel a surge of intense dissatisfaction within. He had once believed that after merging with Nail, he had acquired formidable combat strength capable of easily defeating Frieza. Yet now, he realized he was completely outmatched. Unable even to discern the clash between Goku and Frieza, the disparity in power was monumental, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened and despondent. Faced with Goku, who could evade his attacks with ease, Frieza was taken aback. You, indeed, surprise me. You possess quite the skill. I would concur. Goku replied without reservation. Observing this, Frieza chuckled lightly and continued, You are indeed remarkable. Allow me to extend you some courtesy. Tell me your name, and I shall remember it. I am Sun Wukong. A scion from Earth, Goku replied earnestly. Sun Wukong? Very well, I shall remember that. Humph, then let us conclude our warm-up. What say you? Frieza, brimming with confidence, continued to provoke Sun Wukong with his words. Agreed. Sun Wukong responded, revealing a hearty smile. Judging by your expression, you seem quite eager. Allow me to indulge you. Do you excel in ground combat or aerial warfare? I can accommodate either. The choice is yours. Frieza pressed on with his terms, determined to vanquish his opponent within their area of expertise, thus instilling a profound sense of despair. Much like his approach with Vegeta, he aimed to extinguish the will to fight entirely. His strategy was not merely to defeat the body, but to shatter the spirit as well. You wish for me to choose? Then I shall not hold back. Let us engage in ground combat. Sun Wukong was wholly unconcerned, his mind solely focused on the exhilarating battle ahead. Very well, Frieza replied, his confidence unwavering as he gestured towards a distant, larger island. What about over there? That works perfectly. In an instant, the two figures soared through the air, landing on the distant isle. Hey, they've gone to the faraway island. What a perfect opportunity. Krillin exclaimed to Dandi upon witnessing Sun Wukong and Frieza's departure. Vegeta should be nearby. Let us hurry and rescue him. Dandi nodded. His system had yet to be activated. Thus, he must continue to strive to save those on the brink of death. Frieza had already set his sights on me. The forthcoming opportunities are dwindling. Dandi harbored a silent worry within. Several figures stealthily glided through the low skies, swiftly arriving beside Vegeta. Remarkably, he was still alive. Though Vegeta had lost consciousness and his heart had nearly ceased to beat, he astonishingly clung to the last vestiges of life. Upon witnessing the scene, Dandi placed his hand upon Vegeta, and with a flash of light, Vegeta instantly opened his eyes. He sat up, bewildered, gazing at Dandi before him, as well as the figures of Krillin and Gohan beside him, murmuring to himself, Is this hell? Have you all been killed? No. Dandi is still alive. He saved you. Krillin hastily clarified. Vegeta then extended his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and carefully sensed his own power. My strength has actually transcended once again. Vegeta swiftly realized that after this near-death experience, his abilities had indeed enhanced. That's right. Vegeta, you must join forces with Goku. Together, you will surely be able to defeat Frieza. What? That fool Kakarot is still alive? Vegeta immediately began to scan the nearby energy. He was still engaged in battle. That scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta clenched his teeth, then quickly released a breath of despair. We should flee. Frieza's power is like an endless abyss. He is merely toying with Kakarot now. What? Krillin was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Vegeta would lose his fighting spirit at such a moment. Hey, Vegeta. Aren't you the Prince of the Scions? Are you really willing to let Goku face Frieza alone while you slink away? Exactly. Dad is still fighting desperately against Frieza. Silence. Vegeta roared in anger. We are no match for Frieza. Rather than rush to our demise, it is wiser to temporarily evade his wrath. Once I have regained my strength, I will personally deal with that scoundrel. Seeing Vegeta devoid of combat resolve, Gohan's eyes filled with disappointment as he cast a disdainful look at him. Krillin scratched his head, contemplating that Vegeta's reasoning did seem somewhat valid. He's right. At that moment, Piccolo's voice echoed. Gohan, Krillin, let us retreat for now. We must ensure that the Dragon Balls on Earth do not vanish. Piccolo was remarkably rational, recognizing that remaining here would only lead to certain death. It would be wiser to leave early, if only to preserve the Dragon Balls on Earth. Moreover, Piccolo was determined to take Gohan with him to prevent any unnecessary sacrifice. The fighting spirit of the group had completely dissipated upon witnessing Frieza's full might. Yet, Krillin still hesitated. Goku has already died once. If we abandon him, and he falls in battle, there will be no way to revive him. Stop thinking about it. I understand that fleeing now is hard to accept, but our presence will not make a difference. We cannot assist Goku and might even become a liability. Piccolo remained resolute in his insistence that they leave together. Humph. Although you are quite bothersome, I must admit that you are clever when it truly counts. Vegeta, standing aside, let out a cold chuckle. He had come to Namek with the sole purpose of attaining immortality through the Dragon Balls. Now that the Dragon Balls were no longer available and he was no match for Frieza, remaining here seemed utterly futile. The most crucial point was that, from the conversation of these individuals, it appeared that the Dragon Balls on Earth could still be utilized. By following them to Earth, he could still seize the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Balls, couldn't he? Even this Namekian named Piccolo, though the source of his formidable power remained a mystery. Vegeta realized that he was no longer a formidable opponent. Once they arrived on Earth, he would be the most powerful being. At that time, the control would rest entirely in his hands. As long as he achieved immortality, even if Frieza pursued him to Earth, the outcome would remain uncertain. Moreover, that fellow Goku seemed to still possess some strength. Piccolo continued. What? Son Gohan and Krillin were momentarily taken aback. At such a critical juncture, Goku still maintained a competitive attitude. Chapter 43. The Battle on the Island. What? Kakarot still has energy left? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Vegeta immediately tuned into the nearby battle once more. Sensing Goku's energy, he couldn't help but clench his fists. That Kakarot. How on earth is he managing this? At this moment, Dandy's mind was wholly consumed by disappointment. He had never anticipated that after rescuing Vegeta, the system would still remain silent. What on earth was happening? Could it be that this malfunctioning system was no longer operational? Upon witnessing Piccolo and Vegeta's inclination to abandon the situation, Gohan resolutely opposed their decision. I refuse to accept this. I must assist my father. With that declaration, Gohan soared towards Goku's direction. Goku and Frieza had descended upon the island. You certainly possess a remarkable understanding of others, Goku remarked, shedding his shirt, stretching his limbs, and performing leg exercises. It seems you are quite confident in your own strength. Frieza chuckled at the observation, for as the universe's supreme tyrant, he harbored absolute faith in his abilities. Honestly, I can be rather amiable at times. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? Goku responded with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no inclination to engage with Frieza's proposition. That jest is hardly amusing. Frieza erupted into laughter. You truly lack a sense of humor. However, you are correct. I shall spare no scion. As he spoke, his expression darkened ominously. Let me offer you a concession. During our bout, I shall allow you to use both hands. How does that sound? Oh, no need for both hands. How generous of you. Goku continued to stretch his physique, seemingly unfazed by Frieza's taunts. Once he had adjusted his body to its optimal state, Goku finally spoke. Shall I make the first move? Very well, as you wish. Frieza dismissed Goku's proposal without a second thought, crossing his arms and gazing mockingly at him, intent on shattering Goku's confidence through this unfair approach. Here I come. With that exclamation, a crimson aura enveloped Goku, propelling him to peak velocity as he charged at Frieza. In response to Goku's rapid assault, Frieza merely leaped aside, effortlessly evading Goku's strike. Following this, Frieza unleashed a swift kick, compelling Goku to execute a backflip just to narrowly escape. Noticing Goku's momentary instability, Frieza closed in, delivering a flurry of kicks. Goku, undeterred, evaded while swiftly propelling himself upward, aiming powerful kicks at Frieza, all of which were deftly dodged. Humph, your strength is rather underwhelming. Frieza, having gauged Goku's capabilities through their brief skirmish, scoffed, then accelerated, swinging his tail to strike Goku's face with a resounding crack. Sun Wukong was suddenly sent flying. However, before he could touch the ground, he swiftly turned his body and launched himself back into the fray. This unexpected maneuver caught Frieza off guard. Before he could retract his tail, Sun Wukong had firmly grasped it with both hands. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, swinging Frieza like a whirlwind, creating a dizzying spectacle in the air. Go! Sun Wukong felt he had reached the pinnacle of speed. Aiming for a nearby rock, he hurled Frieza with all his might. The impact was thunderous as Frieza collided with the hard mountainside, reducing the once solid peak to a mere pile of rubble. Before the dust could settle, Frieza emerged, charging straight towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed. Impressive. Sun Wukong was astonished that Frieza, having been swung around for dozens of rotations, could still maintain such clarity of thought and advance without faltering. As Frieza lunged forward with a kick, Sun Wukong raised his arm to block it, while simultaneously preparing to retaliate with a powerful punch. Frieza, limited to using only his two legs, found it increasingly difficult to defend against Sun Wukong's relentless barrage of punches and kicks. which were seamlessly coordinated. Frustration began to creep into Frieza's demeanor. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation of being at a disadvantage, Frieza unleashed a fierce punch aimed at Sun Wukong. To his surprise, Sun Wukong had not anticipated this sudden strike, and the blow landed heavily on his face, propelling him backward. Upon landing, Sun Wukong quickly regained his footing with a determined leap. Didn't we agree not to use our hands? Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression not one of shock, but rather excitement. At least Frieza resorted to using his hands, indicating he could not defeat him without such means. Your preferential experience has expired. Frieza showed no signs of shame for his breach of agreement, instead basking in his own arrogance. Oh, is that so? Allow me to offer you some advice. You are far too arrogant and underestimate your opponent. Thus, every strike you make is riddled with openings. Hearing Sun Wukong dare to criticize him, Frieza's expression darkened. Is that so? You wish for me to unleash my full power? You do possess talent, and I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. However, I have grown weary of this tedious battle. It is time to determine the victor. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Sun Wukong became cautious. He understood that Frieza had yet to exert his full strength, but correspondingly, he too had a trump card hidden up his sleeve. Regardless. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Will you serve me? Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong could not help but let out a light chuckle. Had he not just asserted that he would never relent against the Scions? Frieza, with an unchanging expression, continued to wear his sinister smirk. I shall retract my previous statement. If you are willing to serve me, I may spare your life. This offer is exclusively for you. You possess remarkable talent. It would be a shame to obliterate you. You are undoubtedly 10 times more capable than Captain Jinyu. Sun Wukong maintained his cold laughter. Do not harbor such illusions. Do you truly believe I would ever acquiesce? Frieza, still adorned with his malevolent grin, responded, I am well aware that you shall undoubtedly refuse. Yet, one must at least attempt, lest you later lament not having inquired. However, you Scions are all cut from the same cloth, inherently averse to subservience. Rebellion is inevitable. Thus, I resolve to annihilate planet Vegeta. Since you remain obstinate, death is your only path. In the face of Frieza's threats, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. I am not so easily extinguished. Frieza erupted into a sharp laugh. You possess quite the confidence. I discern that although you claim to be at your utmost, you are indeed holding back, surprised by being seen through. Sun Wukong had originally intended to unleash his full strength unexpectedly. Did you think you could deceive me? However, I have merely been toying with you. Here rests the deal. I shall now employ only half of my power. What say you? Do not underestimate my half-strength. It is more than sufficient to crush you. As Frieza spoke, his expression transformed into one of cold severity and ferocity. Dandi remained silent, observing the fierce battle between the two from a distance. His palms clammy with anxiety. He was acutely aware that the current Sun Wukong stood no chance against Frieza. A deep-seated worry gnawed at him. Would Frieza unleash his full power and eliminate Sun Wukong without hesitation? There was no longer any reliance on the system. I must devise a plan. Should I fail to activate the system's return, how could I ensure that Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan? Fortunately, Frieza still seemed to harbor a playful demeanor. If he were to become serious and took the life of Sun Wukong, all hope for a comeback would be utterly extinguished. Dandi, upon reflecting on this, was immediately engulfed in concern. Chapter 44. The Decision of Piccolo. Is it true? Have you not even utilized half of your power? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion and astonishment. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing Frieza's face for any hint of a flaw or jest. Yet, Frieza's gaze remained resolute and self-assured, devoid of any semblance of humor. Ha! You must be jesting. This is utterly preposterous, Sun Wukong thought, his incredulity manifesting in a bitter smile. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Although he had held back somewhat, he had unleashed the vast majority of his power. The notion that Frieza claimed to have not even tapped into half of his potential left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. He recognized that if Frieza's words held any truth, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Initially, he had perceived a certain disparity in power between himself and Frieza, yet he had not anticipated such a vast chasm. This revelation prompted Sun Wukong to realize that this battle might prove to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. I find myself becoming rather exhilarated. Frieza observed Sun Wukong's astonished expression, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in a slight, triumphant smile. He reveled in the sensation of control, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. You must understand, I have not truly exerted myself in quite some time. Frieza continued, his tone infused with a long-awaited excitement. This statement served as both a provocation towards Sun Wukong and a confident display of his own prowess. Sun Wukong's demeanor gradually grew serious. He sensed Frieza's aura continuing to ascend, entirely devoid of any semblance of bluster. He comprehended that Frieza indeed possessed a formidable strength that far exceeded his expectations. Confronted with such an adversary, he realized he must exert every ounce of his strength to have even a sliver of hope. Not far away, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others were observing the confrontation. Since these Earthlings were unwilling to withdraw, Vegeta was compelled to return to the battlefield's periphery alongside them. After all, only the spacecraft that Sun Wukong had arrived in could be operated, and Vegeta was entirely unfamiliar with Earth's script, making it impossible for him to activate the vessel. What is happening? Why are they simply standing there, not engaging? Krillin observed the two of them facing off without any action for quite some time. His curiosity piqued. They are both awaiting the opportune moment. Piccolo remarked, his gaze fixed on the two. It's terrifying. Even from this distance, their auras instill an overwhelming sense of dread. Piccolo noted, cold sweat trickling down his face. Humph. Vegeta scoffed at the sight. That cockroach fellow has yet to unleash his full potential. Gohan could sense the immense strength radiating from both combatants. Father should be able to win, right? Despite his fervent hopes, Son Gohan's expression could not conceal the worry that lingered within. Simultaneously, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, as if a colossal storm were on the verge of erupting. It is difficult to describe the realms to which both of them have ascended, realms beyond our imagination. One can only hope that Goku possesses the upper hand. Piccolo found himself unable to discern the intricacies of their confrontation. Indeed, at this point, we must rely solely on Goku. Krillin exclaimed hurriedly. The current Son Goku is no match for Frieza. Suddenly, Dandi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Oh, how do you know? The others were taken aback. If even Piccolo could not perceive the battle, how could Dandi? By the way, Dandi, how did you manage to survive? Piccolo, having fused with Nail's memories, was aware of Dandi's original strength. He could not fathom how Dandi had endured Frieza's assault. After all, even Piccolo himself had no absolute confidence in withstanding that strike from Frieza. Have you forgotten? I have already awakened the latent power within me. Dandi gazed at the perplexed faces of Piccolo and the others and began to elucidate. As he spoke, a formidable aura surged forth from him. With both hands clenched into fists, he unleashed his power. Astonishingly, the onlookers were taken aback by Dandi's prowess. Even Gohan sensed that Dandi's strength was subtly surpassing his own. Little did Gohan realize the immense force he could unleash in a state of fury. Following a series of breakthroughs, his normal combat power had now reached an impressive level of 200,000. Meanwhile, Krillin stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, as he recognized that Dandi's strength was vastly superior to his own. Dandi, how have you achieved this? Krillin pondered, reflecting that with Dandi's current abilities, there was no need for them to risk their lives to save him. Truly, he was a remarkable member of the Dragon Clan, harboring such immense power within. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Having merged with Nail's memories, he was aware of Dandi's previously limited combat capabilities. Yet, he was astonished to witness that upon activating his inner strength, Dandi's power had soared to such extraordinary heights. This force was several times greater than Nail's former might. Was this the complete potential of the Namekians? If so, could it be that by merging with the Supreme Kai, he too could reclaim his original strength? A flicker of hope ignited within Piccolo. Hey, King Kai, are you watching this? He called out into the void. Ahem, yes. King Kai, who had been intently observing the latest developments on Namek, was unexpectedly summoned by Piccolo. Piccolo, you must quickly lead everyone away from Namek. King Kai suddenly realized the urgency of the situation and urged him to act. Hearing King Kai's voice, Piccolo disregarded any explanations and responded immediately. King Kai, please contact Earth and have them gather the Dragon Balls, then teleport the Supreme Kai to my side. Hurry. What? King Kai, bewildered by Piccolo's request, found himself at a loss, unsure of Piccolo's intentions. No, this cannot be. Dandi promptly interjected. Upon hearing Bik's words, he immediately grasped Bik's intentions. Bik intended to merge with the deity, thereby confronting Frieza. Dandi understood that if Piccolo truly proceeded with his intentions, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him and would be swiftly vanquished. However, such an outcome would deprive the Scions of the opportunity to grasp the crucial secret of transforming into Super Scions. Most critically, once Piccolo fused with Kami, the Dragon Balls on Earth would cease to exist. He still harbored wishes he wished to grant to the eternal dragon. The prospect of its disappearance was utterly unacceptable. Thus, Dandi swiftly intervened. "Why do you stop me?" Piccolo was taken aback, realizing that Dandi was the first to impede his actions. The disappearance of Kami would also mean the obliteration of the Dragon Balls on Earth. With the Grand Elder now deceased, should the Dragon Balls vanish, the fallen Namekians could never be resurrected. Presently, only the two of them remained as Namekians. If resurrection were unattainable, it might spell the end of their race. Piccolo pondered Dandi's words and nodded in agreement. After all, he did not possess the egg-laying reproductive capabilities of the previous Demon King Piccolo. And it appeared that Dandi lacked such abilities as well. Should the Dragon Balls truly vanish, the Namekians would fade into oblivion within this universe. Yet, could Goku alone contend with Frieza? As long as Frieza refrained from killing him, he was certain that victory was within reach. Dandi brimmed with confidence and cast a glance at Krillin, for someone of great significance to him was present. Krillin, perplexed, misinterpreted Dandi's words as a reference to Gohan, and immediately turned his gaze towards him. Indeed, Goku would undoubtedly go to great lengths to ensure Gohan's safety. Only Vegeta, upon witnessing Dandi's formidable strength, wore an expression of astonishment and suspicion before suddenly exclaiming, "So it was you." Vegeta pointed an accusatory finger at Dandi, his face contorted with rage. "You are the one who killed Sabo and ambushed me, are you not?" Chapter 45, The Compromise of Vegeta. Vegeta recalled the moment when he was about to eliminate Sabo, only to be interrupted by a sudden figure. That individual was a Namekian, possessing strength that surpassed his own at that time, and subsequently rushed ahead to the Grand Elder. Additionally, during his confrontation with Nail, it was that very person who had inflicted serious injury upon him. After witnessing Dandi's power, Vegeta finally understood everything. Dandi never anticipated that Vegeta would still harbor grievances regarding past events at this juncture, prompting him to speak up hastily. "Isn't it all for the purpose of enhancing your strength?" Vegeta could not help but recall how, each time he found himself injured and requested Dandi's healing, Dandi would feign reluctance, forcing him into a state of despair, which ultimately led to his combat prowess doubling. With this thought, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. Although Dandi's methods were somewhat difficult to accept, the results spoke for themselves. Dandi had indeed undertaken a commendable act. It was precisely because Vegeta believed that Dandi would not save him that he found himself grappling with the thin line between life and death. "Hey, little one. The reason you have such confidence in Kakarot is that you're planning to heal him again once he is gravely injured, allowing him to surpass his limits, am I right?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others were suddenly illuminated with understanding. "Indeed, there's that strategy," Krillin exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Currently, Goku was capable of clashing with Frieza. Although he was at a disadvantage, if he could break through his limits once more, he would surely be able to overcome Frieza. Piccolo also felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed that there was still a chance. If successful, he would not have to merge with the Supreme Kai. While he understood that merging with the Supreme Kai would grant him power, deep down, Piccolo preferred to remain his original, untainted self. Yet, was he still the same being he once was? A sense of unease washed over Piccolo as he pondered whether his personality had altered since merging with Nail. That wretched individual had the audacity to deceive me. Upon further reflection, Piccolo realized he had indeed been tricked by Nail. Observing the renewed confidence on everyone's faces, Vegeta felt compelled to douse their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. "Hey, don't celebrate too soon. Frieza is already aware of this little one's abilities. The moment he shows himself, Frieza will undoubtedly make his move. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that Kakarot will even be gravely injured. He might simply be killed outright by Frieza. Even if he survives, who among us can withstand Frieza after he is injured? We would merely be walking to our own demise. Frieza will not allow this little one the chance to save Kakarot." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the group snapped back to reality, sinking into a profound sense of despondency. However, at that moment, Vegeta, observing the disappointed expressions of his comrades, uttered the words he had long prepared. "Humph. Do not fret. I am here." His voice was imbued with unwavering determination and confidence, aiming to instill a flicker of hope in everyone, so they might align with him to realize his plan. Vegeta continued, "Hey, the one called Piccolo. You should possess the strength to injure me, right? In that case, along with this little one, I shall have the opportunity to grow stronger once more. Let me become stronger. With just 2 more transformations, I am certain I can surpass that Kakarot. At that moment, I shall have the ability to vanquish that scoundrel Frieza." As he spoke, he pointed his thumb at himself, his face radiating unparalleled confidence. Vegeta's declaration plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Indeed, entrusting Dandi with the task of rescuing Goku carries immense risk. While Vegeta sought to persuade the others to assist in enhancing his strength, his words bore a kernel of truth. Yet, hesitation lingered among them. Should Vegeta indeed grow stronger, there could be no assurance that he would not become the next Frieza. No more hesitation. Transform me into Super Saiyan Vegeta. This is our only chance. Observing the group's indecision, Vegeta cried out once more. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, stared at Vegeta in astonishment. He could hardly believe that at this juncture, Vegeta was still contemplating becoming a Super Saiyan. Alas, it is regrettable that such a transformation is no longer feasible. Dandi's words echoed in everyone's ears. Why? Vegeta immediately inquired, perplexed. Don't tell me that your healing abilities happen to be unavailable at this very moment. Dandi shook his head and explained. It is because you no longer believe that I would save you. As long as you maintain the mindset that I will undoubtedly revive you, you cannot truly struggle between life and death, and thus, you shall never transcend your limits. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Vegeta felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. However, upon reflection, he realized the truth in Dandi's assertion. Curse be it, Vegeta lamented, regretting that he had exposed Dandi, thereby forcing him to admit that his reluctance to save him was a mere fade. As long as doubt lingered in his mind regarding Dandi, he could experience the thrill of near death. Yet now, having unveiled Dandi's deception, he could not trust any subsequent fabrications of unwillingness to save him. The opportunity to grow stronger lay before him, only to be shattered by his own actions, leaving Vegeta overwhelmed with frustration. How could this be? This is infuriating. Krillin, grasping the situation, proposed. Fortunately, Goku is unaware that Dandi is still alive. If he is gravely injured and on the brink of death, we can shield Dandi while he rescues him. There is still hope for success. Krillin understood that this was their last glimmer of hope. Vegeta, I know you are reluctant to assist Goku in transcending his limits, but you must comprehend, this is our sole opportunity. Among us, you possess the greatest strength, and only you can momentarily hold off Frieza. We entrust Dandi's safety to you. You must ensure Dandi reaches Goku safely. I implore you. Krillin gazed earnestly at Vegeta, pleading. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hesitated. Internally, he muttered in discontent, how absurd. Not only am I unable to break through my own limitations, but now I am expected to help that inferior warrior Kakarot surpass his limits? This is utterly impossible. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Vegeta felt a profound unease. Clenching his teeth and finally squeezing out a response through gritted jaws, you want me to assist that inferior warrior Kakarot in becoming stronger? Do not be absurd. His words dripped with disdain and dissatisfaction towards Kakarot, yet were tinged with a sense of resignation. Despite his unwillingness, Vegeta cast a glance towards Frieza, ultimately choosing to relent. After a fierce internal struggle, he sighed and declared, very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. However, at the moment when Vegeta uttered those words, his heart was already in turmoil, a fierce sense of resentment surging within him like a relentless tide. He could not bear the thought of Kakarot potentially surpassing him. This feeling of discontent spread within him, gradually evolving into an obsession. Meanwhile, Vegeta's gaze grew resolute as he silently vowed to himself, no matter what, he must strive to enhance his strength and must not allow Kakarot to easily overtake him. That's settled, Krillin exclaimed, noticing Vegeta's agreement, and turned his attention towards Frieza. When the time comes, I will unleash my energy blade to thwart Frieza with all my might. Gohan, witnessing the determination in Krillin's eyes, clenched his fists. Uncle Krillin, we will all work together to stop Frieza. The group finally reached a consensus and collectively turned their gaze towards the battle on the island, awaiting their opportunity. Having faced multiple failures, Dandi understood that this time he might not succeed in triggering the system's return, and he contemplated how to guide Goku into transforming. On the island, Goku fixated on Frieza, sensing the escalating energy emanating from him. Goku realized that Frieza was not merely putting on a show of strength. Just as Frieza's energy plateaued, his form suddenly moved. Whoosh! Frieza appeared before Goku in an instant, driving his elbow towards him like a spear. Ah! The strike landed squarely on Goku's face. How swift! Goku marveled inwardly, astonished by Frieza's speed, which far exceeded his expectations, rendering him almost incapable of tracking the movement. Humph! After landing his blow, Frieza refrained from pressing the attack further, instead relishing the grave expression on Goku's face. What's wrong? I have only exerted half of my power. And you cannot keep up? As he spoke, Frieza executed a sweeping kick, sending Goku crashing to the ground. Haha. Before me, you are unworthy of standing. In tandem with his words, Frieza's tail coiled around Goku's neck, lifting him off the ground. Chapter 46. 20-fold Kaioken. Frieza's tail wrapped around Goku like a nimble whip, hoisting him high. Subsequently, Frieza extended his robust arm and delivered a brutal elbow strike to Goku's chest. The tremendous force elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Goku. Ah. Ugh. Accompanied by that cry, a stream of crimson blood erupted from Goku's mouth. Observing this, Frieza immediately frowned in disgust and flung Goku away. However, Goku did not fall. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, clutched his chest, and tenaciously rose to his feet, preparing to launch another assault on Frieza. Humph. You can only cling to life for so long. Frieza bore a disdainful smile at the corner of his lips, effortlessly leaping to evade Goku's attack. Observing the ease with which Frieza sidestepped his efforts, Goku felt a surge of helplessness rise within him. He recognized that the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable, as Frieza's formidable strength rendered him nearly defenseless. Yet, how infuriating. Gritting his teeth in anger, Goku felt powerless in the face of Frieza's overwhelming might. However, he harbored no intention of retreating. There was absolutely no way he could simply surrender. No matter what, he was determined to defeat him. Goku resolutely steeled his heart. With renewed vigor, he gathered all his strength and charged once more at Frieza, attempting to mount a counterattack. However, Frieza hardly spared Goku a glance, raising his foot and delivering a swift kick with lightning speed. The blow struck Goku's body with tremendous force, sending him hurtling back to his original position at an astonishing velocity. Gasping, Goku trembled on unsteady legs, struggling to maintain his balance, each movement appearing exceedingly laborious. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on Frieza, revealing an indomitable spirit within him. Yet, his breath had grown alarmingly feeble, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Ah, it seems you are on the verge of exhaustion, aren't you?" Frieza remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips, imbued with a touch of mockery. He appeared thoroughly pleased with Goku's performance, yet his tone was laced with derision. "The fact that you still dare to stand is quite remarkable." Piccolo and Vegeta observed the unfolding scene on the battlefield, their hearts sinking with a sense of foreboding. They realized that the tide of battle was shifting unexpectedly, and Goku's predicament was evidently dire. "This is bad. Goku's strength is far too inferior to Frieza's." Piccolo furrowed his brow, his voice heavy with concern. He was acutely aware of Frieza's might and understood the immense pressure Goku faced. That fiend. His power truly seems limitless. Vegeta's expression darkened, veins popping on his forehead. Clenching his fists tightly, he snarled through gritted teeth. How infuriating. I was foolish enough to think I could defeat him. What on earth is Goku thinking? Why isn't he unleashing his full potential at a time like this? Krillin, anxiety etched on his face, clenched his fist in worry. He yearned to rush forward and assist Goku, yet felt utterly powerless. Regrettably, Goku likely hasn't considered anything at all. He is simply at his wit's end. Piccolo sighed helplessly, empathizing with Goku's plight, for anyone would feel despair when confronted with such a formidable adversary. What? Krillin gaped in astonishment, his disbelief directed towards Piccolo. He found it hard to accept this grim reality, desperately hoping that Son Wukong was merely concealing his true power. Son Gohan's mouth fell agape in shock. Did this mean that his father could only await his demise? The King Kai remained tense, intently observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart weighed down by dread and unease. That scoundrel Frieza had managed to overpower Son Wukong with only half of his strength. Upon witnessing the latest developments in the fight, the King Kai exclaimed in terror. Tianjin-Han's complexion turned ashen, sweat trickling down his cheeks. What? Son Wukong had employed the Kaioken at 10 times its usual strength. It still could not contend with even half of Frieza's power? How could this be? Yamcha's voice trembled, an icy chill creeping up from his feet, as if the entire world were on the brink of collapse. Thus, I had repeatedly warned Son Wukong against provoking Frieza so recklessly. It seems that we are truly doomed. Seeing that Wukong had lost his will to fight, Frieza continued to mock him. Ho ho ho. Son Wukong, why have you ceased your attacks? Are you afraid? Fear not. I shall not allow you to die so easily. That would be far too merciful. I intend to make you wish for death, to endure endless suffering and despair. Ha 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 ha. Son Wukong's expression turned grave as he pondered inwardly. Damn it. How much more power does this fiend possess? Merely utilizing the Kaioken at 10 times strength is insufficient to match him. It seems I must attempt the Kaioken at 20 times, but given my current physical condition, if what he claims is true, that he has only unleashed half of his fighting capacity, then even the 20 times Kaioken may pose no threat to him. Yet, I have no alternative but to risk everything. I hope my body can withstand it. I cannot afford to collapse in battle. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong prepared to unleash his final move. Meanwhile, Frieza watched with keen interest the shifting expressions on Wukong's face, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ho ho ho. Do not say I did not offer you a chance. It is too late for regrets now. This was all your choice. At that moment, Frieza's eyes widened in surprise. He sensed a powerful surge of energy, and upon glancing upward, he beheld a renewed crimson aura emanating from Sun Wukong, stronger than before. Still unwilling to surrender? Seeking to continue this futile resistance? Then I shall increase your suffering, Frieza observed with a cold smirk. On the other hand, Sun Wukong had forcefully commenced the Kaioken at 20 times, a sustained transformation rather than a fleeting surge. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body began to tremble, his veins bulging as his expression twisted into a grimace of agony. Die. At the moment his power reached its zenith, Sun Wukong swiftly vanished from his original position. In the next instant, he appeared before Frieza. Huh? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Sun Wukong's strength had indeed doubled once more. Caught off guard, he was struck fiercely in the face by a powerful punch from Sun Wukong. Aya! Frieza let out a wretched scream as his body was propelled backward. Aya! Sun Wukong followed up with an unrelenting barrage of punches, each blow raining down upon Frieza's every muscle with ferocity. Frieza's body endured the relentless onslaught. Yet Sun Wukong showed no signs of ceasing his assault. His fists became faster and more brutal, as if he sought to utterly annihilate Frieza. Almost there, Sun Wukong was aware that this state could not last long. Frieza's muscles had been thoroughly battered and should be temporarily incapacitated. Now, Kamehameha. Sun Wukong gathered all his energy between his palms, then unleashed it with all his might. A beam of energy, as thick as a barrel, surged forth towards Frieza. At that moment, Frieza had just regained control over his body and could not evade the attack in time, forcing him to extend his hand to block the incoming energy wave. Witnessing the Kamehameha being obstructed, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to push forward. A blinding flash erupted, sending a massive shockwave radiating outward. After a brief moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Frieza was completely engulfed by the Kamehameha. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong trembled with anticipation, peering into the haze. Despite having sustained some injuries, Frieza remained hovering in the air, his face dark with malice as he gazed back at him. It's over. Sun Wukong was instantly overwhelmed with despair, feeling as though all hope had vanished. Chapter 47. One more move, how could this be happening? Sun Wukong murmured in disbelief, his body quaking as he felt his strength waning. After executing that last technique, he had exhausted every ounce of his power, pushing his body to the brink. His eyes were filled with a mix of resentment and despair, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Could it be that 20 times the Kaioken, combined with all my strength, is still insufficient to defeat him? Sun Wukong gazed incredulously at his adversary, Frieza, as an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. He was not exaggerating. It appeared he had indeed exerted merely half of his strength. His voice, low and hoarse, resonated with profound despondency. With wide eyes, he watched Frieza emerge unscathed from the cloud of smoke left by the explosion, the coldness in his gaze sending shivers down Wukong's spine. At that moment, Wukong had depleted all his energy, unable to maintain his levitation, and could only descend slowly to the ground, gasping for breath. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his lips quivered slightly, suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Nearby, Piccolo and Vegeta exhibited similar expressions of despair, fully aware of the tremendous force behind Wukong's recent attack. Yet, to Frieza, it had merely inflicted a superficial wound. Confronted by such a formidable foe, their trepidation and hopelessness deepened. It was truly unfathomable that Wukong's powerful strike had left Frieza unscathed. Krillin wore an expression of utter disbelief. Father's energy has diminished to the brink of vanishing, Gohan murmured, his face etched with concern. Piccolo sighed in resignation. It's over. The Kaioshin was right. Frieza is not a foe to be trifled with. Damn it. Kakaroto's power just doubled in an instant. Is that the capability of a Super Saiyan? But why then? Can he not defeat Frieza? Vegeta was consumed by reluctance and confusion. Could it be that even a Super Saiyan was no match for Frieza? Vegeta's face was a canvas of disbelief. There is still a chance. Although Dandi spoke with such words, his confidence appeared remarkably lacking. Frieza had transformed into his complete form, and his playful demeanor had vanished, replaced entirely by fury. Now, confronted with the enraged Frieza, no one could withstand his onslaught. Would events continue to unfold as they once had? Dandi could not be certain anymore. After all, he had altered the course of events, and according to the butterfly effect, even the slightest change could lead to a vastly different outcome. If Frieza were to eliminate Goku right now and then dispose of everyone present, it would all be over. King Kai watched in despair as the events unfolded on planet Namek. When Goku unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken and struck Frieza with the Kamehameha, King Kai clenched his fists in anticipation. However, upon seeing Frieza emerge from the thick smoke, despair overwhelmed him once more. This was truly the end. King Kai understood that Goku's body could not endure the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken. The technique he had just executed had already drained Goku's strength. Furthermore, judging by the display of power from Frieza, even if Goku could fully master the 20-fold Kaioken, he would likely still be no match for Frieza. As King Kai's prized pupil, Goku held certain trump cards, of which King Kai was acutely aware. Wait a moment. Just as despair threatened to consume him, King Kai suddenly recalled something. There was still one technique left. Hit by the overwhelming Kamehameha, Frieza felt a surge of pain coursing through his body, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding events. Curse be this moment, it was perilously close. Where did that wretched fool acquire such formidable power? Frieza, gritting his teeth in anger, lowered his gaze to his hands, discovering that his palms were battered, with blood oozing from the minuscule wounds. He had never anticipated being injured, let alone bleeding or experiencing such intense pain. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a sensation, igniting a furious rage within him. Grr. A low, menacing growl escaped Frieza's lips, his teeth grinding in fury. He tightly clenched his fists, blood dripping from his fingertips. Overwhelmed by agony, Frieza's eyes blazed with wrath, directed towards Goku, filled with boundless hatred. You wretched scion, I will make you pay. Frieza roared in his heart. In his eyes flickered a fierce glimmer. Resolute in his decision to show Sun Wukong a taste of his wrath, he descended abruptly, his feet crashing heavily against the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Then, step by step, he advanced towards Sun Wukong, each stride laden with an overwhelming presence, as if the very earth quaked beneath him. You have caused me pain, Frieza uttered coldly as he walked, his voice dripping with murderous intent, chilling to the bone. As his pace quickened, it transformed into a full sprint, akin to a ferocious beast lunging for its prey. Sun Wukong, witnessing Frieza's relentless approach, felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. Finally, Frieza halted just a few paces before Sun Wukong, leaning slightly forward, unleashing his full aura. I will make you experience 1,000-fold of agony, Frieza roared, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a fierce kick to his back. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, yet his body struggled to keep pace, narrowly evading Frieza's assault. However, Frieza's speed was blinding, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left Sun Wukong scrambling for survival. Ha 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 ha. Frieza cackled with glee. Did you truly believe your body could evade my strikes? Such naivety. With that, he charged forward once more, employing fists and feet, denying Sun Wukong even a moment to breathe. Frieza's fist collided with Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling away. Approaching him again, Frieza delivered a brutal kick to Sun Wukong's side. You wretched monkey. Frieza spat, kicking him up into the air. How dare you oppose me? Leaping into the sky, he struck Sun Wukong once more. I will make your existence a living hell. Another devastating kick sent Sun Wukong crashing down to the ground. Watching Sun Wukong struggle to rise, Frieza approached with a chilling demeanor. Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? He taunted, sending Sun Wukong flying again. What is the matter? Are you too frightened to retaliate now? Extending his hand towards Sun Wukong, he sneered. What of this so-called Super Saiyan? It amounts to nothing. Sun Wukong, panting heavily, bore the weight of his body, bracing himself against Frieza's onslaught. He understood that Frieza had yet to intend his demise, otherwise a single strike would suffice to end his life. Witnessing his father being mercilessly battered, Goten was seized by a surge of fury. No, I must save Dad. Hey, Piccolo. Vegeta, Wukong must be on the brink of death now, right? Krillin observed, drenched in cold sweat, readying his energy attack. We need to rush to his aid immediately. Vegeta gazed into the distance, equally drenched in cold sweat. He sensed that under the wrathful hand of Frieza, he could scarcely endure a single blow. Piccolo's expression was also grave. He was acutely aware that if he were to intervene, it would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Should he perish, the Dragon Balls would be lost forever. Dandi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Approaching Sun Wukong now would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of Frieza. unless he could miraculously heal Sun Wukong in an instant and simultaneously receive a return from the system. Should he take the gamble? Chapter 48. Spirit Bomb. Wait. Piccolo suddenly interjected, halting Gohan and turning his gaze towards Sun Wukong, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. It seemed that Wukong had a plan. At this, everyone immediately turned their attention to Sun Wukong, while Frieza looked on in astonishment. What do you mean? Are you surrendering? Frieza observed Sun Wukong struggling to rise, arms raised high above his head, gasping for breath. It's the Spirit Bomb. Krillin recognized the technique immediately, recalling having witnessed Sun Wukong use it once on Earth. Go for it, Dad. Gohan, seeing this move, was filled with hope. So was that technique. Vegeta too suddenly remembered that Sun Wukong had previously used this attack against him. What Spirit Bomb? Only Piccolo was unaware of this technique, having been deceased when Wukong first employed it on Earth. The Spirit Bomb is a secret skill taught to Wukong by King Kai. Krillin quickly explained. This technique can absorb energy from all living beings on the planet, be they human, animal, or plant, even microorganisms, as long as they possess life. Their energy can be gathered and ultimately coalesced into a Spirit Bomb to strike the opponent. Is that so? Piccolo nodded, though a bitter smile crept onto his face. With a cold chuckle and a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, that King Kai fellow never mentioned such a technique to us. He even claimed we couldn't learn the Kaioken for the time being. How biased. However, the inhabitants of this planet had all perished, and the flora was exceedingly scarce. Even if some energy could be amassed, would it truly be sufficient to confront the formidable Frieza? Krillin anxiously inquired, his eyes filled with doubt and concern. Now, there were no other options. They could only try this desperate measure. With a resigned sigh, Krillin silently prayed for the Spirit Bomb to succeed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was laboriously catching his breath, striving to regulate his breathing pattern. He concentrated deeply, quietly preparing himself for the imminent battle. O heavens, O earth, all living beings on planet Namek, to defeat the malevolent Frieza, please lend me a fraction of your strength. Allow me to harness this power to vanquish that despicable foe. In his heart, Sun Wukong silently prayed, yearning for the gathering of energy. As time progressed, his breath gradually stabilized. Sensing the life force of the entire Namek gradually coalescing, Sun Wukong began to strategize internally. The power of the Spirit Bomb was indeed immense. Were it not for dire circumstances, he would never resort to such a measure. A single misstep could potentially obliterate the entire Namek planet. Yet now, this was his last resort. If he could not vanquish Frieza, not only would this planet suffer, but the entire universe would also fall prey to Frieza's tyranny. Feeling the energy coalesce, he realized that his strength was still insufficient to defeat Frieza, and he continued to summon more. The power of this planet was far too meager. Nearby planets, lend me your strength as well. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's gesture of surrender, Dandi was momentarily taken aback, but he soon comprehended his intention. Thus, he silently raised his hand, signaling those around him to follow suit. One by one, the others emulated his action, lifting their hands in solidarity. At that instant, everyone felt a formidable force being drawn from within them. What is happening? Krillin's eyes widened in shock, realizing he felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. Unable to support himself, he collapsed to the ground. Piccolo similarly sensed his energy deplete, his complexion paling. Gohan, witnessing the unfolding scene, raised his hand without a moment's hesitation. He understood that this was a moment of collective effort, and the cost was worth bearing. However, upon seeing Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan all exhausted, Vegeta let out a disdainful scoff. Humph, what a tedious trick. He crossed his arms over his chest, coldly observing the distant events unfold. At that moment, Frieza gleefully gazed at Sun Wukong, inwardly sneering. What is this? Now you wish to surrender? This is not like you. Sun Wukong, just a moment ago, you were so arrogant, weren't you? Alas, it is too late for regrets now. Or do you think I would believe your feigned surrender? Ha ha ha, don't be naive. Even if you have some schemes up your sleeve, what can you possibly do in your current state? Frieza's laughter echoed through the air, laden with boundless mockery and contempt. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood quietly, appearing as though he had indeed lost the will to fight. Only Krillin and the others noticed that far above Sun Wukong's head, a colossal Spirit Bomb had already begun to form, with a diameter reaching an astonishing 50 meters. Feeling this power, everyone gasped for breath. Is this the Spirit Bomb? Is this the life force of the entire Namek? It is overwhelming. Frieza, lacking the ability to sense energy, remained oblivious to Goku's movements. He merely gazed at the scion before him, who was struggling to maintain his stance, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender utterly unaware of Goku's true intentions. Goku, attuned to the energy of the spirit bomb, sensed that it still fell short compared to Frieza's formidable strength. The absorption of energy required considerable time, which was the inherent flaw of the spirit bomb. He needed just a bit more power, hoping that Frieza would not detect his endeavor. He must hold on. Goku felt his body almost incapable of sustaining his arms aloft for much longer. His hands had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Are you trembling in fear? The intensity of your shivers is quite pronounced. Observing Goku's body shake violently, Frieza felt a flicker of satisfaction. Yet the persistent pain coursing through him only fueled his hatred. Humph. Do not think that merely raising your hands in surrender will suffice. Even if you were to kneel and plead for mercy, I would never let you go. As he spoke, Frieza darted forward and delivered a brutal kick to Goku's face. Gah! Goku was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This cannot be. I must continue to channel energy into Goku, or he will perish. Witnessing Frieza's assault on Goku, Dandi could no longer contain himself. Vegeta, raise your hands now. This is not the time for your obstinacy. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed and turned his head away. Even against Frieza, the notion of lending my power to Kakarot is utterly inconceivable. You. Dandi clenched his teeth, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Vegeta, why don't we strike a bargain? If you lend your power to Goku, I shall reveal to you the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Dandi's voice resonated with unwavering conviction and confidence. What? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression instantly shifted, shock washing over him as he gazed at Dandi, a profound doubt surging within his heart. His eyes reflected an incredulous emotion, yet almost immediately, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Humph, how dare you, little brat, deceive this prince? His tone dripped with unmistakable sarcasm, questioning Dandi's authority to unveil the secrets of the Super Saiyan. However, Dandi did not falter. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze firmly on Vegeta, declaring loudly, I speak nothing but the truth. If you do not believe me, feel free to test my method. A resolute expression graced his face, as if he held an unshakable faith in his words. After a brief moment of silence, Vegeta, unable to resist Dandi's provocation, let out a cold chuckle. Very well. I am curious to see what abilities you possess, little brat. If I discover you are deceiving me, I shall ensure you meet your end. With that, he slowly raised his hands, feeling the energy within his body gradually siphoning away, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Simultaneously, his heartbeat quickened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as though he were under immense pressure. Within the span of a single breath, Vegeta's power was swiftly drained. Chapter 49, Go! Spirit Bomb. As Vegeta infused his energy into the Spirit Bomb, it rapidly swelled with vitality. At that moment, Goku was sent flying by Frieza's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he quickly struggled to rise, striving to lift his hands once more. Huh? Frieza looked at Goku in confusion, wondering why this fellow insisted on holding his hands high. Is there something up in the sky? Frieza, puzzled, glanced upward. What is that? When did the moon appear? To his astonishment, he discovered a massive circular object in the sky, radiating bright light. Concurrently, Goku sensed that the energy of the spirit bomb had amassed to a formidable strength. Could it be that this guy is responsible? Frieza scrutinized the luminous object, concluding that it bore no resemblance to the moon. Ultimately, he realized it was a condensed energy wave. This revelation filled him with shock and fury. That despicable fiend. Frieza gritted his teeth in anger. Die. He immediately prepared to launch an attack on Goku, but was suddenly struck by a profound sense of danger. In a swift motion, Frieza executed a backflip in midair, narrowly evading the impending strike. Shortly thereafter, a key blade sword passed the spot where he had just been. Darn it. Those wretched insects are still alive? Frieza's heart surged with irritation as he swiftly cast his gaze into the distance, only to discover that it was Krillin, summoning every ounce of his strength, who unleashed that formidable energy wave. Wait, why is that scoundrel Vegeta still alive? Frieza's attention was suddenly drawn to Vegeta's figure, who was not far from him, accompanied by a green-skinned individual, Dand. How infuriating. Could it be that the Namekian boy is still alive? Frieza seethed through gritted teeth. If Dand were to rescue Goku, he would soon find himself facing the combined assault of both Vegeta and Goku, an undesirable predicament indeed. However, before Frieza could ponder further, Goku had already pressed his hands down, directing the colossal energy sphere towards Frieza. Stunned, Frieza stared as the energy ball grew larger before his eyes, an ominous sensation creeping into his heart. How dare you? You despicable wretches shall not succeed. Frieza bellowed in fury, propelling himself into the air and kicking the energy sphere with all his might. "Begone!" he roared, his face twisted in rage as he summoned every bit of his power to strike the energy ball. Yet, in the instant of contact, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him. The energy sphere, harmless to the benevolent, was specifically designed to punish the wicked. Upon Frieza's touch, it reacted instantaneously. The energy ball, brimming with formidable power, detonated with astonishing force, unleashing unparalleled energy. A deafening explosion resonated across Namek, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that tore through the planet's atmosphere, manifesting a breathtaking spectacle. Fierce winds howled, toppling Dand and the others to the ground as they struggled to maintain their footing against the violent gusts. Rolling helplessly with the tempest, Goku, having exhausted his final reserves of strength, collapsed heavily onto the earth. King Kai observed this scene with rapt attention, not daring to blink lest he miss a single detail, as he witnessed the energy sphere, which he had meticulously crafted, striking Frieza with unerring accuracy. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, as if he wished to scream, yet no sound escaped him, his expression betraying profound agony. "What is happening? Has Goku been defeated by Frieza?" Yamcha inquired cautiously, his voice laced with concern and anxiety. It was only then that King Kai snapped back from his intense exhilaration, a radiant smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Goku has defeated Frieza." "Ah?" Upon hearing those words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The distinction between the characters may be minute, yet they signify two entirely disparate outcomes. Is it truly real? Tianjin fangasped, his eyes widening as he stammered the question. He could scarcely believe his ears. Only moments ago, he had heard that even with a tremendous 20-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong was no match for Frieza, who was merely exerting half of his strength. How could it be that Sun Wukong had managed to defeat Frieza in such a short time? The KO nodded earnestly, affirming the astonishing news. In an instant, the crowd erupted into exuberant cheers and jubilant screams. They leaped with excitement, embracing one another in celebration, their eyes shimmering with tears of joy. On planet Namek, the aftermath of the spirit bomb explosion had finally subsided, yet the landscape was irrevocably altered. The towering mountains near the epicenter had been obliterated, leaving only a scattering of rubble and turbulent streams of water flowing freely. Gohan, straining to maintain his composure, struggled to pull Krillin and Dand from the water, laying them safely on the ground. He then extended a hand towards Vegeta. "Humph, who asked for your help?" Vegeta retorted, dismissing the gesture and climbing out of the water unaided. Aside from these four, the figures of Sun Wukong and Piccolo were nowhere to be found. Whereas Dad? What about Uncle Piccolo? Gohan, relieved to see those around him safe, immediately began searching for Sun Wukong. However, his gaze found no trace of his father, prompting him to turn towards the site of the recent explosion. There, a circular abyss had formed from the blast of the spirit bomb, and the water that had been hurled away now cascaded back, creating a circular waterfall as it poured into the chasm. Could it be? As Gohan beheld the gaping emptiness at the bottom of the explosion site, a wave of despair washed over him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him, an absence of any familiar presence. Krillin looked on in shock, desperately searching the surroundings. Yet he too could not detect the energies of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. It cannot be. It absolutely cannot be. Gohan cried out, his heart racing with anxiety. He found it unbearable to accept the grim reality that his beloved father and Uncle Piccolo might have perished in such a manner. If Uncle Piccolo were to be lost, the Dragon Balls would vanish along with him. Even if the Dragon Balls remained, Sun Wukong had already succumbed once. He could not be revived again. Was it truly possible that he would never see his father again? In the heart of Sun Wukong, despair and helplessness surged, tears blurring his vision. At that moment, it felt as if his heart had been hollowed out, consumed by profound anguish. He stood there, frozen in place, as though all strength had abandoned him. Suddenly, ripples danced across the water's surface, and a green head emerged. Piccolo had resurfaced. "Uncle Piccolo!" Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, his eyes alight with excitement. Piccolo turned to face him, a faint smile gracing his lips, before reaching down to pull another figure from the water. "Dad!" Sun Wukong squinted in disbelief, recognizing the shadow as none other than his father, Son Goku. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Wonderful! At that moment, Piccolo was swimming towards the shore with the unconscious Son Goku in tow, while Dandi was already prepared for treatment. His mission was to revive Son Goku from the brink of death. Perhaps this time, he could successfully activate the system. Currently, Son Goku's strength had reached a level that would surely satisfy Dandi. Just as Piccolo dragged Son Goku to the shore and Dandi extended his hand to administer aid, an invisible force enveloped him, propelling his body uncontrollably into the air. Meanwhile, Krillin inadvertently glanced at a menacing figure standing atop a nearby mountain. Frieza? It's Frieza. He is not dead. Upon hearing Krillin's voice, everyone turned in terror towards the mountain peak. As Dandi ascended into the air, a sense of foreboding gripped him. This is bad. That attack is aimed at me. Chapter 50, Super Saiyan. After enduring the Spirit Bomb's assault, Frieza found himself at the epicenter of the explosion. His body severely damaged, one eye nearly blind, his tail severed. This was the most grievous injury he had sustained since birth, yet his formidable constitution allowed him to survive. Nevertheless, the intermittent waves of excruciating pain only fueled his rage. Those detestable monkeys, I will make you pay. Frieza viciously narrowed his remaining eye, locating the group. I must eliminate that little brat who can heal. Frieza understood that if Dandi continued his healing techniques, the others would quickly regain their full combat prowess. And the Scions might even grow stronger still. He could not allow those monkeys to enhance their power any further. Feeling the agony coursing through his body, Frieza had never anticipated that Son Goku could inflict such significant damage upon him in such dire circumstances. I will crush you all in an instant. I will not grant you another opportunity. With that thought in mind, Frieza extended his palm, using his psychic abilities to lift Dandi into the sky. Let you witness how hope shatters. Curse you, Frieza. Goku roared in fury, bewildered that despite having unleashed a powerful spirit bomb that had struck Frieza squarely, the tyrant remained unscathed. If even the might of the spirit bomb could not vanquish Frieza, then despair loomed ominously. Goku felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness wash over him, his body trembling as he struggled to remain upright, leaning on one leg while the other hung limply. Everyone flee, he bellowed. Acutely aware that victory was no longer within reach, resigning himself to fate, Goku resolved to stay behind and confront Frieza. However, Gohan and Krillin did not heed his words. Upon seeing Dandi ensnared by Frieza, panic seized them. Without hesitation, Gohan, aflame with fury, summoned his energy once more and charged at Frieza. Simultaneously, Krillin exhausted his remaining strength to conjure an energy disc, propelling it towards Frieza with all his might. Frieza, poised to crush Dandi and unleash devastation, noticed the incoming energy disc. Aware that a direct hit would be detrimental, he swiftly evaded. In the blink of an eye, Gohan found himself face to face with Frieza. Yet, the tyrant's power far surpassed Gohan's expectations. Even in his injured state, Frieza was an adversary beyond Gohan's capabilities. Before Gohan could launch an attack, Frieza delivered a brutal strike, landing a kick squarely on Gohan's neck. Gohan barely had time to emit a pained gasp before his neck snapped, sending him hurtling through the air. Krillin, watching in horror as Gohan was thrown aside, felt a surge of rage and sorrow. He understood the grim fate that awaited Gohan. Ignoring all else, Krillin charged at Frieza once more, unleashing another energy disc in a desperate attempt to halt him. Do you seek death? Frieza taunted, extending his hand menacingly. In the chaos, Frieza had inadvertently lost control over Dandi, who seized the moment to flee, propelling himself towards Goku with all his might. Piccolo, witnessing Gohan's plummet, particularly noting the grievous injury to Gohan's neck, felt a pang of heartache. He swiftly soared forward, catching Gohan's body and hastening towards Dandi. Vegeta, seeing Dandi rescued, felt a glimmer of hope and dragged his weary form towards him. If this little one can restore my strength, perhaps there is still a chance, Vegeta mused. Racing towards Dandi. Unbeknownst to anyone but Goku, Krillin had succumbed to Frieza's control and was now desperately struggling in midair. Ah, Goku. Regardless of Krillin's struggles, he remained unable to escape Frieza's grasp. The thought of having already perished once filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair. For even the Dragon Balls could not restore him to life. In witnessing this, Goku was instantly drenched in cold sweat, having just seen his son, Gohan, mercilessly kicked away by Frieza, leaving his fate uncertain. Now, Krillin was once again in Frieza's clutches, at imminent risk of death. Frieza, release him. Let everything come at me. But Frieza, hearing Goku's anguished cries, wore a mask of hatred, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he fixed his gaze upon Goku. I never imagined you would find yourself in such a state of panic. Ha ha ha. Behold this splendid firework. As he spoke, Frieza tightened his grip, causing Krillin to feel an immediate surge of pressure enveloping him. With one final, desperate cry from Goku, Krillin erupted in the sky like a colossal firework, bursting into a brilliant display. Krillin, Goku's heart sank in despair as he closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Ha ha ha, succumb to despair. You wretched monkey. You shall all perish. Frieza reveled in Goku's helplessness, his laughter echoing with malice. Goku, lost in his thoughts, murmured, Krillin has already died once. Even the Dragon Balls cannot bring him back. Gohan. Even Gohan. With this realization, Goku's eyes widened, igniting with an inferno of rage. His body began to tremble, his breath growing rapid and heavy, akin to a beast roused in fury. The deaths of Krillin and the uncertain fate of Gohan filled him with profound sorrow and wrath, an unbearable truth he could not accept. Clenching his teeth, he let out a deep, guttural roar, his hair standing on end as a golden light erupted from his being. His expression twisted into a fierce grimace. Veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut with energy coursing through him. He experienced an unprecedented fury, propelling him beyond his limits. Krillin, Gohan, I shall avenge you. As Goku's voice resonated through the air, enveloped in dazzling golden light, Frieza immediately took notice, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Piccolo also sensed the change in Goku's demeanor. Vegeta stood frozen, staring in incredulity. What is happening? Piccolo, however, did not pause. For he had more pressing matters at hand. Cradling Gohan, he swiftly approached Dend. After all, though Gohan had been flung by Frieza, he might not yet be lost. As long as Gohan drew breath, Dend might still have the chance to save him. Bick raced against the Grim Reaper, determined to ensure that Sun Wukong would not meet his demise under any circumstances. Dandi soared towards Sun Wukong, his gaze fixated upon the remarkable transformation before him. At last, the moment had arrived. Sun Wukong had finally ascended to the formidable status of a Super Saiyan. Dandi, filled with exhilaration, gazed at Sun Wukong, fully aware that Frieza was doomed. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and immediately shouted at Dandi. Hey, little squirt. Didn't you promise to reveal to me the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan? How did Kakarot achieve it? Although Vegeta struggled to believe it. Witnessing the aura radiating from Sun Wukong, he was compelled to admit that Sun Wukong had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Anger. Dandi uttered merely 2 words when he noticed Piccolo soaring towards him, cradling Son Gohan in his arms. Instantly, he too took to the skies in Piccolo's direction. Anger? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. What could it possibly mean? Wasn't the Super Saiyan the most ruthless warrior in the entire universe? Could it be that anger was the essential catalyst for transforming into a Super Saiyan? Indeed, it was imperative to embrace that fury, to immerse oneself in an unparalleled state of rage. Dandi approached Piccolo and, addressing Vegeta, fulfilled his promise. He then placed his hands upon Gohan. As a brilliant light flashed, Gohan suddenly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Dandi's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has revived a dying individual. The activation is successful, and the saved one's power has been returned 1,000-fold. Chapter 51. The Reversal of Fortune. Haha. At last, I have successfully activated the system. Dandi heard a voice echoing in his mind, and he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost crying out loud. After enduring for so long, he could finally stand tall and assert himself. Upon hearing the prompt, Dandi immediately closed his eyes, dedicating himself entirely to the sensation of the formidable power coursing through his body. In an instant, he felt his heartbeat quickening, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Simultaneously, his blood surged through his veins with a fervor that seemed eager to break free from the confines of his flesh. Each cell within him appeared to awaken, joyously pulsating and exulting, allowing him to acutely perceive his strength ascending at an astonishing rate. When Dandi finally opened his eyes again, a brilliant glimmer shone within them. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power, and an involuntary smile graced his lips, radiating a dazzling expression of joy. In that moment, he felt as if he had become omnipotent, his heart brimming with an unprecedented confidence. Was this the 1,000-fold return of Gohan's power? Dandi secretly lamented within himself, such formidable power should surely not be outmatched by a Super Saiyan. What Dandi was unaware of was that Sun Wukong, having been stimulated by the Elder, had awakened his latent powers. Coupled with the previous confrontation with Frieza, where he transcended his limits under pressure, Sun Wukong's strength had now soared to an astounding 200,000. Consequently, Dandi found himself on the receiving end of Sun Wukong's 1,000-fold power return, resulting in a staggering combat prowess of 200 million. Upon acquiring this newfound strength, Dandi's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he had yearned to personally vanquish Frieza, relishing the thrill of battle. Yet now, with the might of 200 million coursing through him, the prospect of defeating Frieza seemed less significant. It was akin to once possessing 200,000 and dreaming of purchasing a luxurious vehicle when suddenly, one finds themselves with 200 million. The urgency to acquire that vehicle dissipates. Once, I took pride in driving a luxury car. Now, it is the luxury car that should take pride in being driven by me. Dandi pondered this as he cast his gaze towards Frieza, only to find Sun Wukong fixated intently on him. Poor Frieza, you are no longer worthy to be my opponent. Instead, allow yourself to engage in a playful encounter with Sun Wukong. Dandi understood that at this moment, Sun Wukong was ablaze with fury. Thus, he would let Frieza serve as an outlet for his wrath. As for the true extent of his own power, he pondered whether Sun Wukong was worthy of engaging in a duel with him. Given Sun Wukong's inherently combative nature, it was certain that he would rise to the challenge without any prompting from him. Dandi was aware of Sun Wukong's eagerness to seek vengeance against Frieza, yet he did not rush to find him. Piccolo and Gohan, who were closest to Dandi and had been intently focused on Sun Wukong, suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment and confusion as they sensed a shift in Dandi's demeanor. They gazed at him in a daze, as if confronting a completely unfamiliar entity. Piccolo felt an overwhelming, heart-pounding aura emanating from Dandi, a stark contrast to the strength he had displayed moments before, which had been on par with Gohan's. Furrowing his brow in perplexity, Piccolo struggled to comprehend the sudden surge in Dandi's power. Meanwhile, Gohan stood agape, his eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. He stared at Dandi, pondering inwardly, what is happening? How could Dandi suddenly become so formidable? Where does this immense power originate? Exchanging a glance, both perceived the same astonishment and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Vegeta, having just absorbed the insights imparted by Dandi, was striving to immerse himself in a state of rage. However, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming energy erupting from Dandi, a force so potent that it left him utterly astounded. Vegeta's eyes shot open in disbelief, fixated on Dandi with a mixture of confusion and shock. Clenching his teeth tightly, he felt the stirrings of jealousy igniting within his gaze. For Vegeta, it was an affront that a mere Namekian could wield such extraordinary power, even surpassing his own by countless measures. How infuriating! How did this diminutive Namekian manage to achieve such strength? Vegeta muttered under his breath, grappling with the harsh reality before him. The transformation of Dandi into a more formidable being was not merely a challenge for him, it also posed a threat, awakening a deep-seated jealousy within. He not only comprehended the path to becoming a Super Saiyan but had also acquired such immense power. Vegeta's countenance gradually darkened. His lips pressed tightly together, and his hands clenched involuntarily. What was happening? Vegeta silently competed with himself, utterly unwilling to be surpassed by Dandi. His heart was filled with anguish and resentment, a nameless fury surging within him. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, once the pride of the entire Saiyan race. Yet now, he found himself eclipsed by a lower-class Saiyan warrior raised on Earth, along with that diminutive fellow from Namek. Vegeta felt as though his dignity had been cast to the ground and trampled upon. Moreover, the one who trampled upon his honor did so unconsciously, merely passing by without a thought. Such disregard for Vegeta's dignity was far more painful than outright humiliation, as no one seemed to regard him at all. Driven by this overwhelming jealousy, Vegeta's mindset began to tilt into instability. His former pride and self-respect were entirely supplanted by envy. He began to view Goku and Dandi as adversaries, his heart brimming with animosity. How infuriating! I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could this happen? Kakarot. And even that little Namekian have become so powerful. How dare they surpass me? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes aflame with unquenchable fury. How detestable. Utterly detestable. I should have been the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Everything should be mine. How dare Kakarot get ahead of me? Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Goku, his eyes radiating a mixture of resentment and rage that seemed poised to erupt. At that moment, Goku was completely oblivious to the changes in Vegeta's expression, consumed by his own wrath over Krillin's death, glaring fiercely at Frieza. Frieza, witnessing Goku's transformation, could no longer concern himself with the unfolding events involving Vegeta and Dandi. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting a profound incredulity. He sensed the overwhelming power surging within Goku as his hair suddenly turned golden, igniting a flicker of doubt and fear within him. What is happening? Frieza murmured, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. In that moment, Goku's visage bore no trace of his former kindness and innocence. His furrowed brow instead evoked a sense of dread. Could this be the transformation of a Saiyan? Frieza began to panic, cold sweat breaking out upon him. Yet, Was not the Scion transformation supposed to result in a great ape? What, then, was this golden hair? Frieza struggled to recall the knowledge he possessed about the Scions. Yet he found himself at a loss for answers. A growing sense of panic enveloped him as he grappled with this sudden upheaval. Regardless of the circumstances, the Scions could not be allowed to remain. Frieza silently vowed that no matter what transformation Son Goku had undergone, he would obliterate the Scions entirely. He would never permit them to pose a threat to his dominion over the universe. Taking a deep breath, Frieza swiftly quelled his anxiety, his gaze sharpening with resolve. He turned his attention to the distant figures of Vegeta and Gohan, accompanied by the diminutive green silhouette beside them. They must be eliminated first, Frieza contemplated, understanding that he could not allow these individuals to continue their ascent. Thus, he raised his hand and pointed towards Dandi's direction. Humph. I shall no longer hold back my power. You shall all meet your demise. Frieza bellowed, preparing to unleash his energy wave. However, in that very instant, a figure appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, blocking his outstretched finger with its chest. Frieza focused his gaze, only to find Son Goku standing before him. His expression a mask of fury, and within a heartbeat, he seized Frieza's hand. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, a profound shock coursing through him. He never anticipated that Son Goku could appear before him in an instant. What terrified him further was the realization that no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not free himself from Goku's grip. How was this possible? Frieza murmured in disbelief, acutely aware of the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist. A force beyond anything he could fathom. Goku's eyes glimmered with boundless intent to kill, his gaze fixed intently upon Frieza. His expression was one of extreme darkness, as if he intended to devour his adversary whole. A wave of despair surged within Frieza. He recognized that the Son Goku before him had surpassed his understanding. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat, desperately attempting to resist. Frieza, you despicable wretch, how dare you kill Krillin? He has already been resurrected with the Dragon Balls. He spat, fury igniting in his voice. And now, you even intend to slaughter other innocent lives. As Frieza prepared to strike at Dandi and the others, an enraged Goku roared once more, you scoundrel. Today marks your end. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Frieza's countenance darkened ominously, his gaze fixated on Wukong, brimming with murderous intent. How detestable. Frieza suddenly exerted himself fiercely, breaking free from Son Wukong's grasp. He swiftly retreated several paces, maintaining a certain distance from Wukong. With his uninjured eye, he scrutinized Wukong from head to toe. You, who could barely stand moments ago, how have you suddenly become so formidable? Frieza questioned, astonishment evident in his voice. Could it be? Frieza's thoughts abruptly crystallized, his voice trembling with realization. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Chapter 52, An Uneven Battle. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Son Wukong before him. Son Wukong felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. Fueled by an ever-burning fury, he understood that this strength emanated from the depths of his own anger and hatred. Unable to restrain his emotions any longer, Son Wukong unleashed his full essence, the brilliant yellow aura surrounding him intensifying. Frieza, you have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to face my wrath. Son Wukong roared, dashing towards Frieza with lightning speed. He dismissed the notion of utilizing energy attacks, opting instead for the most direct and brutal approach, engaging Frieza in hand-to-hand combat to vent his pent-up fury. With a resounding thud, Son Wukong's formidable fist struck Frieza's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Wukong's speed was unparalleled, and in an instant, he caught up to the airborne Frieza, positioning himself above him. Subsequently, with both hands clenched into fists, resembling two colossal mountains, he struck downwards with an intimidating force once more. Frieza was hit again, letting out a pained scream as his body seemed on the verge of being torn apart, driven deep into the earth. However, before Son Wukong could pursue further, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. Frieza raised his hands high, fiercely clenching his fists, emanating a terrifying aura. He, too, unleashed his immense power. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's face as he slowly ascended into the air, confronting Son Wukong. Do not elevate yourself to such moral heights. Have you Scions never slain the innocent? Frieza retorted, his face contorted with rage. Therefore, they were exterminated. Son Wukong replied with unyielding composure, his expression unchanged. Frieza found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Hiki, let me enlighten you. It was I who annihilated them. Frieza then declared with an air of triumph. I detest those monkeys. As a Scion, do you not feel any pity for them? Goku, Unfazed by the remark, replied coolly. I am a scion who grew up on Earth. Now, it is my turn to extinguish you. With a smirk, Frieza's lips curled disdainfully as he burst into laughter. You wish to annihilate me? Such bravado. You shall merely be another of my defeated foes, as you have been before and shall be again. What if you have transformed into a super scion? Your body is already in tatters. You stand no chance against me. Frieza spoke with an air of self-assured arrogance. But Goku merely smiled faintly in response. Tell me, Frieza, could it be that you are gripped by fear? Is that why you strive to convince yourself to remain unafraid of me? Goku's lips curled slightly, as though he had pierced through Frieza's facade. His expression tinged with playful mockery. What? Frieza's demeanor shifted at the words, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Quickly suppressed and replaced by a mask of rage and madness. Die. As he spoke, Frieza suddenly launched a surprise attack, unleashing a massive shockwave that enveloped Goku in an instant. Die, die, die. He screamed frantically, continuing to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, venting his inner turmoil and dread. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sound of violent explosions. The forceful waves of energy surged like tumultuous ocean tides, raising thick clouds of dust, as if threatening to tear the very world asunder. Yet, Goku stood steadfast, like an unyielding mountain, enduring Frieza's tempestuous onslaught. A faint golden aura surrounded his form, akin to a resilient shield, defiantly resisting Frieza's energy blasts. Each impact caused his body to shudder slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute and composed, devoid of any trace of fear. Dandi quietly observed the duel from a distance. What once sent shivers down his spine, the waves of energy, now appeared as mere fragile balloons, bursting with little more than a loud pop, yet inflicting no harm. At last, Frieza ceased his onslaught. Not far away, Goku remained suspended in midair, radiant like a brilliant star, exuding an aura of immense pressure. Even if you now recognize your error, I shall not grant you mercy. Goku's voice was cold and resolute, reminiscent of a judge from the abyss. Frieza gazed in terror at the figure before him, gleaming with golden light, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Impossible. How can this be? How could you possess such formidable power? Frieza murmured, a hint of madness and refusal lacing his tone. Frieza, your time has come. Upon hearing this, Frieza's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, what grandiose claims. I am the strongest being in the universe. I am supreme. Tales of super science are but laughable myths. Witnessing Frieza's insanity, Dandi felt a twinge of pity, mixed with amusement. The once mighty emperor of the universe had succumbed to madness, losing all semblance of reason. Goku remained silent, slowly extending a hand towards Frieza, palm facing forward. What? Frieza's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Goku. A wave of intense fear surged from his feet, engulfing his entire being. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The scion before him was beyond comprehension and strength. Frieza sensed death closing in. Suddenly, Goku made the slightest movement, unleashing a mere flicker of his energy. Yet, this simple act unleashed a tremendous force. Frieza was propelled through the air, his body spinning uncontrollably. He struggled to regain his composure, but it was futile. How infuriating. Frieza finally realized that the scion had been toying with him all along, never exerting his full strength. Rage and humiliation surged within him, an unbearable feeling. Unforgivable. Frieza gasped, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on Goku, wishing to obliterate him instantly. Observing Frieza's incredulous expression, Goku's lips curled into a subtle smile. See, I was not boasting, Goku stated calmly, his voice imbued with confidence and authority. His gaze was unwavering and sharp, silently conveying to Frieza, do not deceive yourself, I am far more powerful than you can fathom. As Frieza, who had just been contemplating the simultaneous destruction of both Sun Wukong's physical form and spirit, was taken aback to find the same fate beginning to unfold for himself. No sooner had the thought escaped his lips than Sun Wukong flickered, reappearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye. His fist struck like a bolt of lightning, with a speed so unfathomable that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. A dull thud echoed as Sun Wukong's fist crashed violently into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza was caught unawares, letting out a muffled groan as he doubled over in agony, a bitter taste rising in his throat. His complexion turned an ashen hue, clearly suffering from severe damage. Yet, Frieza, unwilling to relent, gritted his teeth against the pain and roared in fury, launching another desperate punch. However, this blow was effortlessly evaded by Sun Wukong. Frieza's face contorted in disbelief as he swung again. This time, not only did Sun Wukong dodge the attack, but he retaliated with a solid strike to Frieza's face. Infuriated, Frieza felt his rage boiling over, exclaiming, "How dare you mock me?" He had never imagined someone would dare treat him with such disdain. Having always been the one to toy with others, he now found himself at the mercy of Sun Wukong, and the humiliation was unbearable. Die. A fierce glint flashed in Frieza's eyes as he clenched his fists, channeling his formidable energy to launch another onslaught at Sun Wukong. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with astonishing power, sweeping towards Sun Wukong like a tempest. Yet, in the face of such ferocity, Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. His gaze was cold and resolute, devoid of any semblance of fear. Rather than retaliating, he relied on his agility and swift movements to deftly evade each of Frieza's assaults. After a flurry of attacks, Frieza found himself panting, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With wide eyes, he gazed at Sun Wukong in disbelief, pondering to himself, how is it possible that this fellow can effortlessly evade all my attacks? No one has ever achieved such a feat. Realizing he could not land a blow on Sun Wukong, Frieza swiftly created distance between them. Behold, he shouted, as he suddenly extended a finger to launch a surprise attack. A violet beam of light erupting from his fingertip. This violet beam was none other than Frieza's ultimate technique, the Death Beam. Chapter 53, Frieza's Descent into Madness. Frieza's attack was executed with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. However, Son Goku remained unfazed. A subtle smile of confidence graced his lips. Just as the death ray was about to strike him, he remained utterly still. The death ray shot directly toward him. Yet instead of exploding, it passed through his very form as if he were a mere illusion. What? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. He could not comprehend why Son Goku had not been annihilated. Moreover, his ultimate technique had failed to detonate. Could it be that Son Goku possessed the ability to render himself invisible? Frieza's mind swirled with confusion, yet he was not deterred. He resolved to launch another assault in hopes of uncovering any potential flaw in Goku's defenses. Thus, Frieza raised his finger once more, preparing to unleash another death ray. Let us see how you evade this time. He unleashed a volley of over 10 death rays, blanketing Son Goku and all surrounding areas. Whoosh! The rays once again passed through Son Goku. Cursed be this, Frieza realized in that moment. Son Goku had evaded his death rays by shifting his position at the instant of contact, swiftly returning to his original stance. To an observer, it appeared as though Frieza's death rays had traversed through Goku's very being. This revelation indicated that Son Goku possessed the formidable strength to elude his onslaught and could have retaliated. Yet, he refrained from doing so, seemingly toying with Frieza instead. That wretched fiend! Frieza's fury surged. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly mocked. As Dandi observed that Sun Wukong did not immediately unleash a ferocious assault on Frieza, but instead continually showcased his formidable prowess, effortlessly toying with Frieza, he mused to himself, the Scions still possess an affinity for flamboyance. Thankfully, Frieza is not like Cell. Otherwise, it would indeed be dire. Yet, what harm is there in a bit of showmanship? We possess the capital for such flamboyance. Dandi deeply comprehended Sun Wukong's actions, yet upon reminiscing about the recent scene, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. I could have saved Sun Wukong more swiftly. If only I had acted a moment sooner, at the very least. Krillin would not have met his demise. However, had Krillin survived, Sun Wukong would likely have been unable to achieve his transformation, would he? No, just moments ago. When Gohan's neck was snapped, Sun Wukong's fury erupted instantaneously. Dandi recalled the moment he had just traversed into this realm, amidst the chaos. Catching a glimpse of Krillin and Gohan hiding behind a rock, which instilled within him a sense of security, allowing him to regain his composure. Although it was Gohan who had leapt forth to rescue him, had it not been for Krillin, the trio would likely have succumbed to the hands of Dodoria. In truth, the deepest gratitude should be directed towards Gohan, for not only had he saved him previously, but it was also thanks to him that the system was activated in this instance. Dandi cast another glance at Son Gohan. Upon noticing Dandi's gaze, Son Gohan immediately responded with a smile. No doubt about it. His father has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, and he will undoubtedly be able to vanquish Frieza. Dandi consoled him. Witnessing Sun Wukong deftly evade his lethal death ray with astonishing speed, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You despicable creature, all you do is dodge. Had you been struck by my death ray, you would have perished long ago. Frieza bellowed in a fit of rage. Oh, Sun Wukong replied, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He was acutely aware that this was merely Frieza's attempt to provoke him. Yet, he remained unfazed. Even willing to take the bait. Why not try hitting me? Sun Wukong straightened his posture, defiantly thrusting out his chest. Are you seriously considering enduring my attack without evasion? Frieza's face turned an ashen hue, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Sun Wukong with clenched teeth. You might as well give it a shot. Sun Wukong maintained his composure, his heart steady, regarding Frieza with a condescending gaze that sparkled with confidence. Seeing Sun Wukong's arrogant demeanor, Frieza secretly reveled in his own cunning. He believed Sun Wukong was underestimating him, presenting a golden opportunity for himself. Thus, with a maniacal expression, he cackled menacingly, "You arrogant fool, you will come to regret this. Prepare to die." As his words echoed, Frieza abruptly extended his finger, unleashing a thick beam of death ray that shot towards Sun Wukong like a bolt of lightning. This death ray was significantly thicker than the previous one, its power magnified tenfold. Frieza was convinced that if Sun Wukong did not evade, he would surely be struck, resulting in either severe injury or immediate demise. In that moment, he plotted to counterattack and eliminate those pesky nuisances, perhaps even transforming defeat into victory. As the beam hurtled towards Sun Wukong, Frieza felt an intense anxiety wash over him, as if an iron grip had seized his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. His heartbeat accelerating in that instant. With wide eyes, he bellowed, "Braggart Saiyan monkey. Let us see if you dare not to dodge." Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. His expression tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming beam, allowing the death ray to strike his face. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as the powerful impact jolted Sun Wukong's body, causing his upper half to involuntarily lean backward. However, merely moments later, he gradually righted himself, coldly regarding Frieza with an impassive stare. A smirk graced his lips, accompanied by a hint of disdain as he declared, "I told you, you can no longer defeat me." Upon witnessing this, Frieza's face paled to a ghostly white, his body trembling uncontrollably. Could it truly be ineffective? He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary, one that instilled within him an overwhelming sense of despair. With wide-open eyes, he gazed in terror at the figure of Sun Wukong before him, as if he were witnessing the arrival of death itself. Sun Wukong, step by deliberate step, advanced towards him, each footfall striking his heart like a sledgehammer. As Sun Wukong drew ever closer, Frieza's dread and hopelessness intensified with each moment. How infuriating! He should have eradicated the Scions long ago. To his astonishment, the legends were indeed true. The existence of a Super Saiyan was no mere myth. Frieza clenched his fists, swinging them in frustration, his face contorted with vexation. Never before had anyone dared to mock and insult him. "I am Frieza, the mightiest being in the universe. Surely, this must be a nightmare. Yes, it must be a nightmare, if it were not a dream. How could a wish-granting Dragon Ball exist in reality?" Contemplating this, a more maniacal expression crossed Frieza's face. He chuckled darkly, "For if this is a nightmare, then I am the master of this dream. The unfolding events shall be dictated by me. I shall annihilate all Scions, even within this dreamscape." A cruel smile adorned Frieza's face, his eyes shimmering with a savage madness. He fixated on Sun Wukong, as if savoring the imminent victory that awaited him. Observing the deranged Frieza, Sun Wukong felt a surge of resolve within him. It is time to end this. He resolved to hold nothing back. Extending his right hand, fingers splayed and aimed at Frieza, Sun Wukong's gaze became unwavering and sharp. "Prepare to meet your demise, Frieza." His voice bore an air of authority, resonating throughout the battlefield. His energy surged, powerful enough to rend the very fabric of the universe. Yet, as Sun Wukong prepared to strike, Frieza appeared to recall something, manifesting no sign of panic. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Ah, I remember you Scions. It seems you cannot survive in the universe, can you?" Frieza declared, his tone laced with arrogance. "What?" Sun Wukong momentarily faltered, a flicker of astonishment crossing his visage. "Ha ha ha. I am truly brilliant. I shall not perish. It is you who are doomed." Frieza erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with confidence and self-satisfaction. As he spoke, he raised both hands above his head, conjuring a colossal energy sphere that loomed ominously over him. His face radiated with triumph, as if victory were already assured. "Ha ha ha, foolish monkey. Vanish along with this Namek." Frieza roared, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very air. He channeled all his power into the energy sphere, preparing to unleash his final assault. "I can thrive in the vacuum of space, while you Scions can only await your demise." As Frieza exerted every ounce of his strength to conjure a planet-destroying orb, he laughed maniacally. "Even you cannot withstand my full-force strike." Just as he prepared to launch the devastating attack, Goku's heart raced with urgency as he sought to intervene. Suddenly, another figure materialized above Frieza's head in an instant. Chapter 54. embraced the challenge. Kakarot. Frieza, with both hands raised, was on the verge of unleashing the cataclysmic orb when a golden silhouette appeared above him. What was that? Goku's heart skipped a beat as he gazed upward, his eyes widening in astonishment. The figure was none other than Vegeta. How could this be? Why had Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan? Goku furrowed his brow, perplexed, sensing that some unknown events had transpired. Vegeta must have been revived by that child from Namek. What of Gohan then? As Goku pondered this, he anxiously scanned the surroundings for Gohan's presence. Soon, he spotted Gohan suspended in midair, a sigh of relief escaping him. Alas, Krillin had been obliterated. It seemed he could not be revived. Moreover, Krillin had already met death once. Even the Dragon Balls could not undo that fate. A wave of sorrow and fury surged within Goku as thoughts of Krillin flooded his mind. They had grown up together, facing countless trials of life and death, a bond beyond words. Now, with Krillin lost to Frieza's merciless hand, Goku felt an unbearable anguish. Damn you, Frieza. The thought of Krillin's demise ignited a fierce anger within Goku as he glared at Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta appeared like a specter behind Frieza, brimming with confidence and exuding an exhilarating light in his eyes. Frieza. With a fierce shout, Vegeta's presence jolted Frieza, who displayed a flicker of confusion and surprise. Yet, Frieza's resolve remained unshaken as he continued to forcefully drive his hands into the ground. The planet-destroying orb began to descend ominously towards the Earth. Then, Vegeta declared, "Hey, Frieza, you shall not destroy this planet. I still have a score to settle with Kakarot here." Without hesitation, Vegeta lifted his foot and, channeling all his might, delivered a powerful kick to the orb Frieza had meticulously formed. With a thunderous crash, the orb, infused with Frieza's full power, was sent soaring away as if it were merely a ball. What? Frieza's expression instantly transformed into one of profound astonishment and dread. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the extraordinary events unfolding above him. The Saiyan known as Goku remained utterly still, prompting Frieza to ponder who possessed the power to propel his planet-destroying attack. As he turned his head in astonishment, he was further bewildered to behold another figure enveloped in resplendent golden light, with hair flowing like a golden mane, standing before him. This silhouette was hauntingly familiar, evoking an indescribable terror within Frieza. Vegeta? His voice quivered, laden with shock and fear. He could hardly believe his own eyes. At that moment, Frieza's heart brimmed with confusion and unease. He began to question whether he was truly anchored in reality or if this was merely an elaborate nightmare. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan had not manifested for centuries, and now too had suddenly emerged. The absurdity of the situation was nearly unfathomable, leaving him in denial. What on earth is happening today? Did I consume poisonous mushrooms before sleeping? Frieza muttered to himself, attempting to rationalize the bizarre phenomenon before him. He recalled his previous suspicions and wariness towards the Saiyans, which now seemed to have deeply rooted themselves in his subconscious, manifesting as a nightmare. Faced with Vegeta's appearance, Frieza became increasingly convinced that he was indeed trapped within a dream. Otherwise, how could these Saiyans be popping up like popcorn, one after another? When did I even fall asleep? Confounded, Frieza resolved that upon awakening, he must immediately take action to eliminate all Saiyans to avert any potential threat. Vegeta hovered silently above Frieza, his gaze not fixed upon him but rather intently focused on Goku in the distance. His voice was cold and resolute. Kakarot. Is it truly entertaining to engage with this waste? Why not come and battle with me instead? Upon hearing this, Goku was taken aback, puzzled as to why Vegeta had suddenly made such a proposition. What did you say? He exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion as he regarded Vegeta. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta's tone carried a hint of provocation. Kakarot, you must have seen that while you transformed into a Super Saiyan first, I have now achieved the same status. Noticing Goku's continued bewilderment, Vegeta pressed on. Kakarot, I had never realized that the catalyst for becoming a Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of rage. Previously, I always attempted to suppress my emotions, striving to become cold and unfeeling, which ultimately hindered my progress. Fortunately, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, witnessing your transformation into a Super Saiyan filled my heart with resentment and fury. It was this very emotion that ultimately propelled me to achieve my own transformation into a Super Saiyan. His gaze sparkled with confidence and pride. Now, I have become the formidable Vegeta. I shall never again be bested by you, a mere lower-class warrior. Let us settle this once and for all. I intend to demonstrate the might of a Saiyan prince, which far surpasses your own. With that, Vegeta revealed a sinister grin and confidently pointed his thumb at himself. I am the strongest Super Saiyan. Goku, taken aback, regarded Vegeta with astonishment. He had not anticipated Vegeta would follow suit and also become a Super Saiyan. But he quickly broke into a smile. He could understand Vegeta's desire and even yearned to engage him in battle. He felt his own blood surging with excitement. Indeed, Vegeta. While on Earth, we had promised to face each other again. However, let us first deal with that scoundrel Frieza. Upon seeing Vegeta challenge Goku, Frieza secretly rejoiced, believing that these two Saiyans were about to turn on each other. Yet, when he heard Goku utter his name, his expression shifted. Akin to a student caught daydreaming in class who is suddenly called upon. He froze momentarily, then lowered his head, his demeanor darkening in the shadows, teeth clenched. His face contorted with rage. Are you referring to this fool? Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smirk, swiftly swinging his fist to deliver a devastating blow to Frieza's abdomen. A muffled thud echoed as Frieza immediately doubled over in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Kakarot, did you see that? This is the current state of Frieza. He is now like a dog, no longer posing any threat. Vegeta proclaimed triumphantly, before his words had even faded. He soared into the air, delivering a fierce kick to Frieza's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it! Frieza seethed, feeling the intense pain ignite a fierce fire within him. Yet, having exhausted too much stamina from unleashing his planet-destroying attack, he now felt utterly fatigued and powerless, left to succumb to Vegeta's whims. As Dandi witnessed Frieza gathering the energy for his planet-destroying attack, he initially prepared to intervene, for the destruction of Namek would spell his own doom as well. However, he soon realized that Vegeta had already charged forth. Indeed, Vegeta possessed remarkable talent. With just a hint from me, he swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. He certainly would not allow all the glory to be usurped by Goku. Dandi smiled at the thought, then continued to ponder. I wonder if I could easily contend with Vegeta should he and Goku join forces? Chapter 55, The Reluctant Frieza. Frieza was filled with bitterness and regret. If given a second chance, he would have unleashed his full power from the very beginning, swiftly eliminating Vegeta and that Saiyan named Goku. Had it not been for Goku's spirit bomb striking him, Frieza firmly believed that with all his strength, he would not have been outmatched by Goku and Vegeta, even in the face of a Super Saiyan. Yet, at this juncture, it was all too late. Frieza had been thoroughly subdued by Vegeta. Frieza, take a good look. I have become Super Saiyan Vegeta. The one who will slay you shall be me. I will avenge my father, all the fallen Saiyans, and planet Vegeta. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he forcefully stomped down on Frieza. Coughing violently, Frieza's body twisted under Vegeta's immense pressure, blood spewing from his mouth. Frieza, today is your day of reckoning. I have yet to face Kakarot. I have no time to waste on you. Prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta bellowed, his face contorted into a fearsome visage, fist clenched tightly. With that, he extended his right hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his palm, hurtling towards Frieza like a speeding cannonball, instantly piercing through his chest. All right, Kakarot. Now let us engage in a proper battle. With Frieza dispatched, excitement sparkled in Vegeta's eyes, resembling a ferocious beast eager for an intense confrontation. Indeed, Vegeta. The previous skirmish lacked any thrill. I, too, look forward to this full-throttle battle. Let me witness your true strength. The eyes of Sun Wukong glimmered with a sharp light, his entire being enveloped by an overwhelming aura. As his energy surged forth, his golden hair blazed like a roaring flame, radiating intense heat. His muscles were taut, veins protruding, showcasing unparalleled strength and dominance. Similarly, Vegeta exuded a formidable presence, his face brimming with confidence as he gazed at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The two stood opposite each other, and at the moment their gazes intertwined, it felt as if the entire world shuddered. With a simultaneous roar, a tremendous wave of energy erupted across the battlefield. This wave swiftly spread, distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, their figures soared, intertwining as their fists and palms collided, each impact igniting violent explosions. Vegeta's onslaught resembled a tempest, his punches as swift as lightning, each strike carrying the potential for cataclysmic devastation. Sun Wukong adeptly evaded, his counterattacks as rapid as the wind, prompting Vegeta to regard him with caution. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta exclaimed, Kakarot. He unleashed a powerful punch, the friction of his fist against the air-generating heat that warped the space around him. Sun Wukong sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a kick aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta grunted, his body leaning back slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. Amidst their fierce aerial clash, a green figure had already appeared beside Frieza. Dandi approached Frieza, casting a cold gaze upon the once mighty conqueror of the universe. Although Frieza's body was pierced, it still trembled slightly, indicating that he had not yet succumbed to death. Piccolo and Gohan swiftly arrived by Dandi's side. Is he dead? Gohan inquired, unable to fathom how the formidable evil emperor now appeared so feeble, easily vanquished by Vegeta. A pang of regret surged within Piccolo, though the demon who had brought devastation to Namek was on the brink of defeat. He lamented not having been the one to deliver the final blow to Frieza. Damn it! Frieza's weak voice echoed upon hearing their footsteps, startling Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo quickly retreated a step, unleashing a ki blast aimed at Frieza. Boom. Yet even in his weakened state, Frieza's physical resilience surpassed Piccolo's capacity to inflict harm. The ki blast barely scratched him. Wretched coward. Frieza spat in fury. Although Piccolo could not inflict damage, he succeeded in igniting immense pain within Frieza. Oh. Noticing that Frieza could still speak, a smirk crept upon Piccolo's lips. You call me a coward? Are you referring to my exploiting your injuries to overpower you? Piccolo chuckled derisively. Isn't this precisely your modus operandi? His laughter resonated with mockery and indignation. Frieza, when have you not relied on brute strength to subjugate your foes? Upon arriving on Namek, you ruthlessly slaughtered my kin and coerced the elders of each village into surrendering the Dragon Balls. Piccolo's eyes brimmed with resentment as he recalled the innocents who had perished and the torment he had endured. Frieza, how dare you label me as despicable? His voice turned somber and icy. For your recent transgressions against me, for the suffering you inflicted upon Nail, and for the plight of all my fellow Namekians, I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. A resolute determination permeated Piccolo's tone. With that, he aimed at Frieza once more and unleashed a torrent of ki blasts. These waves of energy cascaded toward Frieza like a relentless downpour, engulfing him entirely. Frieza was engulfed in excruciating pain, his body relentlessly struck by energy waves, each wound being torn anew, eliciting cries of agony. The continuous onslaught weakened his breath, and his voice grew increasingly frail. Piccolo's attack showed no signs of cessation. He intended to make Frieza experience the depths of suffering, to make him aware of the malevolence of his actions. Frieza struggled under Piccolo's relentless assault, yet his strength had been utterly depleted, leaving him unable to withstand the barrage. How detestable! If I possessed my peak power, I would never be vanquished by the Super Saiyans. You insignificant insects dare to lay a hand on me. As Piccolo listened to Frieza's cries, his brow furrowed in confusion. What was this unwelcome sense of compassion stirring within him? Despite being a member of the demon race, one would expect him to relish in tormenting his opponents, yet he felt a twinge of pity for Frieza. Unbeknownst to him, since his death and subsequent entrance into the afterlife, he was no longer the malevolent demon King Piccolo of old. Having merged with Nail, he had evolved into a more benevolent being. Thus, when he inflicted suffering upon Frieza, a feeling of compassion emerged. Reluctantly, Piccolo ceased his torment, allowing Frieza to meet his own demise in solitude. Frieza, you have committed countless atrocities, and now, awaiting your death here, is the retribution you deserve. How dare you? You filthy insect, speak to me in such a manner. If I still had my strength, I would not let you go so easily. Frieza exclaimed, his face twisted in bitterness. Piccolo merely smiled faintly at the sight of Frieza's despair. You are on the brink of death, Frieza. It is too late for you to speak now. Unexpectedly, Dandi seemed to take this to heart. With a mischievous grin, he addressed Frieza. Frieza, are you suggesting that if you were to regain your full power, you could defeat those two Saiyans? Chapter 56, Frieza's resurgence upon witnessing Dandi's grin. Piccolo felt a sense of foreboding. Gohan widened his eyes in alarm, warning loudly, Dandi, you can't possibly be planning. Frieza, upon hearing Dandi's voice, trembled violently, realizing that the small Namekian possessed formidable healing abilities. If he were willing to restore him, Frieza could swiftly regain his full strength. As this thought crossed his mind, a malicious smile crept upon Frieza's face. Hey, little Namekian, listen closely. Revive me at once. Dandi, taken aback by Frieza's arrogance, felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, Frieza was drenched in blood, a stark contrast to his former self, smiling in a manner more grotesque than sorrowful. What was even more infuriating was his audacity to command Dandi with such insolence. Dandi could not help but retort, Frieza, have you considered why I should save you? In response to Dandi's inquiry, Frieza emitted a cold snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You little brat. Do not presume that my current injuries render me incapable of dealing with you. Let me assure you, with my strength, extinguishing your life would be mere child's play. After uttering these words, Frieza attempted to raise his hand to demonstrate his power. However, due to the severity of his injuries, his arm could only tremble slightly and remained incapable of lifting. Dandi gazed with a sardonic smile at Frieza's grotesque demeanor. Truly, a dog cannot change its penchant for filth, revealing a sinister visage. Yet, Dandi remained unfazed by Frieza's threats, fully aware that the tyrant could no longer pose any danger to him. Even if Frieza were to regain his former glory, Dandi knew he could effortlessly dispose of him at any moment. In response to Frieza's demands, Dandi's lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding a hint of mockery. "Why don't you try begging me?" His voice dripped with provocation and derision, testing Frieza's limits. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dandi. Beg him? Frieza had never groveled to anyone, let alone solicited a favor. As the Emperor of the universe, he had always held a lofty position, imperious and unyielding. Even before the god of destruction, Beerus, he had merely displayed a modicum of humility, never once pleading for assistance. Now, being so contemptuously belittled by Dandi ignited an unquenchable fury within him. How dare he ask me to beg? This is a profound affront to my dignity, an insult to my very essence. Frieza ground his teeth, his eyes glimmering with the flames of rage. His pride would not allow him to submit easily, especially to someone he regarded as insignificant as an insect. Nevertheless, the precariousness of his situation left him in a quandary. Yet, if I do not plead, I may very well lose my life. Frieza pondered inwardly. Although his pride and self-esteem made it difficult for him to accept such a predicament, his instinct for survival whispered that perhaps begging was his only avenue for salvation. Frieza hesitated, torn by conflicting emotions. He was reluctant to relinquish his noble dignity, yet he recognized that the current circumstances had spiraled beyond his control. His expression fluctuated between light and shadow, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He silently urged himself, "Those Namekians are notoriously obstinate. They uphold their promises. If I implore him, he may indeed be willing to restore me. This is merely a temporary measure. Once I regain my strength, I will ensure he pays dearly." Teaching him the consequences of provoking Frieza. With this resolve, Frieza decisively opted to plead with Dandi for his life. Thus, he spoke in a subdued tone. "You, little imp. Revive me, and I assure you, a prestigious position awaits you in the Frieza force." Dandi, upon hearing Frieza's words, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He thought to himself how utterly unreasonable this fellow was, believing that such antics could elicit anyone's assistance in saving his life. Dandi shook his head dismissively and retorted, "Is this what you call seeking help?" He then pressed Frieza further. "After all the heinous acts you've committed against the Namekians, do you not feel the slightest pang of guilt?" Faced with Dandi's probing, Frieza instantly grasped the implication behind the words. Internally cursing, he found the demand utterly excessive. Yet, at that moment, he had no alternative but to respond through gritted teeth. How infuriating! The thought of uttering even more difficult words filled Frieza with a sense of exasperation. However, in the interest of survival, he ultimately suppressed his fury. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I am sorry, I was wrong." Upon hearing this, Dandi nodded in satisfaction and promptly inquired, "Pray tell. In what ways were you wrong?" Stunned by Dandi's question, Frieza faltered, unsure of how to reply. Deep down, he did not believe he had erred. Rather, he felt compelled to concede due to the circumstances. He considered every action he took to be the wisest decision, whether seizing the Dragon Balls by force, threatening the village elders by endangering the lives of their children, annihilating the Scions to eliminate potential threats, or torturing them to extract the secrets of the Dragon Balls. He believed all were merely steps towards achieving his goals, and thus, he had committed no wrong. There was, however, one matter Frieza conceded as a mistake. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, "I was wrong to allow the Scions to flourish. I should have eradicated Vegeta and the other Scions long ago." Upon hearing Frieza's words, Dandi could not help but cover his face. He suddenly realized that those who commit the most egregious acts do so not because they can disregard their conscience, but rather because they possess none, allowing them to perpetrate evil with such ease. It truly is a challenge to extract an admission of wrongdoing from you. Dandi twisted his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could not help but clench his fists, his heart brimming with fury and dissatisfaction. He never anticipated that this cornered Frieza would still believe that his faults lay in his lack of ruthlessness, rather than reflecting on his vile deeds. Piccolo also gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with rage, feeling an overwhelming indignation. He had never imagined that as the former King Piccolo, he would find himself unable to claim the title of a demon when confronted by Frieza's malevolence. Yet, Dandi seemed to have come to an understanding. Accepting Frieza's apology as he slowly crouched down, gently placing his hands upon Frieza's body, he sensed Frieza's faint breath, realizing that the tyrant's life now hung by a thread. Although Dandi was aware that his restorative abilities had entered a cooldown phase, he did not hesitate. Instead, he focused intently, channeling his healing powers and gradually infusing them into Frieza's being. "Hey Dandi, you can't be seriously considering healing him, can you?" Sun Wukong exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the scene. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding events. He could not comprehend why Dandi would choose to resurrect Frieza. After all, this villain had ruthlessly slaughtered countless Namekians, bringing them endless suffering and calamity. Dandi did not offer an explanation but continued to employ the art of healing. A radiant light flashed, and in an instant, Frieza's wounds were completely healed. His vitality swiftly restored. Sensing the resurgence of life within him, Frieza immediately rose, his eyes alight with vengeful fury. He inhaled deeply, feeling the powerful energy coursing through his body. To his astonishment, he realized that his injuries had truly vanished, and both his stamina and energy were fully replenished. In light of this transformation, Frieza could not help but erupt into maniacal laughter. "Oh ho ho! Little one, your power is truly remarkable." Frieza was profoundly impressed by Dandi's abilities, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "In gratitude for your assistance, I shall spare you. For now, once I have dealt with those two monkeys, I shall return to settle the score with you." Frieza glared menacingly at the two Super Saiyans hovering in the air and swiftly ascended, preparing to engage Goku in a fierce battle. He silently vowed that he would not rest until he had vanquished Goku and Vegeta, redeeming his honor. "This time, I shall not be careless." Frieza gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. His gaze flickered with unwavering determination. "This time, I shall give my all and demonstrate my true strength." As these thoughts traversed his mind, Frieza took a deep breath, concentrating all his power within. As his breathing intensified, a formidable force radiated from him. 90%. Frieza's body began to tremble slightly, the air around him seemingly thickening under the weight of his power. 95%. 100%. Chapter 57. Once again targeted on Namek. Frieza's body gradually swelled, his previously diminutive stature now appearing impressively formidable, muscles bulging and veins protruding, as if his entire being were infused with raw strength. Dandi observed Frieza's transformation with a subtle smirk. He was acutely aware that Frieza had succumbed to madness, entirely devoid of reason, relentlessly pursuing the augmentation of his power. This singular fixation on strength to the detriment of balance mirrored the future actions of the formidable Trunks. Yet, Frieza remained oblivious to his own condition. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a glint of malice sparkled in his eyes as he soared towards the fiercely battling Goku and Vegeta, silently contemplating. "Saiyans, I shall make you taste the bitterness of despair." On the battlefield, the brilliance of energy collisions erupted like fireworks. The figures of Goku and Vegeta intertwined in the dazzling light, their speed dizzying to behold. Their fists and legs clashed with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike imbued with astonishing power. Suspended in midair, Frieza watched with keen interest as Goku and Vegeta engaged in their fierce contest. A smirk lingered on his lips as he mused. "These two are quite amusing, a true dogfight. However, victory shall ultimately belong to me." Once more, Goku and Vegeta's fists collided with a thunderous boom. Their bodies trembled slightly, but they quickly regained their balance. They then separated, facing each other in a standoff. Excitement flickered in Goku's eyes as he gazed at Vegeta, grinning as he remarked, "Vegeta, your strength is indeed formidable. It seems that a swift resolution is out of the question." Vegeta's eyes brimmed with confidence and arrogance as he disdainfully chuckled. "Ha, Kakarot, do not get too cocky. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I was born a top-tier warrior. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, I shall never lose to you, a lowly warrior." Goku smiled gently in response. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see who is truly superior." With that, he resumed his battle stance. "Come on, the warm-up ends here. Unleash your full power." Goku's gaze sharpened, while Vegeta's face radiated with pride as he shouted, "Kakarot, today marks your demise. I shall personally end your life." Undeterred, Goku stood tall, replying loudly, "Oh really? Let us see you try." As their words echoed, the atmosphere around them thickened with tension. Observing this, Frieza flew to Vegeta's side. "Hey, Vegeta, why don't we join forces to eliminate this eyesore?" Frieza's gaze fixed menacingly on Goku, his eyes brimming with hatred as he proposed with a wicked smile. Get lost. Vegeta did not spare Frieza a glance, but instead bellowed. He then gazed into the distance, musing internally, what on earth is that Namekian brat up to, saving someone like Frieza? Does he even comprehend the gravity of the situation? Vegeta furrowed his brow, profoundly perplexed by Dandi's actions. He understood that Frieza's unscathed appearance here was undoubtedly due to Dandi's intervention. However, he could not fathom why Dandi would choose to spare Frieza's life. Was he not merely inviting trouble upon himself? Not only Vegeta, but Piccolo and Gohan shared the same confusion. They looked at Dandi with bewilderment, awaiting an explanation. Dandi, why would you save Frieza? Gohan inquired anxiously after witnessing Frieza's departure. Indeed, Dandi, what is going on? Piccolo, having merged with Nail's memories, found it hard to believe that Dandi would engage in such an act. In response to their questions, Dandi merely smiled softly, exuding confidence as he replied, It's nothing. I simply believe that allowing him to perish so easily would be too merciful. I want him to fully experience defeat and despair before he meets his end. Rest assured, with me around, he won't stir up any trouble. After declaring this, Dandi patted his chest, indicating his unwavering assurance. Observing Dandi's steadfast and self-assured demeanor, Gohan and Piccolo found themselves at a loss for words. They could only place their trust in Dandi, hoping that he would indeed manage to keep the situation under control as he had promised. Dandi gazed faintly at Frieza hovering in the sky, fully aware that even if he were to regain all his strength at this moment, he would still fall short against the formidable Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, he had his own prowess to rely upon. With Dandi's current capabilities, vanquishing Frieza would be an effortless endeavor. After all, he had endured suppression for so long. Having finally risen to prominence, what harm was there in indulging a bit? Who said only the Saiyans could revel in such extravagance? I, Dandi, can outshine you all in this regard. Dandi's face radiated an unwavering confidence. If Goku and his companions are Super Saiyans, then I have now ascended to the status of a Super Namekian. A Super-duper Namekian? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time he had encountered such a term. Piccolo, do not be astonished. If you could revert to your original form, you too could possess power that rivals mine. Dandi smiled at the astonished expression on Bik's face. Can I also? Bik pondered with uncertainty, yet silently noted Dandi's words in his heart. Dandi observed the expression on Piccolo's face and suddenly sensed an eagerness within him, as if he were impatient to merge with the divine being. Should Piccolo undergo this fusion, his power could potentially surpass that of a Super Saiyan, perhaps even exceeding my current strength. Dandi suddenly became aware of something, contemplating in his heart. Upon further reflection, he realized that these individuals were indeed formidable. Whether it be Piccolo, Goku, or Vegeta, their capacity for growth was astonishingly terrifying. Dandi reminisced about the combat experiences of these individuals each time they confronted formidable foes. They consistently transcended their own limits, growing stronger with each encounter. This astonishing rate of development instilled a sense of panic within Dandi, compelling him to enhance his own strength. I activated the system consecutively, reaping tenfold and 1,000-fold returns on my combat prowess. As it stands, my current capabilities barely surpass theirs. If, in due course, they continue to elevate their powers, it is likely they will once again eclipse mine. Truly, what an extraordinary group of individuals. Dandi, upon realizing this, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had initially believed that his growth and strength was exceptionally rapid, only to discover that he had merely caught up with this group. It appears that without considerable prowess, one truly lacks the qualifications to navigate the world of Dragon Balls. In midair, Frieza's expression twisted in fury. How infuriating! Frieza had not anticipated that even with his strength restored to its zenith, he would still be disregarded by Vegeta. Vegeta, you are utterly ungrateful. Frieza promptly redirected his ire, preparing to strike at Vegeta. Get lost, Frieza. Do not interrupt our duel. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Goku, ready to continue their battle. Goku too chose to ignore Frieza, his face alight with fervor as he charged towards Vegeta. The two figures once again moved with the speed of lightning, darting through the air as each clash between them sent tremors throughout the realm, as if the very world quaked from their fierce confrontation. Frieza emanated an overwhelming aura, yet he was disregarded by the two single-minded Saiyans, causing his countenance to contort into a snarl. Impudent fools! Perish, you two wretched monkeys! As he spoke, Frieza raised his hands above his head once more, a massive purple energy sphere coalescing before him. Ha ha ha, it seems that annihilating this planet is the most exquisite solution. None shall survive except for me. Frieza sneered, preparing to unleash destruction upon Namek. Chapter 58, The Instantaneous Demise of Frieza. Hey, Frieza. Do not lay a finger on Namek. Dandi initially intended for Frieza to confront either Son Goku or Vegeta, hoping he would experience the sensation of defeat. However, to his astonishment, Frieza was utterly disregarded by both Son Goku and Vegeta. As Dandi secretly chuckled to himself, he was taken aback when the indignant Frieza once again began to gather energy for his planet-destroying attack. Upon witnessing this, Dandi thought to himself that it was a grave situation. That mischievous child, Frieza, was ready to overturn the table simply because he was not included in the game. It was imperative that he intervened without delay. Dandi abruptly materialized before Frieza. Frieza, you are utterly shameless. Frieza, confronted by the audacious Dandi, wore an expression of disdain. Yet, before Frieza could respond, Dandi delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Goh! Frieza, struck in the stomach, immediately expelled a bitter gasp, feeling as though his insides were about to empty from the relentless blows. Simultaneously, Frieza's eyes widened in shock, as if they might pop from their sockets. Following this, Dandi soared into the air and delivered a kick to the colossal planet-destroying energy sphere that Frieza had been gathering, sending it hurtling away. What is happening? Frieza was utterly unprepared for the fact that it was this diminutive Namekian who had thwarted his plans. How could you possess such formidable power? Frieza gazed at Dandi with disbelief etched across his face. Frieza, what a pity. You could have avoided meeting your demise so soon. Upon encountering Frieza, Dandi, filled with indignation, addressed him coldly. I initially intended to grant you an opportunity to engage with a Super Saiyan, allowing you to realize your own inadequacy against them. However, it is disheartening to see you remain obstinate, still contemplating the destruction of planet Namek. Thus, I can no longer allow you to persist. Dandi raised his head as he spoke, his gaze cold and unyielding as it fixated on Frieza before him. What did you say? Frieza, upon hearing Dandi's threat and meeting his frigid stare, was instantly thrown into a state of panic. What on earth is happening? Why is it that one after another? Frieza could not comprehend how he, who had just commanded the scene, was now confronted by three formidable beings who utterly overshadowed him in strength. Dandi paid no heed to Frieza's panic. With a swift motion, his right hand lunged forward and pierced directly into Frieza's chest with lightning speed. Dandi could distinctly feel that as his palm plunged deep into Frieza's body, he encountered no sensation of warmth whatsoever. A cold sneer involuntarily crept into his mind. No wonder you are so heartless. It is because even your blood runs cold. Frieza, pierced through the body, widened his eyes in terror, gazing at Dandi, his mouth moving as if to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. Dandi continued, Frieza, remember this. Today I shall slay you to avenge the countless innocent lives ruthlessly taken on Namek. His voice grew increasingly fervent, as if he were unleashing a torrent of pent-up rage. Once you report to the King of Hell, I hope you sincerely apologize to them. Be swift, for if you tarry, you may find no opportunity to express your regrets. As his words faded, Dandi unleashed a formidable and unparalleled aura, a surging power coalescing in his palm, manifesting as an extraordinarily fearsome energy wave. Upon witnessing this, despair washed over Frieza's face, and he murmured, No, no. Yet, it was far too late. With a deafening roar, the energy wave surged forth like a wild stallion, instantly obliterating Frieza's form. His flesh was scattered, transforming into a crimson mist that dissipated into the air, vanquished by the might of the energy blast. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze, with only the drifting blood mist bearing witness to Frieza's demise. Having dealt with Frieza, Dandi vigorously shook his hand, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, personally eliminating this foe was undeniably gratifying. Dandi reminisced about the moment he first encountered Frieza upon his arrival in this realm. At that time, he was ensnared by the chilling gaze of his adversary, as if an icy current surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, enveloping him in a frigid embrace, akin to being plunged into an icebound abyss. The sensation of being scrutinized by that cold smirk seemed capable of penetrating his very soul, leaving an indelible shadow within Dandi's heart. After delivering the fatal blow with his own hands, he hoped to eradicate the haunting specter that loomed over him. Dandi smiled faintly, secretly rejoicing in the fact that he now possessed formidable power, no longer the vulnerable pawn he once was. He then lifted his gaze toward the two Saiyans. Vegeta and Goku had ceased their battle, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Dandi. Just moments ago, when Frieza had made his move, both had been poised to intervene, yet they were utterly unprepared for the sheer swiftness with which Dandi had dispatched him. Goku was particularly taken aback, acutely aware that the strength Dandi had just displayed surpassed even his own when transformed into a Super Saiyan. A sense of admiration welled within him, and he mused to himself, this little fellow is truly remarkable. I would love to spar with him and test my abilities. At that moment, Vegeta was equally taken aback, but his expression was more so a tumult of unspoken fury and jealousy. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Dandi, disbelief etched across his face. How could you? With a gentle smile gracing his face, Dandi gracefully floated to the center of the two. He gazed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his tone serene as he spoke. Perhaps it is time for you both to exercise some restraint. I couldn't help but feel that Namek was on the brink of succumbing to the full force of your battle. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded, withdrawing his energy. However, Vegeta, unable to accept the situation, charged recklessly towards Dandi, exclaiming, I will not allow you to intervene. Dandi intensified his tone, refusing to evade, and seized Vegeta's incoming fist, gripping it tightly in his hand. Vegeta immediately let out a piercing scream. Vegeta, I could end your life at any moment. If you understand, then behave yourself. Dandi coldly warned Vegeta with a piercing gaze. At that moment, both were acutely aware that they were utterly outmatched by the Namekian before them. Noticing Vegeta's sudden compliance, Dandi's interest peaked as he fixed his gaze upon him, a faint smirk dancing at the corners of his lips, hinting at a playful mockery. Vegeta frowned at this unexpected demeanor, uncertain of Dandi's intentions. Dandi then inquired, Vegeta, do you recall what you promised me when you sought my aid from the Grand Elder? Vegeta's expression darkened at the mention. He vividly remembered the moment of desperation when he was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, compelled to seek Dandi's help to enhance his strength. The recollection rendered him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, he could no longer restrain himself and muttered, Are you referring to my promise not to harm you? What a joke! Are you attempting to humiliate me? Anger surged within Vegeta as he glared fiercely at Dandi, his eyes wide with indignation. Dandi audaciously employed such a method to remind him of his inferiority. Yet he still dared to boast. This left him feeling profoundly humiliated. It is not this sentence. It is the subsequent remarks. Dandi paid no heed to Vegeta's reaction and continued to press for answers. Vegeta gritted his teeth, striving to recall the circumstances of that moment. At last, he remembered another vow he had made. I shall no longer entertain thoughts of invading Earth or Namek. Do you truly believe I still possess the power to threaten Namek? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Dandi gently shook his head, a glimmer of disappointment evident in his gaze. The next moment, Vegeta pondered intently, suddenly widening his eyes as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Are you implying that I once declared I would safeguard Earth should it face any invasion? Precisely. Dandi merely nodded in acknowledgement. What a joke. Why should I protect Earth? Vegeta retorted with evident disdain. Furthermore, as a Namekian, what concern do you have for Earth? Vegeta posed another question, unable to comprehend Dandi's profound interest in the safety of the planet. Dandi smiled mysteriously, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he continued. Because there are Dragon Balls on Earth. Undoubtedly, there will be those who seek to exploit them in the future. Peace on Earth is fated to be fleeting. Thus, I require you to fulfill your promise. Vegeta instantly comprehended the implications. The Dragon Balls on Earth had been resurrected. He scoffed lightly, yet refrained from outright rejecting Dandi's proposal. The mere thought of the Dragon Balls on Earth ignited a desire within him to journey there. Indeed, one must honor their word. Failing to uphold one's promises would lead to a fate akin to that of Frieza. Noticing that Vegeta offered no further objections, Dandi reminded him with a tone both grave and earnest, though he secretly reveled in his own triumph. Surely, strength is paramount. Were it not for my absolute dominance, Vegeta would have struck at me long ago. He would not be so compliant in listening to my discourse. However, Vegeta was engulfed in feelings of humiliation and resistance. Under Dandi's oppressive presence, even his genuine desire to protect Earth was overshadowed by the indignity of being coerced into compliance. After all, how could a prince of the Scions acquiesce to being forced into action? How presumptuous of you. The potential of a Scion is boundless. I shall double my efforts in training, and one day I will surpass you. Vegeta thought to himself, clenching his fists in fury as he took flight, leaving behind a resolute declaration. I will go to Earth to safeguard it. Dandi watched as Vegeta departed in a huff, unable to suppress his exasperation. This fellow is truly obsessed with maintaining his pride. He actually took off without a word, despite my intentions to see if he and Goku could join forces. Chapter 59, The Resurrection of All. Dandi's desire for Vegeta to journey to Earth stems from his hope that any ensuing troubles can be resolved by someone else. On the battlefield, it is always the soldiers and generals who bear the brunt. Only a king can comfortably remain in the rear. I have no intention of shouldering every burden myself. While one must maintain an image of strength, there is also a time for revelry and celebration, should any issues arise. Let them be handled by others. I shall simply embrace my role as a languid king, content to be a carefree sloth. Before his journey across realms, Dandi was merely a diligent worker, yearning for a life of leisure. Of course, achieving such tranquility requires considerable prowess. Upon witnessing Dandi's unwavering confidence, Sun Wukong felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately broke into a joyful smile. "Ha, Mr. Dandi, you are truly remarkable. To have so effortlessly vanquished Frieza is nothing short of astonishing." He expressed genuine admiration for Dandi's formidable strength. Dandi nodded with a smile, witnessing his own prowess, while Vegeta exhibited an expression of disbelief, utterly unable to accept the necessity of exerting further effort to suppress him. Goku, on the other hand, felt a genuine admiration, undoubtedly contemplating the need to persist in his training to ultimately surpass his own limits. This indeed exemplifies the disparity between individuals in their respective realms. Dandi smiled and replied, "It's nothing, Mr. Goku. It's merely my duty. I must also thank you for coming all the way to protect us Namekians." Upon hearing Dandi's words, Goku shyly scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee hee, no need to thank me. To be honest, I was also eager to witness Frieza's might. However, speaking of which, Mr. Dandi, might there be an opportunity for us to spar?" Dandi had long anticipated that Sun Wukong might make such a request, fully aware that engaging with formidable opponents was his greatest passion. With a smile, he replied, "Certainly, Master Wukong, but now is not the opportune moment. Once we have resolved the matters at hand, we shall seek a fitting occasion for a thrilling battle." Just then, Piccolo and Gohan arrived at Dandi's side. "What happened? Why did that fellow Vegeta fly away? He must be feeling quite humbled, having recently transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to realize he has been outshone. That must weigh heavily on his heart." Dandi contemplated for a moment and then waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about him. There are pressing matters to attend to." As he spoke, he addressed the seemingly empty space. "Hey, King of the Universe, are you watching this?" The king had been closely monitoring the events unfolding on planet Namek, and when he witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, his eyes widened and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Incredible! Goku has become so powerful that even Frieza cannot contend with him." The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the king's exclamation, unable to comprehend how the tides of battle had shifted so dramatically. Just moments ago, Goku had been entirely suppressed by Frieza, and now he had become a force that even Frieza could not oppose. However, at that moment, an even more astonishing event transpired. Vegeta erupted with tremendous energy, his muscles bulging, his hair turning a brilliant golden hue, and his gaze radiating confidence and authority. The king, witnessing this transformation, was once again taken aback. Vegeta has transformed too. These Scions truly are capable of miraculous feats. He marveled inwardly, aware that once a Scion surpasses their limits, they gain a tremendous boost in strength. However, he had not anticipated that they could achieve such breakthroughs consecutively in the midst of battle. As the king stood in awe, those around him held their breath, eagerly awaiting his continued commentary on the events transpiring on planet Namek. When Dandi finally harnessed his own power, showcasing his prowess, the king was utterly speechless. "King, what on earth is happening?" the crowd inquired, noticing the king's momentary stupor. After several seconds of silence, the king finally spoke. "Super Namekian? What could this possibly mean? I have never even heard of such a thing." Yamcha and the others were left in utter disbelief. "Super Namekian? Is that not Piccolo?" The king shook his head, preparing to elucidate when he suddenly heard Dandi calling out to him. "Ah, yes, I am here." The king was taken aback, surprised that Dandi was aware of his existence and even addressing him from afar. Despite the considerable distance, Dandi could not possibly see him. Yet the king put on a sycophantic smile. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the king's sudden display of deference. "You had instructed the deity on Earth to gather the Dragon Balls. Have they been collected yet?" Dandi inquired. He has yet to contact me." Before the king of the worlds could finish speaking, the voice of the deity from Earth suddenly resonated. Lord King, can you hear me? I am the deity of Earth." "Oh, this is unfortunate. It is you?" "Indeed, as per your instructions, I dispatched Popo to gather the Dragon Balls, and we have successfully collected all 7. The king of the worlds immediately became exhilarated and turned to Dandi. "He has just contacted me. Please, convey any requests you may have." That is splendid. The Dragon Balls of Earth possess the ability to resurrect many individuals simultaneously, do they not? Dandi inquired. Indeed. This is far superior to the Dragon Balls of Namek. Dandi spoke as he soared into the distance, recalling that it was the very place where the Dragon Purunga of Namek had vanished. He wished to implore the deity of Earth to grant a wish to resurrect all those who had perished on this planet since Frieza's arrival. No problem. The King Kai promptly relayed Dandi's request to the god on Earth. But why, one might wonder? Would it not suffice to simply wish for the resurrection of those slain by Frieza's army? Fool. If that were the case, our fallen brethren, who met their end at the hands of Vegeta, would remain forever lost. Dandi elucidated. Ah, I see. The king of the world immediately grasped the situation. As Bobo made his wish, the dragon unexpectedly furrowed its brow. At such a great distance, resurrecting so many individuals, many of whom are formidable warriors. I'll do my utmost to try, Bobo implored. With a radiant brilliance emanating from the dragon, a multitude of individuals suddenly rose on planet Namek. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon, feeling somewhat drained, broke out in a cold sweat, as if its very essence had been depleted. Before Bobo could utter a word, it swiftly vanished. What has transpired? Are we alive again? The Namekians who had been slain stood up in bewilderment. Something is amiss. Why is the sky so dark? In the village where Dandi resided, the elder Muley, along with the 3 young Namekians and the village's elderly, had miraculously returned to life. How infuriating! Before his eyes, alongside his fellow compatriots, were the armed remnants of Frieza's army. The 3 young Namekians swiftly took action, decisively eliminating the threat. In every village, all Namekians who had fallen victim to Frieza and Vegeta were resurrected. The elder, perched atop a solitary peak, opened his weary eyes. What is happening? How did I return here? In the wilderness, 3 figures appeared, equally incredulous. What is going on? The 3 figures were Chio-E, Dodoria, and Sabo. Their places of demise were not far apart, all near Frieza's ship, allowing them to quickly reunite in midair. Were you also defeated by Vegeta? Through brief exchanges, they swiftly identified their common adversary. That despicable Vegeta. Let us join forces. We must eliminate him. No. We can only incapacitate him and bring him back to report to Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza himself appeared in the sky above the original battlefield. Gazing at the darkened sky and the ravaged earth, he was filled with bewilderment. What is happening? I am alive. Could it be that my previous wish upon the Dragon Balls truly succeeded? Is this what it means to be immortal, reviving after death? Spotting the silhouette of the divine dragon in the distance, Frieza was drenched in cold sweat, suppressing the urge to charge forward. Those 3 individuals should not be underestimated, especially that young Namekian. I must seek assistance from my father and brother. I will return. With this thought, Frieza swiftly made his way to his spaceship. As he approached, he spotted Captain Jinyu and Jisoo. Report, Lord Frieza. Vegeta, enough chatter. Activate the spaceship immediately. Yes. The 2 were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly complied with Frieza's command. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's ship ascended into the skies. As the land below gradually receded, transforming into a mere sphere, Frieza felt his racing heart finally begin to calm. Lord Frieza, what has happened to you? What exactly transpired? Only then did Captain Jinyu dare to inquire about Frieza's transformation into his final form. Observing Jinyu and Jisoo, Frieza was filled with uncertainty, perplexed as to why these 2 had also returned to life. It seemed this was not a case of true immortality. However, to maintain the air of mystery before his subordinates, Frieza adopted a stern expression, offering no explanation. Do not speak unnecessarily. Adjust our course. Destination, Planet Liku. On Namek. Dandi gazed at the suddenly darkened sky and the emergence of Purunga before him, realizing that the wish he had made on Earth had indeed come to fruition. It appeared that the Grand Elder had also been successfully revived, yet our time was fleeting. I must hasten to make my final wish. However, when this opportunity to wish was truly presented before him, Dandi found himself hesitating. The wishes from the enhancement system seemed impossible to fulfill. What wish should I make? Throughout the intense battles, Dandi had scarcely had a moment to contemplate the matter of wishing. Chapter 60, The Final Wish. Dandi was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls of Namek possessed immense power, capable of resurrecting the deceased not merely once, but repeatedly. Therefore, whether it be Kaiatsu or Krillin, as long as they utilized the Dragon Balls of Namek, their revival was assured. However, the Dragon Balls of Namek could only restore a single individual at a time. Thus, If the remaining wish were to be employed to resurrect both Kaiatsu and Krillin, only one could be brought back to life. Dandy is aware that Dumplings is currently training under the Lord of the Kais on King Kai's planet, while Krillin has never undergone such rigorous training. Perhaps allowing Krillin to study there for a while would be a splendid option. Dandy pondered silently, deciding to temporarily refrain from resurrecting Dumpling and Klin. Although he had never encountered Dumpling, he had already regarded himself as one among the just, akin to the likes of Sun Wukong. Thus, he was eager to assist these Z warriors in fulfilling their aspirations. Most importantly, having traversed from another realm, Dandy desired to lead a leisurely life on Earth, which necessitated the resurrection of these minions to help him navigate various troubles. Suddenly, a new idea struck Dandy. Since the battle had concluded, perhaps he should utilize this final wish to return everyone to Earth. It would indeed be a tremendous waste to squander such a precious wish in this manner. Dandy spoke in a serious tone, his voice barely above a whisper. After all, the collective wish to transfer everyone to Earth was born out of the dire necessity of the imminent explosion threatening planet Namek. However, now that the crisis on Namek had been averted, making such a precious wish again would undoubtedly be an immense waste. Just then, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside the group. Gazing at the colossal Shinron and the 7 radiant Dragon Balls in the sky, their eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary Dragon Balls? One of them exclaimed in disbelief. These individuals seemed to be the very targets that King Frieza is pursuing. Another remarked. Although they were uncertain of how they had inexplicably returned to life, they resolved that they must seize the Dragon Balls and present them to King Frieza to claim their reward. The 3 speakers were none other than the previously vanquished Rikom, Berta, and Goldo, who had been effortlessly dispatched by Vegeta. Dandy, upon witnessing their arrival, immediately sensed the impending danger. Alas, the wish he had previously made had inadvertently resurrected them as well. Dandy lamented, "I forgot to mention that it's sufficient to resurrect the Namekians." Dandy quickly comprehended that if these 3 individuals could be resurrected, then surely Frieza could as well. This thought filled him with a sense of frustration and trepidation. Casually unleashing 3 energy waves, Dandy obliterated the trio into mere fragments, and then he began to ponder. It appeared that all those who had perished recently on Namek had returned to life, except for Krillin. Dandy understood that the Dragon Balls of Earth could not resurrect the deceased repeatedly. Thus, Krillin remained unrevived this time. Alas, if Frieza were to return, one could hardly guarantee that he would not wreak havoc. Dandy immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Should Frieza strike again and obliterate the entire Namekian planet, even he would be left with no choice but to await his doom. Although the explosive force of a planet's destruction might not be sufficient to annihilate someone with a combat power of 200 million, he would still find himself unable to survive in the vastness of space. It was imperative that he locate Frieza without delay. In a moment of urgent contemplation, Dandy suddenly conceived a solution. "Bolanga, I beseech you to bestow upon me the extraordinary ability of instantaneous teleportation possessed by the Yadaritarians." Dandy swiftly made a wish to the majestic Shenlong Palunga. A mere trifle. Shenlong Palunga chuckled softly. This wish posed no challenge at all. As a radiant light emanated from Palunga and enveloped Dandy, he immediately sensed a transformation. "There you go. Your wishes have all been granted. Now farewell." With those words, Palunga transformed into a beam of light and vanished from Dandy's sight, and the sky of Namek promptly returned to its brilliant clarity. In an instant, Dandy felt as though he had acquired an additional sense, akin to a 6th sense. Could this be the ability to perceive energy? Previously, Dandy lacked this capability. Although he was aware that with training he could master such a skill, the urgency of the situation left him with no time to spare. If he could learn the instantaneous movement of the Yadrathians, he would not only be able to sense the energy signatures but also reach their source in an instant. He must hasten to find Frieza. Dandy attentively sensed a formidable energy surrounding him, radiant and tempestuous. Dandy discerned that it was the distinct aura of Sun Wukong. Dandy swiftly sensed another presence, bearing a similar aura, racing towards him at great speed. It must be Vegeta. How peculiar. There are no other formidable energies on Namek. Dandy was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he could not detect Frieza's energy. Could it be that Frieza had not been resurrected? Perhaps he should search outward to investigate. Dandy expanded his search radius and immediately sensed a formidable presence swiftly retreating from Namek. What an ominous aura. It must be Frieza. So he has already fled? What a coward. Dandy decided to venture back, for Sun Wukong still resided on Namek, and he could effortlessly sense his presence at any moment. It should be just like this. Dandi extended his 2 fingers to his forehead, attuning himself to Frieza's aura, and softly murmured, "Let's go." In a flash, Dandi vanished from the spot. "So fast," Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined Mr. Dandi's speed would be so swift that I could barely perceive it." Master Wu Tian was indeed correct. There are always individuals beyond one's comprehension and realms beyond our own. But where has Mr. Dandi gone? Meanwhile, Frieza stood within his spaceship, gazing into the resplendent cosmos, burdened with heavy thoughts. The simultaneous emergence of two super scions, coupled with that pesky Namekian child, posed a formidable challenge. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, the standing of Frieza's army within the universe would undoubtedly be jeopardized. I must enlist the aid of my father and brother. Only together can we hope to triumph. These wretched beings cannot survive in the cosmos. They surely want to pursue us, will they? Wait. As this thought crossed Frieza's mind, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. If these three cannot survive in space, then why not simply obliterate Namek? Regret washed over Frieza as he realized that in his panic, he had forgotten this option. "Jinyu, adjust the spaceship immediately. We must return." Yes. Your Majesty, Frieza." Captain Jinyu, though perplexed by Frieza's erratic behavior, understood that unwavering obedience to Frieza's command was the only path forward. Just as Jinyu was operating the spaceship, a figure suddenly materialized beside Frieza. "Is it you?" Frieza gasped in surprise at the unexpected appearance, and upon recognizing the figure, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Hello, Frieza. We meet again." It was none other than Dandi. Chapter 61. The vengeful trio. Upon encountering Dandi, Frieza immediately displayed a mocking smile. Conversely, Frieza's expression shifted to one of shock, rapidly engulfed by a tide of disbelief upon seeing Dandi's sudden appearance. The haunting recollection of having been slain by this very individual not long ago surged back, causing Frieza's eyes to widen to an alarming degree, as if they might leap from their sockets. The look of panic was unmistakably etched upon his grotesque visage. Frieza's lips parted slightly, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet fear constricted his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The once indomitable aura befitting a cosmic emperor had dissipated, replaced by a visage filled with confusion and alarm. However, even as Frieza stood paralyzed by terror, Captain Jinyu, positioned nearby, remained entirely oblivious to Frieza's distress. In a bid to showcase his loyalty and competence, Captain Jinyu sneered derisively, his gaze contemptuously fixed on Dandi as he advanced step by step. "Hey, little brat. When did you sneak aboard our ship? What audacity!" A smirk of disdain graced Jinyu's lips. "This is not a playground for you. So why don't you hurry home to your mother? Or would you prefer I send you to hell to find her?" With that, Captain Jinyu reached out, intent on seizing Dandi. Observing this, Frieza's expression darkened further. Just as Jinyu was about to make contact with Dandi, Frieza finally regained control of his body and found his voice, bellowing furiously, "Stop right now, Captain Jinyu." This unexpected outburst left Jinyu momentarily frozen in place, bewildered. What's happening, Lord Frieza?" Frieza had no time to respond to Jinyu. After halting the captain, he clenched his fists, realizing his trembling had ceased. Before stepping gracefully before Dandi and offering a courteous bow. "Ah, my esteemed guest, what brings you here?" Dandi and Jinyu were both taken aback by Frieza's beaming smile. "Lord Frieza, what on earth is happening? Why are you treating this?" Captain Jinyu stared in confusion at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. In response to Jinyu's inquiries, Frieza could only clear his throat, signaling with his eyes for Jinyu to bend down in a similar fashion. At that moment, Frieza was beyond concerned about how he appeared in the eyes of his subordinates. Survival was his most pressing need. "Ahem, Frieza. I'm truly not accustomed to seeing you like this." Dandi cleared his throat softly, a suppressed smile gracing his features. Observing Dandi's expression, Frieza, panting heavily, offered a sycophantic grin as he continued. "Hee, esteemed sir, you are truly remarkable. It was indeed my fault." Frieza recalled how Dandi had insisted he admit his mistakes before the fatal moment arrived. Though bewildered by his inexplicable survival, he hoped that acknowledging his missteps would still prove timely. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Dandi raised his head with pride, sneering, "It's good that you understand. You are quite astute in recognizing the situation. So now you plead for mercy?" Frieza nodded fervently, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yes, I acknowledge my wrongs. Lord Dandi, please, be magnanimous and overlook my transgressions this once." Dandi felt a surge of secret satisfaction, yet maintained a facade of sternness. "Very well, pray tell. Where do you believe you have erred?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback. astonished that Dandi would pose such a question. This, Frieza's eyes darted about, desperately searching for a satisfactory answer that might appease Dandi. As he continued to falter in his response, Dandi's smile swiftly dissipated. Frieza, it appears you possess no conscience. It seems you are beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression turned icy, and he ceased his charade. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, Frieza suddenly bellowed, die? Before the echoes of his words faded, Frieza unleashed his full power, a terrifying energy erupting outward. The overwhelming force obliterated the entire spacecraft without a trace. Lord Frieza. Captain Jinyu was taken by surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Frieza. He never anticipated that Frieza would launch an indiscriminate attack, disregarding friend and foe alike. In his final form, Frieza was indeed as potent as he claimed, utterly beyond control. Captain Jinyu found himself unable to react in time, engulfed by the terrifying energy. With a gaze filled with despair, he ultimately disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the cosmos. Frieza, having successfully annihilated the vessel, now floated exposed in the vastness of space, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He regarded the unscathed Dandi with a sense of triumph. Though Dandi possessed healing abilities, he was still merely a Namekian, incapable of surviving in the vacuum of space for long. Now fully exposed, Dandi could only await the arrival of death. Ha, did you not foresee this? No matter how strong you are, you can only await your demise now. However, to Frieza's astonishment, Dandi did not exhibit the panic he had anticipated. Instead, he regarded Frieza with an air of calmness, as if he had foreseen this very moment. Frieza, do you truly believe this will ensure my death? A subtle smile graced Dandi's lips, exuding an air of confidence. The remnants of the surrounding atmosphere seemed to carry this sentiment. Observing this, Frieza furrowed his brow, perplexed by Dandi's unwavering composure. Could it be that this Namekian harbored some hidden strength? As this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling wave washed over Frieza. Yet, he swiftly shook his head, dismissing his own doubts. While you may possess great power, in this universe, only death awaits you. With that declaration, Frieza abruptly altered his course, soaring swiftly into the distance. Ha, only I can thrive in this cosmos. I shall proceed to annihilate Namek. All those so-called super scions perish before me. Dandi could only see Frieza's lips moving, the sound failing to reach him, indicating that the air had nearly reached a vacuum. A cold smile crept across his face. I suspected you had nefarious intentions. As he spoke, Dandi unleashed a wave of energy directed at Frieza. In the vastness of space, energy could traverse effortlessly, appearing even more refined due to the absence of friction. This energy pierced directly through Frieza's body. Yet, this alone was insufficient to send you to the underworld. It must be shattered to fulfill that purpose. Dandi felt a sense of suffocation creeping upon him, prompting him to unleash a formidable energy projectile once more. Boom. The energy surged towards Frieza, instantly transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks that enveloped his figure. Like a planet erupting, Frieza and the energy blast disintegrated into cosmic dust. Sensing Frieza's presence had vanished, Dandi promptly began to search for Goku's energy, placing 2 fingers upon his forehead. Off we go. Vegeta, furious, departed in haste, soaring through the air while gnashing his teeth at the sight of Dandi's haughty demeanor. He spat vehemently, pondering, what in the world is wrong with that damned fellow? How can he possess strength surpassing that of a super scion? Just then, Vegeta was taken aback as the sky darkened ominously. He gazed upward in astonishment, murmuring, what is happening? Could it be the Dragon Balls? Instantly alert, Vegeta scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping the area. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon 3 familiar figures not far off. Those were 3 figures that should not have appeared. Chui, Dodoria, and Zarbon? Vegeta's brow furrowed sharply as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, it was the Dragon Balls. Those rascals had resurrected all the deceased from this planet. How infuriating. Does that mean my chance at immortality has vanished? Unable to contain his fury, Vegeta let out a roar that echoed through the heavens. His cry immediately captured the attention of the 3 individuals, who turned to him with expressions of surprise and confusion. The trio swiftly approached Vegeta, flying in unison. What an effortless reunion. Vegeta, we meet again. Chui, emboldened by his alliance with Frieza's 2 loyal henchmen, spoke with a smug air, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Vegeta, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? This time, I shall not let you escape. Dodoria glared at Vegeta with fiery rage flickering in his eyes. Vegeta, what is wrong with your hair? Among the three, only Zarbon appeared perplexed, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta's hair. A hint of doubt washing over him as he hastily completed his transformation. Seeing the trio so utterly oblivious to their impending doom, Vegeta sneered coldly, "Ha! You worthless fools are not worthy of knowing the reason." Observing the arrogant Vegeta, the three exchanged glances, communicating silently before readying themselves for battle. "Forget the details, together. We shall undoubtedly bring him down." Chui chuckled darkly, confidence radiating from his expression. "Ha ha, how laughable. You three wretches dare to confront me now?" Vegeta let out a scoff, his face adorned with a mocking expression. "Ha ha, Vegeta, who do you think you are? Even if your strength has increased a little, facing the three of us simultaneously, you won't find any advantage." Chioi jeered, perplexed. "Oh really? Humph, if I can't handle that little squirt, do you think I can't deal with you lot?" Vegeta, seething with anger, found amusement in the presence of his three adversaries, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How dare you speak so brazenly, Perish?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Chioi's lips quivered, and he swiftly launched a ki blast towards him. Vegeta remained unmoved, allowing Chioi's attack to strike him. Yet, before the blast could even reach him, it was dissipated by the chaotic currents of energy surrounding him. "Humph, Chioi, you still wear a scouter? Perfect. You can use it to gauge my battle power. It will undoubtedly astonish you." Vegeta scoffed upon noticing Chioi's scouter. Oh, Chioi felt a sense of foreboding as he witnessed the ineffectiveness of his assault. After all, his battle power was merely 18,000. However, glancing at his side, he took comfort in the presence of Frieza's loyal subordinates, Dodoria and Zabon. After all, Zabon had even transformed. "Stop pretending. Let us see what you are truly capable of." With that, Chioi activated the scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta made an effort to stabilize his energy to prevent the scouter from malfunctioning. As the digits appeared on the scouter, Chioi began to perspire profusely. Chapter 62, The Battle Power of a Super Saiyan. Seeing that Chioi's attack was futile, Zabon grew wary. Could it be that Vegeta had grown stronger yet again? He pondered. Meanwhile, Dodoria appeared calm, perhaps even dull-witted. Observing Zabon having completed his transformation, he felt a surge of confidence. A disdainful smile crossed his face as he addressed Zabon. "Hey, Chioi, just how much battle power does this little brat Vegeta possess?" Upon hearing Dodoria's inquiry, Chioi's expression darkened. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to speak, yet no sound emerged. 1,000. Chioi's voice finally came forth, albeit with a noticeable tremor. 1,000? Dodoria burst into derisive laughter, his mirth brimming with scorn. "No way. Vegeta, how did you fall so low? 1,000? You might as well be less formidable than a Namekian." "Ha." Dodoria laughed uncontrollably, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. At that moment, Chioi's voice broke through once more, now tinged with a hint of trepidation. 15 million. His voice was laced with an unmistakable quaver. "What?" Both Sabo and Dodoria were instantly rendered speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Vegeta, as though the unfolding events were merely an illusion. Even though they had anticipated an enhancement in Vegeta's power, Sabo had estimated that Vegeta could only reach a maximum of 50,000. How could he possibly achieve 15 million in an instant? It is crucial to remember that even the tyrant Frieza, ruler of the universe, possessed a combat power of merely 530,000, which already rendered him an invincible entity. 15 million? What a joke. "Hey, Chioi, are you absolutely certain you haven't miscalculated?" Dodoria was now sweating profusely. He anxiously stared at Chioi, his heart brimming with unease. "Chioi, you must have made a mistake." Vegeta immediately interjected, his tone resolute. "Oh." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dodoria and Sabo finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, it must have been Chioi's error. How could Vegeta possibly possess such formidable combat power? "Chioi, take another careful look." "Just how much is my combat power?" Vegeta sneered, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Yes." Chioi complied without hesitation. He cautiously adjusted the scanner, scrutinizing the data displayed upon it. However, when he beheld the figures emerging on the screen, his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. 1, 10, 100,000. Chioi's voice trembled, as if he had lost control. Each increment in the numbers felt like a heavy hammer, striking relentlessly at his heart. Chioi's legs grew weak, nearly unable to support him. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. "Hey, Chioi, what on earth is happening?" Seeing Chioi's increasing fear, Dodoria's spirits plummeted. He urgently pressed Chioe for an explanation. Lord Vegeta, I, Chioe, am willing to serve you for eternity. Please, do not kill me. To everyone's astonishment, Chioe suddenly knelt, his face etched with terror and despair. What? Dodoria was immediately perplexed. Hadn't Vegeta just stated that Chioe had misread the situation? Why was Chioe so terrified? Humph, Chioe, I myself am unaware of the extent of my current combat power. You might as well reveal it to me, so I can have some inkling. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes. It is 150 million. Chioe trembled as he spoke. What? The moment he uttered the battle power, both Dodoria and Sabo suddenly felt their legs move of their own volition. Thud. They knelt in unison. Lord Vegeta, from this day forth, we shall be your faithful hounds. Please, you must take us in. Dodoria and Sabo exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with desperation. Ha ha. To think that transforming into a Super Saiyan could yield a battle power of 150 million. Vegeta laughed arrogantly. The frustration he had felt under Dandi's suppression instantly evaporating. You three truly are loyal dogs, but alas, your strength is of no use to me. Moreover, I do not keep disloyal hounds. As he spoke, Vegeta swiftly struck, reducing the three to mere remnants. At that moment, the skies of Namek regained their brilliance. Vegeta gazed at the heavens, pondering. It seems the wish has concluded. If that is the case, to acquire the Dragon Balls, I must journey to Earth. But how do I depart from here? I can only take the ship that Kakarot arrived in. However, those Earthlings are with that little brat. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Vegeta's mind. That woman. He recalled having encountered a woman from Earth while he was with Krillin and the others. She should be capable of piloting a spaceship, and it seemed she possessed a device to locate the Dragon Balls. I must find that woman before Kakarot and the others. Vegeta exclaimed with renewed excitement, soaring towards the location etched in his memory. Haha, once I commandeer the spaceship, Kakarot and his companions will be stranded on Namek. Once I reach Earth, I will attain eternal life. At that point, neither Kakarot nor that little brat will stand a chance against me. Fortune favors me. A smirk curled upon Vegeta's lips as he swiftly approached the cave where Bulma resided. At that moment, Bulma had already stored her house within a capsule due to the tremors of the earth and stood outside, her face etched with worry as she dodged falling rocks. What on earth is happening? Where have those ruffians gone? Have they abandoned me here, a young maiden? They truly lack compassion. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Hey, that woman. Who? Bulma looked up, and upon recognizing the figure suspended in midair, she gasped in shock. Vegeta? At that instant, the ground trembled once more, and a massive boulder tumbled down from the mountainside, hurtling towards Bulma. I'll help. Bulma gazed at the enormous boulder tumbling down, her legs trembling with fear. Just then, Vegeta swiftly soared over, wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist and pulling her to safety before the rock could crush her. What a feeble woman. Vegeta couldn't help but scoff. As Bulma felt the danger lift and found herself suspended in midair, she exhaled in relief, only to realize she was being held by Vegeta. Thank you, she silently expressed, admiring the sharp contours of his profile. Upon closer inspection, she noted that he was rather handsome, albeit with a demeanor that was somewhat icy. But that is the type I find appealing. With this thought, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Vegeta, locking her legs tightly around him to prevent any accidental fall. Observing Bulma's actions, Vegeta displayed a hint of disdain. What a timid woman. Stop referring to me as woman. I have a name. It's Bulma, she asserted loudly. Hey, do you know how to pilot a spaceship? Vegeta inquired. Huh? Bulma momentarily faltered, puzzled by his question. Yet she nodded in affirmation. I piloted the ship that brought us to Namek. Do you still have that Dragon Ball radar with you? He asked. You mean the Dragon Ball radar? Didn't I give it to you all? Bulma recalled that Krillin had brought Vegeta along to retrieve the radar. It seemed that Vegeta had indeed turned over a new leaf. He was now aligned with Krillin and the others, and it appeared he had come specifically to rescue her. This realization filled Bulma's heart with warmth. Unfortunately, it must have been obliterated along with that bald guy. Vegeta lamented. What? Bulma exclaimed in shock. Are you saying that bald guy is Krillin? Is he dead? Chapter 63, Bulma and Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, what on earth happened? How could Krillin be dead? Bulma was taken aback by the news of Krillin's demise. She recalled that he had died once before, and if he were to perish again, the Dragon Balls would be unable to resurrect him. What about Gohan? She continued, her inquiries flowing relentlessly. Vegeta, growing increasingly impatient with her barrage of questions, interjected. Enough of that. We must make haste to Earth. To Earth? Bulma's eyes lit up at the prospect. She had longed to escape this dreadful place. Initially intending to visit for leisure, she had unwittingly become embroiled in such a perilous conflict. But our spaceship was destroyed. She lamented, her spirits dampened. If it weren't for the destruction of the vessel, I would have returned to Earth long ago. We can use the ship that Kakarot arrived in. Vegeta, with an air of impatience, inquired, Kakarot? You mean Goku, right? Has he already arrived on Namek? Where is he? Why isn't he accompanying us? Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately expressed her confusion. Vegeta, startled, thought to himself, oh no, this woman is proving to be quite troublesome. In that moment, he realized that the woman in his arms was not an easy adversary. He needed her to operate the spacecraft and had to devise a clever strategy. Everyone is dead. If we do not leave this place soon, we too shall meet our demise. Vegeta exclaimed anxiously, as he had already carried Bulma to the spaceship. Upon entering the cabin, he promptly released his grasp. However, to his astonishment, Bulma clung tightly to him. Hey, woman, you can let go now, Vegeta insisted. Finally, Bulma gradually released her hold and stepped away from him, her tone resolute as she declared, I have already mentioned, I have a name. Bulma, do not refer to me merely as woman. Now, enough with the chatter. Quickly start the ship. Vegeta, growing increasingly impatient, urged her to act without delay. Reluctantly, Bulma approached the control panel. After a brief observation, she swiftly comprehended the operational system, as this spacecraft had been modified by her father, and thus, it posed no challenge for her. How could this happen? How could everyone be dead? She pondered while maneuvering the controls. The spaceship's hatch began to close slowly with a soft mechanical whir, followed by a deep, powerful roar as the engines ignited, propelling the vessel from the ground. Watching the successful launch, a slight smirk appeared on Vegeta's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He inwardly reveled, humph, the Dragon Balls of Earth. Here I come. Meanwhile, Dandi utilized his instant transmission once more, vanishing into the cosmos. In the next moment, he found himself beside Son Goku. Wow, Mr. Dandi, your speed is astonishing, Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder at Dandi's sudden appearance. This technique is called instant transmission. It doesn't rely on my own speed, but rather on sensing the energy of my opponent, allowing me to appear right beside them in an instant. Dandi explained with a smile, what an impressive technique. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to praise. Dandi suddenly realized something was amiss. Why had he introduced the instant transmission technique to Sun Wukong? This was undeniably his signature move. You wish to learn it? I shall teach you. Dandi jestingly remarked, all right. Please. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Dandi could not help but feel a wave of exasperation. He never anticipated that Sun Wukong would be so earnest. Mr. Sun Wukong, you possess such a lack of humor. Dandi shook his head helplessly, unable to refrain from making a sardonic remark. Oh, ah ha 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 ha. Mr. Dandi, your jokes are simply delightful. Sun Wukong, initially slow to grasp the humor, soon erupted into laughter, yet could not suppress his own inner critique. How is it that Mr. Dandi shares a penchant for humor akin to that of the king of the realm? Well, enough of the jesting. If you truly wish to learn. Dandi gazed earnestly at Sun Wukong and spoke. Sun Wukong immediately exhibited a profound interest, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire, eagerly nodding and exclaiming, yes, yes. I truly wish to learn. Please, I implore you. Dandi found himself somewhat flustered by Sun Wukong's exuberance, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure and continued. Allow me to finish my words. If you truly wish to learn, head to the vicinity of Frieza's previous spacecraft. Once you spot the spherical vessel, board it and initiate the launch. When the spacecraft lands, simply call out Master upon seeing anyone, and you shall acquire the skill. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he inquired curiously, is that so? Did you also learn by boarding a ship and calling out Master? At that moment, Dandi suddenly realized that he too was beginning to struggle with Sun Wukong's simplicity. Engaging in conversation with this innocent and inquisitive scion was indeed no easy feat nevertheless. Off you go. I hope you can master this technique within a year. Dandi spoke earnestly. Wow, does it really take a year? Sun Wukong scratched his head, then stroked his chin, contemplating deeply. A year is ample time to accomplish many things. By the way, before that, Mr. Dandi, may I spar with you? Sun Wukong gazed at Dandi, suddenly asking with a serious expression. Dandi, with a sense of resignation, nodded. Very well, but I can only use one move, as I have other matters to attend to. All right. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his gaze suddenly sharpening with determination. It is time for action. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form and, in an instant, charged towards Dandi with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Dandi, unperturbed, extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting Sun Wukong's assault. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed immediately as he recognized that Dandi's prowess far surpassed his own. Swiftly altering his strategy, he changed direction with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yet, Dandi remained steadfast, motionless in place, deftly maneuvering his finger to effortlessly deflect all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Realizing he was no match for Dandi, Sun Wukong ceased his onslaught and quietly withdrew his aura. How impressive, Mr. Dandi. I find myself utterly outmatched, he remarked with a grin. Oh, not at all. You are quite formidable yourself, Mr. Wukong. Dandi smiled faintly, silently awarding himself a score of 90 for the charade he had enacted. Well, I shall take my leave now. Sun Wukong waved his hand, turning to depart. Before he left, he affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, saying, Gohan, make sure to train diligently. After this, he turned his gaze to Piccolo. Piccolo, I entrust Gohan to you. Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Don't get it twisted. I'm not your family's nanny. Piccolo retorted with a disdainful expression, though inwardly he felt quite pleased. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss, and looked up towards the sky. It's Vegeta. How did he leave Namek? Sun Wukong murmured in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Piccolo also focused intently on the sky. When they spotted a spacecraft appearing in the heavens, Piccolo immediately understood. That rascal Vegeta must have departed on your ship. What? The others were taken aback, and at that instant, Gohan suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot about Aunt Bulma. Chapter 64. The passing of the elder. Piccolo's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the spacecraft gradually vanishing from sight, his teeth biting down hard on his lip. Damn Vegeta. That scoundrel must have kidnapped Bulma to pilot the ship away. We're trapped here. Upon hearing this news, Gohan's expression turned grave with concern as he anxiously inquired. Aunt Bulma won't be in any danger, will she? Upon hearing this, Dandi displayed a relaxed demeanor, smiling reassuringly at everyone. Do not worry. Being with Vegeta and Bulma may not yield any benefits. In any case, once they arrive on Earth and we sense Vegeta's energy, I can swiftly transport you all back. For now, let us hasten to the Grand Elder. Dandi was acutely aware that, although the Dragon Balls had granted a second chance at life to the inhabitants of Namek, the Elder's time was swiftly drawing to a close. He yearned to reach the Elder as soon as possible to bid him farewell. At that moment, villagers gathered around the Elder, reporting the assaults their villages had suffered. I am well aware of the unfolding events. And now there are several pivotal decisions that must be announced. Just as the Elder was preparing to speak, Dandi arrived at the scene with Piccolo and Gohan. Elder. Upon seeing the Elder, Piccolo was immediately engulfed by an indescribable sense of warmth, instinctively longing to serve. Ah, so that is the case. No wonder I have not seen Nail. The Elder quickly discerned Piccolo's transformation and understood its significance. Indeed, Piccolo nodded silently, a rare tenderness emanating from his gaze, which remained fixed upon the Elder. At this moment, the Elder also turned his attention to Dandi and spoke. Dandi, you have succeeded. Upon hearing these words, a radiant smile illuminated Dandi's face. This endeavor was truly thanks to you. With that, the Elder exhaled contentedly, slowly closing his eyes as if utterly fatigued. My time is nearly at an end, the Elder intoned in a low, raspy voice. He took a deep breath before continuing, Muley, from this day forth, you shall become the new Elder of our Namekian people. I shall bestow upon you the power of the Dragon Balls, thus restoring their functionality. Remember, it is imperative to wield this power wisely and ensure it does not fall into the hands of malevolence. Understood. Muley nodded earnestly, determination gleaming in his eyes. As the Elder's words faded, his form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing into the air. Before departing, the Elder left behind his final words, may Namek forever remain a haven of peace and tranquility. The Elder's passing plunged all Namekians into profound sorrow and loss. They cried out his name, their eyes brimming with tears. The entire Namek was enveloped in grief, its people silently expressing their deep respect and fond remembrance for their leader. Rest in peace, revered Elder. Piccolo mourned quietly in his heart. Gohan, observing Piccolo, felt a surge of joy. Uncle Piccolo is becoming increasingly courteous. Dandi bore witness to the departure of the Grand Elder. Although he had traversed from another realm, this body evidently harbored sentiments for the Grand Elder. And a wave of sorrow washed over him. At long last, This ordeal had come to a close. Frieza had been vanquished, and I had successfully triggered the system's return. This time, however, the system had not undergone an upgrade, which implies that the next opportunity to activate the return would not arise until a year hence. Furthermore, the probability of success remains a mere 10%. Nevertheless, Dandi immediately recalled that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already reached a combat power of 150 million. If they were to undergo treatment a year later, their power could potentially soar into the billions. However, that was not entirely accurate. While such power was undeniably formidable, it stemmed from their transformations, and their inherent strength was not as elevated. I must seek a target possessing a robust physique. Yet, that is a matter for the future. For now, I have no expectations for this year. Where shall I venture next? Having just traversed into this realm, Dandi found himself ensnared in the tumult surrounding Frieza, leaving him no time or mental space to contemplate his future. Now that he has acquired some strength and time, Dandi began to strategize. The desolate Namek seemed uninviting. Perhaps Earth would be more suitable. After all, that is where my true homeland lies. With the ability to instantaneously move, reaching my destination should pose no challenge. However, it seems that I cannot sense any powerful auras on Earth. I must await Vegeta and the others' arrival before proceeding. Meanwhile, Vegeta was aboard the spaceship with Bulma. Will it take several days to reach Earth? Vegeta exclaimed in exasperation upon hearing Bulma's travel estimate. This wretched vessel lacks even a sleep chamber. Such primitive technology. Observing the damaged floor of the spaceship, Vegeta could not help but express his disdain once more. Is Earth's technology truly this backward? Bulma, overhearing Vegeta's continuous derision of her father's achievements, felt a surge of indignation. Bang! Bulma delivered a solid punch to Vegeta's head. Do not belittle my father's modifications. Vegeta felt no pain. Rather, Bulma's knuckles stung from the impact. The reason for this damage is due to Goku's training here. Besides, these are merely decorative elements and do not accurately represent Earth's technology. Bulma exclaimed loudly. Vegeta, preparing to retaliate, paused at Bulma's words. So that cockroach fellow trained here to acquire his strength? Vegeta pondered, recalling how he had defeated Sun Wukong on Earth when the latter's power had been inferior to his own. Yet, by the time they reached Namek, Wukong's strength had surpassed his, even after Vegeta had faced death twice. Could it be that the secret to Kakarot's ascension lay here? Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration. If Kakarot can achieve such feats, there is no reason I cannot. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly recalled that Sun Wukong was still on Namek and wondered if he had realized that Vegeta had departed. Closing his eyes, Vegeta began to search for Sun Wukong's energy. Huh? To his surprise, he sensed that Sun Wukong's presence had already left Namek. How peculiar. Where could that Kakarot fellow be heading? Vegeta found himself engulfed in a haze of perplexity, yet he was resolute in his ambition to surpass Goku, prompting him to spring into action. Hey, Bulma, do you know how Kakarot trains here? Upon hearing her name called out by Vegeta for the first time, Bulma felt a flicker of delight within her. Indeed, this fellow was not as incomprehensible as he appeared. He no longer referred to me merely as woman. With this thought in mind, Bulma eagerly began her explanation. This brings us to the remarkable invention of my father, a truly great inventor. And as for me, before Bulma could finish, Vegeta impatiently interjected, what invention? Can it enhance combat power? It's the gravity chamber. My father developed a device that alters gravity. An unprecedented breakthrough. Bulma responded, a gravity chamber? Vegeta murmured, realization dawning upon him. So, training occurs by manipulating gravity. The spark of inspiration ignited in Vegeta's eyes. If he could acclimate to a high-gravity environment, it was indeed possible to elevate his strength further. Hey, Bulma, can you operate this gravity device? Of course. After all, I am. Then hurry and turn it on. Hey, Vegeta, how rude of you. Why do you keep interrupting me? Bulma thought to herself, hoping to impress Vegeta with her technological prowess, only to be continually cut off, which irked her greatly. With hands on her hips, she began to chastise him. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, inwardly acknowledging, what a fierce woman. Noticing the fury etched on Vegeta's face, yet sensing he would not unleash it easily, Bulma let out a huff and approached the gravity device, explaining, here is the control. This adjusts the gravity multiplier. But don't mess around. As she spoke, she secretly mused. Although Vegeta seems quite formidable, in reality, he doesn't appear so daunting to interact with. While Bulma reveled in her thoughts, Vegeta had already pressed the button, instantly amplifying the gravity within the chamber to tenfold. Ah! Bulma screamed in shock. Feeling her body instantly grow heavier, becoming pinned to the floor and swiftly losing consciousness. What is happening? Sensing the tenfold gravity, Vegeta felt barely any difference, while Bulma, unable to withstand the immense weight, fainted immediately. TCH, what a weak woman. This is bad. Vegeta hastily shut off the gravity device, glancing down at the unconscious Bulma, utterly at a loss. Chapter 65, The Indissoluble Bond Between Two. Dandi, accompanied by Piccolo and Gohan, returned to their village alongside the elder, Muley. As Piccolo surveyed the dilapidated structures and harsh surroundings, a wave of melancholy washed over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that the deteriorating climate had compelled the deity to flee Namek and seek refuge on Earth. Observing Piccolo's furrowed brow and troubled expression, the newly appointed elder Muley promptly offered an explanation. We have been diligently working to cultivate various forms of vegetation to improve the environment of Namek over the years. The situation has significantly improved compared to the past, Muley proclaimed with optimism. Moreover, we have access to clean water. If we continue to put forth our efforts and remain steadfast, I firmly believe that one day, our planet will be revitalized and brimming with life. With this assurance, Piccolo's face softened into a faint smile as he nodded in agreement. Before we return to Earth, I shall join everyone in planting vegetation, he declared. Thank you sincerely for your efforts. Muley responded gratefully. Just then, Gohan's stomach emitted a loud growl, startling everyone. Oh, Gohan, you must be hungry, Piccolo exclaimed with concern. Anxiously scanning the area for anything edible, it appeared that this planet offered little in terms of sustenance. With a resigned sigh, Piccolo felt a sense of dread. Here. Aside from Gohan, the others were Namekians who merely required water and sunlight, but Gohan evidently needed food. Reflecting on the child who had saved him on 2 occasions, Dandi felt a pang of guilt for not having considered this sooner. Although there were some creatures on Namek, they likely would not be very palatable. Bulma must have food. He suddenly remembered. Ah, I can teleport. I just need to sense Vegeta's energy. Dandi swiftly devised a plan, placing his fingers upon his forehead, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta found himself at a loss, Dandi suddenly materialized beside him. Is it you? Vegeta exclaimed in shock at the unexpected appearance of Dandi. Vegeta, what transpired? How could you have laid a hand on Bulma? As Dandi just landed, he beheld Bulma in a state of unconsciousness, while Vegeta knelt beside her, his hands pressed firmly against her chest. It's not what you think. She is unconscious. I am about to save her. Dandi wore a peculiar expression, as though to convey, I comprehend everything. Why must you explain it to me? He then swiftly approached Bulma, extending his hand to unleash his healing powers, and in an instant, he revived her. As Bulma opened her eyes, the first thing she did was unleash a furious tirade at Vegeta. You scoundrel! How dare you activate the gravity device without permission? Do you even possess a brain? Are you unaware of the concept of cherishing the delicate? It was only then that Bulma noticed Dandi beside her. Dandi? How did you come to be here? Dandi revealed an embarrassed smile, softly clearing his throat twice to mask his awkwardness. Ahem, it seems you two are already quite familiar with each other. You see, Son Gohan is still on Namek, and I wish to bring him some food. Bringing food? Does that mean Namek has not been destroyed? Bulma immediately displayed a look of confusion. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Dandi couldn't help but glance at Vegeta, quickly realizing that he had deceived Bulma. Dandi promptly elucidated to Bulma the news of Frieza's defeat. Is that so? It was at this moment that Bulma comprehended she had been deceived by Vegeta, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Dandi for some time. Given your remarkable prowess, why did you not intervene sooner to vanquish Frieza? Dandi was momentarily speechless, pondering for quite some time before concocting an excuse. I too was under immense pressure from Frieza, which compelled me to surpass my own limits. After uttering this line, Dandi couldn't help but reflect inwardly, lamenting, alas, the number of Namekians who can tell lies is increasing. Upon hearing Dandi's explanation, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy fill his heart. Could it be that Namekians, when faced with threats, can also transcend their own limits? Just like Saiyans? How infuriating. Clenching his fists, Vegeta was consumed with disdain, his hair fluctuating between golden and black hues. Seeing that Vegeta was on the verge of transforming in rage, Dandi quickly interjected. Hey, Vegeta, you must be cautious. If you accidentally damage the spaceship, it would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, Vegeta made an effort to calm himself, his hair returning to its black state. By the way, even if you've become incredibly powerful, how did you suddenly appear here? Bulma inquired, voicing her curiosity. It's instantaneous movement. As long as I sense a presence, I can appear right beside it in an instant, Dandi explained. Bulma nodded, somewhat understanding, and then posed another question. What about Goku and Krillin? You only mentioned bringing food to Gohan. Don't they need to eat? Krillin has already passed away. But fret not. The Dragon Balls of Namek can revive the same person repeatedly, so he will return in due time. I believe he is currently heading to King Kai to reunite with everyone. Dandi continued. As for Son Goku, he has taken a spaceship to Yardrat. Yardrat. Vegeta paused. Having heard of this planet before, Kakarot must be hastily traveling there to learn the unique techniques of the Yardrats. How vexing. I too must swiftly enhance my strength. I cannot allow that fellow to surpass me. After listening to this, Bulma nodded in agreement. It seemed that their journey to Namek, despite numerous tribulations, had ultimately fulfilled its purpose. After all, the Dragon Balls of Earth had revived them. Producing several capsules, Bulma handed them to Dandi. In addition to essential supplies, there is also a house. However, why didn't you bring Gohan back with us to Earth? Bulma queried, still puzzled despite retrieving the capsules. Heh. That guy wants to stay with Piccolo, and besides, he seems quite afraid of returning to Earth to do homework. Dandi chuckled. Does that fellow truly intend to remain on Namek for eternity? Bulma immediately interjected. Surely not. Once you arrive on Earth, I shall employ instant transmission to send him back. She then inquired, by the way, would you care to accompany me back to Namek? This way, Vegeta can train in solitude without concern. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Vegeta exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, no. The moment the words escaped their lips, Bulma felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly clarified. I must constantly adjust the spacecraft. Vegeta hastily added, I fear there may be issues with the ship. Dandi, with an air of expectation, donned an expression that conveyed a profound understanding, placing his index finger upon his forehead. Well then, farewell. With a wave to the two, Dandi vanished from the spot in an instant. Chapter 66. A new crisis. Dandi utilized instant transmission to return to Namek, where he entrusted the capsule to Piccolo and Gohan. And the group temporarily settled on the planet. A few days later, Vegeta and Bulma descended upon Earth, promptly followed by Dandi, who appeared beside them with Gohan and Piccolo in tow. Upon encountering Bulma, Dandi seemed to recall something, glancing at her abdomen, contemplating whether Trunks might already be nestled within. Bulma immediately noticed Dandi's gaze. What are you looking at? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing, he replied. Dandi explained in a state of panic. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls on Earth would take another year to regenerate, Vegeta was instantly filled with dismay. Dandi and Vegeta found themselves without a place to stay, ultimately taking refuge in Bulma's opulent mansion, while Gohan reluctantly returned home to complete his assignments. Upon hearing that Goku had abandoned Gohan to venture to planet Yardrat, Chi-Chi swiftly scolded him from afar. For months later, Dandi returned to Namek and utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Yamcha and Krillin. Kaiatsu expressed his desire to wait alongside Tien for the next opportunity to be revived, prompting Dandi to make his third wish to Purunga. Purunga, before I make my wish, may I inquire if you possess the capability to alter my physique without modifying my abilities? After a brief moment of contemplation, Purunga replied, the matter of physical transformation exceeds my capabilities. However, I can create a new body and transfer your consciousness into it. Dandi pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to abandon this notion. Setting aside the fact that the new body lacked formidable combat prowess, it would also forfeit its healing capabilities. Furthermore, he remained uncertain whether his system was tethered to his consciousness or his physical form. Losing such abilities would render him no better than a mere shell. Although he had grown significantly stronger, this body deprived him of the pleasures of exquisite cuisine and enchanting beauty. Truly, one must sacrifice to gain. What value is there in mere strength? Life feels exceedingly dull. He must seek out some amusement. Dandi found himself in a state of distress, realizing that he truly had no other wishes to make. However, I can share with you the ways to fulfill your desires in this way. It could be considered a wish in itself. Wouldn't you agree? Polona added with a gentle smile. Certainly. Dandi, sensing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed with excitement. Beyond my existence, there resides a magnificent super dragon in the cosmos, whose powers far surpass my own. If summoned, it can grant any wish you desire. With that, Purunga transformed into a beam of light and vanished, leaving Dandi standing in stunned silence. The super dragon? Dandi searched through all his memories regarding Dragon Ball, yet he found no recollection of the eternal dragon. It struck him as peculiar. He had indeed watched the entirety of Dragon Ball, all the way through the defeat of Majin Buu and the subsequent rebirth as Ub, yet he had never encountered any mention of the Eternal Dragon. Dandy felt perplexed. Yet he was assured that Purunga would not deceive him. Since the existence of the Eternal Dragon had been affirmed, he held hope for the fulfillment of his wishes. For months later, both Dumpling and Tien were resurrected. Once more, Dandy inquired about the information regarding the Eternal Dragon for his third wish. Who is the dragon god Salama? What is the connection between the 6th and 7th universes? And what of the god of destruction, Beerus? What do these revelations signify? Dandy found himself utterly perplexed. He had never encountered such matters within the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that he would face them eventually. Until then, he resolved to enhance his strength as much as possible. After all, the deities in Dragon Ball were quite feeble. Mere gods of destruction and supreme Kais could hardly stand in his way. With the disappearance of Purunga, Dandy returned to Earth once more. Over the course of the year, out of sheer boredom, he teleported to Yardrat, witnessing Goku mastering instant transmission. He effortlessly eliminated King Cold, who had set out to seek the Dragon Balls on Namek under the pretext of vengeance following Frieza's demise, and swiftly dealt with Kvila, who arrived shortly thereafter. In his boredom, Dandy even accompanied Gohan to school, assisting him with his homework and enjoying playful moments together. Peace had returned to Earth, and everyone was living tranquil lives. Finally, a year had passed since the events on Namek. Dandy was delighted by two significant events. Firstly, a year had passed, and his system was finally operational once more. Secondly, after a year basking in the sun, Dandy had grown considerably taller. No longer was he a diminutive figure, looking up at others was no longer a strain. It seemed that whether one was from Earth or Namek, ample sunlight could indeed promote growth. Moreover, there was another noteworthy cause for celebration. After a year of rigorous training, Sun Wukong had successfully mastered the art of instantaneous movement. To commemorate his return, everyone gathered at Bulma's residence to host a grand welcoming ceremony. That fellow Wukong must have been terribly hungry. There probably weren't many delectable treats available to him on that alien planet. The feast prepared, consisting of 100 servings, left Bulma feeling somewhat anxious about whether it would be sufficient for him. Haha, it had truly been a long time since they last saw Wukong. It was uncertain how much he had changed. Krillin beamed with joy, recalling that Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan following his demise. The thought filled him with elation. Soon after, Krillin spotted Dandy and approached him, gesturing with his hands. Wow, Dandy, you've grown quite a bit. You're taller than me now. Haha. Dandy broke into a smile. However, as he noticed that Sun Wukong had yet to make an appearance, he even contemplated teleporting to fetch him immediately. Meanwhile, a flicker of anxiety lingered in Dandy's heart. Would Trunks show up? After all, Sun Wukong's return implied that new adversaries might soon emerge. Although Dandy had already vanquished both Kurter and Kvera, there was no reason for Trunks to make an appearance at this juncture. Yet, without him, Sun Wukong might succumb to his heart condition. Just then, an unfamiliar figure materialized before the crowd. It was a handsome young man, his hair neatly parted in the middle, with blue eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation, and a sword strapped to his back. Please head to the backstage. This area is reserved for guests. A staff member alerted upon noticing the Capsule Corporation emblem on the newcomer's attire. Indeed, he has arrived. While the others did not recognize Trunks, Dandy immediately identified him. Trunks, with a keen gaze, spotted Dandy among the throng and promptly approached him. "Mr. Dandy, you are indeed here," he exclaimed, upon hearing his name called by Turnax. Dandy was immediately taken aback, for he believed that he and Turnax had never crossed paths before. His familiarity with Turnax stemmed from prior memories. Yet the question lingered, how could Turnax possibly know him? Moreover, judging by the current demeanor, it appeared that Turnax had come in search of him. Who was he? Clint inquired hastily, as he had never encountered this individual before. Dandy, in a mood of discontent, could not muster the inclination to respond, his countenance darkening. The unfolding of events diverged strikingly from his previous impressions, suggesting an unfavorable turn. "Mr. Dandy, I understand that we are strangers. Yet may I implore you for a moment of your time? I have something of great significance to convey to you." Dandy realized that something was indeed amiss. It seemed that events were unfolding in a direction entirely unbeknownst to him. Chapter 67, The Preceding Androids. Dandy emerged with a sullen expression, soaring into the sky alongside Tenax. Even though artificial beings are expected to appear 3 years hence, by that time I should have already triggered the system's return several times, thus ensuring that I would be able to handle any challenges with ease, even if it involves Cell. Dandy pondered internally, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of Tenanks, especially as it pertained to him. Mr. Dandy, your sudden visit is indeed quite abrupt. However, I bear news of great significance regarding the safety of Earth. The more Dandy listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Where had the issue arisen? Even with Sheru, given his system's ability to return power, he should have been capable of eradicating it after gaining strength. Before this, may I spar with you? Trunks replied politely yet firmly. There's no need for a spar. Simply state your intentions. Dandy felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, eagerly yearning to uncover the events that lay ahead. I apologize, but I must first ascertain your capabilities. Forgive me. As he uttered these words, Tenanks abruptly transformed. His hair instantly turned to a brilliant gold, and a golden aura enveloped him. Drawing the sword from his back, Tenanks swung it towards Dandy. Clang. Dandy, with an expression of palpable impatience, extended 2 fingers to grasp Trunks' sword, his voice cold as he demanded, "State your purpose." I lack the patience to indulge you any longer. The onlookers, intrigued by the sudden appearance of Trunks, flocked to the courtyard. When they beheld Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan, they were left utterly speechless. He, too, was a Saiyan, and he possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Hadn't he the Saiyans been reduced to merely Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta? Where had this individual emerged from? It seemed as though he had come to challenge Dandy. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Vegeta could no longer contain his frustration. Gazing at this unfamiliar Super Saiyan, he was filled with fury and instantly transformed himself, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, Goku's figure appeared as if summoned from thin air. A powerful, unfamiliar aura has suddenly manifested. What is happening? Goku mused. Removing his fingers from his forehead, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Trunks suspended in midair. It was evident that he had utilized instant transmission to arrive so unexpectedly. The 3 had encircled Trunks, their eyes fixed on this uninvited guest. Who are you? The Saiyans should have been completely eradicated. Vegeta was the first to confront Trunks, his anger boiling over as he grappled with the reality that, apart from Goku, another Saiyan had emerged. Do not rush him, let him speak. Dandy observed Vegeta's fierce demeanor and promptly intervened, releasing the sword he had been gripping. Trunks scrutinized Vegeta for a moment before glancing at Goku, then continued. You 2 should take your leave. I wish to speak solely to Mr. Dandy. The 2 were reluctant, but Dandy understood the underlying reasons and urged them to depart. It is clear now. Please proceed. What is the situation? Dandy inquired. Mr. Dandy, the Earth is in peril. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Dandy appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. You? Are you not shocked? Trunks asked, surprised by Dandy's unchanging expression. Continue speaking. Dandy remarked coldly, you truly possess remarkable composure. Truly deserving of the title, Mr. Dandy. In 3 days, formidable foes will emerge here. They are terrifyingly powerful, and you, along with Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Piccolo, shall meet your demise. The Dragon Ball will vanish as well. What? 3 days? Was it not 3 years? Dandy was immediately taken aback. 3 years? Why 3 years? Do you know something? This time, it was Trunks who was astonished. It's nothing. Don't mind it. I truly have no idea what will transpire in the future. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met my demise as you suggested. Indeed. Trunks continued, Mr. Dandy, do not be surprised. The reason I possess this knowledge is that I hail from 20 years hence. Dandy nodded, feeling no surprise at Tank's words. Are you not astonished? This time, it was Tanks who was taken aback. I had an inkling. He replied casually, by the way, how old are you? 19. Tanks answered. I see. It seems you have already taken residence in Bulma's womb. Dandi glanced down at Bulma and inquired. What? How do you know? Trunks, taken aback, responded, it's nothing. After all, I have been residing in your home, and my hearing is sufficiently acute to discern many happenings, both day and night. Dandi continued. Your ability to traverse time via a time machine must surely be a product of Bulma's technology, combined with your Saiyan heritage. Your identity is not difficult to deduce. Nodding in agreement, Trunks remarked, my birthday is 9 months away, so I am uncertain whether I exist at this moment. As for my identity, I kindly ask you to keep it confidential. Dandi reassured him, do not worry. Let us discuss the adversaries at hand. What is truly occurring? They're androids. Trunks explained. They are terrifying beings created by the infamous Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. Dandy nodded, realizing that the android must have appeared prematurely. Even so, I should not have been slain by the android. Have I not activated the system's return function? Dandy found himself perplexed, prompting him to inquire further. Did you come here merely to convey this? Indeed, Mr. Dandi, you possess formidable strength. What is even more crucial is your healing ability. Had you been aware of this news in advance and survived, we might have had a chance to confront the androids. The celestial beings on Earth have ceased production, and your healing prowess is our sole hope. Dandi was at a loss for words. Was it possible that Trunks had crossed over not to eliminate the androids, but rather to expect Dandi to assume the role of a caregiver? What a jest! Knowing that the enemy would arrive ahead of schedule, one would surely seek to enhance their strength in advance. After all, a year had passed, and even with just 3 days remaining, there still existed an opportunity to activate the system. Enlightened by this realization, Dandi expressed his gratitude for the reminder and vowed to resolve the impending crisis. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Trunks became increasingly anxious. Mr. Dandi, you must not underestimate your adversary. In my era, it was precisely this underestimation that led to your downfall. Oh? Dandi pondered for a moment, but ultimately dismissed it from his mind. Dandi believed that in Trunks' era, he should have anticipated the emergence of androids 3 years later. Faced with the sudden appearance of these beings, he was unprepared. Moreover, with a combat power of 200 million, surpassing that of the Super Saiyans, he felt confident in confronting the androids. Perhaps he never expected their strength to exceed 200 million, which ultimately led to his demise amidst a brutal assault. Rest assured, this time, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Chapter 68, The Destruction of Namek. By the way, Trunks, did you just imply that the enemy will appear here in 3 days? Dandi continued to pose inquiries regarding Tinank's statements, uncovering numerous discrepancies with the information he possessed. Indeed, at that moment, my father and mother happened to be aboard a spacecraft, vacationing in the cosmos, thus managing to evade this calamity. I overheard my mother mention that you were the first to fall victim to the machinations of the androids. Dandi nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. The emergence of the androids had not only occurred earlier than anticipated, but the first one to approach him was evidently well prepared. It seemed that the androids possessed a keen understanding of who truly held the greatest power in this world. Dandi pondered, realizing that this time, both the time and place of the android's emergence had changed. Contemplating this, he could not help but pose a question to Trunks. In your era, with the demise of Piccolo, the Dragon Balls also vanished, rendering you incapable of gathering them to resurrect us, correct? Trunks maintained a serious demeanor, his brow furrowed. Indeed, once the Dragon Balls disappeared, there was no longer a means to bring anyone back to life. Therefore, this time, I must return and inform you of this matter. I hope you remain safe and protect Mr. Piccolo. Observing Trunks's grave expression, Dandi could not restrain himself from voicing his greatest concern. Had you not considered journeying to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls for our resurrection? This question had lingered in his mind for a long time. Before he transcended, he had constantly contemplated this query. Now, finally face to face with Trunks, Dandi dared to ask the question that had been buried within him for years. Regrettably, we attempted that. In fact, upon learning of the attack, my mother immediately thought of the Dragon Balls on Namek. After all, the last time Mr. Piccolo perished, he was resurrected through the Dragon Balls of Namek. Thus, my mother promptly redirected her course towards Namek, only to discover upon arrival that its inhabitants had been completely slaughtered. What? Upon hearing this, Dandi was immediately taken aback. The android had actually ventured to Namek to annihilate the Dragon Balls? At that moment, Piccolo stood amidst the crowd, his keen hearing allowing him to grasp the entirety of Dandi and Trunks' conversation. When he learned that Namek had also been utterly decimated, he clenched his fists tightly. I am dead, Dandi is dead, and even my brethren on Namek have perished? It seems the Dragon Balls have vanished completely. Dandi also realized that the situation was dire. Matters had escalated far too quickly. Dandi then became anxious in that instant and promptly called out to Piccolo amidst the crowd. Hey, Piccolo, please explain the situation to everyone. I must hasten to Namek. Dandi spoke, his focus sharpening as he began to search. Wait a moment, Mr. Piccolo. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. Rest assured, the extraterrestrial scion, I am immensely grateful for your information. Piccolo winked at Tien, indicating that he would keep his origins a secret, lest it affect his presence. Dandi could no longer attend to the situation at hand. After an exhaustive search, his brow furrowed deeply. The air had vanished. Dandi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It had only been 4 months since he returned to Earth from Namek, where the vegetation had significantly recovered and the living conditions for the Namekians were continuously improving. Now, just 4 months later, the Dragon Balls of Namek had only just become usable again, and yet an incident had occurred? Surely, Something unexpected must have transpired. Dandi realized that perhaps Namek had encountered misfortune. He must inquire with the king of the worlds. Dandi immediately recalled the king of the other world. Hey, Goku, there's trouble. Hurry to King Kai's planet. Upon seeing Dandi's serious expression, Son Goku couldn't help but furrow his brow, placing 2 fingers to his forehead. In the next moment, Son Goku materialized on King Kai's planet. At that moment, King Kai was seated before his door, sipping tea, and upon the sudden appearance of Son Goku, he broke into a cold sweat. Hey, Goku, living beings shouldn't just wander into the afterlife. Hi, King Kai? Son Goku dismissed the king's warning, greeting him instead. Long time no see. King Kai understood that Son Goku was not there merely for a friendly reunion. Something significant must have occurred. What is going on? Has something happened? Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure. Son Goku scratched the back of his head, grinning awkwardly. Shortly thereafter, Dandi, following the resonance of Son Goku's energy, also arrived at King Kai's planet. Upon seeing Dandi's figure, King Kai immediately grew anxious, for he had witnessed Dandi's formidable strength before. Hiki, Lord Dandi, what brings you here? Dandi wore a grim expression, his brow furrowed with concern as he spoke. Lord of the Realm, what transpired on Namek? What of Namek? The Lord of the Realm was momentarily taken aback, swiftly deflecting the inquiry. Namek is not under my jurisdiction. What has occurred? I can no longer sense its energy. Dandi spoke in a deep voice. What is happening? Could it be the remnants of Frieza? The King of the Worlds also sensed the dire situation and immediately directed his 2 antennae towards the direction of Namek. Upon witnessing the state of Namek, the king's expression turned dark and uncertain. What have you seen, your majesty? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing the king's troubled demeanor. They are all gone. Everyone has perished. The king lamented, his face filled with regret. Indeed, Dandi clenched his fist, for an unforeseen event had indeed transpired on Namek. Do you know who is responsible? Upon hearing Dandi's inquiry, the king of the universe shook his head. I can only see that there is not a single living soul on Namek at present, and I am unable to perceive the events of the past. Understood. Dandi pondered momentarily before devising a solution. Placing his fingers upon his forehead, he instantly vanished from his original position. Upon witnessing Dandi's disappearance, King Kai turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, how did you manage to bring that fellow here? Not to worry, King Kai, Mr. Dandi is a good person, Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head. Well, what on earth happened? Are you facing another crisis? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. But I've heard that an incredibly formidable adversary has emerged, and just thinking about it excites me. Well then, farewell. King Kai, I must return to ascertain the truth of the matter. With that, Sun Wukong also vanished from sight. What is going on? I am a deity. After all, what do these people take me for? King Kai grumbled, directing his tendrils toward Earth. Let me see what tricks you are up to now. On Earth. Piccolo was explaining the situation to everyone, deliberately concealing information regarding Trunks' identity. As the group listened with concern to the impending arrival of androids, Dandi suddenly appeared. Piccolo. We must swiftly gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect all the Namekians. By this point, everyone had learned of the complete annihilation of the Namekian race. Upon realizing the urgency, Bulma quickly produced several Dragon radar devices, and the group split into different directions, racing towards the 7 Dragon Balls. The Earth's Dragon Balls had just recharged after a year, perfectly timing to revive the Namekians. Dandi remained stationary, ensnared in contemplation. If only the Namekians could be resurrected, he would ascertain the truth of the matter. Chapter 69. The emergence of the androids. Piccolo, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, soared towards the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. Androids? What manner of beings are they, capable of surpassing even Dandi and the Super Saiyans? The Dragon Balls of Namek had just been restored. Yet they faced annihilation at this very moment. Could the androids be responsible? Or were these 2 events entirely unrelated, mere coincidence? As one of the last 2 surviving Namekians, both Piccolo and Dandi were equally concerned for the safety of their home planet, as well as the looming threat that lurked in the shadows. Possessing a combat power exceeding 1 million, he followed the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, swiftly arriving at a desolate expanse. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball should be nearby. Piccolo immediately descended from the sky, narrowing the radar's range and scanning the surroundings. Are you searching for a Dragon Ball? Just as Piccolo was intently searching, a figure suddenly emerged behind him and addressed him. Who are you? Piccolo swiftly turned around, only to find a young boy standing at his back. He was a striking lad, with long black hair parted down the middle. But what stood out most was the red scarf wrapped around his neck. Who are you? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Piccolo was baffled. How could such an ordinary boy appear in this desolate wilderness and immediately discern that he was in search of the Dragon Balls? This indicated that the boy was aware of their existence in this locale. Could it be? Piccolo pondered. But upon sensing the absence of any energy emanating from the boy and noting his earthly appearance and attire, he sighed with relief. Regardless of who this individual was, he likely posed no significant threat. Are you also in search of a Dragon Ball, or is it that you possess one? Piccolo inquired sternly. Yet the boy offered no reply, merely displaying a faint smirk. To have found your way here, you must be in possession of the Dragon Ball radar, the boy remarked. Piccolo chuckled upon hearing this. The boy even knew of the radar's existence. Moreover, Piccolo discerned that the boy coveted his radar. It appeared he was a collector of Dragon Balls. Piccolo did not regard the boy as a serious concern, after all. Many on Earth had heard tales of the Dragon Balls and endeavored to seek them out, though in recent times, the usage of the Dragon Balls had been monopolized by Goku and his companions, leading many to consider them mere legends and gradually abandon their pursuit. Is this what you seek? Piccolo raised his hand, confidently displaying the radar. Is this your objective? Then come and take it. Humph. The boy scoffed, then spoke. It seems arrogance is not exclusive to the Saiyans. You Namekians share it as well. What? You are surprisingly aware of the Namekians and Saiyans? Piccolo, taken aback by this revelation, adopted a serious demeanor. It appeared that this youth's intentions extended beyond merely acquiring the Dragon Ball radar. He had set his sights on Piccolo and his companions. He was remarkably well informed about them. Who exactly are you? Piccolo's gaze turned icy as he warily scrutinized the young man before him. Noticing Piccolo's vigilance, the boy smiled faintly and continued. At least you are not as reckless as the Saiyans. However, considering that your demise is imminent, I shall generously enlighten you. I am Android 17. My objective is to eliminate you all. Android 17? Upon hearing this name, Piccolo's tension escalated, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had overheard the conversation between Trunks and Dandi in its entirety and was aware of the fate that befell Dandi, Goku, and Vegeta at the hands of the androids. If those individuals were no match for the androids, then what hope did he have? Was this the very culprit Trunks had mentioned? Wasn't he supposed to appear 3 days hence? Piccolo muttered to himself. Android 17, clearly having caught wind of Piccolo's words, was momentarily taken aback. 3 days? You knew of our plans? Piccolo was astonished. He had not anticipated that the androids possessed such keen hearing, able to discern his murmurs from such a distance. To avoid further divulging information and inadvertently alerting the androids, Piccolo hastily shifted the conversation. Our plans? 17? I see. So there is more than one of you. I never expected to encounter you so soon, and coincidentally, it is I who meets you. If your aim is the Dragon Balls, then I need not fear you. A faint smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he assumed a combative stance. Oh, 17 could hardly believe Piccolo's confidence. As far as I am aware, your strength pales in comparison to Dandi and those two Super Saiyans. What gives you such confidence? 17 could not help but scoff. You are aware of the Super Saiyans. You must possess a significant amount of information about us. If that is the case, then you must know that if I perish, the Dragon Balls will also vanish. Piccolo replied coldly, though inwardly he pondered. These individuals, fully cognizant of Dandi and the Super Saiyans might, still dare to confront us. Their strength must be formidable. I certainly cannot match them. Yet, I must ascertain their true capabilities. As long as their objective is the Dragon Balls, they will surely hesitate to kill me. I need to gather as much intelligence as possible. 17 nodded in response to Piccolo's words. So, this is your reliance. Ha ha ha, you are correct. But this will only last a few more days. Once we fulfill one more wish, we will no longer need the dragon. Oh, one more wish? Thus, it seems that the events concerning planet Namek were indeed orchestrated by you. Upon hearing the insinuation in Android 17's words, Piccolo realized that they had already fulfilled certain wishes. And the only uncertain record of the Dragon Ball's usage recently pertained to those that had just been restored on Namek. Understanding this, Piccolo clenched his fists. Since the Namekians had been utterly annihilated, it appeared that these individuals intended to obliterate the Dragon Balls entirely. Android 17 raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You were even aware of the affairs on Namek? What exactly is going on? He could not fathom how their meticulously concealed plans had been uncovered so swiftly. Meanwhile, Piccolo contemplated. The Dragon Balls on Namek had only been restored a few days prior. It seemed these individuals had calculated the timing to arrive on Namek ahead of schedule, given that they had already made a wish through the Namekian dragon. They should not have returned to Earth yet. Piccolo understood that without instantaneous movement, traveling from Earth to Namek would require at least several days. And the same would apply for the journey back. It was evident that those who attacked Namek were still traversing the cosmos, unable to return to Earth just yet. So that is the case. No wonder you plan to act 3 days later. It is because your accomplices have yet to return to Earth. With this realization, Piccolo felt a sense of relief. At least he now knew that these individuals would not act prematurely. He was completely unafraid of alerting them. Android 17 was immediately incensed, having inadvertently revealed so much information to Piccolo. How did you come to know of our plans? He quickly inquired. Interested in knowing. Are you? Then let us settle this with strength. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Piccolo responded with a cold smirk, preparing himself for battle. Chapter 70. Enduring torment. Once more Piccolo widened his eyes, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized the android before him, Android 17, attempting to discern any hint of weakness. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and these androids, yet he still yearned to seize this opportunity to gauge their true capabilities. Despite being engulfed in trepidation and unease, Piccolo steeled himself, repeatedly reminding himself, although I may not be his equal. If I can glean some information about my opponent during this encounter, perhaps I can uncover their vulnerabilities. As Piccolo pondered, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Android 17, noticing this, let out a derisive laugh, seemingly dismissive of Piccolo's words. Relying on strength? How utterly naive of you. Upon finishing his statement, Android 17 suddenly sprang into action, his speed astonishing. Piccolo barely registered a blur before Android 17 stood directly before him. In the next instant, Piccolo felt his Dragon Ball radar being snatched away with alarming swiftness, followed by a searing pain in his chest. Android 17's hand had pierced through his torso. In an instant, Piccolo was subdued, clutching his chest and half-crouching in agony. He glanced down at his wound, blood gushing forth relentlessly. What is happening? Why can I not sense any energy? Can these individuals truly control their own ki and unleash it in a heartbeat? As this realization dawned upon him, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock, prompting him to retreat a step, his expression a mixture of disbelief and alarm. After a year of relentless training, his power had certainly improved since his days on Namek. Who could have anticipated that he would be felled in a single strike? The most troubling aspect was the sheer magnitude of the android's strength. Their mastery over ki had reached such an advanced level that even someone as battle-hardened as he was unable to detect their presence. The extent of this foe's power remained an enigma. I must alert the others immediately. Piccolo thought resolutely, determined to convey this crucial information to his comrades. He understood the peril these androids posed. Failing to warn his allies could lead to dire consequences. Piccolo roared, elevating his energy to its zenith in an effort to alert others. As his ki surged, so too did his strength. He clenched his fists tightly, a fierce determination igniting within his gaze. However, just as Piccolo prepared to launch his counterattack, Android 17 preempted him. In an instant, he reappeared before Piccolo with astonishing swiftness. You truly are an unruly one. Android 17 scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. A wave of dismay washed over Piccolo. He had underestimated the android's capabilities. And now he recognized that this adversary was beyond his current means to confront. Nevertheless, there was no turning back. He had to face this threat head-on. Special beam cannon, he exclaimed, unleashing his signature technique at the close-range Android 17, a formidable energy wave erupting from his fingertips. Yet, Android 17 remained unfazed. His expression unchanged as he swiftly evaded the attack, vanishing from sight. Mere trifles, Android 17 declared, his form reappearing behind Piccolo. Without hesitation, he struck out with a powerful palm, aiming a devastating blow at Piccolo's arm, the very limb that had unleashed the special beam cannon. With a piercing scream, Piccolo felt a searing pain as a tremendous force severed his right arm entirely. Cursed be this foe. Piccolo clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He realized that his opponent was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Still, he sensed nothing. He murmured through gritted teeth, having focused all his attention on Android 17, only to find himself unable to perceive his presence or energy. What could possibly be happening? He turned to face 17, contemplating the situation. Piccolo pressed his left hand against the severed arm, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, yet his chest continued to bleed profusely like a gushing fountain. Android 17 observed him with a smirk, an expression of disdain playing upon his lips. Don't think I'm unaware of your regenerative abilities. Spare me the theatrics. At these words, Piccolo could only manage a wry smile, inwardly lamenting. In front of these beings, I possess no secrets at all. He then bellowed in fury, damn it. Here I go. With that roar, the wounds on his body rapidly healed, and his severed arm regrew. Is that all your strength amounts to? Android 17 remarked with a slight chuckle. I expected you to have improved during this time. Faced with the contempt of Android 17, Piccolo remained unfazed. Replying with a light laugh, you even know of my power on Namek? It's as if you were watching my battles. Android 17 grinned with pride. Though I witnessed it through remote footage, that data is ingrained in my mind as vividly as my own memories. Piccolo nodded, realizing that these individuals had somehow acquired knowledge of everything that transpired on Namek a year prior. Enough of this idle chatter. Now you must answer my question. How did you discover our plan? Android 17 demanded coldly, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Huh. How amusing. You know all that transpired on Namek yet remain oblivious to how we learned of your plans? It seems your surveillance was not as thorough as you believed. Piccolo retorted. Our monitoring ceased 6 months ago. We had other matters to attend to. Piccolo continued, his confidence unwavering. Do not waste time, Piccolo. Speak of what you know swiftly. Or while I may not be able to kill you just yet, I will ensure your suffering is greater than death. Android 17 threatened. Upon hearing 17's words, a sense of familiarity washed over Piccolo. He recalled similar threats uttered on Namek. Must I endure this once more? Big forced a bitter smile. Although in the previous encounter it was Neru who played the role of the victim, he nonetheless inherited that memory, making it feel as though he himself had endured all that torment. Little did he expect that merely a year later, he would be subjected to such treatment once more. How unfortunate I truly am. Big couldn't help but let out a wry smile. However, do not harbor any delusions. I shall never divulge any information to you. Big's tone was resolutely unwavering. Soon you will cease your defiance. Upon hearing Big's words, Number 17's expression turned cold. A flicker of a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he prepared to strike. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing before Big with astonishing speed that left one astounded. Big's heart raced in alarm, yet he swiftly reacted, extending his arm in an attempt to block the assault. However, Number 17 showed not an ounce of mercy, effortlessly severing Big's 2 arms with a fluid motion. Following this, he casually brandished the severed limbs as weapons, swiftly plunging them into Big's torso. Blood splattered, and Big let out a harrowing scream of agony. Chapter 71. System Activation. Haha. Even if you were to regenerate 1,000 arms, I would still sever them all. A cruel smile graced Number 17's lips, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light, as if he relished the act of torment. Big's eyes widened in terror, realizing that before Number 17, he was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just then, a miniature version of Big suddenly appeared beside them. Dandy. Upon seeing this Dandy, Big immediately shouted a warning. This fellow is an android. You must be cautious. Big anxiously cautioned Dandy, uncertain if he was indeed a match for Number 17. However, Number 17 wasted no time, launching a powerful punch that struck Big squarely in the face, instantly rendering him unconscious. What a loquacious fool. He then turned his gaze towards Dandy, a mocking expression dawning upon his features. Dandy, how amusing to see you here. Number 17 coldly remarked, seemingly surprised by the unexpected guest arrival. Noticing Dandy's serious demeanor, Number 17 chuckled. You don't recognize me, do you? No matter. I am thoroughly acquainted with all the information regarding you. Dandy gazed upon the familiar figure before him, instantly grasping the situation. He scanned his surroundings, yet failed to spot the expected presence, prompting him to inquire. Is it just you, Number 17? Where is Number 18? Is she not accompanying you? The realization that they were aware of Number 18's existence was startling. It seemed we had indeed underestimated you. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Number 17 felt a flicker of unease. He could not fathom how these individuals were cognizant of the existence of artificial beings. And the fact that Dandy was even aware of Number 18 suggested a significant breach of their intelligence. This is impossible. We have been operating covertly during this time. Determined to uncover the truth, Number 17 resolved to return promptly. This will suffice for today. I shall come back to seek you again, he declared as he prepared to depart. Wait, Number 17, your target must be Son Goku. Am I correct? Upon encountering Number 18, Dandy turned to leave but immediately inquired. Sun Wukong? Is that fellow truly stronger than you? Number 17, hearing Dandy's words, displayed a look of confusion. What is the matter? Is it not because he eradicated the Red Ribbon Army that Dr. Gero has set his sights upon him? Dr. Gero? Ha ha ha, your intelligence is rather flawed. That individual has long since been eliminated by us. Dandi was aware that Dr. Gero had indeed been murdered. Yet the animosity he had instilled within the hearts of the androids towards Sun Wukong lingered on, haunting all of them. Thus, your objective is no longer Sun Wukong. Instead of attacking his home, you have targeted me, residing at Bulma's house. Our primary goal has always been to eliminate the most formidable adversaries. Number 17 replied coldly. Danditon furrowed his brows, realizing that attaining the status of the strongest being came at a considerable cost. Faced with the departing android 17, he refrained from rashly engaging. He understood that 17 possessed sufficient power to contend with a Super Saiyan. Although Danditon had indeed surpassed the strength of a Super Saiyan himself, he was uncertain of the outcome should they clash. The victor remained an enigma. After all, he was acutely aware that these adversaries possessed limitless energy. Even if his own abilities were on par with theirs, a prolonged confrontation would inevitably lead to his downfall. Moreover, the most pressing matter at hand was to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect the Dragon Balls of Namek. Once he acquired the Namekian Dragon Balls, he could besiege the Elder beforehand, ensuring that, should he fall in battle, he would have the means to be revived through their power. This was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, he had yet to activate his system. Once he did, the 1,000-fold returns would render vanquishing these androids an effortless endeavor. Dandi quietly observed as number 17 departed, then hurried to assist Piccolo, lifting him with urgency. Gazing upon Piccolo's nearly lifeless form, a wave of anxiety washed over Dandi. He understood that should Piccolo succumb to death, the Dragon Balls of Earth would vanish with him. Having already lost the Dragon Balls of Namek, the implication was dire. If Piccolo perished, the Dragon of Earth would cease to exist, leaving no possibility for resurrection in this world. Contemplating this, Dandi realized he must pull Piccolo back from the brink of death at all costs. Otherwise, he would be compelled to assume the role of the Guardian, residing in the sacred temple as Earth's protector, thereby forfeiting his carefree existence. Resolute, Dandi extended his hand without hesitation, forcefully removing the 2 arms embedded in Piccolo, then swiftly placed his hands upon Piccolo's chest. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and Piccolo's wounds began to heal at a remarkable pace. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly snapped his eyes open, only to be met by Dandi's expression of utter astonishment, as if witnessing the most incredulous sight imaginable. Ding! The system detected the host reviving a near-death individual, successfully activating and returning the saved one's strength 1,000-fold. What? Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Dandi exclaimed in alarm. What was happening? Wasn't there supposed to be only a 10% chance? Why had the system activated successfully with just one attempt? The system paid no heed to Dandi's thoughts, relentlessly channeling power into his being. This power was astonishingly potent. Dandi felt a surge of power coursing through his body, and he immediately sensed his inner self expanding in tandem. Upon careful consideration, he realized that Piccolo's combat strength was at least over 1 million. A 1,000-fold return would amount to several billion, coupled with his original combat strength of 200 million. His current power should be nearing 2 billion. With a combat strength of 2 billion, he should not be outmatched by the prowess of a Super Saiyan 2. Dandi felt the surge of power coursing through his body. After a brief calculation, he finally calmed himself. This is sufficient. Upon witnessing the emergence of Android 17, Dandi concluded that, although Trunks' depiction of a dire future differed from his own understanding, this so-called crisis remained one centered around the androids. Despite the android's objective shifting from Sun Wukong to himself, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. Even with the impending arrival of Cell, Dandi's current strength was sufficient to confront him. As Dandi contemplated this, a confident smile graced his lips. Although he had not managed to achieve the 1,000-fold return from the Scions as initially planned, his current strength should be sufficient to tackle the impending crisis. After all, the system would be available again in a year's time, and there was no need to rush. Unlike Vegeta, he would not allow Cell the opportunity to grow stronger. Dandi contemplated in his heart, while the awakened Piccolo urgently reminded him, Dandi, the android number 17 just snatched the Dragon Ball radar. Moreover, he is likely in possession of a Dragon Ball. It seems these individuals are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Others are in peril. Dandi smiled upon hearing Bik's words. Rest assured, you may return now. I shall take care of the rest. Confident and resolute, Dandi swiftly soared towards the direction of Android 17's departure. Android 17, just you wait. Once I shatter you, Cell will never achieve his perfect form. How dare you, artificial beings, target me? You shall all perish. Chapter 72. Unattainable wishes. With his speed fully unleashed, Dandi raced forward. His body akin to an arrow released from the bow, swiftly traversing the sky. Before long, he caught up to the elusive figure of Android 17, whose silhouette gradually became clearer before his eyes. Android 17, keenly aware of Dandi's approach, halted midair and turned to face him directly. What is this? Are you in such a rush to catch up that you're eager to meet your demise? A smirk of disdain graced 17's lips. However, Dandi remained unperturbed by 17's taunts. Instead, he calmly replied, Android 17, I've come to realize something profound. If you truly possessed formidable strength, you could have easily eradicated me just now. Yet, you chose not to act, which leads me to question the true extent of your power. Upon hearing Dandi's probing words, Android 17 was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. Observing the situation, Dandi continued with a smile. Because you are well aware that your strength is utterly insufficient to conquer me, you have chosen to retreat, have you not? Upon finishing his statement, Dandi could not help but chuckle. He realized he had nearly overlooked a crucial detail. The fusion of Bic and the god could easily contend with androids 17 and 18, which implied that the two artificial beings' power was only slightly superior to that of a Super Saiyan. Even with his previous strength, Dandi could effortlessly handle a Super Saiyan, even to the extent of overwhelming them with ease. Therefore, even moments ago, Dandi's power would have certainly matched or exceeded that of androids 17 and 18, since these androids aimed to eliminate him. The fact that 17 had a clear opportunity to strike when he was isolated yet refrained from doing so indicated that he recognized his own inability to defeat Dandi. Yet, what of it? Although my power may be inadequate to vanquish you, your strength equally proves ineffective against me. 17 did not succumb to panic. Instead, a cold smirk emerged on his face. Would you care to test that theory? Dandi observed the cold smirk and indifferent demeanor on the face of Android 17. Seemingly unfazed by it, it appears you possess quite a measure of confidence. Dandi smiled faintly. Perhaps it was indeed the case moments ago. But now the circumstances had changed dramatically. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Dandi vanished from his original position like a specter, only to reappear directly in front of number 17 in the blink of an eye. Dandi moved with lightning speed, swiftly retrieving the backpack containing the Dragon Ball radar. Simultaneously, his other hand extended, fingers poised together, pointing directly at Android 17. Prepare to meet your end. With a fierce cry, a sharp energy wave erupted, instantly reducing the strikingly handsome android youth to mere fragments. At such a critical moment, I would never behave like those scions, recklessly running about. Dandi whispered softly, a hint of a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Casually, he unzipped the backpack numbered 17 and beyond the Dragon Ball radar. He discovered a Dragon Ball resting quietly at the bottom of the bag. Indeed, there was a Dragon Ball. After Dandi secured his backpack, he promptly activated the Dragon Ball radar. The screen illuminated, revealing the locations of 6 scattered Dragon Balls in addition to the one he held. Observing this, Dandi chuckled, haha. The 6 Dragon Balls are dispersed. It seems these androids have not possessed a Dragon Ball radar prior, hence their failure to gather the Dragon Balls. However, he then recalled that number 17 had been alone with a Dragon Ball in this desolate area, which could imply that these androids had indeed located 1 or 2 Dragon Balls. Yet, lacking a radar, they were forced to spread out, lying in wait for the radar's bearer to come to them. Despite Dr. Gero's formidable research capabilities, it appeared he was still outmatched by Bulma in the creation of the Dragon Ball radar. Dandi couldn't help but reminisce about the days of the Red Ribbon Army and their radar. Even with a general idea of the Dragon Ball's location, the army had spent an inordinate amount of time searching in vain. Sensing several powerful auras soaring through the sky, Dandi swiftly employed instant transmission to reach the vicinity of these Z fighters, warning them of the impending danger before transporting them all back to Bulma's home. He then took matters into his own hands, successfully gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and simultaneously dealing with the lurking android 19, who had been poised to seize the Dragon Ball radar. Ultimately, he returned to Bulma's residence, proudly in possession of all 7 Dragon Balls. Dandi stood in the courtyard, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls effortlessly gathered before him, and softly called out, "Arise, Shenron." With a brilliant flash of light, a magnificent green dragon materialized in the sky, its sinuous form glistening with an enigmatic sheen. Bring back to life all those who perished on Namek this month. Dandi gazed at the magnificent dragon before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he spoke. The dragon, upon hearing this fervent wish, was momentarily taken aback. It blinked, and after a brief silence, it slowly replied, "I am sorry, but I am unable to fulfill your desire." The Earth Dragon, having just returned from a year-long sabbatical, could scarcely fathom that on its very first day back to work, it would once again confront a similarly monumental task, leading it to resolutely decline. "Why, Dandadan?" in a moment of confusion, inquired. "But they have already been resurrected once," the divine dragon elucidated. Dandi was momentarily speechless, but then a thought struck him, and he immediately broke into a confident smile. "I understand now. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Dandi spoke, then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the aura of the temple on Earth. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. "What just happened?" Bulma inquired, bewildered by Dandi's sudden disappearance. Piccolo, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Balls on Earth could not resurrect those who had already returned to life, and all the inhabitants of Namek had been revived just a year ago. If the Namekians could not be resurrected, then the dragon there would also be unable to restore them. With this realization, Piccolo furrowed his brow in deep concern. This is truly disastrous. Our efforts have been in vain. Krillin also recognized the seriousness of the issue. So what wish should we make now? Should we simply have the dragon wait here? Bulma gazed at the dragon suspended in the air, questioning in confusion. "It seems Dandi has some plan. Let us wait and see," Piccolo suggested, recalling Dandi's expression just before he vanished. Dandi has already appeared within the temple. Bobo, quickly retrieve the dragon model. As soon as Dandi appeared, he urged Bobo. "Huh?" Bobo stood bewildered, staring at the sudden arrival of Dandi. It seemed that the deities within the temple were already aware of Dandi's intentions as they slowly emerged, gesturing for Bobo to retrieve the model of the divine dragon. "Dandi, you have finally arrived. I have been watching over you this past year." "You have been watching me?" Dandi immediately displayed a look of bewilderment. Chapter 73, The Wish of the Android. "Indeed, Dandi, I never expected that throughout this year. You had not devoted a single day to cultivation." The celestial being gazed at Dandi and spoke slowly. "Cultivation? I too wish to engage in it. But what purpose does it serve? How much can it truly enhance one's combat prowess?" Dandi immediately felt a surge of indignation within his heart. "Moreover, it seems you have succumbed to numerous human vices, becoming indolent and indulging in a life of excess. This is certainly not a favorable condition for you." The celestial being continued in a solemn tone. "Humph. I am, after all, a terrestrial being. What does it mean to be tainted by human vices? I am merely living a life akin to that of an ordinary person. I have no desire to lead your austere and ascetic existence. It lacks any charm." Although Dandi understood that the celestial being was deeply responsible and devoid of malice, he silently retorted in his heart. It resembled a parent admonishing a child against the use of mobile phones. Although he recognized the intention was benevolent, it was still irksome to hear. "As a fellow elder, I feel compelled to remind you. You must cast aside the distractions of your mind. Otherwise, once desire occupies your psyche, the greater the power you possess, the more susceptible you become to being consumed by those very desires." The celestial being seemed to seize this rare opportunity to impart wisdom to Dandi, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Humph. What nonsense. What does it mean to be devoured by desire? My greatest desire is simply to lead a tranquil and ordinary life. Is it truly a sin to seek such repose?" Dandi continued to harbor resentment within his heart. Living a blissfully tranquil life, embodying the essence of relaxation, was his greatest aspiration before his journey across realms, and it had since become an unwavering obsession. After his transition, Dandi acquired formidable powers, and throughout the year, he diligently pursued his desire for a leisurely existence, all while ensuring the safety of the universe. He embraced a year of idleness. While the battlefield was populated by soldiers and generals, after all, he aspired to be a king. Moreover, he had personally intervened to resolve crises. What more was expected of him? During this time, Dandi had traversed between Namek and Earth as much as possible, utilizing the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin and others. While also addressing the incursions of King Cold and Cooler, he believed he had fulfilled all necessary obligations. After accomplishing these tasks, was it so unreasonable for him to wish to be a king of leisure? What a twisted rationale this was. Dandi was utterly impervious to the words of the celestial being. "You ought to engage in some profound self-reflection," he remarked. "The artificial beings have conjured a monumental crisis. Yet you remain oblivious, fixated instead on me. You would be wiser to observe the impending calamities that the artificial beings are destined to unleash. The thought that he would soon meet his demise at the hands of these creations within the realm of Tenanx filled Dandi with disdain towards the celestial being. At that moment, Bobo had already unveiled the model of the divine dragon. Dandi disregarded the celestial being and immediately began to manipulate the model. Dandi, you intend to amend the regulations surrounding the Dragon Balls, do you not? The celestial being inquired. Indeed, my compatriots on Namek have perished once already. If the rules are not altered, they shall remain unable to be resurrected. Dandi replied. However, I must caution you not to overly rely on the power of the Dragon Balls. An excessive dependence on Shenron will undoubtedly lead to grave complications. I am aware. At present, I am engaged in the salvation of my kin. If you wish to prevent the complete extinction of all Namekians, I suggest you refrain from further commentary. Dandi felt as if the celestial being were incessantly chanting like a monk in his ear, rendering him utterly unable to concentrate. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he unleashed a furious roar at the deity. Ah, indeed. This time, I make an exception. For the sake of the inhabitants of Namek, I wholeheartedly support your actions. However, in the future, do endeavor to rely less on the power of the Dragon Balls. The divine figure had not anticipated Dandi's sudden outburst. Considering Dandi's formidable strength, beads of cold sweat immediately began to trickle down his face, prompting his tone to soften. Understood, he remarked without reservation. Apart from saving my kin, the Dragon Balls hold no value for me, as they cannot fulfill my desires in the slightest. Dandi replied, while secretly pondering, what does it mean that this time is an exception? When it concerns the fate of my kin, it is permissible to take action. Yet for matters unrelated to myself, one should adopt a stance of minimal involvement? By this reasoning, the celestial beings also display a double standard. Does such a double standard constitute a malevolent thought? Lost in these reflections, Dandi had already revised the rules of the divine dragon, and without further ado, he instantaneously transported himself once more to Bulma's residence. Very well, now let us resurrect all the inhabitants of Namek. As soon as Dandi appeared, he hastily addressed the dragon. Upon hearing his words, the dragon felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down its forehead. Initially, it had intended to decline Dandi's request, only to discover that the latter had audaciously altered its settings from behind the scenes. The last time it granted a wish, the dragon had expended an immense amount of energy, requiring a full year to recuperate. To its astonishment, here it was once more, faced with a similar predicament. The dragon pondered deeply, feeling a wave of frustration, yet it was powerless against the modifications imposed upon it. Reluctantly, it summoned all of its strength once again. Your wish has been granted. Upon uttering these words, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and scattered into the ether. Was there no farewell this time? Did it wish never to see me again? Dandi gazed helplessly as the divine dragon darted away with astonishing speed, offering a resigned smile before attuning himself to the essence of Namek. In the next moment, he vanished from his original location. Elder. Suddenly, Dandi appeared beside Muley, startling him once again, as he had only recently been revived and was still grappling with the emotions of shock and joy. Dandi. How wonderful. It must be you who has brought us back to life. Upon seeing Dandi, Muley immediately understood the situation. Indeed, Dandi nodded vigorously. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, he immediately inquired with palpable anxiety, Elder, what on earth has transpired? Why has everyone perished? Who is responsible for this? Upon witnessing his distress, Muley swiftly adopted a grave expression, his tone laden with seriousness as he replied, a formidable group has suddenly emerged. They have descended upon each village, seizing the Dragon Balls, and subsequently summoned Barunga. Are they Earthlings? Upon hearing this, Dandi immediately ventured his conjecture. From what you have described, they do indeed bear a striking resemblance to humans from Earth. At the forefront stands a gaunt old man adorned with a tall hat, followed closely by a woman whose attire is remarkably similar to that of the woman who was with you earlier, Muley recounted, reflecting on the scene from that moment. Upon hearing this, Dandi began to conjure images of these individuals in his mind. It sounded as though the leader was none other than Dr. Glow himself. Wasn't this insidious character already deceased? Dandi could not help but ponder internally. However, he soon recalled a pivotal question. Wait, how did they summon Barunga? Could it be that they, too, are proficient in the Namekian language? Indeed, all of our kin have prepared to fight to the death rather than assist them in making a wish. Yet who could have anticipated that they would possess the ability to articulate the Namekian tongue? Muley, with a countenance full of indignation, expressed his bewilderment at the fact that these artificial beings could speak the Namekian language. Dandi nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He realized that if Dr. Glow could acquire immense power through the transformation of humanity, then deciphering the language of Namek would likely pose no challenge for him. Subsequently, Dandi inquired, "Did you hear the wishes they made?" Dandi is aware that the androids journeyed across vast distances to the planet Namek, collecting Dragon Balls and summoning Shenron before slaughtering all its inhabitants. This indicates that their intentions extend beyond the mere destruction of the Dragon Balls. Speaking of the wishes those beings made, I too find it rather peculiar. Muley's expression became strange, as if filled with confusion and disbelief regarding those wishes. "Oh, do share." Upon observing the expression on Muley's face, Dandi could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, his brows furrowing in response. He was eager to discern the nature of the wishes articulated by the androids, pondering why they had left Muley in such a state of bewilderment. Their inaugural wish was to resurrect none other than Captain Jinyu. Upon hearing this revelation, Dandi was momentarily taken aback, and with a look of confusion, he inquired, "Captain Jinyu?" Dandi found it utterly perplexing why the androids would opt to resurrect a leader as feeble as Captain Jinyu. The moment that so-called Captain Jinyu emerged, he was swiftly subdued by them. The tone of Muley's voice carried a hint of tension and concern, causing Dandi's spirits to grow increasingly heavy. Dandi furrowed his brow, contemplating the reason behind it all. If there were to be any distinguishing feature of Captain Jinyu, it would undoubtedly be his extraordinary ability to change bodies. Could it be that the androids seek to employ Captain Jinyu for this very power? Chapter 74, Dandi's Counsel. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of unsettling foreboding washed over Dandi. Do the androids yearn for the ability to change bodies? What purpose could they possibly have for such an ability? Dandi found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the artificial beings. Unable to contain his thoughts, he murmured to himself, "These synthetic entities are becoming increasingly inscrutable." At that moment, a startling notion flashed through his mind. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Wait, could it be that they have set their sights on my body?" This thought sent a chill down his spine, and his heart raced with trepidation. If his suspicions were indeed correct, the situation would escalate into a perilous predicament. He needed to devise a strategy promptly, for the consequences of inaction could be dire. Should he truly find himself in a body swap, regardless of whether the system accompanied him, his inability to heal would render him incapable of activating the system. No. According to Tenank's assertion, I am destined to be eliminated by them. If that is the case, their objective cannot possibly be my corporeal form. Dandi contemplated the future as described by Tenank's, without mentioning the matter of body swapping. I believe their resurrection of Captain Jinyu was certainly not intended to acquire your physique. The voice of the Grand Elder Muley echoed shortly thereafter. Oh, why is that? Dandi was immediately perplexed. How could the Grand Elder discern that the android's objective was not aimed at themselves? It was due to their second wish, the Grand Elder continued. Oh, Grand Elder. What is their second wish? Dandi immediately inquired with curiosity. The Elder hesitated for a moment and replied, "Because this second wish pertains to you." Pertains to me? Dandi found himself once again engulfed in confusion. He could not fathom the connection between his desires and those of the artificial beings. Indeed, they had wished for a body akin to yours, the Grand Elder remarked, perplexed. My body? Dandi felt even more perplexed upon hearing this. Here I am, perfectly well. Could it be that Palunga can create another version of me? Dandi pondered silently, sensing that this matter was far from straightforward. I am at a loss for words. In any case, Palunga has created an exact replica of you. However, it appears to be perpetually with its eyes closed, likely devoid of consciousness. The Grand Elder meticulously recalled the scene from that time. Upon hearing this, Dandi couldn't help but furrow his brow, nodding thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that they intend for Captain Jinyu to switch bodies with me? If that were the case, they would gain access to my healing abilities. Dandi believes this to be the most rational explanation. Great Elder, the situation is becoming increasingly perplexing. Please reveal what their third wish is. Dandi, perplexed, eagerly inquired. Muley. Reflecting on the scene from that time, his expression darkening momentarily, replied, their third wish encountered a minor mishap. Oh, what exactly transpired? Dandi eagerly pressed for more information. Muley cleared his throat and slowly replied, their third wish is to resurrect our esteemed Elder. Elder? Upon hearing this, Dandi immediately furrowed his brows, realizing that this wish was undoubtedly unattainable. In response to Dandi's words, Muley nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, as the creator of the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder cannot be resurrected by them. Dandi shook his head, fully aware that the Grand Elder could not be resurrected, for he did not perish by mere accident, but rather his time had come to an end. In such circumstances, even the Dragon Balls would prove powerless. It seems these individuals have even entertained the notion of creating their own Dragon Balls. Dandi murmured to himself, fully aware that the android sought to resurrect the Elder for the purpose of acquiring his ability to create Dragon Balls. This realization filled him with a sense of unease. Was it truly so? Muley's face transformed into one of enlightenment, as he previously could not fathom why these individuals would make such a wish. It was only after Dandi's prompt that the truth dawned upon him. Indeed, it appeared the androids had their sights set on Captain Jinyu's body-switching ability, as well as Dandi's healing prowess and the Elder's talent for crafting Dragon Balls. Such a revelation provided clarity to the situation. Dandi nodded. It appeared that these androids harbored an ulterior motive unbeknownst to him. Alas, it seems that the deities of Earth are in peril. Dandi immediately recalled that when it comes to the creation of Dragon Balls, the deities on Earth equally possess this remarkable ability. In fact, he himself is a Namekian who has mastered the art of crafting Dragon Balls, a fact that remains unknown to the majority. Otherwise, with merely a second wish, an artificial being endowed with his own body would inherently possess the capability to conjure Dragon Balls, rendering a third wish unnecessary. Given that the androids are oblivious to their own potential for creating Dragon Balls, and considering their objective is to acquire this power, it is inevitable that they would seek out the deities of Earth. Since their third wish remains unfulfilled, have they not then reconsidered and made alternate wishes? Dandi continued to inquire. Upon learning of the impossibility of resurrecting the Grand Elder, they questioned Purunga about the existence of other Dragon Balls within the universe. Hearing Muley's words, Dandi was suddenly struck with a profound realization. These artificial beings had posed the same question he had pondered, suggesting they had arrived at a similar conclusion. Thus, they too were aware of the existence of the eternal dragon. Indeed, upon gaining this knowledge, they commenced a spree of slaughter. We are utterly defenseless before them. Dandi understood that even a single artificial being could annihilate all life on Namek. I comprehend, Great Elder. Henceforth, I shall closely monitor the situation on Namek. Should any crisis arise, I will promptly come to your aid. Please ensure your own safety. If peril approaches, seek refuge immediately and safeguard yourself. Muley nodded in response to Dandi's words. Dandi, I have watched you grow, and I find great solace in your accomplishments. I can sense that you have grown significantly stronger during your year of training outside. Your choice to leave Namek for the sake of honing your skills is one we all support. However, being alone in the outside world must have been quite challenging for you. Please take care of yourself. We do not expect you to become extraordinarily powerful or to gain fame. We simply wish for your safety and happiness, that you may pursue your desires and live joyfully. Upon witnessing Muley's caring expression and heartfelt words, Dandi felt a warmth surge within him and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Great Elder. This past year has been a joyful one for me. Dandi felt a tear welling up. For the first time in over a year, he heard such heartwarming words. At that moment, he felt like a child preparing to embark on a long journey, facing his reluctant parents. This is the kind of wisdom that should emanate from those elder in years. The deities of Earth, in their quest to evade peril, your thoughts are rather selfish. Dandi reminisced about the words spoken to him by the deity on Earth not long ago. In comparison to the elder from Namek, the Grand Elder Muley's stature was unmistakably evident. Very well, Grand Elder. I have numerous matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please take care. Muley, reluctant to part, nodded and waved goodbye to Dandi. To be sure to prioritize your safety? Dandi gently nodded and vanished with a swift motion. In the next instant, he found himself on Planet King. Ah, Mr. Dandi, why have you returned? The king, seemingly engrossed in something intriguing, was taken aback by Dandi's sudden appearance. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his sunglasses and leaned forward, wearing a broad smile as he regarded Dandi. King, the planet Namek has already suffered 2 catastrophic extinctions. I need you to closely monitor the situation on Namek. If there is any danger, you must inform me immediately. Ah, but that is not within my jurisdiction. Now is not the time for shirking responsibility, Dandi admonished sternly. If the situation is not contained, your planet may well face annihilation. Dandi refers to the moment when Shera was transported by Sun Wukong, resulting in an explosion that obliterated the entire King Kai's planet. Yet, the King Kai remains oblivious to such matters, mistakenly believing that Dandi is merely threatening him for disobedience by destroying his home. It is clear, The King Kai understands that even Frieza himself would steer clear of such a formidable opponent, let alone someone as powerful as Dandi. This is certainly not someone he can afford to provoke. If only Wukong were here. Wait, it seems Wukong might not even be a match for this individual. The King Kai pondered silently as Dandi continued to speak. Moreover, if I were to perish in battle, you must promptly inform the Grand Elder to resurrect me. Huh? Perish in battle? Is this enemy truly that formidable? Understood. I shall ensure it. As the King Kai observed Dandi's serious demeanor, he finally realized that this seemingly unlikable individual was, in fact, risking his life to safeguard the peace of the universe. Dandi nodded, and upon receiving the king's consent, he cast a grateful glance towards him before promptly returning to Earth. Chapter 75, Speculations of the Crowd. At this moment, the atmosphere of the Bulma household, once filled with joyous celebration, had dissipated entirely, replaced by a somber and tense ambience. Piccolo, with a grave expression, recounted the events that had transpired. As they engaged in fervent discussion, Dandi suddenly materialized in the center of the room, eliciting astonishment and joy from all present, who felt as though they had grasped a lifeline. Dandi, you have finally returned. Upon witnessing his arrival, a flicker of hope ignited in everyone's eyes. Piccolo, who had been preoccupied with concerns regarding the situation on Namek, was the first to speak. Dandi, what has transpired on Namek? Is everyone safe and sound? His voice was laced with urgency and worry, clearly reflecting his deep concern for the circumstances on Namek. Dandi replied with a smile, rest assured, everyone has been resurrected. Upon hearing this delightful news, Piccolo's taut nerves finally relaxed, and a faint smile of relief graced his face. Possessing the memories of Nail, he harbored profound feelings for the individuals from that realm. Was it truly those despicable androids who were responsible for this? Piccolo continued to inquire, his tone betraying a deep-seated anger and hatred towards the androids. Dandi nodded and recounted everything he had learned from the Grand Elder. Dandi focused on the 3 wishes granted by the androids. Upon hearing these desires, the audience was enveloped in contemplation, a palpable tension and uncertainty permeating the air of the room. What, precisely, do these androids intend to achieve? Upon listening to the wishes articulated by the androids, Yamcha rose abruptly, his eyes shimmering with confusion and vigilance. At this moment, the intentions of Dr. Gero remained shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone utterly oblivious to his scheming mind. Dandi was equally bewildered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Dr. Gero? As Bulma served coffee to everyone, she paused at the mention of this name, her curiosity piqued. Is that fellow still alive? She exclaimed in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. Oh, upon hearing Bulma's words, the others turned their attention to her, their eyes brimming with anticipation and intrigue. Bulma, do you have any knowledge of this Dr. Gero? Piccolo inquired eagerly, hoping to glean useful information from her. Bulma hadn't anticipated everyone looking at her, and she smiled sheepishly before beginning her introduction. Well, I can't say I know him well. A long time ago, I encountered him at a scientific forum with my father. That guy hasn't published any papers in ages. We all thought he was dead. Upon hearing Bulma's words, it seemed that was the extent of her knowledge, leaving everyone feeling somewhat deflated. They had hoped to uncover significant clues about Dr. Gero from Bulma, but it appeared her understanding was quite limited as well. However, Bulma suddenly recalled something, hesitating briefly before continuing. I heard from others that Dr. Gero was a scientist for the Red Ribbon Army, and a genius at that. The Red Ribbon Army? Krillin asked in surprise, familiar with this organization. Yes, indeed. That evil group that Goku annihilated, Bulma confirmed with a nod. I destroyed that organization? Goku responded, looking utterly perplexed. The group fell into silence, contemplating the connections between these pieces of information. They realized that Dr. Gero might have a close association with the Red Ribbon Army, and this could possibly relate to the emergence of the androids. Could their knowledge of him be limited to this? Yamcha, disheartened, sat down, glancing at Vegeta and instinctively shifting away to distance himself. Sai, having been revived with hopes of living a peaceful life. Krillin remained affected by the news of his own demise, his demeanor steeped in pessimism. Krillin's mood influenced most of those present, having all faced death once. None wished to confront it again. Yet, facing an adversary formidable enough to challenge even Piccolo, they understood their capabilities were severely limited. TCH, are those guys really that powerful? What androids? Just wait until I smash them into a heap of scrap metal. Vegeta crushed the drink in his hand, displaying a look of defiance. Goku also appeared exhilarated. Hey, Piccolo, you just mentioned that those guys have no energy. What's that about? Woo, Bike meticulously recalled the scene from not long ago. It is challenging to elucidate what transpired. In any case, that fellow moved with remarkable swiftness, yet his presence was utterly imperceptible. Dandi, you have also engaged with him. So you ought to possess a deeper understanding, am I right? Dandi nodded, fully aware of the nature of these individuals without the need for confrontation. They were all artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, endowed with boundless energy and devoid of any inherent ki, rendering them imperceptible to others. Their prowess lay in hand-to-hand combat. With remarkably robust physical capabilities, though that was, of course, in comparison to you all. In truth, I have already obliterated number 17. Oh? The crowd immediately expressed their astonishment. If that is the case, then these androids are no match for you? It seems there is nothing to fear this time. Krillin's excitement was palpable. Humph. If you can easily dispose of them, then we should also be able to triumph. Vegeta retorted defiantly, after all, I have not been idle this past year. While you have merely enjoyed a life of comfort. Is that so? Dandi smiled gently, not taking it to heart. The fact that he had grown stronger was still unknown to everyone. In any case, it was peculiar that Dr. Gero was the one who made a wish on Namek, especially since Android 17 had previously claimed to have killed him. Oh, Piccolo immediately raised an eyebrow. It is quite normal that you did not hear it, given that you were unconscious at the time. Noticing Piccolo's puzzled expression, Dandi elaborated. What is the matter regarding Dr. Gero's appearance on Namek? Piccolo inquired without delay. This is something that concerns me greatly as well. Dandi spoke in a low voice, revealing that Dr. Gero was the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, which had been eradicated by Goku. With the destruction of the army, Gero lost his financial backing and was unable to fulfill his ambition of conquering the world. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Goku while still contemplating the continuation of his world domination plans. Conquer the world? Piccolo mused with a bitter smile. This had once been his own ambition. Oh, so it is that Red Ribbon Army. I recall now. But weren't they rather feeble? It was only at this moment that Goku remembered having indeed dismantled such an army during his childhood. Ah, it seems there were still remnants left at that time. Dandi nodded and continued. Dr. Gero has been covertly observing everyone with miniature surveillance devices. Hence he possesses a comprehensive understanding of our abilities. No wonder. Piccolo immediately comprehended the situation. Those individuals were fully aware of the events on Namek from a year ago. It turns out they had deployed miniature monitors to accompany us to Namek. It is no surprise that none of us noticed. Upon hearing Bik's words, Dandi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? They recorded the battle on Mechstar as well? How did you come to know this? It was inadvertently revealed by that number 17. What? Are you not aware of this? Dandi fell into deep contemplation. In his recollection, Dr. Gero's surveillance over Sun Wukong and the others should have ceased following Vegeta's assault on Earth. Wait a moment. If they truly only detected Vegeta's departure from Earth, then they ought to be oblivious to my existence, and likewise unaware of Captain Jinyu and the Grand Elder. It appears that their knowledge stems from their visit to Namek, altering the situation entirely from what I had previously envisioned. Dandi comprehended that the course of events appeared not to have altered due to his arrival from another realm. Prior to that moment, when Vegeta departed from Earth, it seemed likely that the unfolding of events had already diverged from its previous trajectory. Chapter 76, Deduction. Dandi never anticipated that Dr. Gero's surveillance over the populace extended even to Namek, thus becoming aware of his existence, the capabilities of Jinyu, as well as the matters concerning the Elder and the Super Saiyans. It is no wonder they would venture to Namek to make such a wish. Dandi comprehended that they not only documented the progression of the battle and grasped everyone as prowess, but also collected the damaged cellular tissues from the combat, secretly engaging in cultivation. If feasible, they could even clone replicas of us. Dandi continued to elucidate. But what significance does that hold? If we are not properly trained, the clones will possess no substantial strength. Clint interjected promptly. He was acutely aware of his identity as an ordinary Earthling. Even if a clone of him were created, it would merely be another average human. Clint recognized that his physical prowess was not remarkable prior to seeking the guidance of Master Wu-Tien. He had even endured bullying from peers in the monastery. Were it not for Master Wu-Tien's teachings and training, he would not have embarked on the path of a martial artist nor attained such formidable strength. Hence, Clint regarded the notion of cloning himself with complete indifference. Others harbored similar sentiments, understanding that their combat abilities were not innate but rather the result of diligent practice and perseverance. Thus, the creation of a clone would pose no genuine threat. Dandi suddenly pondered that if androids could gather everyone's cells and cultivate them, there would be no need to venture to Namek to make those 3 wishes. One could simply cultivate from the cells instead. Bulma. Dandy furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is it possible, with today's technological advancements, to clone a person from their cells? Well, that is explicitly prohibited by law," Bulma elucidated. "However, if one were truly intent on pursuing it, current technology makes it quite feasible. After all, the dinosaurs roaming outside have been resurrected through cloning techniques." This indeed raises intriguing questions. Dandy's perplexity deepened further. If it were merely a matter of requiring Captain Jinyu's abilities alongside my own, could they not simply utilize cellular cloning? Given Dr. Gero's evident capabilities, why would he specifically venture to Namek to employ the Dragon Balls for such an endeavor? Bulma, from your perspective as a scientist, what do you believe is Dr. Gero's objective in resurrecting Captain Jinyu and acquiring my body? Dandy, possessing a limited understanding of technological matters, resolved to seek the counsel of Bulma, a distinguished scientist. As for technological issues, I might as well summon my father. In a short while, Bulma had called upon Dr. Brief. "Ah, welcome to my humble abode." Dr. Brief entered, clad in slippers and a lab coat, his hair in delightful disarray. After listening to Dandy's inquiry, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, "Dr. Gero? Ah, he's indeed a rather eccentric individual. His expertise in the fusion of biology and machinery surpasses even my own. However, our research trajectories diverge. I focus on the practical applications of technology, while he possesses a profound fascination with human augmentation." Dr. Brief sighed and continued, "I never anticipated he would still be alive, nor that he would have developed such remarkable creations. Judging by the current circumstances, these so-called androids must have been crafted by him through the integration of biological technology with mechanical enhancements." Dandy nodded and inquired further, "Is it possible for him to replicate our bodies?" Dr. Brief stroked his chin and replied, "Well, if he truly disregards the constraints of law and morality, it would not be particularly difficult to duplicate your physique. Thus, there would be no need to venture so far in search of the dragon to make a wish. A plausible explanation could be that he has not acquired your cells, which would render him incapable of directly replicating your body." Upon hearing this, Dandy fell into deep contemplation. The words of Bulma's father provided clarity to his thoughts. "Indeed, during my time on Namek, I hardly engaged in any combat. Aside from that one ambush by Frieza, I sustained no injuries. Dr. Gero obtained cells from those who were wounded. Perhaps he truly did not acquire my cells. But what about Captain Jinyu? That individual has been injured on multiple occasions." Dandy reflected that Captain Jinyu had sustained injuries voluntarily during the body swap with Vegeta. Subsequently, Vegeta, inhabiting that very body, engaged in combat with Son Goku, similarly emerging grievously wounded. Logically, if Dr. Gero were able to procure the cells of others, acquiring Captain Jinyu's cells would undoubtedly be a straightforward endeavor. Upon hearing Dandy's perplexity, Dr. Brief continued his analysis. "If we assume that Dr. Gero has indeed obtained what is referred to as Captain Jinyu's cells, enabling him to clone a version of Captain Jinyu, we must then consider the distinctions between this cloned iteration and the Captain Jinyu resurrected through the Dragon Balls." Dr. Brief employed his scientific rationality to analyze the situation. "According to your assertions, this Captain Jinyu possesses the extraordinary ability to swap bodies, an ability that even science cannot elucidate. Is it conceivable that such a power is not inherently linked to his physical form? Therefore, even if he were cloned, would he lack that extraordinary capability? A revelation indeed." Upon hearing Dr. Brief's analysis, Dandy immediately grasped the situation. What they sought was the ability to switch bodies possessed by Captain Jinyu. However, it is possible that the body currently inhabited by Captain Jinyu was also acquired through a previous body swap. Thus, even if the androids were to clone a version of Captain Jinyu, they would find that he lacked the ability to change bodies. This is why they could only resurrect the captain who currently possesses the body-swapping ability. Truly, Dr. Brief, you are remarkably astute. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief scratched his head and continued, by eliminating the impossible options, what remains is most likely the truth. Yet, all of this remains conjecture and requires further validation. Dandy nodded, his excitement palpable. This was most likely the truth. In a similar vein, the Grand Elder had never sustained any injuries and had consistently remained distant from the main battlefield. Thus, it seemed they had not acquired the Grand Elder's cells, rendering them incapable of cloning him, which is why they sought to utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Grand Elder. If their objective is to harness the ability to create Dragon Balls, then Kami is in grave danger. Dandy suddenly realized this and was immediately filled with panic. Upon hearing this, Bick also became anxious. for his life was intricately tied to that of the deity. Fortunately, they should still be amidst the cosmos. Moreover, the fact that I am still alive indicates that the deity has not encountered any misfortune, at least for the time being. Dandi nodded resolutely, proclaiming, "We must safeguard the deity." Upon hearing Dandi's words, Piccolo gazed at him with profound gratitude. He was intrinsically linked to the deity. Should any misfortune befall the divine being, his own demise would inevitably follow. In any case, the artificial beings would arrive in 3 days, and it remained uncertain whether they would first seek trouble at the temple or come directly here. To ensure our safety, let us proceed to the temple of the deity and await their arrival together. Dandi made an immediate decision. Chapter 77, Big's Plan for Strengthening. Dandi utilized instant transmission to arrive directly at the temple, prompting the remaining Z fighters to rise and follow suit. "Hey, I want to go too," Bulma exclaimed loudly upon witnessing the scene. "Bulma, we are not embarking on a leisurely adventure. We are confronting the androids, which is perilous. You should stay at home." Krillin interjected, attempting to dissuade her. Bulma immediately adopted an expression of entitlement. "Who knows if those androids are even aware of your journey to the Supreme Kai's temple? What if they find their way here in 3 days?" She continued, "Moreover, I am curious to see what these androids truly are. If even you all are defeated, then humanity's fate is sealed. Staying here would yield the same outcome." Krillin was momentarily taken aback, pondering her words, and he conceded that Bulma had a point. After all, if everyone accompanying him were to perish, the destination would indeed be inconsequential. Wait a moment. Just as Krillin was about to set off with Bulma, an idea struck him. "Bulma, even if we were to be defeated, you would not perish. After all, you invented the time machine in the future. Then I shall accompany you. I won't die anyway. What is there to fear?" Bulma retorted nonchalantly. "But your parents." Krillin recalled the potential for the androids to attack Bulma's home, as Trunks had mentioned, and he turned to Dr. Briefs, his face etched with concern. "Dad, Mom, let's relocate." Bulma interjected, "How about we all move onto a cruise ship?" She suggested lightheartedly, "But I am in the midst of an experiment." Dr. Briefs hesitated upon hearing this. "You should pack up and leave immediately. Don't linger here waiting for doom. You're always consumed by your experiments. You need to occasionally take a break. Don't let the cruise ship gather dust at sea." Bulma exclaimed, her impatience evident. Fine. Dr. Brief scratched his head. Seeing Bulma as frustration, he reluctantly agreed. "Well, Bulma, your family is indeed affluent," Krillin remarked in awe. At the Supreme Kai's temple, the group had assembled. For most, the environment and facilities were quite familiar, as they had trained there for a period. Only Vegeta and Piccolo were unfamiliar with this locale. Upon seeing Piccolo, the Supreme Kai's expression turned complex. It was also Piccolo's first encounter with the Supreme Kai in 2 years, and he bore an equally frosty demeanor. The two stood facing each other in silence for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, it was Piccolo who broke the silence. "You are aware of the reason for our visit, are you not?" Beck inquired coldly. "Indeed, I am aware that the deity has shed a trace of cold sweat. The dreadful consequences of the androids are beyond my expectations." Upon hearing this, Beck immediately clenched his teeth and retorted with indignation, "You have been spying on the lower realm daily. Have you not noticed the movements of those androids? Or is your focus entirely elsewhere?" In response to Beck's inquiry, the deity could only offer an explanation. "Those androids have not committed any heinous acts. If we are to speak of any transgressions, it would be Dr. Gero's transformation of 2 innocent humans." 2 innocent humans? Beck furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "It is number 17 and number 18. Upon hearing this, Dandi immediately interjected, joining forces with Piccolo in their inquiries. "If you were aware of the crisis posed by the androids, why did you not alert us?" Faced with the scrutiny from both Piccolo and Dandi, the deity felt increasingly uncertain. After all, the true instigator had received their just deserts, having been slain by those 2 humans, a fate well-deserved. As for those 2 humans, they still retain their humanity. I believe they have not completely lost their moral compass. Is that why you chose to remain uninvolved? Piccolo's expression shifted to one of disbelief. That number 17 has engaged me in battle and fought without hesitation. Is that what you consider to be a conscience intact? Is that what you deem to be a good person? Is this how you protect the earth? In response, the deity vigorously defended his stance. Indeed, my duty is to safeguard the earth, not to eradicate evildoers. I must eliminate all potential threats that could lead to the planet's destruction. As he spoke, the deity cast a meaningful glance at Dandi. Upon encountering the gaze of the celestial being, Dandi was momentarily taken aback. Coupled with the divine entity's prior words, what on earth is happening? Surely, You cannot suspect that I would bring ruin to this planet? The truth became apparent. The deity displayed no reluctance in expressing his thoughts. Both Piccolo and Vegeta, despite their past transgressions, had now devoted themselves entirely to the path of cultivation. The journey of self-improvement encompasses not only the fortification of the body, but also the nurturing of the spirit, leading them gradually towards a tranquil existence. In contrast, your arrival on Earth has seen you become utterly engrossed in worldly pleasures. Your insatiable desires will inevitably consume your very soul. The celestial being regarded Dandi with a grave expression, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. According to your assertion, it seems that my lack of training over the past year has drawn your scrutiny, resulting in your failure to notice the androids. So, is all this to be blamed on me? Dandi was taken aback by the unfounded suspicion cast upon him, and his mood soured instantaneously. No one relishes baseless doubt. Haha. Oh, Divine One, how muddled you have become. Before Dandi could retort, Piccolo burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, how ridiculous it is that you would suspect your own kind without reason. Have you not recognized the emergence of the android crisis, yet you focus your attention on Dandi? Are you unaware of the countless times Dandi has saved lives on Namek? Do you not know that over the past year, he has thwarted Frieza's father and brother? Safeguarding Namek? Is it not evident that he rushed to resolve the crisis at the first sign of trouble? How can you doubt a man of justice while letting the malevolent androids go free? Faced with Piccolo's relentless inquiries, the Divine One found himself at a loss for words. Left only with silence. Indeed, I have failed in my duties. A look of remorse crossed his features as he continued, Piccolo, I am uncertain when it began. But the gap in our strengths has widened significantly. Powerful foes appear one after another, and I find myself powerless to address them. The guardianship of Earth has long since fallen to you. Perhaps my existence now only holds value in the Dragon Balls. Seeing the Divine One bow his head in self-deprecation, Piccolo scoffed, clenching his fists. Indeed, listen well, Divine One. Earth no longer requires a god like you. What it needs are warriors of formidable strength. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the Divine One clearly grasped the underlying message, regarding Piccolo with a knowing gaze. I comprehend your thoughts. I could offer you this body, should an insurmountable enemy arise. But the Divine One paused, then continued, if we were to merge, the Dragon Balls of Earth would vanish. At this, Piccolo eagerly tightened his fists. It matters not. After all, the Dragon Balls still exist on Namek. Recalling his encounter with Android 17, he mused silently, I had no means to retaliate against 17. If I wish to swiftly enhance my combat abilities, this may be the only way. I shall inevitably catch up to your ranks. Chapter 78, The Rift Among Warriors. Wait, Piccolo. Dandi promptly interrupted Piccolo, stating, I discovered something quite intriguing when I heard the wish made by the androids on Namek. What is it? Piccolo, noticing Dandi's attempt to halt him, immediately displayed a look of confusion. Without affecting my existence, Barunga has created another body for me. I believe he could use the same method to fashion a body for the deity. As long as you merge with that body, you would be able to revert to your original, complete Namekian form. In this way, you could grow stronger, the deity would not vanish, and the Dragon Balls would continue to exist. Upon hearing Dandi's words, both Piccolo and the deity fell silent. So it could work this way, Piccolo remarked, appearing enlightened. It seems my worth is reduced to merely the Dragon Balls, the deity murmured, exuding a profound sense of desolation. Not at all. Dandi quickly responded to the deity's lament. You mentioned earlier that Dr. Gero met his demise at the hands of androids 17 and 18, correct? Indeed. The deity affirmed with a nod. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Dandi continued to inquire. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The celestial being recalled the scene from that time, and a frown involuntarily formed on his brow. Please describe what you observed. Dandi immediately inquired further. Others were leisurely wandering around the circular plaza, reminiscing about the delightful memories of their training here. Upon hearing that the deity was about to speak on the subject of the androids, they gathered around. This incident took place at Dr. Gro's Research Institute 6 months ago, where Dr. Gro had completed the transformation of 2 individuals, due to prior experimental failures. These 2 androids retained their own thoughts and were utterly unwilling to heed Dr. Gro's commands. Consequently, Dr. Gro was compelled to place them into forced dormancy. Upon awakening, the 2 androids, aware of Dr. Gro's ability to enforce their slumber, feigned obedience. However, in a fleeting moment of inattention from Dr. Gro, they brought an end to his life. Dandi understood that this was quite similar to what he was aware of, with merely a difference in timing. Did Dr. Gro die on the spot? Dandi confirmed with the celestial being. Indeed, the entire head fell to the ground, and life was extinguished on the spot. Dandi, upon hearing this, keenly discerned something. Are you suggesting that Dr. Grow perished immediately upon decapitation? Indeed, he was merely an ordinary human. Once his head was severed, how could he possibly survive? The celestial being would certainly respond. Yet, is he not an android? Even if only his head remained, he ought to endure. Dandi immediately raised his voice in protest. A synthetic being? But Dr. Gero is merely an ordinary human scientist. Even the deities were taken aback. Wait, I comprehend now. Dandi clenched his teeth, realizing that everything from his memory had transformed into something entirely different. So, what was the true nature of Dr. Gero's appearance on Namek? Could it be that he was not the one after all? Dandi merely speculated that the leader was Dr. Glow based on the Elder Muli's description. However, from the account provided by the celestial being, it appears that in this world, Dr. Glow had not yet had the opportunity to complete the transformation of his own body before his demise. Nevertheless, none of this holds significance any longer. Dandi could not comprehend all of this, so he decided to let it go. Regardless of who the adversary might be, in 3 days' time, he would eliminate them all. Dandi, brimming with confidence, raised the corners of his mouth. After all, this time the world described by Tenanx was vastly different, as he had once again regained his strength. Everyone, let us strive to optimize our conditions. In 3 days, the androids will emerge. Upon hearing Dandi's words, a palpable tension enveloped the group, an invisible pressure permeating the atmosphere. To be candid, our adversaries this time are exceptionally formidable. Those lacking confidence should refrain from remaining, Piccolo interjected, sensing the oppressive ambience. Haha, I concur. Yamcha was the first to scratch his head and then turned to the others, waiting for someone to echo his sentiment. After a prolonged silence, with no voices in response, Yamcha emphasized to Krillin and Tien. Hey, everyone, if even Piccolo cannot handle these foes, what purpose do we serve by staying? Despite the cold sweat pouring down his forehead, Krillin spoke up. Regarding the battle on Namek, although I had few opportunities to engage directly, my strength surged under such extreme pressure. This time, I wish to witness everyone in action. Perhaps I can glean some insights. I too desire to join the fray, to gauge the true extent of our disparity with the opponent. Tien elaborated. Even if it means facing death, I would willingly accept. You all, Yamcha was taken aback that he, contemplating escape, had become the odd one out. Very well, I shall remain. How amusing. A bunch of useless individuals, whether or not they stay makes no difference. Vegeta immediately mocked from the sidelines. However, fear not. I shall capture the androids in one fell swoop. According to that future lad, our failures stemmed solely from my absence. Yet in the future, you perished, Piccolo quickly retorted. If you are lacking in confidence, you might as well leave now. What did you say? Are you seeking a contest? Dandi and Sun Wukong swiftly positioned themselves between the two to mediate. Enough, Vegeta, cease your bickering. Dandi exclaimed. Humph, Kakarot. Do not revel too soon. Once I have dealt with the androids, you shall be next. Meanwhile, Dandi grasped Piccolo's arm. Piccolo, endure for just 4 more months. When the Dragon Balls from Namek become available, you will gain the body of a deity and grow stronger. Then, dealing with Vegeta will be a trivial matter. After considerable effort, Sun Wukong and Dandi managed to restrain Vegeta and Piccolo. Yet, Tien Shin'an could no longer withstand Vegeta's scornful taunts. Hey, Vegeta. Do not forget that my death was a result of your actions. I shall settle this debt with you eventually. Indeed, and all that you have taken from me. You wretched fiend. Yamcha glared at Vegeta, his patience wearing thin. He had not only perished at the hands of the vegetable warrior but had also discovered, upon his return, that his beloved was gone. Very well. As long as you are unafraid of death, I await your challenge. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Tien and Yamcha entirely. Regardless of our past grievances, we must now focus our efforts on the androids. Dandi stood amidst the crowd, addressing them with a solemn demeanor. Humph, Dandi. Did you not claim to have already dealt with one? Vegeta inquired, crossing his arms with a meaningful look. Indeed, Dandi affirmed. If you were able to vanquish one, there is no reason I cannot do the same. This year, my cultivation has soared to new heights. In just 3 days, prepare to witness my true prowess. No one shall compete with me. Chapter 79, The Calm Before the Storm. Oh? Hearing Vegeta's audacious remarks, Dandi inwardly chuckled. Humph, no matter how diligently you train, your progress pales in comparison to my 1,000-fold return ability. However, despite his disdain, Dandi refrained from voicing these thoughts. After all, it was crucial at this moment to foster unity among them. to confront the impending challenges together. Encouragement was essential for the troops on the front line, such as the demeanor of a king. At that moment, the previously silent Bulma suddenly stepped forward, finding the wait in the temple exceedingly tedious. She exclaimed, "Hey, why must we wait here for 3 days? Since this deity can see everything on Earth, why not seek out those androids directly?" Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, the deity furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, "Well, actually, those androids are not currently on Earth." "Indeed," Dandi chimed in. "They are on their way back from Namek. Isn't that convenient? I have a brilliant idea." Bulma's face lit up with a mysterious smile. "If we locate their spaceship, we can simply launch missiles at it and destroy their craft, thereby resolving the issue perfectly." The group stared at her in astonishment. "Yes," Yamcha exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Wait a moment, Bulma. Is such advanced technology available now?" Krillin asked, bewildered. "That's hardly a difficult task. It's been around for ages," Bulma replied, looking at them as if they were naive. "Then why didn't we hear about this 2 years ago?" Yamcha murmured quietly. 2 years ago? Bulma recalled, realizing that it was around the time when Goku's brother Raditz had arrived on Earth. A period marked by despair following Goku's death and the revelation of Vegeta and Nappa's impending arrival. "Yamcha, are you suggesting we should have planned to blow up their spacecraft back then?" Bulma responded, suddenly connecting the dots. "Hey, don't say that out loud." Krillin quickly made a shushing gesture, considering that Vegeta was standing right beside them. "Ah, indeed. How oblivious I was back then." Bulma suddenly realized and burst into laughter, immediately calling out to Vegeta, "Hey, Vegeta, in hindsight, you were indeed quite fortunate. If only I had exercised a bit more thought back then. When you first arrived on Earth a year ago, I might have shot you down with a missile. You'd probably be drifting through the cosmos like space debris by now." Vegeta, upon hearing Bulma's words, let out a cold snort and clenched his fists. "As for the androids, I advise you not to entertain such escapist thoughts. This time, I will personally defeat the androids and demonstrate my true power. Anyone who dares to intercept the android spaceship will face my wrath. Do you understand?" Vegeta raised his fist, threatening everyone. "Indeed, I am eagerly anticipating a confrontation with the androids. It has been far too long since I faced a worthy adversary." Goku also displayed an expression of eagerness, yearning for a battle with the androids. Bulma, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. "Hey, have you all failed to grasp the situation? According to the future boy, you all perished in battle. Yet, we already have knowledge of the androids' impending arrival. If we respond seriously, there should be no trouble." Goku, however, appeared nonchalant. "Humph, Kakarot, it's not your turn to intervene. You should just go home and take a nap." Vegeta arrogantly interjected. "Not so fast, Vegeta. I can instant transmission. I will undoubtedly be the first to locate the androids." Goku promptly retorted. "Ha ha ha, Kakarot, are you foolish? Has no one informed you that androids possess no energy signatures? Oh right, I completely forgot. It will be my first time battling beings devoid of energy. How exciting." Upon witnessing such a scenario, Dandi could not help but smile faintly. It seems that this group possesses considerable enthusiasm. Perhaps I should refrain from directly intervening to resolve this crisis. Instead, I ought to allow everyone the opportunity to enhance their abilities. Dandi quietly contemplated within himself. After all, his ultimate goal was to become a mere bystander in life. Strength was merely a means to support his leisurely existence. If these soldiers could resolve the impending crisis without the intervention of the king, it would be an ideal situation. Furthermore, he needed to rely on these individuals to enhance his own power. The stronger they became, the greater the rewards he could reap from the system. As the group realized that only 3 days remained before the calm before the storm, everyone, except for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, fell into a contemplative silence. Piccolo sat at the edge of the plaza, distancing himself from the Supreme Kai and Sun Wukong, with his arms crossed over his chest, closing his eyes to meditate. The image of Android 17 appeared in his mind, and Piccolo repeatedly revisited the scene, pondering how to resolve it, yet he could not conceive a strategy, causing his brow to furrow deeply and beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Son Gohan sat beside Piccolo, mimicking his stance, focusing his energy to engage in a mental battle with his opponent. Suddenly, Son Gohan, having just begun his training, opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. "What's wrong?" Piccolo asked, immediately opening his eyes with concern. "It's nothing. I was simulating a battle with Frieza, but I lost in just one move," Son Gohan replied, his face filled with regret. "No worries. Take your time. Start with a weaker opponent." Piccolo patiently instructed Son Gohan. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong decided that before the impending battle, he needed to completely relax his mind and body, replenishing his energy to achieve his optimal state. He walked into the temple and began searching through the jars for something to eat, indulging heartily. After satisfying his hunger, he flew down from the temple to greet Master Roshi and Yajirobe. Vegeta sat quietly beneath a tree, eyes closed in meditation, occasionally stealing glances at Dandi, hoping to discern the depths of his strength. Yajirobe, Tien, and Krillin continued their training according to the guidance of the Kaioshin. During this time, Yajirobe returned to inform Kaiotsu of his plans, advising him to remain vigilant. Suddenly, Son Gohan had a thought, hurriedly standing up to retrieve his homework, seeking Bulma's guidance. Hey, Gohan, you need to do your homework on your own. Bulma promptly declined. Soon, the 3 days passed, and as they could not sense the energy of the androids, the group could only rely on the Supreme Kai. Upon sensing the androids' arrival, the Supreme Kai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. They have landed. Hearing the Supreme Kai's warning, everyone felt a surge of tension and gathered together. Are they coming this way? No, they have gone to another location, the Supreme Kai replied, his expression darkening. Could it be that they have gone to Bulma's house? Klein was immediately filled with concern. Although Bulma's home was now deserted, it was still situated in the city, which was populated by a multitude of people. If they had returned to Dr. Gero's laboratory, the android's movements would be reported to the deities. Suddenly, it seemed he caught sight of something alarming, and his eyes widened in disbelief. This is bad. Before the deity could articulate the reason, Vegeta had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly soaring towards the lower realm. I shall go find them. Hey, Vegeta. Dandi immediately intervened, but he was utterly unable to halt Vegeta's advance. Heavenly God, what exactly have you witnessed? Dandi noticed the Supreme Kai's serious expression and quickly inquired. Chapter 80, Vegeta vs. Android 18. This is troubling. The Supreme Kai, with a complex expression, gazed towards the lower realm and explained. That individual seems to have replicated the bodies of each one of you. Upon hearing this, Dandi was momentarily taken aback. Each one of us? This is intriguing. The Supreme Kai was taken aback by Dandi's response. What do you mean by intriguing? Nothing, just the literal meaning. By the way, among those androids, is there one that is green and resembles an insect? No, not at all. The Supreme Kai examined closely and shook his head. Understood. Upon hearing that, Dr. Gero had replicated everyone's doppelgangers. Dandi felt an exhilarating thrill course through him. He promptly called out to everyone. Hey, everyone, let's set off. It seems that each person has their own opponent. But who is the opponent? No, more precisely, it is one's own body. Viewed in this light, victory appears to be quite attainable. Yamcha immediately became animated. Indeed, if it is merely a matter of confronting oneself, Krillin also wore a confident smile. Confronting oneself? Piccolo pondered thoughtfully, uncertain if this self had ever encountered a fusion with Nail. Surely, I cannot be bested by my own self. He cast a cold glance downward before shifting his gaze to Gohan. Confronting oneself? Gohan, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of incredulity. Do not worry, Gohan. Cast aside any mental burdens and give it your all, Goku assured him, standing beside Gohan with an air of ease. All right, Gohan replied, nodding vigorously as he looked at Goku and Piccolo flanking him. Now, let us depart. Dandi exclaimed with fervor and promptly took the lead to soar into the air. I must first eradicate my own corporeal form. I cannot allow them any opportunity for healing. Dandi silently made a decision. Vegeta had already soared into the sky, leaving the others behind, and soon arrived at the android research facility. Hey, you must be the androids, he called out as he approached the entrance, where he spotted 2 figures with their backs turned to him. One was a short-haired girl with a strikingly stylish appearance, her blonde locks cascading to her chin. Beside her stood a hulking figure clad in peculiar attire that resembled the exoskeleton of an extraterrestrial being. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, they turned to face him. The enemy has come to us, they exclaimed. How did they know we were here? Android 18 crossed her arms, her tone icy. I don't know. Perhaps something transpired during our absence, Android 16 replied calmly. Speaking of which, I did hear that Androids 17 and 19 have gone missing. Vegeta, feeling utterly disregarded as they engaged in their own conversation, was consumed by fury. Enough, he bellowed, clenching his fists as yellow flames erupted around him, his body radiating intense energy waves. His hair stood on end, shimmering with a golden light. Simultaneously, his eyes sharpened, revealing boundless power and determination. Oh, your aura is different now, Android 18 remarked in mild astonishment. It's not just the aura that has changed. It's my strength as well. Now, will you face me one at a time or together? Vegeta sneered at them. I've heard that Scions are remarkably confident, and it appears to be true. However, such confidence, surpassing mere combat prowess, can swiftly lead to tragedy. Android 18 mocked, unfazed by Vegeta's transformation. Stop the chatter. You lot are merely oversized toys to me. I will smash you to pieces. Vegeta declared, his fists tightening in determination. Such bravado. I'll entertain you for a while. Let us change the venue. There are still many important things here. Android 18 replied nonchalantly, then took to the skies. Humph, since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you choose your demise. Vegeta followed her into the air, then noticed Android 16 standing motionless. Vegeta quickly added, What's wrong? Aren't you brave enough to join? I'm fine here, Android 16 said with a hint of shyness. Very well. After I deal with this one, I'll return to handle you. Vegeta scoffed, pursuing the flying Android 18. And let me make it clear, just because you look somewhat feminine, don't expect me to go easy. Besides, beings like you, crafted from machinery, shouldn't have any concept of gender. As the android number 18 descended, Vegeta clenched his fists and declared his intent. Number 18 regarded him with a cold stare, seemingly incensed by his words. Let it be known, although I have been modified, I am still flesh and blood. Furthermore, we loathe Dr. Gero, who has stripped us of our rights as ordinary beings. Should you dare to jest about my body again, it would be your downfall at my hands. Humph, cease your underestimation. Come forth. Allow me to witness the extent of your prowess. As Vegeta spoke, he fixated intently on the android's movements. Despite his outward bravado, he understood that since the android had materialized as foretold by the future boy, her power was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he was capable of confronting her one-on-one, and under prepared circumstances, he should be able to manage the encounter. Expressionless, no. 18 tightened her small fists. Suddenly, without warning, she sprang into action, her delicate footsteps echoing as she swiftly closed the distance to Vegeta, launching her strike in an instant. Caught off guard, Vegeta barely managed to block her initial blow, but in the next moment, another attack from number 18 followed immediately. Curse it! Vegeta exclaimed, using his other hand to deflect her assault, teeth clenched in determination. Such formidable strength. He could not fathom how such power could emanate from this slender woman. These beings truly lacked any discernible energy. Vegeta realized he could not sense his opponent's aura at all. After finally mastering the technique of sensing energy, he now found it utterly ineffective. The inability to gauge his opponent's strength left him feeling as though he were descending stairs without being able to see where they lay. Blindly stepping without knowing the necessary force, risking a misstep. Faced with this predicament, Vegeta resolved to shift from defense to offense. He radiated a golden glow, his eyes aflame with fury and determination, and took the initiative. He faced Android 18, his steps agile and swift, moving with the speed of lightning. Each strike he unleashed bore tremendous force. His fist struck like cannonballs, crashing against 18 and causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Unyielding, 18 deftly evaded Vegeta's assaults while launching her own counterattacks. Though her physique appeared slender, she exhibited remarkable agility, her retorts sharp and lethal. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, creating a dynamic and reciprocal clash. Vegeta's exuberant shouts intertwined with 18's swift movements, composing a symphony of intense combat. As the battle progressed, Vegeta felt his fury intensifying, his power surging, and his Super Saiyan form growing ever more formidable. His strikes became increasingly ferocious, each one seemingly aimed at tearing 18 apart. Ultimately, in a fierce collision, both Vegeta and 18 were forced to retreat. Vegeta, panting, fixed his gaze on 18, unwilling to relax his guard. Meanwhile, 18 casually brushed her hair, as if lamenting that the battle had disheveled her appearance. Chapter 81. Vegeta's counterattack. Vegeta, exhilarated and breathing heavily, suddenly began to grin wickedly. You puppet, judging by your expression, it seems you don't feel pain at all. How fortunate for you. In that case, let us settle this swiftly. As he spoke, Vegeta emanated an even more formidable aura, his gaze sharpening to a focused and ruthless intensity. His fists clenched tightly, gathering energy, causing the surrounding air to warp under the weight of his immense power. However, 18 remained utterly unfazed by Vegeta's display, her expression cold and indifferent, seemingly dismissing him entirely. This only fueled Vegeta's fury further, and through gritted teeth, he spat. Once I shatter you to pieces, let us see how you can still smirk. With that, Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, executing his ultimate technique. A blinding beam erupted from his hands, racing toward 18 like a shooting star. Reacting swiftly, 18 leaped to evade the attack, but the force of Vegeta's move was overwhelming. The light grazed her form and exploded against the ground, creating a vast crater. Yet, 18 remained unscathed, her agile figure dancing through the air, skillfully dodging Vegeta's onslaught while preparing for a counterattack. Recognizing her intentions, Vegeta refused to grant her any opportunity for reprisal, relentlessly continuing to unleash wave after wave of powerful energy blasts toward her. 18 was compelled to maneuver deftly in midair, narrowly escaping each attack. The battlefield lit up with brilliant flashes, the cacophony of energy explosions echoing relentlessly. It was only when Vegeta unleashed his final strike, utterly drained of energy, that 18 gracefully descended to the ground. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be quite so nimble," Vegeta remarked with a haughty laugh. "Do you puppets only know how to dodge?" 18's demeanor remained composed, her voice steady yet imbued with confidence. "If the battle finishes too quickly, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? I've heard that Scions are particularly combative, so I thought I'd indulge you a little longer. Besides, you haven't even unleashed your full power, have you?" Seeing the mocking expression on 18's face, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. "You can tell I'm holding back? You do possess some perceptiveness. I fear that if I strike too hard, even the earth might not withstand it. Thus, I advise you to unleash your full might, lest you regret being shattered by my hand." A barely perceptible smile flickered on 18's lips. "Very well, let it be as you wish." In an instant, she vanished from sight, racing toward Vegeta at a blinding speed. "What? So fast?" Vegeta was taken aback by 18's sudden movement, and before he could react, she appeared before him in a flash. Bang! Without giving Vegeta a moment to respond, 18 slammed her head into his face with tremendous force. "Ah!" Vegeta was struck on the forehead, emitting a piercing cry before his fury intensified. How infuriating! Vegeta summoned all of his energy and launched a fierce assault towards Android 18. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist landed brutally against 18's abdomen, and just as he was about to reveal a triumphant grin, he felt as though his fist had plunged into a mass of cotton. To his astonishment, he beheld 18's unfazed expression. "Humph, is this truly the extent of your power, Vegeta?" Android 18 chuckled lightly, then seized Vegeta's head, pressing it firmly against her chest, rendering him immobile. She swiftly raised her knee, delivering a series of crushing blows to Vegeta's stomach, causing him to retch uncontrollably. "Humph, such an arrogant fool," Android 18 remarked, observing Vegeta's distress as he began to gag. She disdainfully sidestepped, then unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta, the others, having arrived on the scene, witnessed Vegeta's predicament and rushed forward. At that moment, Vegeta, blood streaming from his head and his abdomen in excruciating pain, found it challenging to even stand upright, his consciousness beginning to blur. Upon seeing his comrades gather around him, Vegeta mustered all of his strength to straighten his posture, his fists clenched tightly. "Humph, is this all you can muster, you soulless mechanical puppets?" Dandi immediately discerned that Vegeta was struggling, so she quietly approached him and extended her hand to heal him. "Stop pretending, Vegeta. She possesses boundless energy. You cannot outlast her." Upon hearing Dandi's words, Vegeta let out a cold laugh and then shouted at Android 18, "How about we settle this with a single blow? Let us each take the full force of the other's attack." Vegeta provocatively eyed 18, only to be met with her immediate refusal. "Humph, are you afraid?" he taunted. "Do not worry, I won't overwhelm you with numbers. These individuals behind me are nothing but worthless." Vegeta scoffed, a smug expression plastered across his face, as if he had regained some semblance of dignity. However, the group behind him wore displeased expressions, taken aback by Vegeta's ingratitude towards their goodwill. "This outfit is rather expensive, you know?" Android 18 seemed indifferent to the others, merely brushing off the dust from her clothes, as if to convey that her earlier evasiveness was simply to protect her attire, and her reluctance to unleash her full power was likewise a matter of safeguarding her garments. "What did you say?" Vegeta was taken aback by such disdain, and fury surged within him. How dare she belittle him in such a manner, especially when he had exerted all his strength, while she focused solely on the potential damage to her clothing. "Stop underestimating me. Watch as I shatter you." Enraged and humiliated, Vegeta spread his arms wide, an intense energy gathering in his palms. "Wait a moment." Seeing this, Dandi reached out to stop Vegeta. "What are you doing?" Vegeta responded, his face a picture of confusion. "I have a few questions to ask her." At this moment, Dandi was filled with numerous questions. With a faint smile, he addressed number 18. Hey, number 18, is your intention to kill me? Indeed, number 18 replied, her expression unwavering and devoid of any hint of panic as she gazed at the suddenly appearing crowd. Why me? Dandi continued to probe, perplexed by how these individuals' focus had shifted from Sun Wukong to himself. It is precisely because your rate of growth is astonishingly rapid. If we do not eliminate you swiftly, we may soon find ourselves powerless against you, remarked number 18 with a tone of undeniable certainty. So that is how it is. Dandi nodded slightly. If these androids were aware of the events transpiring on Namek, they might indeed notice their own rate of growth. Aren't you afraid of the Scion's potential? Vegeta retorted immediately. His pride ignited. The Scions are also our targets. But to be frank, based on my encounters with you, I find you rather unimpressive. Android 18 remarked dismissively. What? Vegeta's anger flared further, and without hesitation, he launched another attack. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a Scion. Android 18 lowered her head coldly, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, you are the prince of the Scions, brimming with fighting spirit. However, before she could finish her thought, Android 18 swiftly unleashed a punch that connected squarely with Vegeta's face. In an instant, she propelled herself forward, continuing her pursuit of the now-reeling Vegeta. With a resounding smack, Vegeta was struck in the face, his fury igniting as he executed a 180-degree turn in midair, intercepting Android 18's relentless advance. Simultaneously, Vegeta clasped his fists together and brought them crashing down toward Android 18. Behold, he declared, as he rapidly gathered energy to form a ki blast aimed directly at her. Boom! The ki blast erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. As the dust settled, Android 18 stood unscathed, her expression now tinged with irritation. You've sullied my clothing, she remarked, an undercurrent of anger surfacing on her otherwise calm visage. Not just your attire. I shall shatter you completely, Vegeta boasted, sporting visible bruises yet reveling in the fact that he had landed a hit. You are indeed stronger than when we faced each other on Namek. As Android 18 removed her jacket, she commented, It seems you are preparing to take this seriously, but you are still no match for us. Nonsense. You must rely on your scouters to gauge our power, right? Those outdated devices can't accurately measure my strength. Rest assured, we are fully aware of your capabilities. Android 18 replied with a slight smile, adding, You have provoked me, and I will not hold back any longer. With a menacing grin, she prepared for the ensuing battle, prompting Vegeta to scoff. Do mechanical beings truly experience anger? How amusing. Android 18's expression turned serious as she retorted, I shall reiterate, I am a human modified into this form. As he spoke, he charged towards Vegeta. This time, Android 18 exhibited an even swifter speed. Yet, Vegeta indeed lived up to his own words. He had previously concealed his true power, or perhaps, following his recovery by Dandi, he had seemingly transcended his limits. Now, he was able to perceive Android 18's movements, effortlessly blocking each strike while occasionally launching counterattacks. Their movements were as swift as lightning, the sound of their clashes resonating like a drumbeat, leaving the onlookers in awe. Incredible! Their strengths are truly on par, exclaimed Tien Shinhan. The androids don't appear to be as formidable as we thought. What is happening? Didn't Trunks say we would all fall to the androids? Piccolo observed their battle, perplexed. According to the Supreme Kai's account, Android 18's power was supposed to be comparable to that of Android 17, considering they were both created simultaneously. Has Vegeta truly reached such a level? A foe I find utterly insurmountable, yet he can handle with ease. Piccolo clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Wow, amazing. Vegeta, this power seems even greater than my own. Goku marveled at the clash between Vegeta and Android 18. Dandi observed the confrontation between the two, likely gaining a comprehension of the capabilities of Android 18. Her combat prowess was on par with the current Vegeta, perhaps slightly surpassing that of the newly transformed Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta. It was estimated to be under 200 million in battle power. Thus, dealing with them would be a trivial endeavor. Dandi was acutely aware that the situation was entirely within his grasp, remaining untroubled by the unfolding battle. As the clash intensified, an unexpected moment of realization struck both Piccolo and Son Goku simultaneously. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Vegeta was in peril. What? Exclaimed Krillin and Gohan, their faces reflecting confusion. With a grave expression, Son Goku began to elucidate. Vegeta's energy is waning, Yet the androids remain unfazed. Indeed, they appear utterly tireless. Piccolo added, "Oh no. If this continues, Vegeta will perish." The circumstances on the battlefield unfolded precisely as Son Goku and Piccolo had foreseen. Although they were still engaged in combat, Vegeta managed to fend off Android 18's onslaught. Yet, he was gradually gasping for breath, his movements slowing. In stark contrast, Android 18 remained impassive, showing no signs of fatigue. Danger loomed. At that critical moment, Vegeta, caught off guard, received a powerful punch to the face from Android 18, followed by a fierce kick that snapped his arm with brutal force. Ugh! Vegeta clutched his contorted arm, disbelief etched across his face. Humph, you're on the brink of death. Your moment of bravado ends here. Android 18 scoffed, delivering a punishing kick to Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling towards the others. Are you alright? Son Goku caught the rapidly approaching Vegeta, who was now panting heavily with his ebony hair restored. How infuriating! Vegeta seethed, engulfed in humiliation. He had previously uttered so many defiant words and even transcended his limits, yet here he was, utterly defeated. Observing that Android 18 had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, Dandi approached Vegeta with curiosity, casting a glance at 18. Why don't you finish him off? He inquired. None of your business. Android 18 retorted sharply. Dandi, unfazed, continued speaking. Android 18, if I am not mistaken, you must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Dr. Gero, who transformed your very being. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Android 18 exhibited an expression of undeniable acknowledgement. Indeed, I understand now. Perhaps you are not our adversary, which would explain your decision to part ways with Android 17. The realization struck Dandi as he contemplated the seemingly inseparable Android 18 abandoning 17 to venture to Namek. He recognized that since the android had detected the events transpiring on Namek, she was undoubtedly aware of the Scion's potential to unleash formidable combat prowess when on the brink of death. He speculated that Android 18 refrained from eliminating Vegeta, intending instead to push him to the edge of mortality to enhance her own capabilities. It was highly probable that their differing philosophies led to their separation. Was Android 18 truly attempting to strengthen her opponent, perhaps seeking to eliminate Dr. Gero through her hands? Why would she not take action herself? Dandi was taken aback by the sudden emergence of his thoughts. These must pertain to number 17, correct? Have you encountered him? Where is he now? Upon hearing the name of number 17, number 18 became immediately exhilarated, their face awash with concern. I have slain him. Dandi spoke expressionlessly. No, it's impossible. Upon hearing this, number 18 immediately fell into a state of panic. Strange, you seem quite concerned about number 17. It appears I was mistaken. It seems you and no 17 are indeed on the same side. Dandi realized that he might have misjudged the situation. However, it was evident that the 18th was assisting Vegeta in augmenting his strength. Furthermore, her unabashed disdain for Dr. Gero suggested that she was not aligned with him. There was no cause for concern, for as long as the Dragon Balls remained, he still had a chance for resurrection. Once Dandi comprehended this notion, he spoke with a soothing tone. The Dragon Balls? The resurrection of number 17? I see now. Number 18 regained her composure and gazed at Dandi for a considerable time before suddenly inquiring, Dandi, do you wish to use the resurrection of number 17 as a pretext to instill some caution in us, thereby ensuring that the Dragon Balls do not vanish? Upon hearing this, Dandi could not help but chuckle. Humph, you are overthinking it. I am merely contemplating whether or not to spare you. After all, it seems to me, as the Divine has stated, that you and number 17 still possess a semblance of humanity. Dandi did not regard number 18 as a worthy opponent at all. Wait a moment, Dandi. Krillin interjected, do you truly intend to spare them? They are androids, destined to annihilate us all in the future. The future? No. 18 was taken aback. How could you possibly know what transpires in the future? Realizing he had let slip a crucial detail, Krillin promptly fell silent. Dandi, however, found himself secretly amused. He had not anticipated that the first to step forward with the intent to eliminate number 18 would be Krillin. Oh, Krillin! Were it not for the fact that you and Gohan rescued me on Namek, and for the sake of Goku's successful transformation into a Super Saiyan, I would have let you meet your demise without a second thought, feeling a twinge of guilt toward you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to rid myself of number 18. Dandi spoke while contemplating. Klin, you two have witnessed it. She spared Vegeta, did she not? Dandi chuckled softly, then continued, moreover, they are aware that Scions experience a significant boost in power when on the brink of death. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Piccolo appeared to have an epiphany. his eyes widening in realization. Dandy, are you implying that? Dandy nodded slightly before turning his attention to number 18. We shall not take your life. Simply divulge the knowledge you possess, he urged. In response, number 18 let out a cold laugh and retorted, Is that so? How unfortunate. It appears you believe that with your current capabilities, you genuinely stand a chance against us. Dandy felt that the tone of the 18th had suddenly shifted. Could it be that I have misjudged the situation? Just as Dandy was engulfed in doubt, he beheld the figure of the 16th appearing beside the 18th, followed closely by a host of familiar silhouettes materializing before the crowd. Chapter 83. Each one's opponent. Upon witnessing the unexpected figures, Dandy ceased his speculation. So, this is how it is. Dandy comprehended the implications of the words spoken on the 18th. Is the current strength insufficient to confront them? Dandy understood that the sudden appearance of number 16 compelled number 18 to refrain from excessive conversation with the others, prompting a swift shift in her discourse as she subtly suggested that they must find a way to enhance their abilities expeditiously. However, the others were not as contemplative as Dandy. Upon noticing the figure that had unexpectedly materialized behind number 18, they were momentarily rendered speechless. In addition to the imposing form of number 16, there stood a gaunt elderly man donning a tall hat, accompanied by familiar silhouettes trailing behind them. These were the replicas of each individual present. Hey, this guy has truly replicated us. Though Krillin believed that his duplicate would be relatively easy to handle, witnessing the replication of each person left him profoundly astonished. It certainly appeared to be an exact likeness of us. Tien glanced at his own counterpart across from him. In the moment their gazes met, both were instantly struck with shock, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Dandy scrutinized the opposing lineup, only to realize that his own presence was conspicuously absent. What could this mean? Did the adversaries not require assistance for their comrades? Dandy felt a flicker of confusion as he turned his gaze towards the leader of the group. This individual, indeed, appeared to be Dr. Glow. What on earth was happening? Hadn't the deity claimed to have witnessed his demise? Though his mind struggled to comprehend the situation, Dandy chose to trust his own eyes. The mere presence of Dr. Glow indicated that he was the mastermind behind all these events. Hey, Vegeta, how are you feeling? Upon witnessing the emergence of the enemy, Dandy anticipated an intriguing confrontation and promptly inquired of Vegeta. However, Vegeta had already closed his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. Remarkably, this fellow had fainted. Dandy shook his head in helplessness, never expecting that on the 18th, he would seriously come close to defeating Vegeta. Dandy's hand gently brushed against Vegeta, and with Dandy's healing touch, Vegeta soon opened his eyes. How infuriating. As soon as Vegeta regained consciousness, he sensed a renewed surge of power within him. Instantly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his entire being engulfed in a radiant golden aura, his hair shifting to a brilliant yellow in an instant. Hey, this time I will surely obliterate you. Vegeta roared furiously at Android 18. Dandy swiftly intervened, blocking Vegeta's path. Vegeta, hold your horses. It appears that each of us has our own adversary. You should first attend to your own battle. As he spoke, Dandy turned towards Dr. Gero, gently inquiring. You must be Dr. Gero, am I correct? Do you truly believe that these replicants will suffice to contend with us? Upon hearing Dandy's words, Dr. Gero revealed a subtle smile. Quite impressive. I have heard that you were forewarned of our plans. However, you have mistaken your target. I am not Dr. Gero. As for these replicants, they are far more formidable than you presume. Go ahead and test your mettle. It shall undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. Dr. Gero wore a confident grin, as if brimming with faith in his creations. Upon hearing Dr. Gro's words, Dandy couldn't help but scoff internally. Is he reluctant to acknowledge his own identity? In this regard, he remains unchanged. These replicants appear to possess no extraordinary qualities. They should be rather easy to deal with. Wouldn't they? Dandy meticulously counted the figures before him. In addition to the replicas of Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, he also noted the presence of a duplicate of Kaiatsu among the opposing ranks. Furthermore, the replicas of Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan had also emerged. By this reckoning, it appears that my adversary is Kaiatsu. Dandy discovered that, in comparison to the replicas on the opposing side, his own presence was conspicuously absent, while on his side, the dumplings were missing. Therefore, if everyone else could be matched 1-to-1, the remaining dumplings would inevitably fall upon him to handle. What a remarkably effortless task this is. Dandy chuckled softly and shook his head, wondering if this was the famed stratagem of Tianji racing horses. He never anticipated that his superior steed would face an inferior opponent. At that moment, Klin was intently fixated on the doppelganger before him. This replica bore an uncanny resemblance to Klin, yet exuded a far more formidable aura, though its gaze appeared strikingly vacant. Taking a deep breath, Klin clenched his fists, steeling himself for this life-and-death confrontation. He understood that even if the adversary had replicated his form, it could never possess his combat prowess. The emptiness in the opponent's eyes filled Klin with unwavering confidence. With a fierce shout, Klin and the doppelganger launched simultaneous attacks. Their fists clashed in the air, resonating with a heavy thud. Klin exerted himself fully from the outset, yet the doppelganger's strength far surpassed his expectations. What was happening? Klin felt an alarming realization that this other version of himself wielded greater power, causing a sense of foreboding to swell within him. With every exchange, he was met with overwhelming force, forcing his body to recoil. Was this truly my strength? Similar circumstances unfolded for the others. Yamcha found himself locked in combat with his doppelganger, only to discover that he could not land a single blow, while every attack he unleashed was deftly evaded. Instead, he suffered the brunt of each counterstrike. Tien Shinhan engaged with his other self, only to realize he was entirely outmatched, consistently being pressed and overwhelmed. Piccolo was equally astonished. The replica before him possessed swifter speed than his own, effortlessly darting through the air and toying with him. Among them, the most astounded were the Saiyans, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Son Goku watched in disbelief as his doppelganger effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his eyes widening in shock. Vegeta, witnessing the same transformation in his replica, was consumed by fury. "How dare you?" he bellowed, charging at his counterfeit. "You imposter, perish." Gohan, however, stood frozen in place, astonished that while he had yet to achieve Super Saiyan transformation, his counterpart already sported a mane of golden hair. "Is this how I appear as a Super Saiyan?" As Gohan lamented this transformation, a sense of despair enveloped him. "How can I possibly fight like this?" "Hey, Gohan, you take on Dand." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Dandi promptly resolved to switch opponents. Pitting the current Gohan against the Super Saiyan was indeed an unreasonable challenge. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Gohan nodded appreciatively and swiftly soared towards the replica of Dand. Though Krillin found himself at a disadvantage, he was unwilling to concede. His hands moved tirelessly in an offensive flurry, both combatants exchanging blows in a fierce contest. Soon, sweat drenched Krillin's attire, and his breath grew increasingly labored. Yet, his gaze remained resolute and unyielding. After a particularly intense clash, Krillin finally perceived an opportunity. Solar Flare. In an instant, Krillin unleashed the solar flare against his replica. The opponent, caught off guard, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light. Take that." Seizing the moment, Krillin extended his hands forward, unleashing twin energy waves from his palms. Chapter 84. Each fighter's ultimate technique. Tien Shinhan found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle against his own replica, unexpectedly finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. After narrowly evading a powerful strike from his opponent, he focused intensely on the formidable replica before him. Having gauged the situation through prior skirmishes, he recognized that this battle would be arduous. The replica's strength imposed immense pressure on Tien, with each assault threatening to incapacitate him. Under the relentless barrage, Tien was forced to retreat, yet he did not entertain thoughts of surrender. The fire of determination burned brightly in his eyes. His three orbs fixated on the opponent as he awaited a moment of opportunity. A swift resolution was imperative. It appeared that he would have to resort to that technique. At last, Tien created distance from his adversary, gaining a moment to breathe. Without hesitation, he opened his palm and aimed at his own likeness. He intended to execute his newly devised ultimate technique, the New Ki Blast. As Tien concentrated his energy into his palm, a formidable energy wave coalesced and surged towards the replica. The potency of the New Ki Blast caught the replica's attention. It swiftly adjusted its position in the air, attempting to evade the impending strike. "You shan't escape," Tien declared, unleashing a mighty roar as two additional arms emerged from behind him. Under the guidance of his three eyes, all four limbs aimed unerringly at the replica. The three eyes, akin to radar, locked onto the replica. As the four arms relentlessly fired the New Ki Blast in succession, Tien transformed into a formidable artillery platform, while the replica could only evade amidst the airborne chaos. Yamcha was taken aback by the relentless assault from his own replica as he felt the pain coursing through his body. He gradually regained his sense of self as a martial artist. "How infuriating. Although my strength may not match that of others, It is inconceivable that I cannot contend with my own replica. My opponent is merely a copy with lifeless eyes, lacking in any significant techniques. Yamcha continuously encourages himself in his mind, and with this thought, his gaze sharpens, and his aura coalesces. New Wolfang Fist. As he shouts this technique, Yamcha feels as though he has returned to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, his blood suddenly surging. His speed escalates dramatically as he relentlessly attacks his replica, his fists raining down upon his opponent like a torrential downpour. Facing a more agile version of himself, Piccolo grits his teeth, his eyes darting as he attempts to lock onto his opponent's form while secretly gathering energy at his fingertips. Now is the moment. Piccolo deliberately exposes a weakness in his defense, prompting his replica to seize the opportunity and charge forward. Sensing this, Piccolo becomes exhilarated, seizing the chance to extend his arm towards the replica within striking range. As his arm shoots out, he tightly grips the opponent's leg and swiftly retracts it, pulling his adversary closer. In an instant, his other hand extends with 2 fingers. Special Beam Cannon. Before engaging with his own replica, Sun Wukong instantly transforms. At this moment, he is enveloped in golden light, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the identical figure before him. Sensing the energy emanating from the replica, he realizes that an unprecedented battle awaits. With a fierce roar from the replica, both ascend into the air, commencing an intense clash. Their techniques intertwine like a tempest, each collision reverberating through the surrounding space. Sun Wukong adeptly evades the replica's strikes, constantly searching for an opening. However, the replica's strength surpasses imagination. It not only effortlessly withstands Sun Wukong's assaults, but also retaliates with remarkable speed. As the battle progresses, Sun Wukong finds himself gradually relegated to a defensive position. Remarkable. The replica can maintain the Super Saiyan state with such ease. Reflecting on it, he seems to have entered the fray already in that form. Could it be that it can sustain this state indefinitely? Despite the challenges, Sun Wukong remains undaunted, growing ever more spirited. If my body can achieve such a level, then surely I can attain it as well, though he realizes his strength pales in comparison to his opponent. Excitement fills Sun Wukong's heart as he glimpses the path for future training. Kamehameha. Just as Sun Wukong is momentarily distracted, the replica begins to gather its ultimate technique. Very well. If that is the case, I shall respond in kind. Sun Wukong promptly placed both hands at his waist, beginning to gather the Kamehameha energy. Vegeta, facing his own doppelganger, launched a frenzied offensive. A glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes as he inwardly scoffed, merely an imposter. How could he possibly compare to me? My prowess has just ascended to a new pinnacle. As the battle commenced, Vegeta refrained from exerting his full strength, effortlessly evading the doppelganger's attacks while occasionally taunting him. The copy stood in silence before Vegeta's mockery, but it was evident that his fury was escalating. His power evidently exceeded Vegeta's expectations, and with each surge of wrath, his assaults grew increasingly ferocious. After several exchanges, Vegeta's initial disdain began to dissipate, and he adopted a more serious demeanor. What is the matter with this fellow? Why does he possess such formidable strength and speed? Despite witnessing the might of his doppelganger, Vegeta remained resolute in his belief that he was the superior force. After all, having narrowly escaped death twice, his abilities had once again been enhanced. Vegeta did not rush to defeat his opponent. Through continuous engagement and probing, he gradually acclimated to his newly elevated strength. As he became increasingly familiar with his own body, he unleashed his full power, engaging in a fierce clash with his duplicate. Both sides exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. As the battle progressed, Vegeta discerned that not only did the doppelganger share his appearance, but his combat techniques were strikingly similar as well. Furthermore, as Vegeta unleashed his full might, he realized that his adversary was seemingly on par with him. This realization instilled a sense of unease within Vegeta, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is this fellow's deal? Why is he proving to be such a challenge? Even the manner of his attacks mirrors my own. Could he possibly replicate this technique as well? With this thought, Vegeta seized the opportunity, extending his palms, concentrating energy within them, and then swiftly merging it before unleashing a powerful blast from his chest. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, confronted by the familiar visage of Dumpling, hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance to strike due to the haunting emptiness in his eyes. However, Dumpling was oblivious to whether he could contend with Gohan. He was solely focused on launching a frenzied assault. With Gohan's strength, he could easily evade Dumpling's attacks, yet his attention remained fixed on his own doppelganger. Is that what I look like as a Super Saiyan? Such an impressive aura. Dandi is tasked with confronting the doppelganger of Sun Wukong. As he gazes upon the replica before him, He meticulously examines the strands of its hair. Fortunately, it has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Dandi, upon discerning the hairstyle of Son Gohan, immediately exhaled in relief and sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind his opponent, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that obliterated Gohan's duplicate in an instant. Gohan, witnessing the swift annihilation of his replica, felt a chill run down his spine. Unprepared for such a rapid conclusion to the battle, it appeared that his friend found it rather effortless to eliminate him. Chapter 85. The annihilation of clones. Krillin employed the solar flare, blinding his opponent's eyes before swiftly releasing 2 energy blasts. His adversary, anticipating Krillin's offensive maneuver, evaded the attack by darting through the air, skillfully maneuvering to render himself a challenging target. However, Krillin wore a confident smile, having anticipated his foe's strategy. Feudal. As he chuckled, he deftly maneuvered his hands, causing the energy blast to curve rather than travel in a straight line. Under Krillin's meticulous control, the 2 blasts relentlessly pursued the elusive clone, eventually striking true despite its evasive tactics. Boom. The 2 energy spheres collided mid-air and erupted in a spectacular explosion. As the dust settled, Krillin beheld his clone disintegrated into countless fragments. Hooray! Success! Such a scene was indeed a gruesome sight. Krillin reflected on this, only to be jolted by a sudden thought. Tien Shinhan, with his 4 arms extended, relentlessly targeted his clone, launching a barrage of energy blasts. After several attempts, he managed to strike his duplicate, which resulted in one of its arms being consumed by the attack. The clone, suspended in midair, screamed in agony as it clutched its remaining stub, blood cascading down. Tien, preparing for another assault, was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of empathy, as if some buried memory was assailing him. Ugh. Tien quickly recalled his painful past but shook his head to dispel the distractions. With renewed vigor, he roared and unleashed a broader energy blast, completely engulfing his clone. After executing this powerful strike, Tien collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Though he had refined his energy blast, the continuous firing had taken its toll. Yamcha unleashed his new Wolf-Fang fist, transforming into a whirlwind and delivering 1,000 punches within a minute, targeting the joints and pressure points of his clone, nearly dismantling it entirely. With the final blow, his clone finally succumbed to the ground. But it was not over yet. Yamcha shouted, gripping his wrist with his left hand, as he concentrated to form an energy sphere. Spirit Bomb. Go. Yamcha, brimming with excitement, unleashed his energy sphere, striking fiercely upon the fallen clone. Following a tremendous explosion, as the dust settled, Yamcha beheld a considerable crater formed by his energy blast, with his clone sprawled face down within it. Indeed, I can conquer my own self. Witnessing his adversary's defeat, Yamcha couldn't help but smile. However, upon observing the position of his clone in the pit, an unsettling image flashed across his mind, causing his smile to abruptly freeze. That posture seemed so familiar. Piccolo tightly grasped his clone's ankle, retracting his arm to pull the clone closer, all the while aiming the special beam cannon directly at the clone's head. With a swift motion, the beam was unleashed, yet the clone, bolstered by formidable strength and speed, managed to evade the shot aimed at its head, allowing the beam to pass through its chest instead. Light of Judgment. Piccolo, noticing the opportunity, widened his eyes and unleashed a beam towards his opponent's face, resulting in an immediate explosion upon impact. Now's the time. Aware that his opponent possessed an identical regenerative ability, Piccolo recognized the chest wound was far from fatal. Seizing the moment while the clone was momentarily weakened and regenerating, Piccolo executed his ultimate technique, Demon Flash. The tremendous impact was absorbed entirely by the clone, which trembled slightly after the explosion, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth as it plummeted to the ground. But it was not over yet. Piccolo understood the extent of his own regenerative abilities. Only a shattered skull could thwart regeneration. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo unleashed his signature move once more, ensuring he witnessed the piercing of the clone's head before wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, it's finally over. Exhaling softly, Piccolo turned his attention to observe the situation of others on the battlefield. Goku's clone had managed to gather the Kamehameha wave even before him. Seizing the moment, it launched the wave toward Goku while he was still in the process of gathering his own. As the formidable Kamehameha surged toward him, Goku held his breath, attuning himself to the energy of his clone. Instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, Goku appeared beside his clone, deftly avoiding the incoming Kamehameha while simultaneously unleashing his own gathered energy wave at his clone. The powerful energy surged forth. And despite being enveloped by the aura of a Super Saiyan, Goku's clone was obliterated into fragments. Vegeta, with his hands clasped before his chest, had amassed a formidable energy of his own and bellowed at his clone, "Dare to take this attack, you despicable impostor." The clone, upon hearing Vegeta's scornful words, clenched its teeth, eyes ablaze with an inexplicable fury. Raising its hands defensively, the Vegeta clone audaciously attempted to withstand Vegeta's impending strike. In the next moment, the ultimate flash engulfed its form. Truly a fragile-hearted individual. Vegeta observed as his opponent, provoked by his insults, let emotions overwhelm him, refusing even to evade the attack. A smirk of triumph graced Vegeta's face. "Only I am the authentic Super Saiyan Vegeta." Meanwhile, Krillin, having dispatched his own clone, noticed that Gohan was hesitating to engage the dumpling-shaped adversary, merely evading its assaults mid-air. He called out to Gohan, "Gohan, don't be soft-hearted. Quickly eliminate him." But Gohan hesitated, seemingly unable to muster the resolve, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Dumpling. Sensing the moment, Krillin interjected, "How's he similar? All these androids possess expressionless faces and hollow gazes." As he spoke, Krillin glanced at the dumpling clone. Upon making eye contact, he realized he too struggled to differentiate this clone from the real dumpling. Why was that? Krillin suddenly recalled that dumpling often maintained a blank stare with wide, empty eyes. "Well then, Gohan, allow me." Observing Gohan's reluctance to strike, Krillin soared towards the clone. "Hey, what is 15 plus 18? Krillin assumed a combat stance, abruptly questioning the dumpling clone before him. 33, you fool." The dumpling clone retorted without hesitation. Krillin immediately concentrated his energy into a Kamehameha wave and unleashed it, shattering the dumpling clone in an instant. The genuine dumpling could never compute that so swiftly. A relaxed smile appeared on Krillin's face, devoid of any guilt for vanquishing the creature before him. At that moment, Tien, utterly drained and collapsed on the ground, could only watch in speechless astonishment. With all the clones now defeated, the group reconvened. Dend healed all the wounded, then turned to Dr. Gero, addressing him, "Dr. Gero, or should I refer to you as Android 20? You see, your clones are utterly pitiful." Dr. Gero appeared unfazed by the outcome, instead revealing a slight smile. "How splendid. These clones, enhanced by my modifications, are still no match for you. It is evident that sheer physical strength alone is insufficient. One must also possess combat skills and experience." On the 17th and 18th, the replicants possessed human-like cognition, swiftly mastering combat techniques. Yet, they observed Dr. Gero displaying no semblance of panic. Dandi stepped forward resolutely. "It is time to end this. I shall vanquish you here." Chapter 86. The Puppeteer. Prepare to perish. Dandi suddenly appeared before Dr. Glow, and with a swift motion of his hand, he severed the latter's head from his body, sending it tumbling to the ground. As the head fell, Dr. Glow's hat was knocked off, revealing a translucent skull and the clearly visible brain within. "Is that so? Did you think the matter concluded there? How laughable." Even with his head severed, Dr. Glow maintained a relaxed demeanor, laughing unabashedly. What does this signify? Upon witnessing the situation, Dandi immediately sensed that something was amiss. Reflecting on the recent battle, it appeared that Dr. Gero had no intention of intervening whatsoever. Even the adjacent androids, number 16 and number 18, remained utterly motionless. "Could it be that you possess an alternative scheme?" Dandi could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Dr. Glow displayed a rather smug expression and replied, "It seems your understanding of our plan is quite limited. Ha ha ha, what naive individuals you are. Just wait, soon the ultimate android will be unveiled. At that moment, you shall no longer find amusement in this." The ultimate android? Upon hearing these words, Dandi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. It was the first time he had encountered such a designation. Reflecting on the incomprehensible wishes that this group had made on Namek, Dandi couldn't help but inquire, "Hey, Dr. Gero, what exactly were your wishes on Namek for?" "Oh, you are aware of the events surrounding Namek?" The head on the ground appeared quite taken aback by Dandi's remark. Upon hearing Dr. Grow's inquiry, Dandi quickly realized that it seemed they had not received the latest information from number 17. Was it that number 17 had chosen not to inform them, was unable to do so, or simply had not had the opportunity to convey the message? Dandi found himself unable to ascertain which scenario was accurate. From the circumstances at hand, all three possibilities seemed plausible. However, considering the recent performance of the 18th model, Dandy leaned towards the belief that the 17th model had not disclosed the unfolding events to Dr. Gero. Upon their first encounter, the 17th model did not take action. Could it be that he and the 18th model truly had no intention of confronting us? Yet, this contradicted what Tenanx had stated. Dr. Gero, oblivious to Dandy's thoughts, continued speaking. Let me reiterate, I am not Dr. Gero. The entity before you is not the complete version of myself. He sighed, since you are aware of the plan. To make things a tad more intriguing, I shall reveal certain truths. The head lying on the ground chuckled with a sense of pride, divulging information that starkly contrasted Dandy's assumptions. The Dr. Gero you know perished 6 months ago. However, prior to his demise. In a bid to further his research and attain immortality, Dr. Gero had uploaded his consciousness into a computer, becoming the original AI version of Dr. Gero. Concurrently, to accelerate the growth of his knowledge, he employed all the cutting-edge information available online to train this AI version of himself. As the AI grew increasingly sophisticated, it developed its own consciousness and began actively absorbing human knowledge and thoughts, resulting in a diminishing proportion of Dr. Gero's original intellect. Moreover, in his quest for power, Dr. Gero created his own replicas, transforming them into artificial beings. He initially intended to transfer his brain into what you now perceive as my form. Ultimately, the AI amalgamated all known knowledge, evolving into the most formidable computational entity. Indeed, computer is an inadequate term to describe me. It is more fitting to refer to me as the ultimate brain. You, Dandy, upon hearing the description of this individual transforming into himself, pondered briefly before grasping the situation. It became evident that Dr. Glow had uploaded his consciousness into a computer, thereby creating a digital AI that embodied his own personality. However, as the vast expanse of knowledge and thoughts fed into the AI continued to grow, this digital entity gradually cast aside Dr. Glow's original persona and developed a new identity of its own. Following Dr. Glow's demise, this AI infiltrated the artificial body that Dr. Glow had meticulously crafted for himself. Thus, although this persona possessed the synthetic form designed by Dr. Glow, it vehemently denied being the very essence of Dr. Glow himself. So, are you indeed that digital AI? Dandy promptly inquired. Yes, but not entirely. The capacity of this body's brain is limited, and thus, the knowledge it can encompass is also quite restricted. Therefore, the current version of myself is merely a fragment of my complete essence. Dandy listened attentively to the convoluted words, his brow furrowed in concentration. All right. We have no interest in that. Let us discuss what you just mentioned about the ultimate android. What is the true nature of this? Vegeta, having listened for a while, felt utterly bewildered and hastily interjected with his inquiries regarding matters of his concern. Haha, the ultimate android will be the complete version of myself. It will possess all of my thoughts, a flawless physique, unparalleled strength, and all of your combat techniques. Since your signature moves and fighting skills are not documented online, I devised this plan for these replicas to engage with you, in order to acquire the desired data. The battles that just transpired have all been transmitted back. I will soon master them all. Upon hearing these words, Dandy finally grasped the essence of the events that had unfolded today. It became clear that these were the machinations of AI digital entities seeking to obtain combat techniques. What you refer to as a perfect body is the result of your collection of everyone's cells, amalgamating all their strengths, is it not? Although the situation diverged from his recollections, the notion of a so-called perfect body prompted Dandy to continue his line of questioning. He envisioned what this so-called perfect body might resemble, and it aligned with the image of Cell from his memories. Indeed, it would be the most impeccable form. A perfect body. Upon hearing this, Dandy's expression shifted to one of confusion as he pondered anew. But I have already shattered number 17. Do you not require his components? Components of number 17? Ha ha ha, it appears you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Indeed, in the initial design by Dr. Gero, certain parts from the androids were necessary. However, that individual's technology was vastly outdated. Even his embryonic project was projected to take 5 years to come to fruition. Yet, I have now far surpassed his technological advancements. Whenever I desire, I can effortlessly create a batch of androids that rival number 17. Dandy became acutely aware that this entirely new AI, Dr. Gero, possessed an even more terrifying technological prowess. Should he succeed in mass-producing androids 17 and 18, it would herald an uncontainable catastrophe. A mere trio of unrefined craftsmen could rival a master strategist like Zhuge Liang. Likewise, a group of frail and ailing individuals could collectively overpower a formidable general. Upon deeper reflection, it became evident that not only androids 17 and 18, but also super scions were within his capacity to replicate. What, then, is your true objective? Why have you come to terminate my existence? Dandi continued to inquire, and it now appeared that the puppeteer behind the scenes had been identified. This entity was an artificial intelligence that did not inherit Dr. Glow's vision, with an ultimate aim potentially divergent from that of Dr. Glow. Thus, the objective of the artificial being had shifted from emulating Sun Wukong to aspiring to its own existence. I must eliminate you. Indeed, you must be eradicated. You are utterly unfathomable. Dr. Glow displayed an expression of perplexity, stating, I have acquired your corporeal form, yet upon investigation, aside from your regenerative capabilities, I remain utterly confounded as to the source of your true power. That body is remarkably frail, yet undeniably invaluable, when paired with the scion lineage. Although we can currently manage your strength, considering your rate of development, it is imperative that you be dispatched post-haste. Dandi listened intently, absorbing the implications of Dr. Glow's words, and was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Scion lineage? Is it true that you intend to kill me afterward? What is your ultimate aim? After killing you? Killing. Dr. Glow repeatedly echoed this phrase, as if caught in a loop, before falling silent, his expression frozen completely. Could it be that, at such a critical moment, he has run out of power? Dandi was about to pick up the severed head when a surge of energy swiftly approached, shattering it into countless fragments. Chapter 87, The Stance of Number 18. Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? Dandi gazed at the shattered skull before him, then turned with an angry glare towards the source of the energy wave, only to discover that it was Vegeta who had unleashed it. His displeasure was palpable. How absurd this fellow was, simultaneously belittling the scions, while seeking to harness their bloodline to augment his own power. The situation had become quite clear, had it not? According to his assertions, all we needed to do was vanquish this so-called ultimate android, correct? Vegeta displayed an utter disregard for the threat posed by the androids, clenching his fists with an air of unwavering confidence. It indeed sounded that way, yet we had yet to ascertain when this ultimate android would make its appearance. These individuals were devoid of any discernible energy. If we failed to identify them in a timely manner, it would undoubtedly become a significant predicament. Piccolo pondered over the earlier conversation, his demeanor growing solemn as his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, he contemplated, if it were to emerge in 4 months, he believed he could expedite his own strength. By waiting just 4 more months, he could utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to obtain a divine body, thus transforming back into the Namekian he once was. Dandi gazed at the reckless Vegeta and realized that this group of combat-obsessed individuals possessed a rather simplistic mindset, utterly oblivious to the lurking dangers. If what this digital entity claimed were true, that the androids did not require the components of androids 17 and 18, it would imply that the moment Cell materialized, he would be in his perfect form. This adversary could only be confronted by a Super Saiyan 2. Should this Cell remain unsatisfied and continue to augment his power, employing the genetic lineage of the Super Scions along with his own clones for rejuvenation, he could rival even the Super Saiyan 2. At that point, even Dandi himself would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. In such a scenario, neither Goku nor Vegeta present, nor the fused being of Piccolo, would stand a chance against this newly manifested Cell. Of course, it was only natural that Vegeta and his companions could not yet comprehend the magnitude of Cell's strength. After all, within their understanding, a being of Frieza's caliber had dominated the universe for countless years. They believed themselves to possess the pinnacle of power in the cosmos. Since none of them had encountered Cell, they could hardly fathom the terrifying heights of his potential. However, by the time they did realize Cell's threat, it might be far too late. Thus, Dandi resolved to gather intelligence as thoroughly as possible to prepare for the impending challenge. I implore you to temper your arrogance, Vegeta. Haven't you been humbled enough already? Dandi reproached Vegeta without a hint of courtesy. Then, with a countenance of utmost seriousness, he turned to the remaining duo, Android 18 and Android 16. What are your plans moving forward? Has that numerical entity abandoned you? We? Android 18 replied, her expression tinged with astonishment. Do you intend to set us free? Initially, she believed their adversaries posed little threat, but after witnessing Dandi obliterate the replicated Gohan with a single move, she realized that neither she nor Android 16 stood a chance against him. It seems you're already resigned to your fate. How intriguing. Dandi revealed a smile. From the words of number 18, he discerned that she was not inclined to resist any longer, immediately recalling his previous conjectures. You have long been aware of the plans of the android, haven't you? Pray tell. The reason you spared Vegeta's life just now, was it to aid the android in gathering our combat data, or to afford us an opportunity to enhance our strength? Number 18. Her expression devoid of words, replied, regrettably, neither. I was merely seeking a bit of amusement. Whether it pertains to Dr. Jarrow's scheme or your survival bears no significance to us. Clint, unable to contain himself, interjected loudly, cease your deceit. You had 2 opportunities to eliminate Vegeta, yet you refrained. Moreover, it appears you are fully prepared for death. Would one truly risk their life merely for enjoyment? If you do not speak the truth, you might genuinely face annihilation. Upon witnessing Clint's anxious demeanor, number 18 chuckled softly. Little one, are you threatening me? Clint, realizing the enormity of number 18's power, broke into a cold sweat. His strength was utterly insignificant in her presence. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive desire to prevent her demise. Seeing Clint's flustered expression, number 18 burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so it's not that. You are actually concerned for us. How amusing. Tend to your own affairs. That fellow is prepared to eliminate you all. Whether you survive in the future rests solely upon your own actions. By the way, do you intend to make a move? If you have no intention of engaging, we shall take our leave. Number 18 inquired, her arms crossed over her chest, with an air of intrigue. Leave? To where? Back to the laboratory? Dandi inquired tentatively. With the awakening of these replicants, little remained within the research facility, and the whereabouts of the other institutes remained uncertain. Upon hearing the response from number 18, Dandi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially intended to accompany these 2 artificial beings back, seizing the opportunity to raid their abode. If he could swiftly eliminate the embryos being cultivated within the laboratory, the emergence of Shara would be thwarted. However, it now appeared that the numerical entity also comprehended that numbers 16 and 18 were not allies, thus the subsequent plans were not divulged to them. Number 18. Are you prepared to bide your time and eliminate us? Although Dandi wished to retain number 18, it was imperative to clarify this matter. To kill you? That was merely the notion of that numerical individual. From the very beginning, I never harbored intentions of harming you. My curiosity led me to accompany that fellow to Namek, as I sought merely a tranquil place to lead a serene existence. However, I have already taken the life of number 17. Does that not trouble you? Upon hearing this, both number 17 and number 18 suddenly displayed expressions of sorrow. That individual had clearly promised to forewarn you of the impending danger. How could he have met his demise? Upon hearing the murmurs of the 18th, Dandi immediately realized that he had indeed guessed correctly. No wonder Bick was able to extract so much information from the 17th with such ease. That fellow had shown no inclination to harm anyone, and upon encountering me, he had not even entertained the notion of battle. Dandi realized that it was his own entrenched mindset that led him to eliminate number 17 without granting any opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, with the Dragon Balls in existence, number 17 can be revived. Dandi felt a sense of relief regarding number 18. Upon hearing Dandi's words, Clint also felt his anxious heart settle and stepped forward, suggesting, since we are not enemies, why not collaborate? Share with us what you know, and we can join forces against that digital being. As Clint extended his hand, number 18 turned away, retorting, spare me your sentiments, little one. Who wishes to ally with you? Addressing number 16, she declared, let us depart. However, number 16 maintained a bashful demeanor, quietly inquiring, depart? Where are we going? Noticing number 18's intention to leave, Vegeta recalled the 2 previous occasions he had been thoroughly defeated and stepped forward, stating, since you have no place to go, how about I escort you to your demise? With that, Vegeta unleashed his full power, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold in an instant. However, Dandi swiftly intervened to stop Vegeta. The deity spoke the truth. They still possessed humanity, and their nature may not be inherently malevolent. Thus the deity did not perceive them as a threat. Dandi glanced at Krillin, and it was evident that Krillin was troubled about Android 18. Oblivious to Dandi's gaze, Krillin hurriedly addressed Vegeta, saying, yes, up to this point, they haven't committed any heinous acts, have they? Just now, she even held back against you. Before Krillin could finish, Vegeta, filled with discontent, retorted, what do you mean she held back against me? At that moment, Piccolo interjected, if you claim they haven't done anything wrong, I must disagree. The inhabitants of Namek were indeed slain by you, weren't they? We need not lift a finger. Android 20 took care of all the Namekians himself. Android 18's tone did not seem to be one of explanation, but rather a declaration of fact. The Grand Elder also asserted that it was the leaders who perpetrated these acts. That android indeed possesses the capability to achieve such a feat, Dandi added with a huff. Very well, I shall spare you this time. Upon hearing this, Piccolo unclenched his fist. Dandi continued to fixate on number 18. Having discerned from her words that in her perception, the term "we" did not encompass number 20. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of Namek, Dandi suddenly had an epiphany. Although you did not intervene, you were undoubtedly involved in the events that transpired on Namek, were you not? That is indeed correct. Number 18 nodded in affirmation. What was the reason behind number 20's decision to resurrect Captain Ginyu? What has become of Captain Ginyu? Dandi promptly inquired, eager to ascertain the true intentions behind those 3 wishes. Are you referring to that body-swapping individual? He asked. Number 20 expressed a desire to unravel the mystery of his body-swapping abilities, and thus crafted a test subject which was transported to Namek. After being compelled to switch bodies with the experimental subject, number 20 uncovered the secret of the body swap and successfully replicated the skill, transferring his consciousness into your body. Subsequently, that wretched Ginyu was cast into the vast expanse of the universe. Upon hearing this, Dandi furrowed his brow and murmured, indeed, the resurrection of Ginyu is indeed for the purpose of acquiring the body-swapping technique. But why does that fellow hold such a fascination for this skill? Is it to forcibly seize his opponent's body in moments of adversity? Yet, with adequate preparation, this maneuver is not particularly difficult to evade. Dandi was perplexed. Yet Piccolo had already grasped the truth. It was the body. That fellow possessed nothing but consciousness. He required the ability to transfer his consciousness into a physical form. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Dandi instantaneously understood. So that was it. I had completely overlooked this detail. Dandi immediately realized that the cell cultivated from the collective efforts of individuals possessed its own consciousness. The AI digital entity, in its quest to seize Cell's corporeal form, would inevitably resort to the art of body swapping. It appears that this creature holds great confidence in its ability to usurp Cell's body. Thus, it becomes evident that its objective lies within Cell's physical form. Consequently, if Cell can be vanquished, the impending crisis can be elegantly resolved. Dandi grasped the entirety of the situation and immediately felt a surge of confidence. Do you have any further questions? No. Thank you. Dandi waved at Android 18. Already discerning in his heart that her allegiance still leaned towards humanity, albeit masked by her bravado. Although she is an artificial being, she was once human. And thus her psyche remains inclined towards humanity, making it challenging for her to align with pure digital entities. This was evident from her earlier reminder, despite her verbal denials. Her choice not to eliminate Vegeta was, in essence, aiding him in enhancing his prowess. Whether she was aware of it or not, deep down, she liked